There's not enough space for you. Crazy cat. Get over there. Yeah. Cat. You. Pain in my butt. Oh, hey, people are showing up. This cat is everywhere. I can't get rid of him. What are you doing? Oh. Crazy cat. Hello, John from Ireland. Oh, let's see. Do I need to send in little shares? Who's here already? Hey, there's Dharmasoul. Let's see. Oh, I can do that and that. Oh, why don't they make an easier way to do this little sharing thing? It's such a little pain in the butt. They don't want to make this thing easy, do they? I can't find Be Blessed anywhere. What? Minerva, what are you doing? Meow. I'm going to do a search. Anyone know if Be Blessed is gone? I'm doing a search and it still doesn't work. No results found. Huh. I wonder what happened to her. Or if it's just this darn system. Oh, Minerva. Well,
Do you hear my daughter? She's like, I hear the awesome meow. Hi, Dr. Liam. How are you?
buddy. Yep, there's a loud meower here. Hey, hello.
Hi, Jax.
Hey, Dharma. How are you? Hi, Cactus. How are you guys?
I'm good. Hi, Professor. Hi,
Hi.
Bella.
I was always able to.
Annie.
I was always able to invite her before with the little, share the live thing, and that doesn't work now either. So I don't know what the deal is.
Oh,
And she doesn't show up at all. Like I can't even find her.
oh, maybe she was suspended for a bit. We don't know. Maybe. We never know how these things go.
Where's Erica? I don't know. Can somebody tag her? I see one of her accounts. I don't see the other one. So I couldn't share
Erica
that.
Rainbow is here.
I could try. I'll send it. I'll see if I can send it to her.
Yeah, see if you can find I found the one that says MDiv, but I can't find the rainbow one, and Be Blessed doesn't show up at all, so I can't send that out. But I think that's it.
Be blessed. I send it.
You scared away Socrates. He was being
Hello,
very
Mama.
I shared it to Be Blessed. But which other ones he couldn't send it to? I'm sorry. Was there anybody else?
Oh, the Erica with the
Oh, yes. I
with
got
rainbow in the name, because there's
Okay, I
Erica
know.
Rainbow.
I don't know which one she's on right now.
Mama, baby catty.
Liam. It's Savannah. I have a lot of background noise, so I'm going to jump off until a little bit later, but I just invited Goldie. Hopefully I can get her on here. I would love to introduce you guys. All right, awesome. But I'll be here watching background.
I shared it to all of their accounts, Dr. Liam. Erica the Rainbow, all three of her accounts, just in case. Did you share it to Lisa? Did you send it to Lisa too? I'll send it to her.
Remember? I think so. Yeah, I think I did.
Professor, I can actually jump down to the comments and support from there if you need space.
I don't think so. I mean, I still don't know exactly how we want to structure this. The way it came up when somebody mentioned it on the Discord server was asking me to, well, more or less lecture on the development of Zionism. And I'd always sort of envisioned more just conversationally, but I can do a mix of both, or however you guys want it. I can do sections, like I can cover periods, and we can walk through it chronologically, and then talk about it, and you know, make sure something makes sense, and then kind of like go on from there. So I don't know. There's different ways we can approach this if we're going to have a theme that covers a lot of material like that. But I'm not really sure what people want. So, people who are most interested in this sort of thing, like Athena and whatnot, I'm hoping to get some more people to pop up and then give me a sense of.
Oh, I'm here.
How you're from? Oh, is that? Oh, look at that! Yeah, it's there's a you have a bazillion accounts. I can't keep track of which one is which. Check for you.
Yeah, I keep getting reported. That's why I have multiple accounts. Because
But she's here. Sorry,
a lot of Zionist debaters unfortunately do not like me. Therefore, they report me a lot. That's why I have so many accounts.
Yeah. No, I get that. I mean, it's always been a problem when people actually engage in debate type stuff.
Yeah.
It's one thing I really, really hope doesn't happen, because I kind of get the need for fallbacks and things like that, but I really kind of like having all the social media with the same account so people can always find me. And I like the idea of it's essentially like it's a professional account. It's very obvious, where, Liam Omer the Fourth, boom, everybody knows where it is, and you can find it. And if they banana this account, then that doesn't work anymore. So I really hope that doesn't happen.
I hope they don't either. But you should get a backup account just in case. And then you could always take your backup account and you could put it in a box so that people could follow your backup. You know what I mean? Just in case.
There was one that I set up when I first did this, because I was trying to record them separately from a computer because I didn't know how you could download them. And the initial downloads too were much smaller, like in terms of quality. So I didn't, but I realized I didn't need to, because once they amped up the quality for the downloads, I just stopped doing it. But there's an office hours one. I can't remember the exact name for it. But I can make some that are more obviously more like my name, like variants on the existing handle, and like set a couple things aside there just in case there's like a short-term banana or whatever, and you've got some kind of fallback. There's one. But it's one of those, like, I keep thinking, I gotta do that, and then I don't want to, because I really don't want to have the multiple accounts and deal with it that way. It's a huge pain in the ass. I mean, a lot of my other social, a lot of my social media accounts, they have rolling shadow bananas that are there for a while and then go away and then come back. Like lately, my Facebook reach and my Twitter reach are severely restricted, but the Instagram and the threads and everything else, no problem at all. But I don't want to change the accounts because, again, there's an established history. I've had the Twitter since 2009 or something, and I don't want to toss that. So
I tend to have different usernames because sometimes it's like I can be undercover until people hear my voice. So I like to engage in some psychological warfare. So yeah, that's why I sometimes, like, there are 3 main accounts or 2 accounts where the name is the same, the picture is the same, but the other 2 I tend to hide. So yeah.
Yeah, when I used to do things a bit more like what you do in terms of debate type stuff, I had a bunch of burner accounts, particularly for Facebook groups, because I spent a lot of time in an active research project studying far rightists, and would kind of go into their spaces. And I'm not putting my accounts and shit like that. And in doing that like that, if it's a burner account, then I feel free to like just insult them to hell. Like, we're just swearing up a storm, and I don't care if the thing gets shut down. Whatever, crunch all you want, I'll make more. I found ways to do it using different campus IPs and different machines, so they couldn't detect that it was all the same person, and then they would all be kind of ironically named after philosophers and historical figures. So I would have, I don't know, like Fritz Nietzsche, or like Tony Gramsci or something, and then I would just like, drop some sunglasses on an old photo or something, and then boom, there you go, like just cheesy burner accounts.
I was gonna say, actually, on this TikTok account, I have, as of the past couple weeks, started engaging with like far right agitprop and just saying horrible things and probably drawing a lot of hostile attention to myself. And the problem with TikTok is then it sees you're engaging if you comment or something, and it recommends it, and you're like, oh, I really want to say something to these guys.
Yeah.
So
another reason I never used my own accounts when I was like shadowing these people.
Yeah.
I had other ones I used in like libertarian groups too, like studying right libertarians, because I've been studying political psychology. Why do people think the way that they think? What kind of arguments do they form? How are they tied to their sense of self? Like trying to understand their Weltanschauung. So it was useful to have different accounts that I could go into these different spaces and spy on them, and then get in arguments with them, and then boom, lose that one, and I don't care. It didn't matter, and it didn't affect the algorithm shit for what it would show me. I do not want Trump shit in my Facebook feed. I don't need that.
I mean, at least I don't have my name on this, and I guess it could probably be traced back to me, but it's not like my face and name on it. But yeah, I really should just use one of the other ones if I want to do stuff like that. And you could get harassed and doxxed and stuff.
Which, yeah, again, I have. It's also another problem with that, avoiding certain spaces like that. But anyway, things like this where I actually want to be able to engage with normal human beings, with decent people, I kind of like to use my name and professional persona. I don't want to have to hide who I am. So yeah, you can create. Yeah, so it said you can create alts to troll. Yeah, I used to do that. I don't waste the time on it anymore. But it was fun only in the sense of that research project, because in a sense, trolling rightists in that, what I was doing was intentionally poking bears. I mean, I'm going to say something and see how they respond, because then I must have tens of thousands of screenshots. I mean, just huge numbers of these things, tracking the conversations. I want to see how they respond. Like, what do they do? How do they think about this? What makes sense? And yeah, but it was only for that. It was never for, like, I guess the jollies of it, because I don't really I don't really get off on making people mad. So it's not really, it's not like it's a lot of fun. I was doing it to try and understand people and collecting that, which is why I stopped a few years ago. So I still have a couple of those old Facebook burner accounts that didn't get shut down. But most of them I gave up a long time ago, and most of them are long since been added on those platforms. But so at least I'm familiar with how things like that work. I don't want to do it in this kind of vein when I'm talking about shit. I don't want to lecture on a burner account or whatever. It doesn't make sense.
I wanted to make a small announcement before we start. Starting today, I think there is a coin-cot, like a boycott of coins. A lot of TikTok creators are taking part in boycotting gifting people or receiving gifts from other people, and that is because TikTok takes about 60 to 70% of the coins that people gift, so a majority of the money, and then also it suppresses a lot of BIPOC creators and BIPOC voices by not pushing their videos and their lives and the algorithm. So it's generally a boycott. If y'all want to take part in this boycott, then you can, by boycotting sending coins or receiving coins. Just wanted to make that announcement. And what I would like to tell you is the reason as to why I don't tell people my first name is real, Athena. But I don't tell that in a lot of Zionist circles because they already tried to dox me once, but they doxed a Miriam from France. I was like, who the hell is Miriam from France? Because I'm not French. Do not tell me that. But exactly. Parlez-vous français? No. But uh, I was gonna say, I don't also like to say my last name and where I am exactly, because the area that I live in, there is a lot of neo-Yahtzee presence within the police department, like a lot of neo-Yahtzee presence. So it's legitimately just terrifying existing within the area that I live in general. So that's why I tend to not do it, especially because there are some crazy people on TikTok who have threatened in the past to send Croatian nationalists after me. So I tend to not share my workplace, my exact address, because I've had one encounter with neo-Yazis in my life before. That was very terrifying, so I never want to find myself in that predicament again.
Yeah, I really feel you there. It's cute, like the mentioning about the police departments. That doesn't really narrow it down too much in your country, right? Or maybe I just know too much about the different Stadt, but
Yeah,
the-
yeah.
but wow, yeah,
No,
no,
the police department in my
it's
area
outside.
was, yeah, in 2020, the police department in my area was associated with, so death threats were sent to a lot of leftist politicians and activists as well. And when they traced the IP address, they found out that the death threats were sent from the police departments in my area. They signed the death threats with NSU 2.0. And I don't know if you know NSU, like the underground group that was going around unaliving people. So they signed it with NSU 2.0. Some of the people within my area were also associated with the unaliving of Walter Lübcke in 2019, who was a leftist politician who was unalived, like assassinated at his home because he was pro-refugees being accepted and integrated into German society. And so a right-wing extremist assassinated him, but he got help from some police departments from within. So that is how extreme it is. But of course, the whole country's foundation was built by the
Yeah,
leftover Yahtzees.
like you've given away your location to me, but we'll leave it at that. But the police departments all over the place are, I mean, the whole Reichsbürger shit is all over the police and military. I mean, there's a ton of far right shit. So yeah, but the boycott thing. So that's good. I don't know how to turn it off, or how that would work. But I'm perfectly fine with people not throwing anything my way. Um, Granted, I like money as much as the next person, so that's cool. But there's the if you feel compelled to say something nice that way, there's the what do you call it? Not the PayPal. There's a Patreon. I have a Patreon and a PayPal, and they're both easy to find because it's exactly the same username. I there's a reason I use it this that way everywhere. So you could easily look me up.
And it's on your bio, right?
I don't. I think I did for a little while, but it's off there now.
Okay.
I think I put the times for the live or something. It's changed a few times, but
And also one more thing I wanted to so you didn't forget, you also have a subscription now. You didn't put your subscriber goal up.
yeah, it doesn't seem to do anything. All it does is it gives me the goal for like those like the corals or whatever. I can
Oh,
put those up.
no, no,
But
no,
it
no.
doesn't let me list like
A
adding subscribers
subscription.
as a goal.
Really?
Yeah, it's not an option. It only gives me options to let people send me universes or something.
Oh, that's so
So
weird.
yeah, I don't know what happened. I looked at the last two lives. I went looking for it, and it's just not there as a feature.
Oh, that's
But
so strange. They
but
should
yeah,
be able to like
the
give it.
subscriptions are fine. People can subscribe. That's great. The Patreon is great. PayPal's are always fine. I mean, I'm easy to find with the Liam Omer the Fourth. I mean, it's the same way everywhere. So easy peasy. So I'm perfectly fine with a boycott there. Don't throw coins or whatever. But I don't know how to turn off receiving them. So that's not a. Oh, I forgot to hit the 18 and over thing when I started this one.
Before you start the live, usually. Before you start the live, there's an option for turning off gifts, but once you start the live, you cannot turn off the gifts.
Let's see, we're at 77 people. That's rather a lot to ask, but if y'all don't mind, I can stop this, go back to it, and then try to find that spot, and then also add the 18 plus, so I can keep talking like a trucker.
It's best for you to do at least the coin option anybody could do. You do deserve it, so. That's up to you. But try to also see if there's a sub thingy, before you, because I do think the 18 and plus is very important for you. Because I don't want you to. Yeah. So we're here.
Okay.
So whenever you're available, we'll come right back.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So
we'll follow you, Doc.
I'll pop off of this thing there. It'll come back on in just a minute. Right,
Absolutely.
So really fast.
See you in a bit.
Great. So see you in a moment. All right, off there. Ooh. Hey, look at that. Back up to 9 people. Got a long way to go. We're 77 already. Let's see. Wonder if I should do that. Oh, this chair is squeaky as hell.
Hello.
Well, hello. There's a few of those. Oop. Go to that one. Should.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. Hello. Like an echo chamber.
It's the hello. That's all we're gonna say. Just hello in as many languages as we can find.
Hello, Erica.
All right, let's see. So I found the audience control thing, and nothing says coins, but it says turn off gifting, and I'm assuming that's the same thing. But that should stop probably all of the
You're good.
pop up. So that's there. So that's 2. Oh, and I found a subscription goal thing that it's not the same as the live goal that I can see up at the top here, but there's a broader subscription goal. And that I found the spot for that. You can't do it in the live, you have to do it outside of it. So I added that back up. So I don't know if that shows anywhere, but there's now a subscription goal as well. So I think I covered all 3 of those bases. Are you Jew? Interesting question. I'm never sure how to answer a question like, are you Jew? Like, is it a bad thing?
You can never tell if they're like just
Is it a
general
faction?
that they don't know how to ask. Yeah.
Athena was talking about like all the neo-Yahtzees before, so my mind is still back in like, yeah, I have pepper spray and a baseball bat in my car for neo-Yahtzees.
Yeah.
Is it one of those questions? But if it's not, yeah, Ani Yehud,
Yeah. I think some people just didn't know how to ask. But I don't know.
Okay, let's see. I took the opportunity to warm up some more of my cacao mix. I'm gonna go grab some of that. After I hit a couple of these little accept things, since they're not coming up automatically.
That was a really, really crazy question. Are you Jew? What?
Well, I mean,
Really?
fine if people want to know, but I mean, you never know why someone's asking this. There's a lot of
Weird.
dangerous shit out there. So,
Copy you found the sub thing. That's exactly what I was asking you to find for your subscribers. So yay! So did you get your cow ready and everything?
Yeah, it's just warming up, so I'm gonna go grab it.
Perfect.
Oh, Athena, I'm so glad that you're here. Earlier today, I was like, it feels like it's been like a whole week since I've heard Athena's voice.
Yeah.
Ask a question.
By
Is
the way,
Athena
Erica, you need to
is
bless us more with your face and turn on your cam more.
Oh,
she's
oh,
stunning?
I'm
She's
being
literally
brave.
stunning.
But
Yeah.
I like what you were saying. Oh, sorry. Thank you. But I loved what you were saying earlier because there is yeah, I'm trying to be brave and like coming out on social because I haven't really explored social. And I originally came on this app to see if I can keep my daughter safe out here, and the answer is no. But I found a whole lot of other stuff out here. But yeah, I get that with the name thing, and I don't want to cut off.
No. Can I just ask check in? Are you Covey? Is that the same person?
Yes, I go by Covey. I go by Kimberly Ann Possible, and check in. That's me.
Yes,
But
yes,
my
absolutely.
actual name is
Mashallah.
Athena, though.
Mashallah, Athena. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
You know, Professor, when you come up close to the screen like that, then I move back as I'm like, what? Is there something on my face?
Well, my eyes are shite, and um, and Erica's got hers on, so I'm like, oh look, bangs, look at that.
Isn't she pretty? Wow.
It's never a good bang day when I want it to be a good bang day, but you know.
Well, it's got,
I was at work earlier and then I immediately come home and switch into sweatpants. It's like the first thing I do is like wash hands, sweatpants.
Erica, beloved, you're a super mod, right?
Yeah, I think on my other account.
Oh, okay, okay. No, I just want to know because just in case, with everybody that's here, please start tapping the screen if you wouldn't mind, and start sharing it out because today's topic was obviously, which is nonstop Zionism.
so the whatever the supermod thing you are now on this
Yes,
one.
yes, yeah. I vote. Yeah, I am for this year.
Well, no, I for Erica, she said it was on
Erica,
another one, so I just looked and yeah, it was only on the other one, so I did this one too.
Perfect. Just in case, like I have to, her and I could always tag each other because I could drop down to the comments. And everybody, if you have any questions for Dr. Liam, please mention Erica or myself. We could always ask the questions to Professor Liam for you intermittently between chats. Please, if I'm on here or Erica's on here, we'll take notes. We'll ask your questions for you. But please be kind and tap the screen. Let's drive up the likes a little bit. Share it out. This is an amazing education. We love our Professor Liam. And also, if you feel like you want to, you can subscribe to his channel. It's a new thing. It costs less than a cup of coffee. Come on, guys, we could do this. This is a great thing about it. Every Friday we're having a book day. It's our book club.
That's like a what, $1.50, $2 a week, something like that.
I mean, honestly, it's like 20 cents a day. I
You get a
mean,
coffee for that anywhere.
you couldn't let's be honest with you, right? If you wanted to hire him, you couldn't get him for even
yeah,
taking him out to dinner would cost
for
you
20
more than that.
cents. Come on. I'm worth more than
You'd
20
have to
cents.
like if you want to have this conversation, you have to actually feed him and stuff like that. It would cost more.
I mean,
So
I'm not worth much. I mean, I got a lot of defects, but
no,
yeah,
you're
I'm
worth
worth
it.
more than 20 cents. I mean, come
You're
on, 20 cents.
priceless. No,
Seriously.
no. You're priceless. That's the difference. You're priceless to us.
Yes.
How long since you could get 20-cent coffee at a fast food place? It seems like that shouldn't be too long ago.
I was I think the last time coffee was that cheap, I was still in my father, so not anytime soon.
I don't even think you were even a thought. Yeah,
exactly.
20 cents? I don't think
I'm
you even have thought
pretty
yet.
sure I was alive for that.
I'm
I
I'm
think,
in my late 20s now, so
yeah, I
yeah.
think
What's
I was in my thought. Like, I think I was young at that time.
was so alive at that time? That can't have been.
Because I mean, where I live in New York, so 20 cents, you're not getting a coffee. You're not getting, you're not getting much for 20 cents. Nothing ever.
Uh, in 1992, it was 49 cents. So I was definitely alive when it was 20 cents. If it
Well,
was,
yeah, well, you had dirty water dogs. Remember those in New York for $1?
Ew, what's that?
That's a
What?
Manhattan hot dog. You know, like a boiled hot
Oh,
dog in a food truck, like a food cart. It's
so
disgusting.
not food.
oh,
I'll still eat that.
You love that? Oh, I can't. Dirty water dog. Ugh.
I don't mind them.
Lips and assholes. Oh, they're not
Dude,
food.
like I've worked in grosser places, like in kitchens, so those like at least I can see what's happening
Dirty
in front
water
of my
dogs are the
face.
worst. No. Dirty water dogs are the worst because number one, the smell of that water is disgusting. But let me tell you something. If you have a knish at one of those stands, best believe I'll get a knish.
Oh yeah, no, they're
The
insanely good.
knish? Oh, forget about it. But I'm the one that loves ketchup in my knish.
All right,
okay.
we might not ever talk again. I don't know.
Okay, can someone explain to me what a knish? What knish? What is knish?
And it's so good. They're like like a Jewish kind of like pastry with like you
Mashed
could fill it
potato.
with different things. Go ahead, Jax.
Oh my God, it's delicious. It's mashed potato and it's coated
Yeah.
in like this flour type. So it's like a piece of bread, like a pastry bread, but it's not a sweet bread. It's just light and soft and
Yeah, it's
fluffy
savory. It's
and
delicious.
savory. It has pepper in it and it's freaking delicious. You could
I
have
make like
cheese ones.
I make Peruvian version of it. You know, have you ever heard of ají de gallina? It's
What?
this like peppery, like cheesy, kind of shredded chicken from Peru, and I stuff my knishes with it. It's out of this world good. It's like one of my favorite fusions.
So Dr. Liam has chosen to opt out for today's for CoinCon. For today, he's doing it. Athena, if she's when she pops back in the live, she'll explain it because people are asking in the comments about it. It's called CoinCon. I just learned about it now, so that's
I
amazing.
was actually just going to ask if some Athena or somebody could like every
Yeah,
now and then take a pause and like remind everybody because there will be questions about it because people are used to being able to do crap like that.
exactly. So
And then
probably
it's enough
me.
for you to say, hey, maybe you could like subscribe or go to my
Yeah,
Patreon
subscribing
or
is we're not doing
something. Buy me some more
Yes,
books because you can never have too many of them.
I can explain it. So CoinCot is, I'm not too sure for how many days it is, Erica. Remind me how many
Just
days
through
is it?
this week to the ninth, I
Okay,
believe.
this week till the 9th. Okay. So basically, creators are choosing to turn off their gifts and boycott sending coins or receiving coins as well. And this is being done because a lot of BIPOC creators are being silenced on this app or also repressed and not necessarily pushed or supported by the algorithm. And so, in support of that, and also in support of the fact that TikTok is still making a lot of money off of BIPOC creators, because TikTok tends to take up 70% of the money that is made from the coins. So, an overwhelming majority of the money goes to TikTok. So, while it's making money off of us, it still continues to suppress our context, our content or our lives. So, that's why CoinCot is a thing now. So if anybody wants to participate, please spread the word as well so people can turn off their gifts and not receive gifts. But of course, you can try to support the creator through other means, whether it is through PayPal or Cash App or Venmo, to like the live, share the live, and so do everything else other than sending coins or receiving coins. That is what CoinCot is.
I I think I just found how far back the 20-cent drink was. I don't know if it's a coffee, but one thing that came up so far is that in 1983, a
Oh,
hot chocolate at McDonald's was 20 cents.
1983 is crazy. That's when my older brother was born.
See, I'm telling you, it's like so. Yeah,
Oh,
I
McDonald's.
was
I'm
I was already
I'm
long gone
your
thinking
older
buying them,
brother.
so I definitely was around for 20-cent coffees. So
So while that was a great way to explain that, Benia. Thank you so much. Also, um, may I add, if anybody could just possibly keep on explaining that, like Dr. Liam, that's a great idea for this week, to express it. Because there are other ways, also subscribing. That was the only one addition if you wanted to add on. But I'm going to drop down to the comments because so anybody else could come up. But I'll be around and I'll be sharing it out for you.
I think I misheard something, and I'm now curious what it was. It
Which
sounded
one?
for a second like you said pass the kippa,
No,
like pass the
that.
hat, and that doesn't make any sense. But and my brain can't figure out what else those sounds could have been. Like what
No. Wait, what part of it? I said whatever. Althenia. What
was it? It
Althea?
was at the beginning of a sentence, but I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
remember where it was now. But it
I said
was
how she described it was perfect,
yeah.
but if you could just add in because instead of sending coins, if you want to add in, you could subscribe to
Mhm.
the way she'd explained it. Like there's other ways that you could. Is subscribing also helps the content creators. But I'm gonna drop right now. If you
Like
need me, I'll be here. Like panhandling. Hey,
Pass,
do
pass
you want
the
to take out
kippa.
Dr. Liam to dinner? That's all you're gonna do. You want to take him out to dinner?
That could also be a new thing that you coined, Dr. Liam. Pass the
Serious
kippa.
though. I
I mean,
like it.
I make pass the hat jokes all the time. I mean, I take off one of my caps and hey, pass the hat. So,
Yeah, I'm
actually,
gonna.
that's probably not a good one to have catch on though, because it's a little bit too much like Jews pick up pennies kind of shit. That
Yeah,
could
I
Yeah,
would.
not in this environment.
yeah
Yeah, I'm not.
yeah
I'm not into
no.
this one
But
so much.
still, it sounded just like that, and I immediately wanted to like reach for my head. So it's
I like more. I like more take Liam out to dinner. Do you want to take him out to dinner? That's that sounds better. Take him out to dinner. Have a dinner on me or a lunch on me or a snack, actually. Have some breakfast on me. I'll drop down and I'll be around in the comments liking and sharing. I'll be here though. Bye bye.
um. Then this takes me back to the basic question that I had about how y'all want to proceed. I did see one thing go by that someone says they want to make sure that we talk about the 1700s. I'm like, okay, cool. If I'm going to talk about where Zionism comes from, sorry, I'm actually going to start in the second century. But I'll give you just a couple of quick points along the way, like to moving toward the modernity, like but where it comes from, like so we will hit that along the way. So yeah, I will cover a couple of things in that period, but the main thing is how do we want to do this? Because when it was described in a Discord, it was described as Liam is giving a lecture on Zionism, and I just assumed it would be the normal kind of like conversationally type stuff. So I don't really know what we want. So I could either blather on forever, we could do it conversational style, or I could do short segments moving chronologically. Here's a piece, and in between we have a little Q&A and conversation to do some of that. So it's a little bit mix of both. But
Um,
I don't have a preference, so
I don't know about the rest, but I would think that maybe to just say Zionism would be too broad of a topic, maybe, if I'm not mistaken. In my opinion, conversation-wise, of asking questions specifically only about Zionism as a topic for today, and you responding to those conversations and it turning into a discussion or a conversation. I don't know. That's just me. That's just my opinion.
yeah.
No,
So asking open questions on it. The one disadvantage I thought was that it'll bounce us around time wise, pretty chaotically. Um,
yeah.
and I don't know for a lot of people there isn't much of a bigger picture here. And obviously it's still not going to be I'm not going to like read books to you. I mean, we're still only going to be scratching the surface, but maybe it would be helpful to give at least thumbnails of different aspects of it along the way,
Mm-hmm.
so that we can get a better understanding of what it has meant at different points and to different people.
Yeah.
But yeah, we could do a conversation like that, but I think the only disadvantage is it might confuse the hell out of a lot of people watching that don't already know something about it.
You could also do it in like segments, as you just mentioned, where you explain a segment and then Q&A session and then another segment and then Q&A session. I think that would be more organized and more strategic and like surgically explaining what Zionism is, the backgrounds, the origins, why it was needed, who were the major players, how it continued developing. So like segment Q&A could also be a thing you met at this. I think that was the second point that you mentioned.
Yeah, if that
Second.
works,
Mhm.
one other advantage too is that if if this makes sense, if y'all are fine with what we could do is later is like it could actually be chopped up into pieces. The live could be, and you can have
Exactly.
distinct segments that could then be uploaded, and people could reference this. Instead of
Mhm.
like having to again go through like an 8-hour conversation.
Exactly. That sounds good to me.
That's I think two people are mentioning rooibos. I like the
Oh,
rooibos herbal teas.
Bush.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and
I
and with
love Bush.
vanilla's good too though. So the first person mentioning like putting vanilla in it, oh, I'm all over that. I love vanilla stuff. So oh god,
Mm-hmm.
now I want that. I have not had that. Oh, Coffee Bean used to sell some of that stuff. I haven't found it in a while.
Rooibos vanilla with a little bit of cashew milk or oat milk, like barista oat milk or cashew milk is delicious. Like having like a rooibos latte. But yeah, no,
Yeah, I've never tried. Yeah, I've never.
it's delicious. Hmm.
I'm super curious. Wow.
Yeah, try it. It was with like a dollop of like
Beverages.
sugar or maple syrup as well. You can add to it for like the extra like I don't know. It's delicious, but yeah, let's let's not get carried away because we keep talking about food and drinks.
I'm thinking about maple stuff, and of course, we start talking about maple. Then I'm going to think about a maple simple syrup, and that's going to take me over to
And then we're in Canada.
ice. And then if I open that cabinet up, we might get bananaed. So
No.
Um, quick question, Liam, just for like structure. Are there organic like kind of chapters of Zionism
Mm-hmm.
as we're kind of going over, or like three or four like kind of natural chapters, if you will?
it would be more than 3 or 4, but there are definitely easy places to stop. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
there
Okay.
are. There's a lot. I mean, and I could do it a lot more often too. I mean,
Yeah.
rather than going on and on. I mean, I could blather on for a few minutes here and there to a nice stopping point. I mean, honestly, again, I have to lecture on a lot of this kind of stuff, so there's a lot of it I know good natural stopping points, and there's some things that I can bring up. I think here that I probably wouldn't even use in classes too, and I can flesh out some of those a little bit more. But still, like it's
Mm-hmm.
there'll be in distinct segments.
Can I ask you, because could you also, while you were explaining the origins of Zionism and all those different things, could you also please comment on the old Yishuv? And because I heard that they opposed Zionism when it was first introduced, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe it would be great if we heard from the old Yishuv, from the Bund in the Soviet Union that opposed Zionism as well, and other secular Jewish people and Orthodox Jewish people, and why they opposed Zionism, maybe the different reasons. Um, so yeah, because the Bund is also very fascinating, I think, reading up on them. So that would be very, very fascinating as well when you're explaining the background of Zionism.
Yeah, offhand, I'm not sure how easily to integrate some of that the Soviet angle on it,
Mm-hmm.
other than to note that a lot of people in Soviet socialist experiments already kind of opposed it because of the nationalist element anyway.
Yes.
But um, but yeah, we can integrate it along those lines for sure. And I was already going to talk about people like Castell and the Sephardic response.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, and the desire to further integrate into Palestinian society, that sort of thing. So but the response in the old yeshiva was really mixed, there were a lot of people who were like super. I mean, there were people who cheered when Balfour, like, and were super happy about it, and other people were like, "What the hell? This is terrible." So it's,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I'll definitely include that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
I think you had actually asked me about either Castell or Ben Kiki or something like that. I think you brought
It
that up.
was probably me because
Yeah.
I was looking more into the Sephardic communities and also just the opposition of Zionism, and I like to focus on that because especially when there are people who like to blur the lines between Judaism and Zionism, it just then makes it unfair for anti-Zionist Jewish people because then they are referred to as self-hating Jewish people, right? I mean, you had Theodor Herzl's article in Die Welt where he referred to Zionist Jewish people as Juden and anti-Zionist Jewish people as Jiden. And then he referred to the Jiden as Mauscheln or swindlers in German, basically saying that they're manipulative and liars, which were a lot of anti-Semitic tropes that were applied to Jewish people as a whole within European society. He tended to apply that, though, to the anti-Zionist Jewish people. And so there was a lot of hatred towards anti-Zionist Jewish people, even from Jewish Zionists. So I just think it's very, very fascinating to dissect that, especially when we live in a society that tends to shame Jewish people into supporting Zionism.
Yeah, and not just there too. There's a lot of places where Jews, especially in the 19th century, adopted a lot of anti-Semitic tropes themselves. I mean, Marx was super anti-Semitic and also Jewish, so there's a lot of the adoption of that really problematic language. Attacking people in different ways. I mean, Marx very famously talked about money grubbing Jews and how problematic they were. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, dude, what are you doing? but yeah, I just got the self-hating Jew thing today. Like, again, just it's just constant. All the frickin' time I hear that stuff. I'm like, are you kidding? So I hate myself because I don't want to hate other people. Like that's your reasoning. I hate myself because I don't think people should be hated. Huh. It's like mind-boggling. Anyway. So, did the crowd in the chat make did they weigh in? Do we have a plan for this then? We all good?
Yeah, I think so. I think Athena, I think it makes most sense for you to just kind of start chronologically and you'll just come to a close and then we ask a couple questions, you know, within that, and then we just kind of keep on moving forward throughout chronologically through Zionism. What makes the most sense?
Yeah, sounds
Yeah, and
great.
this will be uploaded to YouTube, right? Because that would be amazing as well.
Or as a
Mhm.
whole, always uploaded. But what we can do later with this one too is I can always chop it up and take the different sections out, and do them individually. But I this will get downloaded tomorrow and then uploaded over the weekend. One other point that I should probably address early on. So, yes, I am a Jew, but you may have noticed I'm not a Zionist. That said, it's difficult to talk about the early Zionist movement without showing at least some sympathy to it because of the situations there and just how normalized a lot of those ideas were. So I want to at least warn people that if we're going to look through the history of the movement, there are aspects of it that we have to that will get a kind of sympathetic portrayal, but also a critical one. So it'll always be a mix all the way through. And you guys will notice there's tons of places where I am virulently opposed to what they were saying, but there's also a lot of places where if you understand the context for it, it kind of makes sense why they ended up where they were going and what they were saying. So I want to make sure people don't immediately read that as like I'm some kind of crypto Zionist and I'm just going to justify Israel or this, that, and the other thing. So I want to at least lay that out to begin with. Does that sound fair, at least?
For sure.
Wait.
Is there are you going to talk about too, just because I'm the difference starting with the historical Zionist movement, and then once we get closer to modern day, talk about the modern day political movement? Is that
Yeah, yeah. And again, the idea is to touch on the different varieties of expression of this, and also some of the paths not taken. That's one of the ones that Athena was raising there too, so I can talk a little bit about the opposition to Balfour and things like that. And the and when we get into the contemporary period, into the modern period, I'll try to draw some hard lines separating various current Zionist factions, because there's a lot of disagreement on what it means to people today, even inside the state. So even within the particular statist variant, there's a lot of dispute as to what it means and how it should be played out. So I'll want to try and at least address some of that, because we tend in a lot of our conversations to be very, very reductive. So I'm going to try and do the exact opposite of that here, and then we can fall somewhere in between in our future conversations, and not be quite so reductive, but still not pedantic either. That's kind of my goal, is to give you guys the tools to not be a total pedant like me, but also not be completely reductive in your interactions with people on this subject. So that's kind of the general idea. So, cool. All right.
sounds good? Can I just say one quick thing of if everyone can just share the live out as Liam gets started? There's 45 shares, so just like share this out to like all the good people. We want all the good people in here. And where do we find your Patreon if when people want to subscribe to that?
If you see the handle I have, that LIAMOMARAIV,
Mhm.
it's the same way
Okay,
everywhere. You can find me on Patreon, PayPal, Twitter, Facebook, Threads, it's everything. Like, I always use the same name, so it's super easy to find that way. Just search me.
sounds great. And for everyone coming in, yeah, please contribute to the subscription and to Liam's Patreon. And then Liam is participating in CoinCot to bring more awareness to BIPOC creators on TikTok and their silenced voices. So, all right.
Sure. Yeah, it's actually kind of neat that some people have subscribed already. It's kind of cool. I got the little statement on that, and you can really tell how much they're taking, like how big their cut is. Like, okay, I've got many subscribers, and that, what the hell? Like, so, yeah, they could definitely do better than they are on shit like this, for sure. They are actively screwing people. Okay, let's see. So, Zionism. To get into this as a topic, there's a couple of places where we have to slightly expand the ambit. So, for example, when I get to the modern period, I'm going to talk about what nationalism is so that we can put Zionism into its nationalistic context. But for the earlier version of it, one thing we have to do is actually put Judaism into its own cultural context to understand what it meant there. Because one thing that we often do today when we're talking about different religions, when someone's talking about, I'm Buddhist, I'm Christian, I'm Muslim, we're sharing all these different religious ideas. A lot of the language in religious studies and a lot of the language in our popular culture about it ultimately uses a definition of religion that comes out of Protestant Christianity. And it's not the best fit in a lot of places. It doesn't fit quite well. I mean, it's kind of close for Islam, but not right. It's still, there's places where it breaks because of all the orthopraxic elements. It really doesn't work well for any of the South Asian religions. It's really kind of problematic. But it's super bad when you're looking at any of the very old religions. So Zoroastrianism, Samaritanism, Judaism, the ones that are still, they have all their Bronze Age DNA still intact. Right? It has a lot of very old elements to it. Because one thing about ancient religions there's a lot of things that are vastly different. I'm not going to give you guys the spiel I give in my ancient history classes. We're not going to get too deep into this. But one thing that's really important to understand about ancient faiths in this context is that people didn't separate belief from daily life and culture. There was all the stuff around you, all the things that you did, all the things your people did. And so there was no way to you didn't convert to the Assyrians' religion. It wasn't a thing. You were Assyrian, and therefore you had certain rituals and certain gods and traditions and things that you did as an Assyrian. But it was indistinguishable from all the other parts of daily life. That's kind of the norm. And ancient religions would occasionally borrow ideas from each other, mix and merge a little bit here and there, but they weren't separate entities. It wasn't like I'm still an American and I can shop around and become like a Buddhist or a Christian or this or that, and I can adopt a different religion because it's distinct from my life. There's no such thing in the ancient world. And Judaism still shows that. So the core element to hold on to here, first and foremost, if we're going to understand what Zionism is, I want people to understand that Judaism is more of an ethnicity and nationality than it is a religion. Calling it a religion is honestly pretty reductive and inappropriate in many ways. It's really not. Because being Jewish has nothing to do with what you believe. There are perfectly good Jews who are atheists, and they're perfectly accepted as Jews. No, it doesn't matter at all. I personally know people who have converted under Orthodox auspices, the Haredi auspices, they're converted as Orthodox Jews, but were believing Christians. And the rabbis doing it absolutely knew that they believed in Jesus and that they were a Christian and didn't care at all because they committed to living a Jewish life. It's a way of life. It's a culture. It's the peoplehood that's more important than anything else. And if you don't have that to start with, it's very hard to understand the significance of the history and myth that Jews have held on to. Now, I say myth as well because a lot of the stories about the past that are in Bible, they didn't really happen, right? Some of those things happened, some of those didn't. It's a broad mix, and we don't need to get into that because, again, we're not going to go into the ancient history in this discussion. If you guys want to, another one, that's fine. But it's a broad mix. But what people believe to be true is more important than what actually happens because that's what informs your identity. And there are a lot of things well in place by about 2,700 years ago that are kind of locked in. These are our core ideas for us. And then there's things added on over time from that point. And that's the stuff that I really want to talk about here because it's the sense of self, the sense of being Jewish that's always going to matter. As long as there still are people living there, there still are places to worship El in the land, as long as there still is a temple in Jerusalem, it was fine that people spread around the world, and they were. So they were spreading into the Persian Empire, they were spreading all around the place. They're all over the place long before the Romans. But that there was still we are from there, and we have that culture that connects to that place. There's still that lineage to it. It starts to get a little problematic when you're dealing with a lot of foreign occupations. So different foreign empires have come in and controlled the territory. And that has caused a certain amount of hair pulling, what is this? But you always still have people living in the land, which means that all of the core elements of Torah are still in place. So it doesn't yet affect your identity. That changes fundamentally in the year 70. So that's the first main starting point I want to use for developing an understanding of what Zionism means as an idea is when Jerusalem is burnt in the year 70. So again, people have been moving out for some time, but a lot more leave in this period here because Jerusalem itself is depopulated. The survivors of the First Roman Jewish War were mostly enslaved, and the things get really, really problematic. I mean, they're gonna, there's a lot of active harassment, and for a while Judaism is even illegal in the Roman state, where the Romans generally didn't persecute other religions. They generally didn't care about that sort of thing. Polytheist cultures generally don't. But because they were political rebels who had this identity, there was some active oppression for a little while. But there was still a lot of people living in the land. A lot of them. They didn't have political power anymore. It was a Roman province. So the first significant step that you can consider kind of Zionist is an attempt to restore the old order, and that's in the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 2nd century, which actually does briefly chase the Romans out and starts initiating the process of rebuilding a state there, and rebuilding Judah. It doesn't get far enough. They only last like 3 or 4 years, and the Romans come back in and crush them. So that and at that point, the diaspora really takes off because a lot more people leave. A lot more people leave, and the city itself, Jerusalem, because people had tried to take the city back to rebuild their temple, they actually barred Jews from living there. They just kicked them out entirely, and rebuilt it as Aelia Capitolina, a Hellenistic city, just for pagans, no Jews allowed. And when it moved into the Christian era, so for those early Christian centuries with the Roman control of the area, it stayed a Christian city with no Jews allowed. And where the old temples were was literally a trash heap. It was like you threw your shit up there. Like nobody cares. It was kind of like a conscious insult to the Jews. And that creates a real sense of hurt and longing because Jews everywhere again are growing up with the same basic stories. They still hear the same midrashim. They got all the stories they pass along. They still have Torah. They read all of this stuff. They know about where they were before, blah blah blah. And it's gone. And not only is it gone, it's being consciously disrespected by the Christians. So it fuels a lot of the antagonism between the religion when they split. Because again, originally Christianity was a sect of Judaism, but they actively hate each other by the time you get into the 3rd and 4th centuries. And that longing lends itself to a religious yearning that we can call, in this context, traditional Zionism, which is we want the Messiah to come to redeem us and show that God has forgiven us and for our whatever transgressions we did to cause him to allow the Romans to destroy the temple, and then we'll go back and we'll rebuild the temple and everything will be back the way it's supposed to be. And that is held by all believing Jews anywhere in the world. Obviously not non-believing Jews, but it's still a part of the tradition as a whole, like this sense that there's a possible return someday. So you can see that in like some of the language you can see in like the Passover Sidurs going all the way back into the late Roman period with people saying, next year in Jerusalem as a final salute at the end, kind of like, yeah, like someday we'll get to go home is the idea there. And you have a series of messianic figures. There's a reason I wanted to point to the 2nd century Bar Kokhba, because he was called a Messiah. Now, he ultimately failed because the temple wasn't rebuilt, but people celebrated him because that was the hope. And you have others like that. There's Alroy, I think. David Alroy in the 12th century was a major messianic movement trying to go back. There was Shabtai Tzvi in the 17th century. He's coming out of the Ottoman world. There was a significant move. Hey, let's go back. There's different messiahs that have shown up at different times. The Christian understanding and the Jewish understanding of Messiah are completely different. It's not, Messiah doesn't mean you're God or part of God. It's somebody who's bringing a message of redemption that you can go back and put the whole Torah into use. And the Torah, not all of it can be observed anymore. About 2/3 of it cannot be because there's no monarchy in the land of Israel and there's no temple. And until those are in place, all Jews live in exile. This is why for religious Jews, the truly faithful, the Orthodox Jews, Israel isn't a Jewish state because there's no temple, there's no monarchy. It doesn't actually restore the Torah. They still live in exile, even if they live there. But that's the goal has always been there. And there's been tons of messiahs over time that have tried to get people to go back. You had movements there even in the 18th century among some like Hasidic Jews from Poland and Lithuania that tried moving, trying to resettle in the land. That they have this connection. They want to go back, but it won't be the way it was until the Messiah comes. And that's the core of traditional Zionism all the way to the present. You can still see some of that in a lot of the Orthodox communities today. Not all of them, but in a lot of them. They still hold to that traditional understanding of it. So that's the first good breaking point, because it's a good definition for the traditional yearning, the traditional Zionism, and relating it to that sense of national consciousness, the culture of Judaism as a whole. So does that work there as a good starting point? Thoughts, objections, questions, comments, complaints?
Anyone want to jump in? Anyone on the panel want to jump in?
There's a question in the chat there right away. If Jewish is an ethnicity, why is Muslim not an ethnicity? It's because, again, the structure of it. Judaism is an ethnic identity because it was an ethnic identity in distant antiquity. It was an ethnic understanding when there was a distinct people with a tribal faith in a distinct location at one point in the very distant past. Islam was actually revealed as a universal religion that could appeal to all peoples. So Muhammad was saying anybody who hears these words can choose to become Muslim. That's not how Jews have ever understood themselves. People can convert into Judaism and join that tribe, but it's more akin to a tribal identity. One good parallel you can think about is for indigenous cultures in general. So like different, tribal cultures, different indigenous peoples around the world. That's not a blood thing per se. You can absolutely become part of a tribe. You can be adopted into a tribe. And once you're adopted into the tribe, you're a member of that tribe. But they're going to ask you questions. They're going to make sure that you're sure about it. Have you learned our languages? Do you know our rituals? Do you really commit to this? Is this the lifestyle that you want? Then, okay, welcome, brother, and you can become part of our tribe. That's like what Judaism, the way you convert into it. So it's not like converting into a religion like, hey, I've decided I'm going to become Jewish. To become Muslim, you just need witnesses and say the Shahada, and you're Muslim, right? To be Christian, you're just baptized by a person who has that ability to baptize, and boom, you're Christian. There's no learning a culture involved in it. The rest all comes on later because you're learning the specific rituals and how to practice the religion, but it's learning a religion. People absolutely join ethnicities. Ethnicity isn't blood. Ethnicity, like race, nation, tribe, culture, these are flexible social constructs. They're human ideals, and people have always been able to change things. If somebody moves from Italy to the United States as an American immigrant, they're going to start learning American culture. They're going to become an American. They're going to adopt a different ethnic identity. They're going to become suddenly, I'm Midwestern, I live in Chicago, and I have all these Chicago things, and I'm going to eat hot dogs and go to baseball games, which you don't do in Sicily. So that's adopting a different ethnic identity. It's a matter of blending into a new culture. It's a matter of adopting all of these ideals, the basic practices, ways of life. Judaism is a way of life. Islam is in many ways a way of life too, but it's also a universalistic religion, which Judaism is not. So that's the main distinction between them there. And a lot of that is just a matter of Islam being born at the very end of the classical period, and it has a much more modern understanding of what religions are, right? And doesn't think of itself in tribal terms the way all ancient religions did. There's others like that. Zoroastrianism is tribal in the same way Judaism is. Zoroastrianism is even harder. It's almost impossible to convert to Zoroastrianism. They make it very difficult. And a lot of priests straight up refuse to do it because it's very much a faith for a peoplehood, and they don't want to change that aspect of their ancient understanding. So it's when you're dealing with religions that are 3,000 years old, it has that element there. So that's, I guess, the short of that question.
Well, sir, as a Muslim person, I can tell you it is extremely informative for me to be listening in on this, because oftentimes, throughout this whole situation, I've gone to Easy Lives and I've tried to listen in just to get their perspective, to get a greater understanding from maybe their point of view. And that just wasn't possible. So in this kind of situation, under these circumstances and in this environment, it's very informative, extremely educational, and I'm learning so much. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, the sense that tribal identities and ethnic identities are somehow blood is honestly a reflection of modern Western, indeed scientific racist ideals. It ultimately stems from the same logic that gave us nationalism and Zionism and things like that. It's not the right way of thinking about it. For nearly all of human history, everywhere in the world, people could absolutely join tribes. They always, mixed and merged. They exchanged people. You could move in, you adopt a new culture. You marry in from a different tribe, and you adopt its ways, and your kids are part of that tribe. That's just normal. And tribes like all ancient nations, all ancient cultures, they all had distinct beliefs that went along with that. So the Egyptian belief, right? So you think about like, Osiris and Isis and, Amun-Ra and all this. Let's think about ancient Egypt, right? They weren't missionaries. They weren't spreading their religion. No one converted to that. It just didn't happen. But people moved to Egypt and adopted that culture. Think about like the Cushitic dynasty that comes up. There's some people who move up from sub-Saharan Africa and become Egyptian, and they adopt those ways and they adopt that culture. They became Egyptian, but they did it by adopting the full ethnic understanding, because the religion wasn't separate from it. Where Islam absolutely can be. Right, you can be Muslim and be from New Zealand or Finland or Pakistan or
Yes.
whatever, and have all these other cultural elements that are completely distinct from your religious identity.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's
Someone down.
that's something true with a lot of
Yeah.
these other older faiths.
Someone down in the comments also asked a question about can we also discuss Druze? And I was thinking to say that we're discussing Zionism tonight, but if Druism ties into this, then maybe Sir can just make the connection. If not, then no.
Yeah, not directly. I mean, the way that they relate to the Israeli state is interesting, but
Mm-hmm.
people want to talk about the Druzi in general. I mean, it'd be great for a normal life, and it'd also be something we can absolutely come to later tonight when we finish the discussion of Zionism. But I think
Sure.
if I start talking about that, then it takes us kind of like off the topic, and then we'll wander off who knows where. So, but I'm perfectly happy to talk about the Druzi anytime. But I'd say like later tonight or
Yeah.
next time.
I actually
Oh,
did just have a question with that though, with the Druzi, just in relation. Would you categorize them kind of the same, like in that sense of like that's where like I think like a lot of like what I'm seeing when like I go on panels and stuff is like confusion between like nationality, ethnicity, like race and things like that, because like obviously they're words and we constructed them. So like we kind of decide what they are, but like yeah, like I always assume it's kind of like that.
Someone's talking about Frantz Fanon in the chat. I love some.
Yeah, Hans Fanon is my bestie. But Druze are an ethnicity, aren't they? You can't. As far as I know, the Bani Ma'ruf you cannot convert
Right.
into them. Yeah, it's very very secretive as well.
They are an ethnicity, but it's more of a special case, because it has a more unique origin. It is later. It's a much more recent religion, because it's literally an offshoot of Shi'i Islam that then blends in a bunch of like Mu'tazilite ideas and a few distinct elements. But it made a deal with the surrounding countries not to convert anybody else, and in exchange they would get left alone and not be persecuted into extinction. And that deal is what made it an ethnicity. So it created like a closed system. But it's not because it was previously a nation that developed a religion, because that's where all the other ancient religions come from. So like the Egyptian religion didn't exist before the Egyptians. It evolved with them. And that's where like Judaism and all these other ones come from. It develops as a distinct religion for that ethnic group because of its national history. That's not really the case for the Druzi. It's more a matter of we consider you to be heretics and we will unalive you unless you make a deal with us to always be loyal to the state and not to convert anybody else.
Hmm.
So
I,
it kind of takes on some characteristics of an ethnicity because of that, but it has a very different origin. So anyway, that's that.
I also see like there was one or two Palestinians in the room, and also there's a lady named Holly saying, I am Muslim and she's here to learn. And I think for like I said earlier, for myself, this removes the boogeyman in the mind. Hearing this kind of talk from an actual Jewish person, and how very simply you're breaking down very complex matters. This is I've wanted someone to explain this to me this simply for the longest time. And it's crazy how certain people would explain things to you, and because you have, I don't know, a mental block or an emotional block to something, then you can't quite understand it. But when someone like Sir explains this to us, it's like the emotional block is not there. So you're more open to understanding things better. So thank you.
Right. Yeah. Thanks. I mean, again, I'm always happy to help where I can, and also open to criticism if there's ways I can improve things, make it a little clearer, this, that, the other. I mean, yeah, always happy to help, but you know, I I still have plenty to learn, but I mean, I trying to break down complicated subjects is part of my profession, so it's something I enjoy doing, and it's neat to try and do that in a more Socratic environment where we can actually engage and talk back and forth too. I really enjoy that aspect of this. So
Yeah. Yeah, no, I woke up for this. This is something that, it's like you wake up for something like this if you really want to learn, you want to know, and it removes the confusion, it removes the aversion, it removes the, not hate, if that's a strong word, but the misunderstandings, because in this day and age, what you want to do is get conversations starting that lead to peace. And this is very, very important.
sure.
Thank you.
Dr. Liam, when you continue talking about Zionism and how it developed into the political theory that it is now, or political movement, could you also explain the relationship between, because this was a question in the comments, the relationship between American evangelicals and Zionism as well? Because I think that would be very, very fascinating. Western evangelicals in general and Western Christians and Zionism.
And then okay, so hold on a second. I gotta make a note here. There was
The
yeah,
opposition and
there's okay.
then
So the next place I was gonna go was the beginning of the 19th century. Right, so we kind of like left off in the 18th century with the way the traditional approach had been, and start developing the foundations for the modern political identity. But it's because there's a lot of steps along the way to make it. But I think I'll actually take a brief detour for section number 2 of this walkthrough and talk about the emergence of Christian Zionism, because it actually predates Jewish Zionism in the political sense. Not obviously in the spiritual sense, the traditional sense that I was just talking about, but as a goal to actively move people there, Christians were talking about it centuries before Jews picked it up. Eric, was that a hand?
Yeah, I just want to say that there's some people in the chat that are asking as we continue this conversation, since there's people coming in pretty regularly, it might be nice to just do a quick kind of like sum up and then move to the next. If I don't know, like I'm just trying to take into account people coming in, and that's been said in the chat.
yeah.
And I
Did
took a note about
there was
evangelical.
oh sorry, Erica. Did you say that Christians were Zionists prior to Jewish people being Zionists? Is that what you said? Did I understand it correctly?
Yeah, by centuries.
So like I know that Napoleon was briefly talked about sending Jewish people back to the homeland or something like that. But maybe you could delve into that as well. That's very fascinating.
Yeah, I make a where can I make a note here about where can I slip in Napoleon? I'll just scribble it right here. Okay, there's also, just because I saw it there. There's something from Tony about ethnicity and nationalism. I'm not actually talking about nationalism at all yet. I will. Nations and nationalism aren't the same thing. Nation and ethnicity are pretty interchangeable terms, except that nation involves a political sense of self, a sense of identity, not necessarily a state or sovereignty or any kind of institutions, but a political aspect of identity, where ethnicities they don't always have a sense of a distinct people having any kind of political shape, whether it is, again, manifested or not. So yeah, there is a much older part of traditional Zionism involves having a national identity, because there was a history of previous states, and that affects the way people understand their Jewishness. But it's not a nationalism yet. We'll get to that in a bit. So just to make sure that part is at least a bit clear. So there's a slight difference between ethnicity and nation. But ethnicity and nationalism are vastly different, and we'll get to that in a bit. Okay, let's see. Okay, so Christian.
Also,
Oh, yeah. Okay, but yes.
sorry, quickly, sir. If maybe Erica or somebody can make a note on while we're discussing all these topics and very important points come up, that we can maybe suggest, because there are people down in the chat asking, um, possible books, uh, ebooks, whatever that relates to these particular topics that they can maybe go and research on, because as Sir is discussing, they're also asking, oh wow, is there a book that goes deeper into this, or that I can read that explains this in a
So
in a better way?
I'd like at each different point of it, or to look at
Oh, I
later.
don't. Yes, to kind of look at later,
Okay, yeah.
so
What
that
we
they
can
can.
do is, okay, so if somebody can keep track of the different sections, like, so we talked about traditional Zionism, I'm going to talk about Christian Zionism. If we can keep track of like something that identifies each segment, then at the end, what we can do is I can go through a few like suggestions for each area that might, be applicable for it.
Yes,
But I think if I start thinking about that, it's going to take me
it's
in
a
a
bit much. Yeah.
headspace,
So, so maybe what we could do is, when Sir mentions a point, then Erica or myself or so on, I could be doing research on possible material and then refer that to you later, and you could say one or two of those sources that are actually good, and I could tag them to a video that,
Um,
you know.
yeah, sure. If you want to be looking, if you're looking along the way and coming up with things, we can talk about it at the end. Like when we get to the end of
Sure.
the discussion today, you can share some of the ideas you've got. I'm like, okay, that's good, that's good. I haven't heard of that one. Here's some other ones, and then we can like give some
Fantastic.
titles for each section. Yeah, that's totally fine. I just don't want to
Yes.
like start thinking bibliographically while I'm trying to think historiographically.
Yes,
So.
yes, I understand. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm just getting to the questions as well.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea to actually come up with like sources for different things, especially since, I mean, I for a lot of people, I think hitting them with the fact that Judaism isn't a religion is going to be like a what? Because that's how everybody talks about it. But
Yes.
nothing that old really should be thought of as a religion. It doesn't make sense. It's a cultural identity that has some ritual components to it, right? But it's not a set of beliefs that can be disconnected from that cultural identity, and that I think is
Hmm.
yeah. So yeah, exactly. I can here's a good book on this topic, right?
Yeah.
For people who want to dive deeper into that, because yeah, it would be strange. So yeah,
Yes.
totally good idea.
Thank you so much.
Okay, is there anything else chat wise before we get into
There,
Protestant
there,
Christian
there
Zionism?
was a familiar question. There was a familiar question that we've discussed before. Why is Jewish status passed through the mother only? And if it's an ethnicity, why not through the father?
It isn't passed exclusively through the mother, because again, anybody can convert to Judaism. But as far as your identity being born into the tribe, they pass it through the mother, for the simple reason that you can tell who the mother is. And that's honestly true in a lot of traditional cultures. It's a lot harder to prove who a father is, and sometimes who the father is doesn't matter. If the mother is part of the tribe and the mother has that identity, she wants to be able to raise her children inside that community, right? What if I don't know, what if she was raped by a Roman soldier and then that soldier takes off? Is that kid a Roman? Because some people might want to say, this kid's a dirty Roman, let's unalive him, let's leave him for the wolves. But she's like, no, this is my kid, he's part of the tribe, I'm going to raise him in the tribe. You know where the kid came from. It came from her, and she has that identity. And that's the most important thing that matters in terms of preserving a national sense of self when you're surrounded by other peoples. So it's largely an adaptation to the diaspora life. The first elements of it begin before the Roman period, as Jews are moving into the Persian world and moving into the Hellenistic Greek world, and they're spreading around. They have to come up with ways to understand how to create a distinctiveness, like how do we all stay Jews while we're living in Alexandria surrounded by a bunch of Greeks and Macedonians? Like how do we police the frontiers? And that was one of the choices. identity still largely passes through the father in many ways. That hence, like,
Mm-hmm.
the Bane names, like, son of,
Yeah.
oh, give you a famous one, Yeshu ben Yosef. You guys know who Yeshu ben Yosef is?
Uh, yes.
Right. So, son of. It's still part of your identity in the same way that traditional names in Islam descended from the father. But
Yes.
and Iceland, yeah, they still do that today. It's actually cool that they've hold on to that, but they have it for both. So, like, Godwin's daughter, right? Like,
Yes.
you on, so it depends. But the passing on of identity is a mixture of the two in Judaism. The way that it's automatic tribal identity comes from the women, because women within the tribe wouldn't always be giving birth to somebody from that was fathered by someone in the tribe, if that makes sense. That's one of the key aspects of that. And it helped also to pave the way for a lot of conversions in as well, too. People could choose
Yes.
to join in and blah blah blah, and like, there's always a sense, okay, what if a woman decided to marry a Jew? So she converts to Judaism. It's honestly much easier for adult women to convert to Judaism than for men, because you got to go snip snip. So women frequently converted into the tribe. And there'd be questions people could ask. Well, you married a dirty Persian. How do I know that your kids are actually Jews, right? Well, this understanding that once she has converted, she's a Jew, and every child of a Jewish mother is a Jew, then boom, you've solved that already.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense as a rationale? So it's a good question for this time period, because it relates to the Jews spreading out as a diaspora faith, but still trying to hold on to that national distinctiveness, that tribal identity wherever they live.
Yes. Erika, you have the question of Gothrak about the political and the spiritual Zionism?
Yep. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
if that's now or a little bit later, but that's the difference
Oh.
between religious Zionism and political Zionism, if that's a good time to ask that question, Liam.
I didn't catch the first part of that. Religious Zionism, political Zionism. What was that?
Yeah, the difference
Yes.
between
Oh,
religious Zionism and political
modern times,
Zionism.
because
Yep.
and it's one of the reasons I tend to say traditional Zionism when I'm talking about what we were already hit earlier. I'll use religious Zionism for the form that will arise in Israel in the 20th century, because it's a very distinct movement. So we got a ways to go before we can get into that distinctiveness. We got to create modern political Zionism, and then religious Zionism is an offshoot of that, if that makes sense. So we'll get to it, but
Totally.
yeah.
Okay, so is there any other questions on the traditional Zionism panel or chat? And then we're going to move to Christian
Somebody asked about
Zionism.
Ivanka Trump, which is an odd question. I know that the Kushner family are Jewish, and I think that they're practicing Jews. And if she converted to Judaism to raise Jewish children, then yeah, she's a Jew. There's no way around that. Like, within Judaism, you're only a convert during the process of conversion, while you're learning how to do shit. Once that's finished and you have said the right words in the ritual, there you've immersed yourself in the mikveh, you've read off the lines, boom, you're a Jew from that point on, and it doesn't matter what you do. So her kids are Jews and she's a Jew. Assuming she actually did that. I would assume if Jared Kushner is Orthodox, that he would require her to do a conversion. I don't know them personally. I don't know shit about their biography. But if that was done for that marriage, then the answer would be yes. She would be ethnically a Jew. Hi. Okay, so if that clears those on the traditional and ethnic, so we've covered like the ethnic dimensions of Judaism, its ethnic and national dimensions in coming out of antiquity, at least in thumbnail sketch, and we've covered like what traditional Zionism is and how we can set that aside. That'll be helpful when we get into like as Athena had asked earlier about the old Yeshuv, like a lot of the traditional Jews that are still there on the periphery of the Zionist movement. So it'll help us when we get to that conflict. The next little detour we need to do then is Christian Zionism. The earlier term for this in Christianity isn't Zionism at all, of course, it's restorationism. And the goal that people had there comes from a different way of reading the Bible. Now, the Catholic and Orthodox faiths, their approach to Judaism is steeped in the conflict in those first centuries. And when Christianity is emerging from being a sect of Judaism to being a distinct faith of the Hellenistic world and taking on all these different ritual elements. Because I don't know if you guys know, originally all Christians were Jews. But then there's a messy divorce, and most of Christianity's rituals and beliefs actually come from the Hellenistic world, not from Judaism. But the view taken by the Catholic and Orthodox faiths is that the Jews had forfeited their chosen status. They were no longer the people of God. They were no longer Israel. And instead, the church was the new Israel, right? The church is the new chosen people of God. And the Jews are guilty for all time of deicide, of unaliving God, because of the way they reinterpreted the understanding of Messiah and, made Jesus divine. So then if he's dead, and of course, since it's spreading in the Roman world, you don't want to blame the Romans for that, so the Jews get blamed for it. The Jews unalived him, and all Jews are collectively responsible, and that makes the church the new Israel, and the Jews are a cast-out people. They've been rejected by God. They've been tossed out. And you're not supposed to get rid of all of them. You keep them around, though, to shame. Ha ha, dirty Jew, ha ha. And you can mock them for all time as failing to acknowledge God. And it justifies a ton of horrific atrocities over Christian history. It's what we call anti-Judaism, which is a precursor to anti-Semitism. But the Protestant Reformation opened up an interesting window, and there's different schools of thought that will develop there. Initially, what lays the foundations for restorationism is the dominant one. But later, Luther will actually turn against the Jews because they decide not to convert to his variant, and he starts getting feeds into a lot of the same horrific Catholic type shit attacking them. So it creates a split. So it becomes a minor sect within the Protestant world that holds to that restorationist view. And ultimately, it comes from a basic Protestant principle. Sola Scriptura. The Bible is the sole authority. So look at all these Bibles, read the Bible for yourself. You don't need a priest to interpret it for you. You don't need a church to tell you what it is. Read it for yourself, see what it says. And when people are reading this shit, they're like, oh, look at this. It says God gave this land to Abraham. Huh. And then they had a country there. Huh. And then these non-Christians, the Romans, kicked them out of that country. Huh, shit. Well, it never says in the book that they're no longer the chosen people. It's literally not in the Bible. It was a point of Catholic dogma, an interpretive point that was established in the early centuries, but it's not literally in the text. And because, again, for Protestants, the Bible is the sole authority, not the traditions of the church, they looked at it and said, well, shit, these people should live in the Holy Land. That God gave it to them. It's theirs. And by coincidence, it would get them out of Europe too. So they're like, hey, we should tell all these European Jews they should just totally move back. We should help them go back. We should put them there because God put them there. So that's the. So we just said Liam's one of the good ones. I'm like, good what? What am I? He's a real mensch. It's like, what a good one of what? Okay, so sorry. I occasionally see them.
He's a good human being.
They make me smile. So the key here is that it responds to a distinct element of Christian theology and something out of Protestantism that distinguishes itself from the Catholic and Orthodox understandings of the Jews. Because again, they tossed all those earlier interpretations and went straight back to the Bible. And the Bible says, it's the Holy Land, it's theirs, boom, they should go back. And that never goes away. It remains an element of Protestant Christianity. So in countries with Lutheran, Calvinist, Anglican believers, then people can take that position. So it shows up oftentimes in Protestant literature in the 16th, 17th, 18th centuries. So restorationism is a thing for a while. There is a distinct variant, and chronologically we're slightly out of order here, but not by much. It's still in the same century, because I wanted to start at the beginning of the 19th century when we lay some precursors to modern political Zionism. But there's a form developing in Christianity in the 19th century that Athena had actually asked about. think it was Athena that asked this about Christian Zionism. That's the evangelical part of it. And that's a variation. It's still Protestant. It's still part of the Protestant world, but it's part of some movements you see in a handful of like smaller movements, not older mainline Protestant churches, Baptist type churches, more evangelical Baptist or Pentecostalist type churches. What's coming out from them is a new interpretation of the apocalyptic literature. Just, I don't know, we probably all have heard of like the Apocalypse of John, like Revelation, right? It's the most common one in there, but there's a number of other important prophetic texts that, Christians look to that talk about their end of the world. And they've got this idea about the end of the world. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard about the rapture. There's a lot of people like waiting for a moment when a whole bunch of Christians will like float up into the sky.
Yeah,
That's not an old Christian idea. Oh,
exactly.
exactly. That's not an old idea at all. They literally invented that in the 19th century. Somebody just pulled it out of their ass. It's a new interpretation. It's not in the fucking book, and it was never talked about before, but it's a reinterpretation, and it develops a new tradition. Their interpretation of this fight fits the evolving political dynamics in the 19th century. And in that, you're starting to think more in terms of big imperialist wars, big struggles there. And you start thinking, well, gosh, this land has been under Muslim control for a long time, but a bunch of empires were looking at it and thinking, we want that. And those empires themselves all have Jews in them. So if the Russian Empire or the British Empire or the French Empire were to gain control of this, and they put Jews there, wait a minute. If the empires put Jews there, then those Jews could rebuild a temple and a monarchy, and now the book of Revelation will make sense, and an apocalypse could come. Because there has to be like this. We're going to get to the Haskalah in a bit. Somebody brought that up. That's going to be the third segment. So we'll come to that in a moment. This Christian understanding here involves an apocalyptic struggle, and it's for them. It has to happen because of some of the language in the book of Revelation. It mentions things like the plains of Megiddo, which is, it's kind of like southeast of where Haifa is, if anybody knows that. So it's, kind of like the Western Galilee. So it's in Palestine / Israel, and there's a big fight here, a big apocalyptic fight. Well, how can there be an apocalyptic fight there that's mentioning the Jews and their political aspirations and a war when there's no Jews controlling land here? And there's no temple and anything else. It doesn't work. So their more literal readings of Revelation force them to make shit up that aren't in there. So it's an interesting mix there, because fundamentalism always involves going back to the core text, but then reinterpreting, right? So they go back to this text, they read some of it very literally, and then because it doesn't make sense, they have to add in ideas like, hey, let's get them to move back there, they'll recreate a state here, and blah, 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 this big apocalyptic battle will happen, and oh gosh, if they go back and rebuild a temple there, that means they have to topple Muslim power and remove some Muslim holy sites. Well, that'll piss off a bunch of Muslims. Well, maybe the Muslims then will be the ones who attack them, and they'll fight, and there's your apocalypse. Does that help there? So it's really... that kind of evangelical Christian Zionism is not like the older Protestant Restorationism. It's literally a genocidal belief that involves putting Jews on the land specifically so they'll pick a fight with Muslims, specifically so a giant war will break out that will unalive the vast majority of Jews, and the last 100,000 will convert to Christianity, and that will be that, and there'll be no more Jews in the world. Evangelical Protestant Zionism is evil from my perspective. Now, a lot of evangelical Christians don't know the details of this. They just know their church is telling them, love the Jews. It's a Judeo-Christian civilization. We can all be friends. And honestly, that term Judeo-Christian, somebody asked me about that later, because that was invented in the 20th century. That's some modern made-up bullshit that lets people evade their history of racism. There's a reason that term has gotten common. But they're told, hey, we're a Judeo-Christian culture, blah, 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 love the Jews, love Israel, support that. Oh, cool, yeah, they do that. And they want to think they're good people and they're doing that. But the theological reasons that a lot of evangelical and Pentecostal churches are talking about this shit is truly fucked up. but it is different from the earlier Protestant Restorationism that goes back into the 16th century. So again, because again, Christian Zionism is much older than Jewish Zionism, but it doesn't have that evangelical nastiness either. So, okay, so now I'm going to shut up for a minute. That's another good stopping point. So see, hopefully that clarified Athena's question, and then we'll see if anybody else had. Oh yeah, it is very much like grooming a lamb for the unaliving. Yeah, it's really messed up.
Think it like that's where I tend to like the first like when I like talk to a Zionist on this platform, and I immediately like when I find out like they're not Jewish, they're not atheists, like they're like evangelical. That's like my first warning sign of like, oh, you have no good intentions whatsoever. Like you aren't like just like, oh, like I've been brainwashed from Hebrew school, anything like that. Like you don't care like about either party at all. At all.
So, if I understood correctly, what you're basically saying is Christian Zionists believe that Jewish people need to convert to Christianity once they reach the Levant region, and then if not, they're going to be unalived, or what do they believe?
Okay, no, not once. So they're supposed to go there, and as believing Jews, they're supposed to rebuild the temple and restore animal sacrifice and a priesthood and everything else. They're supposed to be Jews, but them being there on the land will set in motion a chain of events that God has foreordained that will cause an apocalyptic war. And they're envisioning this apocalyptic war as involving imperial powers like the Russians and the Muslim world. So there's a big titanic fight in the area, and in the process of that war, most Jews get unalived. Somebody said we're not supposed to use that word anymore now. We're supposed to use
Unalived, you can use unalived.
You can, because somebody said that now was on their list.
No,
Anyways,
no, you can use unalived. Okay, that is insane.
Like in that war, most Jews get unalived, and the survivors of that war, the last 100,000 survivors, they're the ones who are like, okay, we were wrong to be Jews in the first place. We'll give it up. Now we're all into the Jesus thing, and we'll become Christians.
There's still like evangelical Christians as groups that will take trips to Israel and just like they'll show all the sites where like there's documentaries about it where they're like, oh, this is where they're gonna have their battle. Like it's like a fun like trip for them where they literally go as like a tourist group to Israel and they show all the sites where the battle will happen.
Oh yeah,
It's crazy.
I used to be in church in Germany in one church which was so it was called a Freie Evangelische Gemeinde, which means a free evangelical church or Protestant church. It is like a subgroup under Protestant, but it is not necessarily like a state's church. Like in Germany, the Catholic Church and the Protestant Church are state churches. So they also get state taxes to them and all that stuff. But this is not necessarily a state church, but their dogma is more evangelical dogma. And I remember they also used to fund like trips to Israel, like yearly trips to Israel, just to see all of these different things that you just mentioned. So now it's kind of like clicking, because back then when I was asked if I would want to join on those trips to Israel, I always said no. They just never fully realized what they were doing on those trips.
Your comment, and then somebody else I saw going by quickly in the chat saying like, oh, I'm from Europe, this sounds really crazy. It's the views are more common in the US, and the specific theology that I'm talking about was developed in the US in the 19th century, but elements of it do come from Europe, and it has been re-exported into Europe. So it's kind of like created a circle. Some of the Protestant sects that you're referring to there actually contributed to the development of some of these American evangelical churches. There were waves of these free Protestants that showed up over here and ended up contributing to the development of American Baptist, and evangelical theologies. And then a lot of the concepts that develop specifically in that American context then get re-exported back into Europe. And there are elements of this that you can see in the UK, in Germany, in a lot of places it's been picked up and taken in. So when I talk a little bit about the Christian Zionism of the 19th century in Britain that'll contribute to things like Balfour or whatever, some of it is this shit. Some of it is this American theology that's kind of like coming in through the back door back into Europe. So It's there. It's just not as significant a social feature, and I think part of the reason for that is that Christianity as a whole doesn't have the same power in Europe as it does in the U.S.
I did have one question, like since we're still on the topic, like when I grew up, like going to Hebrew school and stuff, like I started I, I met like a few people, like it was the first time ever that I'd ever heard the term like Messianic Jew. And like I see it like more a little more prevalent now. Like when I was a kid it was more just like, yeah, like I know like this one guy. But like I do see like a resurgence of it, and like I've kind of always wondered like how that really fits in to Judaism versus Christianity, and in terms of Zionism, like what they tend to believe, because I they are kind of fascinating. Like they're like a weird, like, they're just like a hybrid. Like I don't know where they fit.
I literally have some friends that are part of one of these movements that consider themselves to be Messianic Jews, and some of them, most of the people that call themselves Jews for Jesus or Messianic Jews are Jews who became Christian. So in belief terms, they're indistinguishable from other Christians, but they retain a number of Jewish cultural practices because of that, the way that national identity works. It was powerful enough for them, it was meaningful enough in their identity that adopting Christianity couldn't get rid of it. So they created a hybrid identity that keeps them with a kind of Jewish national identity, but not really as Jews, as Christians. And then, yeah, I know people who were Christians who decided to become Jews, but still be Christians. So they adopted a messianic. They're still messianic. They're still literally Christian, but they decided to adopt a Jewish way of life because it fit their interpretation of the Bible. And this makes a lot of sense if you really, I mean, if you really kind of get into the, oh gosh, where did I put that one? There's a lot of great Jewish studies of like New Testament, like Jewish readings of it. If you put it back in its own historical context,
Yeah.
because again, all these guys were Jews, like Jesus was a Jew, and blah blah blah. There's a lot of people reading this stuff, and oh gosh, not one little bit of the law shall be removed until its purpose is fulfilled. Well, I've always been told the purpose is blah blah blah, Jesus' death, but no, if you understand in the Jewish context, its purpose is the perfection of the world, and like this big change at the end. Oh crap, then we should still be Jews. Shit.
Yeah.
And that was actually pretty common. There were a lot of sects of Christianity for the first 7 centuries of Christianity that were distinctly Jewish, that they maintained all Jewish practices, but also believed in Jesus. They had both. Eventually, those movements died out, but they've had kind of a resurgence in the last 2 centuries, and that's some
Yeah,
of
I've
the.
noticed like it like really is, and I just was wondering like where they kind of fit in the Zionism, talking
It
like where
very
they
much
fit in
are
there.
them. Yeah, it depends on the
They're
individual.
just like a wild card. I don't know.
They are, yeah, because they don't.
Okay, all right, cool. I thought it was just
Because
me.
yeah, no, they really they're hard to categorize because many of them they do maintain a distinctly Jewish cultural identity, which would make it very difficult for them to understand to accept this evangelical framing of an apocalypse, because that seems kind of messed up. But there are plenty of them that are Zionists in the more restorationist sense that they should be able to go back. So it's kind of variable.
That's so fascinating because my ex-pastor used to actually be a Messianic Jewish person in church, but he didn't tell people in church that he was Jewish. He just told a random of people, like just like a small amount of people that he was Jewish. His family had survived the Shoah as well, so he was Romanian German. But interestingly enough, the reason as to why he didn't tell a lot of people at church that he was Jewish was because we had a lot of neo-Yazis at our church. And to him, it was more important to bring people to Christ than to hold on, like to tell people that he was Jewish, basically. So, I had a pastor who was like that, and also had a very, very close friend who unfortunately we aren't friends anymore over this issue, because he's a big time Israel supporter. But yeah, no, in the church that I was in, there were a lot of Messianic Jewish people, and unfortunately they were very, very pro-Israel as well.
This is so weird. I totally can't think of where I put one. Oh, there it is. I move things every now and then, and usually I can remember, but sometimes it gets confusing. It's like, okay. Yeah.
Liam,
It is tough that way, and a lot of people do find themselves trapped in a kind of like liminal state between identities. There are a lot of Shoah survivors that became Christian and were raised Christian, but they still wanted to hold on to cultural elements of Judaism. There are also tons of Jews who later adopted Christianity because they sincerely believed it. They heard enough of the people going around preaching. They were hearing all these evangelical pastors and blah, blah, blah. And like, well, that actually does make a certain amount of sense. This is honestly one of the things that helps to drive Zionism, though, too, because it's an ever-present fear people had in diaspora of communities assimilating, of adopting Christianity, and then over time that Jewish national identity would disappear because they would just be Christians like anybody else. Because, Christianity is not a national identity; it's just a religion. So it's very contentious in the community, and a lot of Jews and a lot of rabbis have very strong opinions on Jews for Jesus and Messianic Judaism. I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's where I never know how to would you classify them as Jewish? I don't.
It very much depends upon what they're doing. If they continue to practice Judaism, then yes. If
Yeah.
they think of themselves as Jews, well, also yes. I'd be fine saying that. That's fine. But plenty of Jews for Jesus actually only hold the Jew part as like we were Jews and we're not anymore. Now we're Christians.
That's what
So it's
that's where I can't get it. Because,
right.
sometimes what I see mostly is more of this, I hold the title so I can hold it over you in conversation that we're both Jews so I understand. And I have, you know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah.
It's not a universal, so I was kind of hesitant for a minute to use it this way, but I will point out that it's more common to see the term Messianic Jew used for somebody who wants to maintain a Jewish identity and lifestyle, but also believes that Jesus was was Mashiach, was the Messiah.
Yeah.
And Jews for Jesus the term is more often used for Jews who literally just converted to Christianity, and they think of themselves as Christians, but their origin is among Jews.
Yeah.
But
No,
they're
that makes
Christians,
sense.
and that's that. They've abandoned the Jewish lifestyle and identity. So it very much depends on where people end up. But frequently, people will use one or the other of those labels because of that approach.
So can I, for lack of a better word, just call it a clusterfuck?
Yeah, it kind
Yeah.
of is.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
If somebody identifies as a Jew for Jesus, you're also kind of entitled to say, well, bro, you're just Christian. Like that. That's kind of fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Because they have abandoned the tribal identity. They have rejected that identity and adopted a completely different one that's incompatible with it. Where Messianic Jews honestly haven't. Messianic Jews can absolutely still be Jews. They're just Jews that have a different view of Messianism, but they still practice Judaism.
No, that makes entire sense. Okay, cool. Sorry, I've been dying to ask you that question, but all right, I'll shut up.
And it kind of fits here, because we're talking about Christians and then also Jews and Zionism, so it totally fits. So that works. Okay, so
And Nat, don't shut up. Could I ask one question from the chat?
yeah.
And yeah, no, don't shut up. But there was a question in there about if you could speak before we move on in time about the Jewish return, pre-restoration or
Okay. Sure.
pre-Zionism.
Yeah, I saw that, and I'm glad you reminded me of it because I'd forgotten again. I mentioned a little bit about that in the first of our segments about some earlier returns, but I'll just add a little bit to that. So you not only have groups like the I don't know 1500, 2000, something like that. There was a bunch of Hasidic Jews that moved around 1700 and moved there. They weren't Zionists in a political sense. They were Jews who wanted to move there and live there, and they just did. They struggled, and most of them left because they couldn't adapt to the land or the lifestyle. But they tried it. And there are earlier waves that did. So getting to something we'll talk about a little bit more that Athena had raised because we're going to talk about Ben Kiki and whatnot later, like the Sephardic understanding. How did Sephardic Jews end up in the Holy Land in the first place? Because maybe doesn't know the terminology, right? Sephardic Jews, Sfard is Spain, right? So it's the Jews of Spain and Portugal. And while they were there, that's fine. It's that distinct community. They speak Ladino. They're part of that civilization. But in 1492, Spain expelled its Jews, and then Portugal followed shortly thereafter, and then they later both expelled the Muslims as well. But they're kicking them out, right? So 1492, all those Jews go away. A lot of them ended up in North Africa. So plenty of them ended up in Morocco and Algeria, but a whole bunch more ended up in the Eastern Mediterranean. Some of them, all the way up until the Yahtzee period, there was a community in Saloniki in northern Greece that spoke Ladino. They were Sephardic Jews. So they're like speaking medieval Spanish in Greece because they were descendants of the communities kicked out in 1492. But a chunk of them end up in Israel. And they end up split in some of the eastern Galileo states. So like Tzfat or Safed, like that city has a significant Sephardic population that goes back to the 15th century. There are people who they were kicked out and they moved and they decided to go there. Some of them also ended up in Tiberias. Some of them ended up in Hebron. The key to understand about all of these earlier returns is that it contributes to the population that was already there. Not all Jews left ever, but they cluster in the four holy cities. So they're in Jerusalem, in Hebron, in Tiberias, and in Tzfat. Tzfat kind of like gets tacked on as like a fourth important holy city in the land, largely because of the actions of these Sephardic rabbis that settled in there, because it becomes a major center for the study of Kabbalah. Because Kabbalah, I mean, contrary to a lot of people's desire to put it into antiquity, it really develops in medieval Spain, in Islamic Spain. It just backdates itself. But they take it there and they establish it there, and it becomes like an important holy site because there's so many like Kabbalistic, shuls and whatnot developing in that period. So, yeah, a lot of this is like post 1492, but there are earlier tiny trickles, and then there's some later waves. Like I said, the Hasids in 1700. There are other waves of migrants in that are not. They're not Zionists in any political sense, but they are Jews. And they do choose to live in the land before the Messiah comes. So that, I think, might cover the question there. If the person who asked it has any like follow-on from that, we can do that. But I think that was what I mostly wanted to add in there. Again, it's people who, they're basically, they're in the major holy cities. I think by the middle of the 19th century, so before you get the waves of Zionist migration, their population stands somewhere around 20,000. Clustered in those four holy cities, and growing rapidly because of the birth rates and modern medicine and everything else showing up in the time. But there's at least 20,000 or so of them in the middle of the 19th century in those four holy cities that are not Zionists, but they are Jews and they're happily living there. Okay, so that one, does that cover that one, or?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
Okay.
Are there any other questions, chat, panel?
Anything needs to follow on
We'll
from
move
that,
on.
at least. Otherwise, then.
And how are you feeling, Liam? Do you need a drink?
Oh,
Do you need a break?
I was going to push it a little bit longer, because it's starting to get darker and colder, but the dog enjoys being outside, so I want to give her a little bit more time. So I think after the next section, I'll get up and I'll get the dog and I'll refill my drink and things like that. But we'll do one more period, kind of like setting up Zionism. So we'll talk a little bit about like the Haskalah and like the early 19th century and all that. Cool. So you guys ready for the next one to pop in?
Yes, I think there's a person in the comments who said that they would like to ask Melon, so I would drop for them. I will stay in the comments in the chat. If I'm needed, I can come back up again.
I
Thank
can
you.
I can drop because I just wanted to get I want to take notes and ask a few questions, but I'm up here for vanity purposes. I want to borrow you, Liam. I messaged you on IG. I was speaking with Savannah about a project that I want to work with you on.
Okay.
So I messaged you on IG, but I'm gonna take notes and you guys can drop me and rotate the panel.
Yeah, stay around for now. It looks like Athena already
Yeah,
dropped off, and then, but
whatever you need.
honestly, I kind of like it when there's some faces around there because it doesn't feel like I'm sitting in my room talking to myself, which just always.
And I love being on your panel. You're my favorite, so I'll be up here all day. I'll hog it. You got to kick me out.
So yeah, we can
So,
sit around
okay.
for now. We'll see what happens.
Okay. All right. Okay, but no hard feelings if you got to give me the boot.
What are you doing?
Hello.
Howdy.
Hi, Professor. Thank you so much for letting me on. I've been watching you for a while. Big fan, big fan. And so I have this question about these different identities and stuff. Could you maybe talk about the influences of commercialization and commodification of these identities and the role that capital has played in the development of this?
Yeah, I will actually. I can. Yeah, so much of that is gets much more complicated after the second half of the 20th century. But there's maybe I can connect it a little bit to the socialist Zionist movement, because a lot of them were heavy critics of other forms of the colonization ideal, because they didn't want it to become a capitalist thing anyway. They didn't want to make it part of that, giant clusterfuck of things. So yeah, there's a couple of places we can find. I can find a way to like comment a little on that, but um, but I think it's more significant for us a lot of times in the contemporary world, where people mix and match and pick up different forms of identity. I make jokes about this when I'm talking about like contemporary movements, like my course on globalization or whatever. I'll talk about kids going to Hot Topic in the mall and buying some rebellion on their parents' credit card, because they're adopting a particular subcultural identity. They're picking on a certain type of clothing to present in a certain way because they fit this kind of identity, and it's their thing, right? And in some ways, a lot of these different religious or ethnic identities can be used similarly. So as a fun one, just as a quick aside before we get back into the stuff chronologically, so kippot, like the little skull caps, the yamacha in Yiddish, right? So our kippah, the knit ones, the ones in the very colorful knitted patterns. In Israel, they're closely associated with the settler movement. So supporters of the settlements, the religious the religious Zionists, where in a lot of the rest of the world that's not true. So years ago, and like my ex-wife was much more into a religious identity. So for a while, I wore kippah because it made her happy, and kind of like helped that identity. So here it didn't matter at all. But in Israel, there's no way in hell I'd wear one. No way in fuck. Because it is commercially tied to a specific subcultural identity. So that might be something that might be related a little bit to what you're talking about, the kind of like commodification of identity and how people can, build on.
Yeah. No, that's very, very interesting. Yeah, no, I was also just thinking of it in the sense of like, I get so many ads for Israeli tourism, you know? And these ads often take like a religious context, Like when I try to watch like YouTube videos about like the history of the Bible or something, I'll get these ads where it's trying to sell me like these Christian tours, like you guys were talking about. And this is, I mean, they're selling it. They're selling an identity, right?
Yeah, I think what you got there,
Mm-hmm.
I think it relates to something that somebody else had pointed to earlier as well about so there's a way in which they're okay. Somebody had asked earlier about what do a lot of Jews think about Christians thinking this crap about like an apocalypse and everything else, like the an end of the world. And honestly, plenty of Jews in Israel are pretty mercenary about it. They don't care, because as far as they're concerned, theologically, it's trash. It's not going to happen. They've been waiting for the world to end for 2,000 years. They don't expect it to end anytime soon. So fine, we'll take your money, bro. It's fine. They're willing to exploit it. And a lot of what you're going to see there, they actually are Israeli tour companies trying to draw American Christians to visit, because that will deepen their romantic connection to the land, and that will get them to support it in their churches and donate money and be political Zionists here and support the cause. So it's exploiting their Christian identity to further the Zionist movement in Israel. So there's a really weird kind of almost disgusting, really symbiotic relationship between a lot of American church groups and a lot of Israeli tour groups that consciously work together to draw people in. So there is some way in which they're playing off of people's identities here.
Yeah, no, that's really really interesting. Yeah, no, I'll drop now, but thank you so much for answering my question. But I just want to leave with saying that I think that it's very easy to see how like the forces of capital work in, for example, like imperialism and the selling of arms in the military industrial complex in the context of Palestine, in the occupation. But I think that it's also important to like examine these other aspects and how the forces of capital seeks into like the social realm as well, and not just like the economic realm. And I think that that's an integral part of like coming to terms and understanding what exactly is going on. So yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and thank you so much, Athena, for dropping with me. Athena is a gem. What a gem! She's amazing. But yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll be watching from the comments. Thank you so much again.
Yeah, sounds great. And kind of tying to this, somebody is asking, like, people talk about MLK being a Zionist. Honestly, his own writings are kind of ambiguous on this, but you can kind of put him into that more Christian-centered view of it. But I don't think he put a lot of thought into it. It's not a significant part of his views or preaching on it. Where there were plenty of others that came out like hardcore against that within that movement. Your Malcolm X types that understood what was happening to Palestinians or whatever. I don't think MLK paid much attention to the actual situation in Palestine. So I've never seen anything that really would identify him with Zionism per se. I think that if he actually had bothered paying attention to it, his statements, his very few statements on this would have played out very differently. I think he would have been closer to Malcolm X on this. But yeah, it just wasn't relevant, I think. So it creates a certain ambiguity, though, in his own writing that people can exploit, and there are people trying to claim him as an outright Zionist, when really I think he was just kind of checked out on it and recycling some of the common Baptist evangelical views on the situation. Okay, so that's that one. Okay, so ready for segment number 3?
I think so.
Let's dive into the early 19th century. The key shifts that you're really going to have to deal with here, and one of these will. Okay, so there's a piece we gotta cover here that will help to explain why this split is happening in a sense. First off, there are some marked transformations in Europe in the 18th and into the early 19th century that we tend to all lump together as the Enlightenment. And the Enlightenment is going to lay down a lot of interesting ideas like universal human rights and democracy, and it's also going to develop scientific racism and nationalism. It's a very complex legacy. There are some decent ideas and some very shitty ideas, and people didn't always hold the same ones, but it's all part of this intellectual ferment at the time. And out of that, two distinct things are going to happen that are going to completely change the situation for Jews and put some of them on the road to aiming for an Israel. One of those is the rise of anti-Semitism. So I'm going to just scratch I'm going to do a very tiny sketch of this so we don't get into the weeds on it, but anti-Judaism has been around for ages. It's an integral part of early Christianity because of the way that the church looked at the Jews. But anti-Semitism is distinctly a nationalist and racist view tied into 19th century movements. So as nationalism was spreading, and like the first significant nationalist movement, which church, the Catholic and Orthodox Church, so earlier forms of Christianity in the region, and in Europe, the first like modern nationalist movement is probably France and the French Revolution. And the short of this is that while a nation is a group of people, a state is just institutions. So, talking about France as a nation and saying the French nation has borders and an army is technically inaccurate. It's just a very loose, flawed use of the word. Because nations are just groups of people with a common identity. But states are institutions, laws, borders, policing, all that governing shit. And what people start to argue is that nations, these distinct groups of people, should have a government that represents their interests above others, to distinguish it from the old way of like old empires, because empires were always multi-confessional, polyglot, multinational entities. Empires didn't have a distinct national identity, but nation states do. So France had been a state since about the 5th century, but it only became a nation state during the French Revolution. And a lot of problems flowing from that. I mean, we're not, like, I could rant about nationalism for hours, so we're going to set that aside here, but we kind of need that to understand where we're going to get to later with Zionism. That nationalism as an idea is developing. And out of nationalism, when you're trying to come up with a nationalist movement, you have to work through inclusion and exclusion. You have to leave certain people out and include certain people. So I'm going to say, well, the people who speak my language and dress this way and have this religion, I'm going to use those elements. Because you can use different elements. It's like mix and match, right? You can pick certain things that you say are authentic representations of your peeps. And that's your national identity. And every single one in Europe excluded the Jews. None of them thought that the Jews could be part of the nation. There were people trying to give them citizenship. So Napoleon actually did that. 1803 granted the Jews citizenship in France. So it's the first place that Jews were actually legally emancipated in Europe, actually made legal citizens, instead of just being a tolerated presence able to live there and just kicked around when they felt like it. But the nationalist movements that built up in France in the 19th century didn't include them. So they were citizens, but people didn't like that. They didn't want to include them. They didn't want to think of them as actually French. You may be a French Jew, but you're not French, right? And that's where anti-Semitism comes from. So this is one thing, just as a short side point, where I think it's problematic when people try to say, well, Palestinians are Semites too. Well, yes, in a technical linguistic term, like the sense of speaking a Semitic language, but the Jews of Europe weren't Semites at all. They didn't speak a Semitic language. They spoke Yiddish and Ladino and French, the English. They weren't Semites. Anti-Semitism is a made-up word to replace the traditional hatred of Jews for theological reasons. It's distinctly a form of racism. And it's born out of these nationalist struggles and nationalist identification. So if I'm going to define the French nation to exclude the Jews, and I want to continue hating on Jews because I grew up that way, but hey, I'm not particularly religious anymore. Maybe I'm a good Enlightenment philosophical type, and I'm thinking about myself as a man of reason and science. So I can't hold to the traditional anti-Judaism, so instead I invent anti-Semitism as a way to keep that hatred, but make it scientific, right? Because you're going to define the Jews as a distinct race, separate from other Europeans. Again, race is a flexible concept. You can, people used to talk about like the German race, the French race. We don't do that as much anymore, right? Race just means a distinct group of people. It's interchangeable with nation, in a sense of like identifying groups of people. So Jews were excluded. People had this traditional hatred of Jews. They have a desire to keep hating Jews without necessarily leaning on the religious identity, so they invent anti-Semitism. That actually increased the persecution in Europe. Jews have been being kicked around for a long time. That was sort of normal. But now people had a nationalist reason to do it. So the number of pogroms goes up. The amount of persecution goes up. Because everywhere that countries start to increase inclusiveness, and it starts in France under Napoleon. So again, beginning of the 19th century. By the 1880s or 1890s, I think it's the early 1890s, I think the last country in Europe was like, in Bulgaria. Like, I think it's stretched all the way across Europe. Every country has made the Jews citizens. They've all extended political rights to them. But that means a Jew could move to your neighborhood and live on your street. And you got that whole, well, shit, there goes the neighborhood kind of, racist mentality coming in because of the nationalist movements, right? So it's increasing the persecution. This is going to lead to a definitive split in Judaism itself, in the Jewish community. So let's set aside the European context, look at the way Enlightenment ideas are spreading eastward. So you got Enlightenment starting, in their precursors in the 17th century, people like Newton and Locke and Spinoza that all contribute to this. But, in the 18th century, it's really born early on there in places like France and Scotland. So it's in the west of Europe, right? So you're starting off France and Scotland, and then it slowly drifts eastward all through Europe. More and more people adopting Enlightenment ideals and becoming philosophers. So you get like the late 18th century, you get people like, Kant showing up there and like, in the German territories, right? Kant's all the way in the eastern part of Germany too. So it's by the time Kant can be an Enlightenment philosopher, all the Jews around him have heard about this shit. So it's affecting their community. And we have a distinct Enlightenment among Jews, the Haskalah, which introduces a lot of these modern concepts into Jewish cultural consciousness. And that basically, the way I kind of like graph this out on boards for students is you start off like, here's traditional at the top. They're Jews, right? Traditional Jews up here. Jews are Jews, blah, blah, blah. They live in Jewish communities. Now you make a split, 2 lines down. On one side, you can invent the Orthodox, right? So we would still use that term today. So if you think about what some people call ultra-Orthodox, or like the Haredim, or like Hasidic Jews, so like people dressing distinctively, living in a Jewish community, speaking a Jewish language, not intermarrying with other people. So they're the Orthodox. They maintain some elements of that traditional mentality, but they kind of freeze it too, which is why a lot of Haredi communities have a distinct dress that gets locked in place in the 18th century, and they don't change from that point on. So you see some Haredi communities, they wear like breeches and stockings. Some wear trousers. There's different hat styles. Like communities have a distinct dress code that comes from their community at a particular moment when these ideas hit them. And they said, fuck that. We're not going to change like you guys. We're going to hold to our traditions. And then they locked in an identity. So the traditional becomes Orthodox there. So it's still different, but it's trying to continue a separate Jewish lifestyle. The other side, let's call them modernizing, right? So they're the modernist branch of Jews. And the modernist branch of Jews are the ones influenced by the Haskalah and influenced by the Enlightenment and reading all this stuff and like, hey, this is really cool shit. Human rights, all this stuff like that's circulating among them. And then you end up with Hasidic is a specific type of Haredi Jew. So not all Haredim are Hasids, but all Hasids are Haredim. So if that helps. So they're a subset. Somebody asked in the chat. They have kind of an ecstatic element of it. It's kind of like they're like the Pentecostalist or Methodist types of like, they're more enthusiastic in their worship version of the Jews, but they're distinctly part of like the Haredi continuum. Anyway, so modernist side. The modernist side is going to head in 2 directions. So we got to make one more split, right? And some of them are going to go for assimilation. And they're going to say, dude, all I got to do is like shave my beard, move to the city. I'm going to move to Warsaw. I'm going to learn to speak Polish. I'm going to become Pole. And I'm going to adopt a Polish national identity. And I'm going to get a job. And no one's going to care anymore that I was a Jew, because we're Poles now. And I'm going to be a proud patriotic Pole. So they're assimilating. They're trying to blend into the national identity. A lot of the figures that we're going to talk about in Zionism actually started off as fully assimilated Jews. Theodor Herzl was fully assimilated. He thought of himself as German. He was Viennese. He was not Jewish from his perspective. He was just of Jewish origin. So there's an assimilationist branch that wants to adopt that national identity. This is why anti-Semitism is important for understanding this, because the anti-Semitism is still going to be there. It's going to be lashing out at these populations, and that's why there's a nationalist branch that develops. And the nationalist branch is saying all these other peoples are defining themselves in these modern political terms, the Polish nation, the Swedish nation, the French nation, or whatever, and they're coming up with a distinct identity for themselves, but they're excluding us from it. They're saying, you're still a dirty Jew, so we should come up with our own. We should have our own distinct political identity. And obviously, a lot of the elements are there because Judaism, again, still was an ethnic identity. It still had a distinct cultural component to it. But it didn't really have all that you would need to make it a national identity in the political sense. So Haskalah starts contributing to that. This is why in this period Hebrew is revived. modern Hebrew is not exactly the same language as Biblical Hebrew. Biblical Hebrew has a much smaller vocabulary, and it's a much more confusing grammar because it builds up over centuries. It's like, because the texts they don't all come from like, I don't know, one period. They're written over many, many centuries. So the text is super, super confusing that way as a language. What modern Hebrew does is it takes all those core elements of Biblical Hebrew that had survived as a liturgical language only, and clarified all the grammar, like fixed some of its basic problems to make it consistent grammatically. So it takes in a little bit of like Germanic and Slavic grammatical influence, and then they added a whole shit ton of vocabulary. So there's words that they built on, because Hebrew uses the same thing in Arabic, like it's a 3 consonant like basis, like, and you build words around that. So like SLM, so you can make like shalom, salam, whatever. Like you can build words around this stuff, right? So it has a lot of that, and you can build new words on that. So they invent some new Hebrew vocabulary from those roots, but they also import some Arabic vocabulary, and they import tons of words from other languages. So like, I don't know, televizia. You guys can tell what that means, right? And you end up with a fully functional modern language. Once you have all of that, you can start producing Hebrew literature again for the first time, Hebrew poetry, Hebrew plays, and you're circulating this stuff. And the reason this is important for laying the foundation for Zionism is that now Jews in different areas, they not only have Hebrew as a liturgical language, they can learn to speak it in the modern sense and read books and talk about this stuff, where Hebrew had stopped being a spoken language 2,500 years ago. Like it literally disappeared during the Babylonian captivity. Like the Jews basically started adopting Aramaic. That's honestly where the modern Hebrew script comes from. So the script that we call the Hebrew script or the Hebrew alphabet, using alphabet very loosely, it's not originally the Hebrew one at all. It's a late form of Aramaic that was adapted to the language. So Aramaic is the common spoken language. By the time you got like Jesus walking around, no one's speaking Hebrew in the streets. People were speaking Aramaic and Greek. But Hebrew survives as a liturgical language. It's still present in the book. So if you're gonna read Torah, still Hebrew. It's still there. But your daily language is something different. You're no longer speaking at home this original language. Restoring the language allows Jews, between, say, Poland or Morocco, to actually share literature for the first time. Because the Jews of Morocco are writing in Judeo-Arabic, and the Jews in Poland are writing in, like, Yiddish, and, those descendants of, like, the Sephardic communities are writing in Ladino, and then you've got tons of other, like, so the Judeo-Marathi or whatever in, like, South Asia, like, there's Jewish languages all over the place that are written in that Aramaic script, but they're based on a local language, so they can't communicate in a broader sense. I hope you guys can see why this is important, because while individual Jewish communities had components of that ancient national identity with them still, you can't really talk about a broader Jewish national identity that could link together all Jews together. They had shared cultural elements. They all had Torah. They all had certain things that they could connect to on each other, but they had nothing that could really bring them together in political terms, as having a common identity. A shared language does that. And when you have a shared language, you can start producing literature that draws on this. I thought about this earlier. I honestly, I'll confess something. I totally forgot we had a theme for today worked out last week. And I was reminded when I saw a Discord comment, oh yeah, Liam's going to talk about Zionism today. Oh shit, really? That's today? Fuck, I forgot all about that. And I know I'm terrible at trying to recall direct quotes when I'm rambling on and on in lectures or something. So I did, just before this, I wrote down a couple of, I thought about and wrote down a couple of quick quotes. So I've got a couple things I'm going to pull out here. So I scribbled this out beforehand, because again, I would screw it up otherwise. So pulling something from like Avram Bor Gottlieb, so like piece of a poem, like just a piece, right? So you're writing, awake, Yisrael and Judah, arise, shake off the dust, open wide thine eyes, right? It's kind of calling to people in a kind of proto-nationalistic language but it's not yet Zionist, because Zionism is still like embryonic at this point. But it's trying to say there should be we're fashioning a new kind of political identity in response to what the Europeans are doing. Or like from Yehud Gordon, arise, my people, 'tis time for waking. Lo, the night is o'er, the day is breaking. So again, it's thinking this longer period where we're living surrounded by other people, barely tolerated, being kicked around as dirty Jews in these different countries. Now, since they're creating their own national identity, we'll do the same thing. We'll create a sense of Jewishness and a Jewish national identity that can be rooted on that common shared language, right? That's no longer just a liturgical language, but a living, spoken language that I can write poetry in and plays in and newspapers and start building that broader national consciousness. So it's a really important step along the way. And there's interesting interactions, too, with people outside of this movement. So I'll give you a fun one. Like, this really fits the earlier question about, so like with like Nat's discussions earlier about like the whole like Messianic Jews and all that. Here's a fun one. So I don't know if anybody's ever heard of like Benjamin Disraeli. He was an important British prime minister in the 1830s, 1840s, actually a little earlier than that. But anyway, he's a conservative prime minister, right, in the UK. And there's no way he could have actually gone to a university there and become a prime minister without being Anglican, because that was just the thing. But he's obviously of Jewish origin, Benjamin Disraeli, the Israeli, right? Because there had been some Sephardic Jews had settled in England when they were expelled. I mentioned something in Greece and the Holy Land. Some also went to the Netherlands, and some went to England. So there's the first modern synagogue in London is a Sephardic one when Jews moved in there after the Spanish expulsion. Anyway, so you've got some Jews there. He's not Jewish in a religious sense. He's Anglican, but he still thought about the Jewish condition in relation to European nationalisms. And in a little later in his life, he's writing some novels. He started writing stuff on his own. And there are references in there that are kind of proto-Zionist. They're not quite there. Like there's I'm blanking on the book it's in, but there's like a piece of dialogue in one of them that has like somebody talking to a Jewish character, like, what do you guys really want? He was like, you ask what I want, what I wish for. I want Jerusalem. I want all that we forfeited. I want all that we've lost in the past. I want it all back. It's not an exact quote. It's more of a paraphrase. Again, if I'm rambling on something, I'm never going to remember exact quotes. I have to think about them. But he's, it's not Zionist yet, but it's reflecting that changing, the political dimensions that are developing in the Haskalah, as well as the way that Europeans are thinking about distinct national identities and the relationship there. How do Jews fit into this? Can Jews really ever truly assimilate? And I think there's somebody mentioned the cat, so I'll just show her a little bit better here. She's a dear. she can put up with anything. I just bounce her all around. She'll just hang out. Like, what the hell, dude? Just hang out. She don't care. She's unflappable. Okay, I think there's from here where I want to go is I want to talk. I've hit some of the precursors. So with Haskalah and some of the poetry, things like that, you're thinking about some of the things that will lead directly to Zionism. And again, with that split that created like the modern versus your Orthodox, and then the nationalist element of that, you're laying the foundations for Zionism. The next thing I want to get into is the early Zionists, like so pre-Herzl shit. So like Moses Hess and Lev Pinsker and things like that. But I think this is a good break point, because that there's I want to give them a little bit of their fair share on this, their fair shake on it, because everyone tries to jump straight to Herzl. And you really fucking shouldn't. Herzl converted to Zionism. It was around for decades before he got around to it. And I think if we understand that, it'll help a lot when we talk later about some of the less awful variants that could have actually worked with the Palestinians, because there were elements in the earliest approaches to Zionism that lay some some binational foundations that become a road not taken. So anyway, so I think this is where I want to like stop our third segment, if that's cool.
Yeah, I did see like some questions in chat. Like there were two that like popped up that I, like screenshotted so I could like look at them for a second. And I think one is like so prevalent today, like it's like the same, I hear the same thing every single time, and you did touch on it. But like maybe if we can just like reiterate the differences. So it typically what you'll see is like someone will be called like anti-Semitic, and they'll be like, how can I be anti-Semitic? I'm a Semite, right? And I can understand like where they're coming from with the just context of like the word, and you see like the correlation. And someone had asked, do you think that subscribing?
I think I got twisted around a second.
Yeah, no problem.
I think I missed something in the.
No, you're fine. So basically, the question was, do you think subscribing anti-Semitism to only Jewish people erases or alienates Semites, like other Semites?
No,
well, I think you did explain it, but can you elaborate one more time, please?
Because I totally understand why people would want to do that. But one of the problematic aspects of trying to expand that is that anti-Semitism is a distinct form of 19th century European racism that's applied distinctly to Jews. The people who invented anti-Semitism didn't apply it to anybody else. They weren't talking about Ethiopians. It wasn't relevant to them because it wasn't about the language at all. The Jews of Europe weren't speaking Semitic languages. They were speaking like Yiddish or whatever. It wasn't the issue. They used the language family that Hebrew is in as a way of inventing out of nowhere a racial identity that said the Jews are a distinct biological race from Europeans, and we need to hate them on that sense. So what people are doing by trying to expand it and say, oh yes, so Arabs are Semites and Ethiopians are Semites, then what we're kind of doing is we're inventing a racial category for peoples of Semitic languages that then expands racism. I mean, why do we want to keep racism? We need to get rid of all forms of racism. Like, don't be non-racist, be actively anti-racist. Get rid of this shit. Get rid of concepts of whiteness or anti-Semitism or any of the rest of this shit, because it's a load of crap. It's all hurting us. So I don't think that we should be expanding the concept of anti-Semitism to include new people to hate. I think we should be saying anti-Semitism is a distinctly 19th century bullshit European racism that needs to go the fuck away. That's the long and short.
Yeah,
it was never about the language.
Like it's just like an easy way to just be like they're being anti-Jewish because like that is unfortunately what has been adopted to mean that. Just kind of like what you said.
It's a word for hating Jews that separates it from the religious aspect, because anti-Judaism, or like in the German Judenhass, right? You're hating Jews, and you're hating Jews because they're Jews. But if somebody converted, so like the composer Moses Mendelssohn, he wasn't a Jew anymore because he was Christian. Or Benjamin Disraeli, he wasn't a Jew anymore in people's eyes. He was Anglican. He went to church every Sunday. So he wasn't a Jew, and that was okay. We don't have to hate him anymore. But you hate Jews for that theological reason. But for people who decided to set aside theology, again, think about Enlightenment figures. A lot of these guys, they're deists or proto-atheists. They're not religious. So they can't hate Jews because they killed Christ, because Christ isn't real to them. Think about your Thomas Jeffersons, right? Christ was not a divine figure for him. He was just a teacher, right? He was a prophet, like somebody saying stuff. So he took remember Jefferson wrote his own version of the Bible to take all the miracles out, because he was an Enlightenment figure, a man of science. And men of science don't want to hate people for theological reasons. So they literally invented a new word to keep hating Jews for racial reasons. So it's literally just a form of race science, which is why I really don't want Palestinians to be caught up in race science. I don't think we need to retain race science. I think it needs to go the fuck away. Yeah, for now, well the same time period, exactly. Like it's a bunch of like bullshit racial shit. Like, oh, I can tell you're African by touching your skull. Like a bunch of weird shit. You know, all this has to go away. It's just a form of racism from the 19th century. Please let it go. That's the long and short of it there. I don't want to expand it. I want to kill it.
No, 100%. I think like that is like something like that I like feel like is so much like you acknowledge, you ignore, you resume. Like you air out the like concept and then you're like, okay, can we move on? But yeah, there was only one other thing that I think like I also do see like trend a lot right now is like a bunch of people like really have this ideal and someone brought it up in the comments, and I do think it like does kind of have a correlation to like modern day Zionism and how people interpret it with Jewish people. Is they really have this concept that like we all think that like we are the chosen ones, like which is really funny because they never finish the statement, which is it's not like it's not the chosen ones, it's chosen to follow the Tanakh. Like it's never been you're the chosen people. It's you were literally chosen to just like read this book, in a lack of a better term. But like, how would you correlate being the chosen people to non-political Zionism? So like, when people use that as a justification for Zionism.
Yeah, here's a cool way of looking at that, because chosenness has been given a whole lot of other meanings and layers. You know, and honestly, some people invented us, like, some people have even come up with, like, racist views of it. Like, there are some of the religious Zionists that we can talk about near the end here in our little survey. They invented some racist as hell modern views by misinterpreting older texts. So they make chosenness, honestly, like, oh, you can't take blood transfusions from Palestinians because they're a different species. I'm like, that's what the fuck. So people can use chosenness in a whole bunch of different ways. What it meant in antiquity was adopting a specific set of laws, which is what you're pointing to with like Tanakh, adopting Torah law. And realistically, all that means is what we were talking about in the very first segment about Judaism being a distinct cultural identity with its own distinct traditions. That was true for all ancient peoples. So ancient Egyptians were chosen too because they were the only people who had their religion. Other people didn't. People in Italy weren't worshiping Amun-Ra. It wasn't a part of their cultural environment. It was just part of like the broader Egyptian way of life. And all the ancient Hebrews were saying in that element is that we have a distinct identity, a distinct legal tradition. These are our traditions. These are the things that we do, the things that we follow. We dress like this and do like this. And that, the way we explain that etiologically, like the origin for that is that God picked us out as people to follow these laws and to see if humans could be tamed, in a sense. Because like, humans are like fucking up, God's pissed off, I'm gonna flood all these fuckers and start over, right? And he's like, okay, well, all of y'all can't follow all my laws and be good people. I'm gonna pick one group of people and see if they can follow the rules. That's the and
also, like, spoiler alert, like, we didn't even do a good job.
No,
like, we didn't even do well. So, like, it literally, so, like, I think there is this, like, genuine, like, misconcept that, like, a bunch of Jews are just, like, we're the best people in the world. And it's like, have you ever heard of anxiety? Because we all have it.
Yeah, no, it's, there's a... When I'm introducing this concept and talking about this class, I use a lot of terrible memes in my classes. I found one meme that the person who did this was probably doing it for atheistic reasons, for totally different reasons, but I've repurposed it. You know that famous Sistine Chapel picture of like the creation, like God touching Adam, right, with the little fingers? You guys have probably all seen that one at some point, right? So like bearded dude on a fluffy cloud, reaching out and touching the dude, you know, like, and the man, like, but somebody had flipped it around instead of being like fingers touching and like the human is flipping him off, right? And to me, that is the best way to sum up the Jewish relationship to God, because Israel, to wrestle with God, to fight God. God says, follow my rules, and the humans are like, fuck you, dude, and like break all the rules. Like, okay, I'm going to send the Chaldeans to kick your ass. Okay, we give up. We're sorry. Please redeem us. Please let us follow the rules again. Okay, you're going to follow the rules? You're going to follow? Okay, cool. And then they fuck off again. Okay, I'm gonna send the Romans. That's Jewish history in a nutshell. Is like, here are the rules, and the Jews fuck up. You know, so.
But I've always liked that about Judaism, and it's honestly something like I think is like so human and prideful, like, or not prideful, fascinating. Is just like it's the human experience. You are going to mess up, and you're going to be given a second chance, and you're probably going to mess up again.
Yeah, a lot of the
And
traditional
yeah,
ways of
it's like,
understanding chosenness are honestly kind of beautiful and reflect elements of the human condition. A lot of the fucked up nationalistic views of it today, and the way some Christians use it,
yeah.
are toxic as hell. Because it did not mean you're a special people and better than all other people in the world. It meant God is testing you with these laws. Here are 613 laws. Can you follow this shit without fucking up? And of course we can't, because we're human. Humans are going to fuck up. So that's... but there are a lot of other uses of it in the modern world. It has taken on some really nasty dimensions, but in its ancient context, it really just ties into their distinct ethnic identity at the time, and the way they explained it mythologically, the way the etiological myths they came up with to understand their distinctiveness in the world and why they follow these rules and not some other culture's rules.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. I actually like this is honestly the best live. Like, so educational. Seriously.
Gosh, I was trying to think. Do I have something I can? Gosh, I have all these things on a. I don't know where to find the ones in the different texts or something, because I saw some discussions earlier about the different scripts and whatnot. The original Hebrew writing system, for anybody who cares, scholars tend to call it Paleo-Hebrew, but it's essentially indistinguishable from the Phoenician and Canaanite script, because ultimately Judaism evolved out of the Canaanite culture. It didn't come in and conquer the area and defeat the Canaanites. There's literally no evidence of any of that happening. It developed out of that environment. Its writing system was theirs. So it had the same basic origin. Paleo-Hebrew looks like Phoenician. Hey, get off my, get up there. The script that we today make the Holy Hebrew script, that all your Torah scrolls and whatnot are written in, it's a later Aramaic script that gets adopted during the exilic period, and it becomes the dominant one, and it's the one that sticks around. So it is today, it's the Hebrew script now, because everybody else who used it at the time has stopped. But if you're going to go back and try to dig down for like First Temple period or something, you're looking like an ancient stuff, you're digging up old relics. When we dig up these oldest, we find like the seal of Isaiah, we find like older things with like that text looks nothing like the Hebrew script. It looks Phoenician. So it does shift at a certain point. But things do get locked in at some points and then stick that way. So anyway, that's just a little clarification for something I saw much earlier in the comments. Okay, if anybody has any other questions on this earlier 19th century, like precursors part, but then once we're done with questions there, this will be the point where I'm going to go and refill my drink and bring in the dog, and then we can start into the actually creating Zionism. So, part 4, let's start building Zionism itself. It's taking a while to get there.
Like, are you referring to like the political movement? Is that like where we're moving into?
Yeah, exactly. Although I will distinguish between practical and political Zionism as a term, but you can roughly use political for all of this in the sense of let's like start building a national home. Let's like aim to go create a country or something like it. So yeah, that'll be our next step, is like the earliest elements of that. So pre-Herzl still, but who are literally aiming, let's move to Palestine.
Love it. Yeah,
The
definitely.
things that lead up to the first Aliyah, exactly. But I'm going to start like I'm going to start 20 some years before the first Aliyah. Well, we'll look at some things in like the 1850s and 60s, and then we'll head toward the first Aliyah. Yeah.
I'm just gonna smile every single time that word comes up because that's my daughter's name. But I
You're probably going to plot in the,
it's
especially
really it's,
yeah.
it's spelled different, but from Tibetan. But yeah, it's just so interesting. But definitely take your refreshments, and then maybe Nat, Soul, and those of us on the panel can figure out if there's any other questions before we move on.
Somebody just took it up. Yeah, now I totally want. Oh gosh, Danny, maybe I don't want more of this coffee cacao blend. Maybe I could make it Irish and add something to it. Ooh.
Now that's the move. It is a try to Zion.
I think I'm gonna keep it warm, but I think I'm gonna spice this up a little bit. You guys don't mind.
There you go.
Just because the toast, seriously, how can I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So yeah, no other questions on that section, right? Now it's time for a good break.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're gonna look through while you can like go on a break, and like we'll just like look through the comments.
Okay, so I'm gonna Danny, if you can actually type up the pronunciation for people so they're saying it right, because I love this word, but yeah. So give me a second, something to talk about. I love Irish, but it does not use the letters the same way we do in English. Okay, so I'll be back.
I know there were like. Go
Matt,
ahead.
there might be a few questions you might be able to answer that were in the chat. I don't know.
Sure, yeah.
Like talking
What
about
questions?
Hebrew,
I don't.
there was
I
a
was wondering if you could go over because you asked about being chosen ones.
Yeah.
Could you go over just a little bit of that for me again? Because I would love to hear
Yeah.
you on that.
Yeah, definitely. So like, I grew up as a Reformed Jewish person, but I do have like a lot of like Orthodox cousins, and like I know like a lot of like more religious Jewish people. And I can just tell by the climate we're in, a lot of people really do think that there is this push that like we're somehow like chosen, and like everyone else is never gonna be like it's this superiority complex that it's just not true. And I'm sure there's like some random people out there who are like, no, I am the chosen one. Like, this isn't Star Wars, dude. Like, no one here is the chosen one. It's literally, if you look at the Tanakh, like, it literally just says a people chosen to follow the rules, just like Dr. Liam had said. Like, it really was God's way of being like, okay, like, we're starting over. I'm gonna give you guys rules. We're gonna see if you follow them. And it really is more so a story of a people grappling um, with well, literally just like grappling with like God, like in a sense, and like time and time again, like failing. It's literally the human story, and that's all that it boils down to. And people typically take it out of context, and they stop at the chosen people, and then that's it. I saw someone mention the Talmud in the comments. Don't even get me started. I'm not a Talmudic follower in any way. We can get into that at a different time, but like just like focusing like genuinely on that, like it really is just like one of like the things that I really like about Judaism is like you are allowed to question God. You are allowed to like Hashem like is never like it's why we debate a lot in our culture. It's why like we're really good fighters. Like we like to bicker, and like that's where it comes down to is just we genuinely are a people like who like get knocked down, we come up, we get second chances, and that's the human story. Like that's everybody. And I do want to make another thing clear. I always hear is when people say that like because like Judaism doesn't like promote itself. Like I think like a lot of people get this misinterpretation that like we like think we're the only people God is gonna like take in, where that's not true. There are laws of Zechariah, and if you follow them, like that's all you need. And like it doesn't in any way, shape, or form mean that like people view themselves as superior. That again is a Zionist concept, which we're talking about. That's not a form of Judaism itself and Jewish people, and I think that is like the distinction that really needs to be made.
Thank you. Thank you. Your expansiveness is awesome. I learn a lot from when I hear you speak. So I appreciate you, Nat.
Yeah, no problem.
I did have a question myself. Oh,
Hi, Mohammed. Can I just take a moment of while
yeah, of
Liam's
course.
going, if we can share and like subscribe, and his Patreon is the same as his name. And then for those of you coming in, we have gifts turned off to support the CoinCot, which is TikTok's silencing of BIPOC voices out here. So just this week, we're turning off gifts. You can still subscribe, and his Patreon. And it's good to see you, Mohammed. Welcome to the panel. And yeah.
Thank you, Erica. Appreciate it. This might be like more of a silly question because I never really got into the history of the politics of it, but when mentioning the expulsion or the denial of Palestinian identity and everything, was that indoctrinated? Do you think there, well, not think, but was there a pre-Nakba conception of that the Palestinian identity and all that was that talked about prior to Zionism and or post? If that
I
makes
feel like that's more of a question for Liam because I know he's just
Yeah.
gonna do way better than I would.
Yeah, I was
But
gonna
I think
say
that's like an insanely good question.
okay, because I was feeling silly about that question because I always was curious on that, but yeah, I'll wait for Dr. Liam to come back
No,
to
I,
it.
I feel like I agree with you, and like that's something like I know like a lot of people on this app will like bring up for example like Anne Frank putting in like her diary like my friends in Palestine, like I hope to visit her soon or something. And like so I often wonder the same thing of like how much Zionism has a correlation to like the erasure of the Palestinian identity, which again, like as a Jewish person myself, um, just having that correlation of understanding what it means to have identity erasure, um, that's why I'll never understand Zionist Judaism. I'm an anti-Zionist Jew. It's always made sense to me. Like I don't understand how you could not be. But like yeah, I think like the correlations sometimes are uncanny, and I don't know. It's definitely a good question, but I don't know if there were any others that we missed. I don't know if you saw Erica.
One that I'll have, maybe you can answer, is do most rabbis or all rabbis use the chosen language?
So again, I grew up Reformed. I have been, um, to like, so for example, like my cousin currently like works, in a conservative, synagogue, and I just, no, we don't use language like that. I've been to Orthodox synagogues. I've grown up in a Reformed synagogue, and we just don't use language like that. Again, when they say the chosen people, like they're saying again, like it's literally just means chosen to follow the rules of the Tanakh, and that's literally all it is. There's never like I feel like this has been kind of propagandized into just talking points on Israel that have kind of gotten, I don't know, just mushed into Judaism as a whole, where people now think like we all just like think like we're better than people. Or if you've talked to most Jewish people, like the collective trauma like genuinely just says no. Um, and yeah, it's a way of like it's again, it's just separating Judaism from Zionism. Zionism, I'm sure there are points in history, and I'm sure Liam will expand on this, that like there are points in history where Zionism has used that talking point, just kind of like in politics, how you can like flip things into how and manipulate phrases into your talking points. Because people can interpret anything they want to in any way they want to fit their narrative. But that's never once. I've never heard that in any synagogue I've ever been to.
Was there a misconception about that prior to Zionism?
Again, like I'm not a historian. He'll probably know more about that, but like I mean, like, I'm learning genuinely more about Zionism than I ever knew tonight. like, I will fully say that. Like, I can only speak on my, like, own experiences. I don't have a doctorate in this, their PhD or anything, so I don't know. I think this is such a complex topic that we've kind of boiled into a few sentences a lot of the time, and I think that's where, like, there's a lot of, like, disconnect that comes in.
Oh, tap, 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 tap. Tap, tap, dog.
like, so before Liam joins us back, Nat, did we get those questions? Do we have anything else from the panel before we?
Yeah, I was scrolling, and I couldn't see anything else. Like, I know people are asking about the Talmud, but I don't really think that's like a part of this like conversation. But I don't know, Liam, if you feel that way, if you want to go
I
in
think
depth
the
in the
Talmud has a
Talmud.
lot to be
Brief
part of the
way I'll connect to
conversation.
near the end. Like when I'm talking about religious Zionism, I'll say a couple things about Talmud.
Totally.
Beyond that, no. Hi.
And Cole, are you here? I haven't heard your voice. Are you with us?
Hi
So
guys.
sweet.
Yes, I'm here. It's good seeing everybody. This is such an exciting evening. I'm sorry, I was at work the first hour, so I kind of caught you there. But if you need to drop me to circle somebody else, I'll be with you guys all night. So I'm happy to drop for someone else.
Yeah, you're good. Just seeing if you had any questions or anything and seeing.
I do, and it's everything that we're talking about is so interesting. And Muhammad's question is such a good question. I feel like that requires a whole like just sitting in and of itself. But I mean, I'll ask it, but I don't know if it'll deter us. I don't want to go too far off on a tangent, but I'm trying to understand when you say evangelical Zionism existed before Jewish Zionism, which is like mind-blowing. If the idea for evangelical Christians to kind of have their scripture play out where the Jews will go back, rebuild their temple, the Muslims and the Jews will fight, they will annihilate each other, and then Christianity will prevail. If we know this, why are the Jews then backpacking off of the evangelical push for their playing? Oh,
Foreign support, American money, American political support. A lot of Americans are Christians, and a lot of American Christians have money and political clout, and they will support Israel. So they're like, okay, I don't believe in your weird theology, but I'll take your money and your political support.
Oh, smart. Okay, I can understand that.
I mean, it's pretty mercenary, but I mean, if you don't share that theology and you don't think the world is going to end that way, then does it really matter? From their perspective,
Right.
It really doesn't. I mean, it's still fucked up, but
right.
sorry,
okay, then we're
sorry. She's 14 years old and kind of klutzy, so her legs don't work as well, so she'll fall and her legs will splay out. She'll knock into furniture and knock things over. So she took a little bit off the top of my drink.
okay, so one more question, like just tag on to that. Where does the I think Nat had mentioned like the superiority complex. Where does that come into play? Feeling like you're the chosen people, or you're the
Well, there. Oh, jeez. Did she do something to this warmer? For shit. She might have broken my warmer.
Uh-oh.
I can't change the setting anymore. It won't turn it on.
Maybe unplug it and replug it.
Yeah, I'm gonna unplug it and shake it out a little bit. As far as like superiority, there really isn't any until the contemporary period. So I'll talk about it when we get into a late segment and we're talking about religious Zionism, and that's where Talmud could come in, because they're going to twist a lot of these things and give them some really fucked up racist meanings, and they will redeploy the chosenness concept in a way that honestly infuriates most Jews. But for most people, they don't share those views at all. So it has to come up only in that context.
Okay.
I did have a question, but I mean, Erica and Nat, do you think this would be an appropriate question, that the one I previously asked for this section?
Oh, actually, like, I do think it was a really good question, and then like maybe we could like segue in to the next section.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to jump in front of Goldie if she also had a question. I know she says she's just kind of hanging out here, but just in case a question did form from her.
You're good.
Okay. Cool. So I was asking when was the kind of denial of like Palestinian culture and identity kind of formed? Was this post like Nakba, prior Nakba? Was there like a sect of Judaism? Okay, there wasn't like a prior like Judaist like sect that kind of talked about it, but it then became politicized.
Well, it's going to be tied into racist imperialist European notions, and as such, part of the context for the early Zionist movement. So I'll talk about it in that context. Because yeah, a lot of early Zionists completely ignored the Palestinians. They didn't think they mattered. They figured, well, we can just deport them anywhere else, because that's kind of how imperialists thought about all peoples around the world. It was very much a European supremacist notion. So it's not really tied to Judaism per se, or to Jews, but to Europeans, and Europeans looking at non-Europeans. Yeah, kind of fuck them. That's pretty much the view for all for all peoples around the world at the time. So it'll come up in this next section and a little bit in the following one. So if that helps.
Okay, thank you. So it was kind of just ended up being tied to that Zionistic view.
Oh,
Based on something happened.
I had the same warmer for like, I don't know, gosh, shit, had to be like 25 years. It was like, I kept taking it apart and fixing it, making it work again. But I just bought this one, so it's only a few months old. And she's busted it. Hopefully it dries out and starts working again, but it just like started cycling through its settings and then stopped again, and now it's just dead. So I don't know what the hell's going on with it. I hope it dries out and works. Otherwise I gotta buy a whole new one. My other one lasted 25 freaking years. I got it in like 90, no, actually more, I got it in, yeah, no, I know I got it in about 99. So yeah, somewhere around that. Also, 24 some years.
They don't have a guarantee on like how long it should last, like a warranty kind of thing?
Well, I mean, I bought it online where we get most things now, so it's a pain in the ass to track down. Yeah, it's cycling through its settings. I think it got some water in some of the liquid into it, and well, I think I'm gonna unplug it and let it just sit and dry out, and I'm
definitely unplug it. Yeah,
I'm gonna have to reheat this thing maybe every now and then if it goes off, because this is too big. I won't be able to finish this in time. It'll cool off. Slap.
Before we move on, I know Steven said he did have some questions before we like move to the next section. Steven, I don't know if you got it.
And just to tag on, sorry, Nat, just to tag on before we do Stevens and then before we move on to the next section, Liam, for new people that are coming in, do you mind just recapping just some of what we talked about before a little bit, some of the other sections, get people on as we move into the next chapter too?
I think, okay, so the way I'll do it, first off, I'll say I always upload these whole lives afterwards into YouTube, so you'll have that, and then we can chop them up into different sections later by the way that we're breaking this up. In the first segment, I talked about traditional Zionism, so the cultural yearning for a return to a homeland that has nothing to do with modern Zionism. And in the second one, I think we talked about Christian Zionism. So its origins in the Protestant Reformation as restorationism, and how that transitioned in the 19th century into the evangelical apocalyptic notion of it. So two distinct forms of Christian Zionism. And then in the third part, I was talking about precursors to Zionism itself with the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, and the restoration of the Hebrew language, and the beginnings of a kind of romantic yearning out of the broader context of emerging European nationalism and racism. Because that anti-Semitism and racism, that nationalism, that'll be the context for formally building Zionism, which we'll start doing in the fourth segment. So I think that's a short over that work, but
I apologize.
The details of all of it will be available afterwards. I do always upload these things, so
I apologize. I wanted to ask, do you guys need me to rotate out so you can have a fresher panel? I don't mind to come back later. So you have anybody else that would like to ask a question or anything?
Okay, do that. All right, Stephen.
You could drop me down too, sister. Whatever works better for you.
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have thrown the old one away just because, I had it for 25 years and I'm stupid that way. But I have no idea where I would have put it. Because I would have put it away to make sure I don't use it anymore.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, Double.
Maybe we're gonna do Stephen's question, and then do you have a question related to the current time period that we're in right now?
Well, I have a question about the time from 1920 to 1947 or so. Can I ask it now or later?
We're
We'll
moving
get to
into that point.
Yeah, we have there's I think there's two other segments I want to do that'll look at the from the middle of the 19th to the late 19th, and then I'll look at the early 20th century, and then we can get into the people who are going to create the state, and that'll be a pivotal moment, and that I think where you can be in the panel, we can throw that in, and that'll be a great place for that, because there's a lot of important changes from the 20s to the 40s that let a particular faction in Zionism seize control of the movement and marginalized a lot of the other trends in it. So if you're okay, I don't know how long you want to stick around. If you're okay waiting,
No. I will stay. To be honest, I'm how do I say it? Last time when you talk about Black December, I was surprised about how many information you have. There's one thing: Israel did not promise at that time the king to help him. They actually did help him. They sent force and attacked Syria at that time.
Can I just put a pause right here for a second? Or Liam, do you want to answer this, or should we go to Stephen's question and then on to the next chapter? How would you?
Yeah, I think both thematically and chronologically, it's too far out of sequence to put in here. It'll get confusing, especially if we're going to try and piece these together in a way that's useful to people afterwards.
I agree. Let's stay on the timeline. We'll get back to that. So Stephen, is your question related, and then we'll start on.
Yeah, no, it's very related, and it relates to the conversation before Liam took it. While Liam took his break. So I do want to just touch base on that because I think it's important, and I think I'll make Liam smile a little bit, give him a little break. And anyway, it was what Nat was saying, which was right on target, and it was really about why is Talmud and all that. And Liam has spoken about this many times and, basically explained, and I find myself doing the same thing on many, pro-Palestinian lives as well, where we speak to, where people take Talmud so deeply and seriously as if it's really part of the Jewish movement, and what really it is, something important to Judaism that is where it's interpretations and it's arguments and it's an ability to challenge the religion, which is a cool thing. Now the true smile comes in, and I think that's connected to what is known as in Yiddishkeit, which means a Jewish mind. And a Jewish mind is something that I've had so many people that aren't Jewish where I could say, "Oop, they got it. It's not a superiority thing." But it is something that is challenging when we talk about politics, religion, and all these other things. Judaism allows for us to challenge doctrine and dogma, and it allows us to look at this, and we want this. And really, when we look at Talmud, and Reema said this 4,000 times, that you can support any side of this argument, left side, right side, middle, with Talmudic interpretations of things. And, from that, excuse me a minute.
Yeah, no, for sure. Look, Stephen's absolutely right on this. Talmud is a collection of arguments. There is in traditional understandings, or many, not all, but many traditional understandings of Judaism,
I'm back.
That there are traditions separate from what's actually in Tanakh that are still kind of important. But what they exactly are, people are always going to argue, like what they mean, how to do it. And what Talmud does is it collects tons of different arguments and commentaries and criticisms, and it can't be read as a linear text with a set meaning, because it contradicts itself over and over again, and that's the whole fucking point. Is you're supposed to argue. Remember, Yisrael, to wrestle with God. There's a sense of like conflict that's sort of at the core of Jewish cultural identity, and Talmud reflects that. Some people are just directly quoting Talmud as if it was Quran. They're completely missing the point. It does not function as scripture in that way.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to finish that. And this is something that, Nat was touching on very clearly and the like, so I do want to support that. And it's been something that's been on my mind to bring up with you for a while, but stuff the conversation kind of sometimes gets in the way of that. And I guess at this point I'll let that stand as my contribution this evening. I could always sit here and go. This week's not really my week in review, but that kind of thread, has been running through here quite a lot, always, from 3 months ago till now, and it just a little bit of misunderstanding in that, and I don't connect that to the superiority which exists. That is not what that means. It truly isn't, and I'll let it lie there. I will jump off, guys. Thank you for letting me on, and we'll go from here.
Yeah, that's great. And I will touch on some of that when we get to religious Zionism, so like post-67, because some of the problems with the use of Talmud now come from the fact that there are a number of rabbis in Israel that are producing the most horrifically racist nonsense, and they're using Talmud to defend it. So then people are like, "Oh, they believe this stuff. This is all Jews," and they run with that as if we all agree with that shit, and fucking don't. It's just not the case.
And
not a tiny fringe approach,
and not supposed to. I mean, it's not required. And I'll kind of lay this out just a little bit more, because, and I'm not going to speak to all religions, because how can I possibly? But there are some faiths where, and not being specific here, where it's almost like the religious leader, hey, don't read anything, we'll tell you all about it, kind of thing. And that's a little scary to me, because I kind of believe in like, hey, read what's out there. And I don't want to divert anything. I'll let you guys move on. But even in that, the concept of what is available for us to read, when we think in terms of, the New Testament, and how that was created, and the things that were left out, and that men chose what would be left out, and I'm sure when we talk about Torah and the Old Testament, it's also coming from the verbal languages before written language, where we transferred different concepts, and finally we got to something that we kind of laid on. And one thing that I'm going to say, and I just want to lay it out there for Liam to kind of, get his thoughts on. And it's not, I don't mean to be inflammatory. I think those out there who know me know I don't know enough about this subject to even speak to it, and whether it's proper or not. But it was told to me, I've heard, and if it's inaccurate, by all means, Liam, shut me down. But even Quran, that is, there as a guide, this is how you should live, had many different interpretations out there, or translations. Let me call it not interpretations, but translations out there. And at some point, men had to say, there's 14 translations. I could be wrong, Liam, I'm sorry, but it's like 14 or 27 translations of this, and we need to land on one for people to follow. And if that's inaccurate, it's just what I heard on TikTok, and I just want to throw that out there.
Technically, no. I mean, and again, it's way off of our topic here. We can get into. I mean,
you don't have to go down the road. I'm sorry.
If you guys kind of like are interested in things like this too, like, we absolutely could talk about early Christianity, early Islam, all this kind of stuff. I enjoy all these kind of topics, so that there's fun to be had in that. There are arguments over pronunciation that show up in Quran when it's finally written down, because it's not written down immediately. And there may be some changes. I think most scholars say that the Quran is not exactly the same from the first revelation, and this is something where most Muslims would probably disagree, except for the ones that are doing this in scholarship. But for the most part, it stays the same, and it's just a matter of like pronunciation, and that can affect certain shades of meaning and whatnot. But it's not translations at all. It's how to understand the actual classical Arabic text. Arguments about current translations are a whole different argument there, because the idea of translating it into your own language to study it is a 20th century idea. Muslims historically didn't do it. So there's two distinct issues that you might be touching on, but I don't know the video you had to start with. But it's largely arguments over how things should be pronounced and whatnot in order to get the text just right, when after that first generation they're writing it down. So that's that. But again, whole different topic. A whole different day. Let's do that kind of stuff on other days, but
Okay.
those are fun. But
Gotcha. Very good. Thank you so much for your input and your wisdom, and talk to you soon. Thank you.
I'm gonna try and get my old lady to bed here. Come on, babe. You can turn. You can do it. Come on, you can do it. Come on, Amina. Come on, turn around.
Likes alive.
Oh, there you go.
Subscribe.
Come on.
Liam will have this on YouTube. It's Office Hours with Mad Professor on YouTube, and his Patreon is the same as his name.
Okay, where were we? Oof, pardon me.
We are going in fourth.
Part 4.
Yeah. Part 4. What are we calling this one?
Early Zionism. How about that? So what the last one was like proto-Zionist and like Haskalah, we're moving into like the early Zionists, right? So we're getting to the meat of this. Right?
And can you put like time, like date, time frame?
Yeah. Yeah. There's a few places where specific moments or people or books I'll point to, but just to roughly, the first real Zionist author I'm going to point to publishes his book in 1862. So if that helps to bookend that a little bit, time wise. So I'm going to run from like the middle of the 19th century to the end of the 19th century, and then we'll look at like the early 20th century, like how it transforms around the time of the second Aliyah. So there's your kid again. Okay, so when you start looking at the early Zionist movement, there's one thing to really keep in mind is anti-Semitism and the way it's impacting the lives of people in Europe. And this is getting particularly problematic in Eastern Europe, because Eastern Europe at the time is part of a whole bunch of different multi-ethnic empires. It's not yet in separate nation states, which means that it has particularly powerful nationalist movements. So if we remember our definition of nationalism, like that nations deserve a state, so distinct groups of people with certain characteristics should have a government that represents just them, that supports their interests. So all these different national groupings are saying we should have our own country for ourselves and break away from the Russian Empire and the Habsburg Empire and all the rest of this shit. And in the context of that, the fact that Jews don't fit any of Europe's national identities kind of puts them in the crosshairs, because this is where a lot of Jews live. Most of Europe, the largest chunk of Europe's Jews lived in the Pale of Settlement. So in a broad stretch from like where Lithuania is and Poland, and stretches down through like, through Ukraine and Western Russia. There's a big swath there where the Jews are all kind of like locked into this like strip, right? From Lithuania down to Ukraine. And in that area, this is where Zionism is actually born, not in Western Europe, not in Central Europe. So again, people like Herzl, not really relevant at the start here. He's assimilated. He wants to be assimilated. So when we talk about that split in creating the modernist branch, he's on the assimilationist side, not the nationalist side yet. The nationalist solution develops in Eastern Europe specifically because of how many pogroms there were, how many race riots, how many attacks on Jews were taking place in the context of those nationalist movements developing. Now, with that said, one of the first significant writers I want to point to, pardon me, actually is in a German context. But one of the things that's interesting about Hesse's writing is that he's pretty much dismissed on this topic by all the people around him. So Moses Hess is a German philosopher, part of like the whole left Hegelian movement that Marx was part of. So he knows Marx, works with him, although Hess's ideas are a little bit more like the utopian socialist. You know, he's not Marxist, but he's part of that same basic circle and interacts in it. And his writing on this subject is challenging in some ways because it has an unusual literary format. It's written to kind of look like a series of letters and stuff, rather than, you know, a philosophical manifesto or something. It's Moses Hess, not Hermann Hesse is a totally different guy and actually a great writer. But Hermann Hesse and Moses Hess are different people. So no e at the end. And also not later Rudolf Hess, totally different person, century later. Please don't mix him up. So anyway, Moses Hess, you know, left Hegelian figure. His book is Roman Jerusalem, and it does lay out the first really systematic Zionist argument. But people in his own context ignored it. They weren't ready for something like that. It suffers from a lot of the defects that you see in people who are a little bit before their time, in a sense. They're writing a bit before something is kind of caught on and built a movement around it. And instead, some of those ideas get picked up in Eastern Europe and starts to influence movements that'll build up there in the 1860s and 70s. So I'll come back to that in a moment. But let's at least give Hess his due. The book is really good in its pardon me, in its, for the time, analysis of anti-Semitism and European nationalism in that context. But it's not really good at the way that it describes the Zionist aspect itself, because again, it's very much at the beginning of this. It's kind of like, you know, just barely pointing in the right direction. And some of his ideals about it too, they reflect his own socialist environment, you know, and a lot of early Zionists will be socialists, especially the Eastern European types. And it has a kind of Marx dismissed them as the utopian socialist. Hess is particularly influenced by Louis Blanc, so one of our French, you know, pre-Marxian socialists, and it's a kind of like, its understanding of it is probably a little naive in terms of the way you're talking about organizing society, but it does have a lot of ideals about working class solidarity and bringing people together, and then in this way the Jews could provide a good service and moving into the area and building things up, and in the process of working the land, they'll develop a sense of like class consciousness, and they'll work with each other. And because you have to remember that Jews for most of European history were forbidden from most professions. In most countries they couldn't own land, and they couldn't engage in a lot of trades. So they could never be farmers. They weren't soldiers. They were restricted to a few professions, some artisanal practices, some merchant practices, banking in rare exceptions, but, you know, kind of like urban merchants. You know, you're selling shit because you weren't allowed to own land and work the land. So people had to learn to like be farmers again in this period. We'll get to that in a moment too, that whole process. But a lot of early Zionist arguments, it's hard for people today to relate to them because you're describing a world that makes no sense to us, where Jews have never worked the land. They've never been farmers. They have no idea how the fuck to put a seed in the ground and make it grow. They're going to have to learn this stuff. So people are saying, like, let's become good Jewish proletarians. Let's, like, work the land, and we'll be farmers and build factories and do that kind of stuff, like the stuff that the people of the earth do, like all these other, like, countries do that we aren't allowed to do. We're only doing merchant shit. There's a kind of idealism you can see in what he's pointing toward. but it doesn't. The hows of it aren't really fleshed out well. He often relies on something that many early Zionists did, in the sense of pointing to foreign powers. At one point, he argues that the Jews could buy Palestine from the Ottoman Empire. They could just raise some money and buy the country. Which, I don't know if you guys have ever thought about this shit. Who the fuck sells countries? Who sells chunks of land like that? No one does that. I thought this was hilarious when fucking Trump said, hey, Denmark, do you want to sell Greenland to us? The fuck are you talking about? People live there. Like that. They should choose what country they want to be part of. Like, you can't just buy shit anymore. Like, it's just... But yeah, Louisiana Purchase, there you go. But that was a bunch of like weird colonial subject. You don't care about the native peoples that are living on the land. You're just selling it from one country to the next. So yeah, Louisiana Purchase could be influencing him to think about that. And it's not that far before. That's only a few decades before Hess's writing. But by the time you're getting into this period, no one's thinking this way. It just doesn't make sense. It's an insult to the population that lived there. Because if you think about it, the Louisiana Purchase was sold from France, which got it from Spain, into to the United States. They didn't ask the tribes on that land, hey, do you want to sell your land to the U.S.? They didn't get a choice. But the Ottoman Empire saw itself as the guardian of its own subjects. It had to protect its own people. So it's supposed to sell out Palestine and the Palestinians to a bunch of Europeans? Fuck no. It would make no sense. So he's very naive in that sense, that they would be able to do that. He's also naive in thinking that major powers like France would intervene to do this, that France would help to engineer the situation and create, a situation there. And so a lot of the specifics of what he's talking about, they're not that influential in the long run. But the fact is, he is the first significant writer to lay out an argument for a Jewish nationalism, like, i.e., we as a distinct people should have a country of our own. And he based it in the same thing that's going to be appealing to a lot of later Zionists, in the history of European racism and anti-Semitism, and the fact that they're excluded from those nationalities, and B, adopting that same context and language to point to what the Jews could do themselves. Moses Hess. So Moses, like you would write it in English, and then Hess. So that's 1862. But again, too early for anybody in Western Europe to pay any attention to this. It kind of it sinks like a stone as a book. Not really important. But it is picked up by some people in Eastern Europe, and you start to see movements building up in the beginning of the 1870s. So late 1860s, early 1870s, with the Chovevit Zion. Gosh, can I even use it? I don't think I can type in the chat here, can I? I don't know how to type this out. Actually, I have such a hard time. So, Chovevei Zion, I think might be the best way to put it in English, like the script. So Chovevit Zion are like the lovers of Zion. Ah, there you go. The lovers of Zion. They're these clubs that bring up, and ultimately, they're gonna fail. They're not really going to build into anything very significant, but they lay most of the early foundation for Zionism, and that really should not be discounted, because what they're doing is they're bringing people together in clubs. So I don't know, it's like like your 4-H club or whatever. You get together in your club, whatever, and you're gonna teach each other Hebrew, and they're learning the language together. So it's starting that process of throw yourself into a language, learn it, and then we're building a sense of Hebrew identity. And they started thinking of themselves as not Jews, because Jew has this connection to traditional Jewish lifestyles. They're very modern people, so they start thinking of themselves as new Hebrews. And then they're creating a Hebrew nationalism, a Hebrew national identity. And the basis of that will be Hebrew, the language, and the skills that they'll teach each other. So they're teaching each other how to farm, and how to play soldier, and we're gonna run businesses and do all this kind of shit that we were never able to do. So you're teaching some practical skills, and you're teaching the language, and in the process of that, you're building a sense of pride that's really kind of important in the context of rising pogroms and anti-Semitism in Eastern Europe. They're getting kicked around all over the place in the streets, so they can get together in clubs on their own and say, like, well, fuck all those, fuck all those guys. We're going to learn Hebrew and we're going to build our own identity. It's kind of like, oh, you don't want to play with us? We're going to go and we're going to play by ourselves and we're going to, do our own thing. So they just kind of, they go off and they do their own thing. We can't be Poles? Fine, fuck you. You go be Poles and we'll go to our Chovevit Zion and we'll become good Hebrews, right? And build that sense. So it really is absolutely fundamental to early Zionism to include the Chovevit Zion. It's one of the reasons that it really infuriates me that people jump to Herzl. Because these are the people who are actually going to send the first migrants to Palestine. The first wave of migration, the first Aliyah, they're people coming out of these clubs. Like, you've got a first major Zionist conference in the 1870s in Odessa. So in Ukraine. Like, they come down and they're meeting there and they're like exchanging ideas. So long before the first Zionist conference at Basel, that everyone talks about, oh, look, Herzl's Zionist conference in 1897, Basel. No, you had this shit like 20 years earlier in Odessa. That's where you want to start, like, with the first major movement, because it brings people all across the Pale to one place to share ideas and talk about this stuff. So it's building a national identity. And again, think about the context. This is where, while I'm not a Zionist in any way, I'm also reflexively anti-nationalist, period, because I think nationalism is a fucking disease. But if you understand the context of 19th century Europe, where nationalism is all the rage, it's a new thing, everyone's doing it. Oh, Bulgarian nationalism, Serbian nationalism, Polish nationalism, everyone's like got their thing going, and it's like the hot new whatever. And of course Jews are going to do the same thing. They're going to come up with their own identity in that vein, in that mode. So there's that. Now, out of the Chovevit Zion, the next person I want to throw at you is Lev Pinsker or Leo Pinsker. I think he's usually put down as Leo Pinsker. So Pinsker. I spell out loud very badly. I spell by writing, so it's very hard when I can't do it. Yeah, Pinsker. Yeah. So with Lev Pinsker, you have somebody who's participating in the Chovevit Zion. He's there at that Odessa conference. He's in this movement, and then he writes a book. And his book is the first big seller, the first one that's a hit. It's not Herzl's Der Judenstaat that first got attention for the Zionist movement. It's Auto-Emancipation. Can somebody help Danny? Because I saw a few people get the spelling right earlier. Can somebody help with getting the spelling right? Because I saw several people did do it properly, but I don't see the comment thing anymore. I don't know how I can type on here.
No, you're fine. I found it. I'm gonna comment. I got you.
Okay, cool. I don't know what happened to that, because I used to be able to hit the bottom and be able to like throw things into comments when I was live, and it's not an option anymore. Oh, this shit keeps changing. Oh well. So Pinsker is 1882, and it's Auto-Emancipation is the way it's generally rendered. If you put it in, for Athena, Selbstemanzipation, because there's a German edition, but Auto-Emancipation, kind of building a word out of Latin for this, and the main argument, so there's something else that Pinsker gets really right, and it kind of follows with Hess. They're both really good at diagnosing anti-Semitism. They recognize the problem. For travel, usually people put the C in the front to make sure you get that ch sound. But yeah, they're both pointing to why a Zionism will develop in the fact that Europeans are not going to accept Jews, that they're going to be excluded from all these national identities. And here's why, and here's what anti-Semitism is, and here's the problem. They're diagnosing this. In fact, there's a word in Auto-Emancipation I think a lot of you guys would probably appreciate, because we talk a lot these days about Islamophobia. He referred to Judeophobia, right? So it's an interesting coined term. right, in the time. And there is a sense of fear. And that fear comes from the fact that Jews, now being legally emancipated, are moving into your neighborhoods, and they're going to be talking to your kids and buying stuff at the same stores. Ooh, nobody wants Jews living near them. So there's like ooh, scary Jews. I hear they eat babies or something. So you've got this fear, and that fear contributes to anti-Semitism, to the way that the nationalist movements are excluding them. So he's good on that. Like Hess, he's really good on diagnosing the problem in Europe and discussing anti-Semitism. Where he gets a little off the rails on it is in adopting a lot of the same racist European language. So these European nationalist movements are talking about how, the Jews don't really belong here, right? They're parasites. They're parasites sucking the blood of our nation. And Pinter's like, yeah, you're right. We're parasites. Which is a really fucked up way to look at it. Again, I'm not a nationalist, so nationalist thinking is kind of like, wah. But he's like, yeah, you're right. You're right that we are different. And if you think about this, connect this to our first segment, that sense of a distinct Jewish cultural identity that transcends religion. There is a sense that, lovers. So lover, the lovers of Zion is the terms I'm seeing in the chat. The idea here is that because Jews have a distinct identity, regardless of belief, again, like that there's things about the way that they live, their communities, their own traditions and history, they think of themselves a bit differently, so they can never fully assimilate and be exactly like their neighbors. So he's saying, well, if you're going to develop a national identity that has these specific parameters, these specific cultural and ethnic traits that make up your identity, and we're excluded from that, okay, I accept that, we're excluded from that, so we should have our own. We should make our own national identity. That's where it takes him. But to get there, he actually adopts the racist language of Europeans, which is really kind of fucked up. But, oh well, it's in there. The rest of it, actually, it lays out a vision not entirely unlike what you're going to see in a lot of later Zionist literature, which is one of the reasons I think Pinsker is so important. I actually assign excerpts from him when we're talking about the rise of this movement in classes, because his a lot of the core ideas don't change a huge amount after this point. They just get refined in different ways. And he is essentially arguing, since we can't fit in there, we have to create our own national destiny, we have to create our own land, we have to go there. And for him, it's a sense of, again, self-emancipation, right? And you do that. How do you do that? How do we auto-emancipate? How did traditional Jews want to be redeemed? If anyone was here for the first segment, think about that. Those traditional Jews, well, they're waiting for Hamashiach. They're waiting for the Messiah. They're waiting for Messiah to come and fix shit. The Messiah is going to come here, and he's going to tell you, God has redeemed you, now you can go home. And what people like Pinsker are saying is, you know what? Fuck that. That's not going to happen. We need to take control of our own destinies. We need to seize the initiative. We need to free ourselves. And we need to become good Jewish workers. And again, think about those clubs, teaching all the basic skills, how to farm and everything else. He's like, let's go there. Let's do that. Let's be on the land. Let's live like normal fucking people, not as merchants in towns in Eastern Europe. And let's actually go and live on the fucking land and farm shit. So for him, the redemption comes through work, through actually working the land. And that'll be a very important element that's retained all through the early Zionist period. It's going to become a foundational element, so I'll build on that. It's again why I want to give him his due here. So long before Herzl, some of the core ideas that you're going to see playing out all through the first half of the 20th century defining the Zionist movement in Palestine, Pinsker's already said that shit in 1882. And it's interesting that it's actually that year, too, because people are trickling in earlier on. There's already some Zionists on the ground in the 1870s. I think the first, what can I call it on TikTok when somebody has a shiny metal thing and does that? Because I don't know, because they have a lot of problems with violent terms. Because it's not pew-pewing, obviously, but...
No, I know. I actually, I feel like someone told me once, and I don't know now.
Of somebody, the first poke. Okay, so the first pokey poke of a Zionist happens in the 1870s. So again, before Pinsker, right? So there are people on the ground, but there's not many of them, right? It's a very small number, but they're starting to trickle in a little bit at a time. So there's a distinction I tend to make in classes at this point between practical Zionism and political Zionism. What you're getting from the Chovevit Zion and the movements of building up here and will lead to the first Aliyah is entirely practical Zionism. It's not political Zionism. Because I want to make sure you guys understand there are no governing institutions. There's no international shit for this. There's nobody directing it. There's no ideology behind it. There's no directors. There's nobody planning, raising money, anything. It's just ordinary people saying, fuck it, I'm going to move to Palestine. I'm going to go live in Palestine and see how that works. And they're just picking up and moving. So if you guys have ever heard that phrase, a land without people for a people without land, this is the only time that for Jews that could have been considered true, because they honestly had no fucking idea. They didn't know jack shit about Palestine because they didn't have anybody studying it, learning about it. They weren't aware. They were just like, oh, well, it's in the Ottoman Empire. We can buy a ticket. We can just go. And then you get there and you're like, holy shit, there's a lot of Palestine. What are all these people here? Like, there's people here. Like, I didn't know that shit. It's really kind of confusing to them. So there's a lot of interesting responses you'll get in the first Aliyah, like how they interact with that, and there's a range of different responses. So I'll have to come back to that in a moment, because it's an important part of the first Aliyah, the fact that there's no consistent way of looking at the Palestinians and how to relate to them. But you've got people kind of trickling in already, right, in the 1870s, starting to move onto the land. But the first significant wave starts in 1882. A lot of the divisions we make later. So again, getting back to Erica's child's name from a different language. But the waves of aliyot, the different aliyah, right, that happen. Aliyot is a plural. So like the different aliyot, these are divided later. So like these are historians later looking back at it and assigning particular characteristics to them to define distinct waves. At the time, no one would have noticed this shit. It's just people moving, right? But between 1882 and 1903, the WZO, the World Zionist Organization, is not a thing. It's not playing any part in this. There's no direction. There's no political Zionism, really. It's just ordinary people saving up money, going with a group, and moving from like Russia or Romania. Basically, they're coming out of the Pale of Settlement and Romania, so they're coming out of Eastern Europe, and they're just moving to fucking Palestine. Yeah, and they just figure it out when they get there. So it's this first wave of migration. And in that first wave of migration, there's a lot of confusion when people show up. They pull into the port in Jaffa, and they're like, well, shit, there's a lot of fucking Palestinians here. Okay, I can't resist it. Okay, so I got a cat in my lap, right? So I'm gonna tell you guys a really bad thing that involves cats. So, because I've got another friend that does this, like one of my colleagues. We also teach like Palestinian history, and he used an expression once in a discussion of this that sticks with me because I love cats, and it's just like, holy shit, what the fuck did that come from? He's like, they get there and they look around and they're like, well, gosh, I can't swing a cat without hitting a Palestinian. Like, who the fuck swings a cat? Like, what the fuck? Like, so I'm thinking about like somebody grabbing the tail. It's a terrible expression, but the argument here is that there's a lot of Palestinians. Like, they're pulling into Jaffa, and it's a little city, and like there's people around, and so the first rooms they gotta rent to stay there, they're renting from Palestinians, and they're buying their supplies from Palestinians, and oh shit, there's a bunch of people. Fuck, this is not an empty land, So now you got to figure out what to do about it, and there are some people that have from the start the imperialist and racist notions coming from being in Europe. Because again, these guys are Europeans. They grew up in a European culture. They were kicked around by other Europeans. They're treated like shit by other Europeans, but they're still Europeans. So what they're doing is they're adopting that imperialist mindset, and they're creating a different other for themselves. So there's these Arabic speakers. They're inferior. They're culturally inferior. They're barbarians. They're like backward peoples, and we're going to bring them enlightenment and civilization and help them out. Something that will be an important underlying element of Zionism as a whole is there with some of the people in the first Aliyah. But I do want to point out that at this point, it's not all of them. there's a range of responses to it. So I'm going to give you, first off, the polar opposite. There are people who arrived there, looked around, saw all these Palestinians working the land, and said, "Shit, that must be like how our ancestors lived. They're in touch with the land. They're earthy. They're real people. Fuck all this Jewishness shit." They started calling themselves Canaanites and essentially assimilated. They became like the Arabs. They we're going to start taking on their dress and their way of life and live like them. And they literally didn't even keep calling themselves Hebrews. They literally adopted Canaanites, which I think is hilarious. So polar opposites here in terms of we're going to assimilate as much as we can versus we're going to look down on people like we're the new imperialist lords. The main approach, the one somewhere in between them, is, well, first off, I want to let you guys know, of the 25,000 or so that come in that first major wave, the first major aliyah, a lot of them are going to leave. Because a lot of people are going to get here and realize this is a very difficult way of life. This environment is very different. It's not like the soil in Poland. It's not like what we thought it would be. I don't know if you guys know, Palestine, it's like you dig a little bit and there's a rock. It's like it's built on bedrock. It's just bedrock, and it's not the most fertile soil in the world. And therefore, the farming techniques that they're doing with the rich soil in the Ukraine or something is completely different. They're having a hard time adapting and making it work there. And they're like, fuck, okay, I'm going to leave. And a lot of them, they saved up, they bought a ticket, they moved to Buenos Aires or Brooklyn or whatever. They just got the hell out. The ones who stayed, most of the ones who stayed created what I guess we can call a plantation economy. They purchased some land, they got there, and they said, well, shit, there's a bunch of Palestinians living here. Okay, how about this? We'll make you guys a deal. You keep living here. You've got your village. You're already used to working the land. You keep working the land. We're going to build our village next to yours. So we'll build over here, and we'll have our little place where we can speak Hebrew and you can speak Arabic, and we'll be there. But we'll interact with each other, and I'll learn your language too, and we'll talk, right? But then you keep working the land. But we own the land, and we're going to invest a little bit, and you can kind of work for us and with us, and we'll kind of build an economy together. So it's more collaborative. It's like we're going to bring in, our resources and knowledge, and we're going to use your resources and knowledge, and we're going to combine these, and we're going to make something out of it that benefits both of us. That's the key to the few communities that really succeed in the first Aliyah, because a lot of them fail. The ones that succeed adopted more of this plantation economy where, yeah, you got new foreign landowners that never existed there before, but instead of some of the Arab land, I don't want to go off topic here, but the Ottoman Empire, you couldn't even own land until 1858. It wasn't legally possible. But once that's possible, people can sell land now, right? So as land is being bought by Zionists, and they're going to move into the area, right? But where a lot of the Muslim landowners in the area that were buying it as speculators, people still living in Istanbul buying up Palestinian land, they started charging people rent and drove a lot of Palestinians into poverty in the process. Some of the people establishing these plantation economies are like, okay, cool, you already live here? Okay, shit. I'm not going to charge you rent, right? I'm not going to do that, but you work with us. You work for us, and we'll build a thing together. You can keep on farming, and we're going to go over here, and we're all going to share the resources that come out of this. So it's not quite as bad as what they were getting from some of the landowners from Damascus and Istanbul, but it's introducing an element of capitalism. It's stepping in, and somebody is going to take some of the wealth from the top of this, right? But it's at least somewhat collaborative. That's not going to last, unfortunately. That sense of cooperation. But in the fifth part, when we get into the early 20th century, I will talk about attempts in the labor movement to bridge those divides and organize Palestinian laborers and make them equal to Jewish laborers. There are still attempts in the teens and 20s to do that, but they're increasingly going to lose out. But okay, let's see. I think that kind of takes us through to the end of the 19th century. I'm not sure if I forgot something that I really wanted to include here or not, but another one of those places where I was thinking, I wanted to think of a passage, a little quote part, and I can never do that when I'm actually in the zone talking about something, because the way my memory works, so I scribbled it down beforehand, right? So there's a piece here that I wanted to give you from the perspective of Pinsker himself, kind of influencing this first Aliyah, right? And he's describing the way that he thinks that Jews are viewed in Europe. So, for the living, the Jew is a dead man. For the natives, an alien and a vagrant. For property holders, a beggar. For the poor, an exploiter and a millionaire. For patriots, a man without a country. For all classes, a hated rival. And that, I think, still really sums up the reality of Jews at the time, because everyone had terrible stories about them, but no one really interacted for the most part. A lot of people talk about the rich, exploitive, like, the Rothschilds or whatever at the top there, the banking families. Most Jews of Europe were dirt fucking poor. Those poor Jews were tied to the Rothschilds, but the Rothschilds were also treated like they didn't belong either, like that they could never be the social equals of non-Jews. So it's like, no matter where you are on that, you're still excluded from European identity. And that's ultimately why this nationalist movement made sense to them. And again, I'm trying to be fair to the movement and the reasons for it. Again, please understand, I'm not a nationalist. So this is not my logic or my solutions, but it's what made sense to them based on the environment they're in. They saw that they were excluded and they adopted the basic techniques that other people were using. But that takes us through into the first aliyah, so the first wave of settlers, and then again the range of responses. The many people were working directly with Palestinians, adopting Palestinian ideas, treating Palestinians like equals, others looking down on them imperiously and throwing them off the land, and most in the middle working with them and trying to, like, we'll have our community and your community, but we'll work closely together and we'll be partners and we'll both profit on this land together. That's the most common solution in the first aliyah. So I think that's a good breaking point for part 4.
Cool. Erica, I don't know if you had,
Yeah, there's just one question, and I'm sure Nat, I don't know if you caught some others in the chat, but one of the questions was, what separates Zionism from other branches of extreme nationalism?
Well, first we got to set aside from like the extreme part, because there are extremes of nationalism and non-extremes. So like same with Zionism. Not all Zionism is extreme. So keep that in mind. There are forms of Zionism I'm going to talk about in the late 19th, early 20th century that are explicitly binational. Is it glitching? My picture is freezing a little off and on for me, but I don't know if it is for you.
It's fine for. Oh no, glitching.
Crap.
I can hear you. Are we coming back?
For me, it's just like a black screen. I don't know about you.
He's frozen.
Frozen for me, but
frozen. TikTok is doing a really big update. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, he's back. Okay, cool. Their little restore thing worked this time, which is great. Because it was like dreading having to start over because there's 300 people and it's so hard to find it again. But it resumed. So yay. What the hell was I talking about? I have no short-term memory, only long-term.
Zionism versus extreme Zionism. Nationalism.
Yeah, the extremes of it. Okay, so there are some explicitly binational Zionist forms that absolutely wanted Palestine to be Palestine, but also to have Jews there, and to be a home for Jews and a safe place for Jews, but still be Palestine and have Palestinians. But there's also the extreme ethno-nationalist, hardcore apartheid forms of it we'll get to. So, but if we can slightly rephrase your question to what distinguishes Zionism from nationalism as a whole, the simple answer is nothing. The definition I give, like the one-line definition for secular Zionism, so separating like the traditional Zionism we did in part 1, so from part 4 that took us through to the end of the 19th century, technically the first Aliyah runs to like 1903. What's developing in this period, like the common secular Zionism, sometimes just called Zionism, plain and simple, like, is a program of secular Jewish nationalism focused on the creation of a Jewish home a national home in Palestine. That's the basic one-line definition. So Zionism is distinctly a form of nationalism. It's secular because it's using the Jewish identity, but not the religious aspects of it. Because again, most of them were not religious. They were, secular Jews, but still had that Jewish identity. And it's aimed at creating a national home and or a nation state, like something like that. So national home is the phrasing I use at that point there, because it's still kind of unclear for a lot of people whether it will be a distinctly Jewish state or it will be a Jewish home within a Palestinian state. That's still kind of like up in the air for a lot of people. But it's a program of secular Jewish nationalism focused on creating a national home in Palestine, is what Zionism is, which means it's literally just nationalism for Jews, as opposed to nationalism for French people or something. It literally there's no separation. But it also means it has all the same variation that you see in nationalism, from the extreme, super racist, apartheid, ethnic cleansing types of nationalism, all the way down to the very moderate kind of like, where it's a nation state, but still people who have a different identity can be fully equal in this country. Like a lot of modern European nation states. Because they're still nation states, but a lot of them downplay the nationalist element of it and try to create a more multicultural kind of identity. So there are forms of Zionism just like that too. I don't know if that answers the question well, but
Yeah, I think so. And there's a question that says, how many people moved there by like 1905? Like by the early 1900s? What are we talking
by about 1903, about 25,000 had settled in during the first Aliyah, maybe a couple hundred before that point. And there are a lot of non-Zionist Jews. There's easily at this point 70 to 80,000 in the old Yishuv. Like there's a lot of non-Zionist Jews who are living there. But the Zionist population is still very small at the end of the first Aliyah, especially since a lot of people moving in, they won't stay long term. They'll struggle and they'll leave and they'll buy a fucking ticket to Buenos Aires and move.
Sounds good. And I think a question on the same topic. Oh, Nat, did I cut you off? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, I thought you were done. If you have more, go for it, and then I'll go. You're fine.
Okay, yeah. I know that Moon Babes has a question that's around this time period.
Thank you for having me on. I have a question as to how this might relate to the general immigration out of Eastern Europe at that time in the 1880s and 90s, and how, like, if there is a relationship between that and also like Jewish people also immigrating to the US at that time instead of Palestine. And then I have a question for like later on, probably part 5 or 6, but I'll wait for that.
I'm ready.
So much.
Yeah, the simple answer here is that it's exactly the same thing. There's a shit ton of Jews trying to get the hell out of Europe because Europeans are treating them like crap. Anti-Judaism was bad enough. Judenhass was bad enough. Now when you tack on anti-Semitism and all these race riots and everything else, it was getting toxic as hell. Most Jews did not want to go to Palestine. They would prefer to go where other Jewish communities already lived. So they want to move to the U.S. or something, and tons of them do. Palestine is no one's first choice really, except for these Zionists coming out of the Hovevit Zion. These people who've already adopted that idea, and even a lot of them they'll struggle with it, and many of them will change their minds and not go. But there's a lot of people leaving Eastern Europe and trying to get the hell out. So much of the U.S. Jewish population comes from exactly the same time period as the first Aliyah, and it's people who chose to come here instead. So if you think about it too, a lot of those, they will be traditional Jews. So, more culturally, religious, whatever. But many of them are also like the assimilated type Jews. They're not the nationalists. They're either the modernizing assimilationist type Jews or the Orthodox that are coming to the U.S. The nationalist branch is still quite small at this point, and that very tiny chunk, they're the ones contributing to that first Aliyah. But most Jews of Eastern Europe weren't Zionists. They didn't buy the Zionist idea. They just wanted to get the hell out of Dodge because Europeans were treating them like shit. And it seems like America might be a better place to go.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Because I think that also, like, non-Jews also were leaving in droves at that time as well. That's how most of my family came to the United
Right.
States. So
Mine too. And
at
mostly
that
from very
time.
poor areas that were not traditionally white. So my family's getting here mostly in like the 1870s or so, and they were coming out of Ireland, Poland, and Sicily mostly. And then a little bit of them from Bulgaria. You know, they're from a few different places. But Sicilians were dirt fucking poor and needed to get the hell out. Poles were dirt fucking poor and needed to get the hell out. I mean, there's all kinds of problems with these different nation states rising and conflicts and everything else. It's hard to get ahead. Tons of people were leaving, and Jews are caught up in that too. Jews also wanted to get the hell out. So there's a mass migration out of Europe, largely from Southern and Eastern Europe in the late 19th century. And a very tiny share of that decides to go to Palestine. I mean, 25,000 out of the millions. I mean, at the height of that, the flow into the U.S., we were taking like 1 million people a year. There's a shitload of people were coming here.
Yeah.
And in like a 25-year period, 25,000 people moved to Palestine. It's tiny.
Is it fair to say that at that time in Europe, with that rise in nationalism, is kind of similar maybe to what's happening now in the US with the rise in nationalism and like downturn of the economy, and maybe not perfectly parallel, but similar? Sorry if
not
that's off
perfectly,
topic.
but there are parallels. It's something that I talk about in a lot of classes that focus on this, and I'm actually in the process now as a way of like, I don't know, pushing me to find more time to squeeze in writing, because it's conversations like this are super easy, but when I get home after long ass drives, you know, I've spent a lot of time lecturing in classes, and while this is easy for me, when there's a lot of people in the room, it's the way that like my autistic brain deals with that. It's a lot more stressful. So like my heart rate's like, you know, 98 right now, and when I'm lecturing, it's 130. You know, it pushes me a lot. And then I have the long commutes to get back, and by the time I get home, I don't have the energy to do a lot of writing. So I produce very slowly because I work too many hours. So I don't feel the emotional energy. But I've been working on a manuscript for some time on neo-fascist and populist movements. So the contemporary movements, and there are a lot of direct parallels to earlier waves of nationalist fervor, but it also is distinct because it's responding to different challenges in the world. And that's the solutions are very similar. So superficially, there's a lot in common. I mean, superficially, all of Trump's America First shit is like 1920s Klan rhetoric. Yeah. It's like the same phrases, the same issues, the same pointing to immigration. It's like carbon copies.
Yeah.
But the things driving it are a little different, like the causes of it. And so we do have to be fair in like understanding that there are different social forces that lead people to this, but it is a very similar solution per se. So yeah, you are kind of like hitting something that's very near and dear to my heart as a subject.
I
and I'm
appreciate
actually,
it,
as one of the ways to kind of like kick myself to write more, I decided to produce a class on this. So next year I'm going to introduce into the catalog at one of my universities a course on neo-fascist and on fascist and populist movements. So it'll run through the classic era and then also all the contemporary ones, and I think that'll be fun. It'll be a nice way to get talking about these things more directly too. So
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate it because that's kind of how it formulated in my mind through my own research over the last couple of years. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we should be paying a hell of a lot more attention to these populist movements. Honestly, it pisses me off that so many people dismiss the threat, and I think it's largely because some of the circumstances are different. So it doesn't look like we could be heading toward a new like Mussolini or Hitler or something. That doesn't look like obvious to people because the basic economic and political circumstances are so different. But what's brewing and the anger and the resentments and the fears, all of it is just, it's exactly the same shit. And it's attracting huge numbers of people. So what a lot of these populist politicians are saying, what Orban is saying, and what like you're getting out of the current Italian government, and like they changed their name recently. It's not the National Front anymore. What the hell do they call the Le Pen's party now in France? Fuck, I forgot the new name. I hate when people change the names of shit. Anyway, so the old National Front, like a lot of these movements, they're literally using the same fucking rhetoric. It's like for somebody like me who reads the older text, and you're like, so I've read all this classic Italian fascist literature, like shit, I've heard that. Holy shit, that's exactly what the fuck? Like it's the same shit. You know, and sometimes mixed in a lot of the weird racist American stuff. So there's a lot of Klan rhetoric that show a lot of like neo-Confederate and Klan rhetoric that also gets thrown into the mix. But it's a lot of the classic stuff. But because the economic and political circumstances are different, people downplay the threat. And I think that is a huge fucking mistake. And if you guys want to know, and this relates directly to our topic here and my pet interest in talking about Palestine with all of y'all, if you want to know why the Zionist movement is getting so fucking insane lately, it's the same forces that are driving, Poland and Hungary and France and Sweden and all these other populist far-right movements. It's a far-right government. And the rhetoric that they're using is classic era fascist shit. It's the same basic forces. There's nothing really distinctive about what Israel is or doing right now. It's just that they're in power and a lot of these other far-right movements are not. So that's one thing to keep in mind there. So it'll be relevant later into this whole discussion. But yeah. Oh, okay. Scoot over you. Oh. She could just sit in the same spot on me for just hours and hours, but I get uncomfortable very quickly and I gotta move. I'm fidgety. So I gotta flop her around. It's a good thing that I can just plop her in any new spot.
That's how, dude, I'm so jealous about that. Because, I feel like most cats, you're like, I've tried for years to get you to sit on my lap, and now I, have an itch and I have to move.
And you don't want to move because it's so hard to get them to, I've been there with a lot of cats,
Yeah, she's like a rag doll. It's so funny.
Yeah, she's easy. But some of it is that she's super confident and completely trusts me, so I can do whatever the hell I want with her. That's so part of it, but it's a power move, because as long as she's here, Socrates can't be here. So she's saying, fuck you, Socrates. It's my human. My human. Love. She's an asshole.
Love.
Minerva is an asshole. Everyone, you can all love her. Please love her. I love her too. She's great. But she's a bitch.
I love that.
My dog gets jealous of my daughter. It's really funny where the dog will come and sit on my lap to
oh my god,
it's funny. They have a thing.
When I go back downstairs,
there's a pecking order, When Moshe was still alive, Moshe would be top cat. If Moshe felt like sitting on me, no one else could. Now she's top cat, so she's lording it over Socrates. She was in the middle before. So.
When I go back down,
I'll
go grab
Chewbacca. In deconstructing Zionism, so maybe that's all she wants to do tonight.
Yeah.
Before we move on, there were a couple more questions.
To the barricades! Destroy the state!
Revolution!
Oh, hey, Jules. I see you in the comments. I've seen you before. Another pro-Pally Jew. Yeah, there were a couple questions, just pertaining to this era. Number one, Dolly had asked way earlier, when you were talking about the first Aliyah and even before that, just people kind of just coming sporadically. How did, from a Palestinian perspective, could you talk a little bit about how they felt about it and how they really,
honestly, it's tough because part of me wants to weave them in the entire time. On the other hand, I'm cognizant of the fact that we could be talking for hours and hours and hours and hours on this shit. In my classes, I do go back and forth constantly throughout this when we're building this stuff up. So, okay, so here's what Palestine was like in 1870, and here come the Zionists, and here's what Palestine was like in 1890, and here are the Zionists. And so I go back and forth with them in that class. It's I'm a little worried about doing too much of it here because it could blow this up and take us away from the theme of trying to just define Zionism. But in general, Palestinians are mad about it. There are some who deal well with it, and honestly, there are... Okay, so for the most part, I want to make this very clear, and I want to make this very clear for my pro-Pally peeps, as well as for the Zionists that are watching along here. The whole argument that Palestinians consistently turn down every possible compromise, and we're always just like, no, 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 no. That's bullshit. That's propaganda. But there's an element of truth to it. And the nice thing about that is that it's the way that a lot of propaganda works. If there's an element of truth to your propaganda, it's more effective. It works better. And there are a lot of places where Palestinians consciously chose not to interact with the Zionists and to reject them as a colonial presence. And that made it harder for the binational element of Zionism to become the dominant one. It made it harder for them to win the argument because it hardened the Zionist movement to be more exclusive and to aim to expel Palestinians. You know, it's understandable that they were like that, because here's people migrating into the country in large numbers and making claims on it like, what the fuck? Why should I tolerate you at all? But the people who are saying like, hey, let's find a way to work together. Let's build common unions and institutions. Let's do a thing together. And people are like, no, fuck you. Get out of my country. That gave ammunition to the harder core ethno-national Zionists. So while it's not the main reason for it, while it's not them constantly turning down a good deal because they were never, ever, ever, ever offered a good deal, it does play into that stereotype, and it fuels the drive to the right on the Zionist side. So there's me being my typical nuanced self. But there are a lot of Palestinians who are very opposed to what the hell's happening, and they see the problem. They see that if more of these people come in, they're going to take control. This is fucked up for us. This is a problem.
You mean like at the time, like the historic? Yeah, got you. Okay.
Okay. So so I mentioned like the first pokey, right? That's in the 1870s. Before, I mean, the first Aliyah is tiny. Before that wave even started, there was somebody who got mad enough at a Zionist to poke him. So there's some conflict from the start. It's always there. There are also, at the same time, plenty of Palestinians who worked with people. But there's a danger here where the Zionists tend to emphasize the rejectionist aspect and make the Palestinians seem like they're European anti-Semites. They completely twist it around and make the Palestinians just like the Europeans in their rhetoric. While that's dishonest, it's also dishonest for Palestinians to say, we welcomed the Jews, we were fine with that. Because that's honestly just not true. And I've seen a lot of Palestinians in the pro-Pally lives trying to basically invert the Zionist rhetoric and focus on the sense that Palestinians really had no problem with this at all. Some did not. Many did. And there was conflict. So the Zionists simply exploit that conflict and made it a bigger thing for their rhetoric, in the same way that Palestinians today want to downplay that conflict to make it seem like we never had a problem at all. The truth is definitely much more gray in between.
Yeah, I figured it was
there is conflict from the start. And it is difficult because for a lot of Palestinians, you have to understand, this is the age of high imperialism. And they're seeing a Europeanized population moving into their area. And it's very clear that this could mean we're going to become a new imperial outpost. So you kind of see where this could go, and they're worried about that. So of course they're going to get angry and lash out.
Yeah. I have two more things. One's just like a simple, someone just wanted to know, is there a way to audit your classes?
Not legally. I mean, because the universities, they want you to pay for that shit. So, I mean, I've had friends. I once had a friend take an entire fucking semester with me, just sitting in the class, pretending to be a student. I could have gotten in trouble for that. So it's not something I'll normally do.
Yeah, I figured I would just ask.
Yeah, there's no easy way to do it, because people, they want to know who's there. Now, the payment part, the tuition, yeah, somebody's right. Like the whole part of paying them, that's fine, but they still want to know who's in there for legal reasons. If there's like a fire or this, that, or the other thing. So there's a way to register in the classes. If you're local, if you live in Southern California, I can talk to you offline about the two universities I'm at and what you're interested in. If you want to register there to audit classes, that's fine. You don't have to pay the same price for it, but they need to know somebody is there. Because most of your cost is actually contributing to the degree. auditing classes costs almost nothing, but because you don't care about the credits. But they still legally want to know who the hell's in the room, and I can get in trouble for people being in the room that shouldn't be there. So I'll never do that again. So
That is fair.
There's there's one thing that I've wanted to do for a long time, but I don't have the time to build it up technically, is like build a website to front end this and do something kind of like what Udemy or Coursera does, like make online versions of my class where I just record them here and then put up the materials, and there's lectures and there's documents and assignments, and you can like download. You basically like you pay $100 and you get a whole class, or something like that. I want to like package my courses into versions that people could take if they don't want to do a degree. But I mean, I could record the lectures easily. I know what I talk about in all my classes. I could record that shit easily, but actually putting together the site and the materials and the e-commerce and all that kind of shit, it's more time than I have. So if anybody ever wants to work with me and put something like that together, that might be the closest you could get, especially if you're out of the area, to being able to audit classes. Is I mean, I've got like, 15, 16 courses or something like that. I'd love to make online versions of all the classes that I've written over the years and make them available to people who don't want to go to university but still want to learn shit.
I don't know if other universities are this way, but I know for like my graduate program, I think if you had like more than one credit, if you had one credit left before graduating, you could audit as many classes as you wanted. So I've actually known someone who was one credit shy for many years and then just like stayed and like would audit like full courses. And so I know several people who have done that. I don't know if that's like typical, but that happened at my school.
Yeah, the one unfortunate thing, if I were to do an online version though, like one thing that I think honestly kind of bums me out. You guys may have noticed I've got that Sicilian side of my family. I'm very animated when I'm talking. I'm much more animated in classrooms. Like it's I enjoy it. Like I have fun with it. It's one of the reasons it's stressful, because I'm an introvert, but I have fun doing what I'm doing. And trying to reach people. So I'm like, pacing around, trying to include people into it. I make terrible jokes. And I can't do that recording it at home. It's not the same thing. So, I mean, if you're entertained enough just by watching me ramble in my office, then cool. But I wish I could package that, like, because I record all my classes, but I can't legally use those because I'm recording it on their premises. So it's for my classes. I put it up. They can always reference it. I record every lecture, and I make them available to students through online systems there. But those can't be ones that I give to other people.
Yeah.
So it
I don't know, like
it loses something in translation, I think. But
I feel like you've developed a good niche of just flailing hands, cat on lap, books in the background.
I mean, if it works for people, sure, but I just don't have the time to build the front end for it. The whole like the website or something. If somebody wants to help me with that, I can make online versions of my classes. I just need something to put them in to distribute them to people. But that'd be the best way that people can audit my classes. And the fees will be super cheap. Like it's basically just because it costs money to host this stuff and present it in the first place. So you're like, here's a whole semester course, $50, $100, whatever, and here's all the materials.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, besides that, before we move on, there was one question, and let me try and remember now. Oh my god, I had it. Because it tied into a question I had as well. And Ox, like it's one of your questions, and I know the other one I was gonna like say ties into the like next section. But yes, okay. So Zionism, just like I know we're like kind of going through like so many breakdowns of like just the nuances between all of different Zionism. So his question was more related to, do you think, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ox, but I believe he said that Zionism, do you think that it contributes a lot to anti-Semitism, and then mine would be in like contribution to that. How, as a national ideology, how can it not become extremists over time? Like I don't see how inevitably it doesn't, like, because I know like we talk about like all sectors of it, but it just feels like conceptually like over time it would develop into like a far right kind of movement, if that makes sense. Which
Yeah,
again
it really
contributes to
does. And honestly, some of those could be great reflections for near the end as we're thinking about, the roads not taken and what could be done with it. But it's, how not I gotta, again, no short-term memory. There are two ways to do that, I think, and they're very different. Well, there's probably a handful of others, especially if you like, I don't know, bring people like Boyarin into it, things like that. It can get a lot more interesting. But there's one would be to explicitly focus on a binational understanding. So it's a Jewish national home and a Palestinian national home, and both are equally valid and both can live there, and there's no domination. So it's one Palestine complete. It's one country with equal rights for all people, but there's something about it that legally protects like Jews so they don't become like, they don't get treated around like they were in Europe. That would have been the better thing. Ultimately, the fact that Israel has done what it has done for the last 76 years has brought anti-Semitism back to the fore and spread it into areas where it never previously existed. So all the hatred that existed in Europe, it's now a global fucking phenomenon, and it's because of Israeli actions. So it's one of the things I will never forgive the Israelis for. And it's not all their fault, it's the structure of the state. It's the way that the people who founded it created that state. And they set up a system that was so prejudiced that it gave people a reason to be angry at them. And because they tried to connect Israeli identity to Jewish identity, that affects people like you and me, Nat. That gets us folded into this shit, and we get blamed for it too. So it is really problematic in the way that it has fostered anti-Semitism in the world.
Yeah.
But if it had that binational character from the start, it wouldn't have had to go that way at all. And there also are more cosmopolitan post-nationalist ways of dealing with this. Because at the end of the day, the key thing that the Zionist movement's wanted, and one of the places where the Zionist movement has been a dismal fucking failure, was in solving the Jewish question. How can Jews live in the world and not be treated like shit? Right?
Yes. And I'm actually like really excited to get into this in the next sections. I can't tell you how many questions that I've written down.
Same.
Okay, yeah. Then maybe what we should probably do then, because I if we go into this, it's like jumping way the hell ahead.
No, I know. That's why I was like,
I think we should have a broader conversation, and once we have a decent handle on what Zionism has been and what it could have been, we can talk about what the hell to do about it now, because. There are post-nationalist ways to work with this. There are ways to say, let's find a way to solve the Jewish question that doesn't involve replicating all the crimes of Europeans.
Yeah.
You're Jewish,
and to be honest,
Liam.
to tie it into the next section, this was Ox's other question that he just wanted to touch on. And my apologies, Ox, because when I saw you post about it, my initial Jew instincts came up, and I was like, why are you asking about the Elders of Zion?
Oh shit, the
protocols came up? So he wanted to know how it would correlate, because that's early 19th, the end, I think it's 1908 or something, right?
5, I think,
something like that. I know it's the first, yeah, and how that kind of plays into all of this. But I think as Jewish people, the minute you hear Elders of Zion, you kind of get this inkling in your ear that's why do you want to know?
My spidey sense is tingling.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if you don't have to do it right now, but just to no, Ox, you're totally fine. I was saying sorry because I immediately was just what do you want to know about it?
Right, yeah. It's like the when we first started the live today, so are you Jew? how do I take that question? Because that could be like, I need to go to my car and get the baseball bat, or it could just be an honest question like, what is your background? And like, so
Well,
it's
that's why these conversations are so important. Is like we're all human beings, and we can all have misinterpretations of things. But yeah, like you don't have to talk about it like specifically right now. But if you can like incorporate it into this next section, since it
yeah.
does.
I mean, in the next,
know what I mean?
just again, keep in mind the anti-Semitic context.
Yeah,
it keeps getting worse in Europe again and again and again, worse and worse. So it's obviously, if one of the ways that I can be fairest to the Zionists, which again, I think nationalism is a horrifying fucking idea. But if you understand the context that they're in, the environment they're in, it has a certain logic to it, right? To get the fuck out. Now, the fact that it hurt other people is a whole separate issue, which is why, again, if they were going to get the hell out, I would have preferred the binational idea that doesn't exploit people, right? We want a new home, and we're going to move in with these people who aren't anti-Semites because, hey, the Palestinians weren't anti-Semites yet, right? Some of them are today. They weren't at the time. The idea was European distinctly. But because the situation keeps getting worse and worse, and obviously it's going to culminate in things like the Shoah, it's going to keep getting worse for quite a while, you can kind of understand where they're coming from, just not what they did with it, So I can be sympathetic to the fears and the frustration, the trauma, and still say, y'all picked the wrong solution to this problem. So if that makes sense. But it does kind of fit where we're going to go, because we do need, as we're looking at the first half of the 20th century and developments in Zionism, it definitely fits that context. Okay, so are we about ready to move into like the early 20th century then?
I think so. Are you good? Do you need another break, or you want to do this chapter?
I can't say I need to, but I probably maybe in case the next one runs on for a little while, maybe I should run to the restroom quickly.
Yeah. No, definitely take care of
Maybe I'll do
yourself.
that.
Take bio break, get drinks.
And I'll probably find something else to drink. I finished nearly all of this, but missing the warmer really hurts. I've never really adapted well to kind of like cold coffee type stuff. And this is cold coffee with 2 Irish special ingredients. And it just tastes weird as hell when it's 50 degrees because I don't run my heater and there's snow outside. So it's cold in the house. And this is weird. So
that's funny.
Good thing it's almost gone. I'm going to get a different drink.
It's funny.
Oh God. Yeah. Whew. Yeah. My Irish special ingredient should not be that cold. it definitely tastes strange. Yeah, there is snow. Actually, Northern California gets a lot of it, but in SoCal, off and on. Like every winter, I do get snow. I'm at 6,000 feet. I'm way the fuck up in the mountains. So I get snow. It just doesn't last as long because it's overall kind of hot. So it's, the snow slowly fades away over a few days, and then we have to wait. I'm looking forward to next week. It's going to complicate my drive, but it's supposed to snow for 5 days in a row. I'm like, oh yes, please. Okay, we're gonna get out. How about that?
Yeah, and then we'll figure out some of the other questions too. Let me take a break because I think Jules had a couple questions that were in this time period, and I think Moonbabes did. We know that Nadim at the bottom, he's waiting for 1920s very, very patiently. So once we hit the 1920s, we know.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
I think what I'll do is look at the second and third aliyot together and go from like the beginning of the 20th century to the 20s and stop there. And then we'll look from the mid 20s to the mid 40s, and we'll look at like the last stage that creates the state. I think I'll separate them there so that we can actually end in the 20s, and then we can get those questions and see what he was thinking about or whatever. Does that seem all right?
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go find something else to drink. I'll be right back.
Everyone share the live. Liam's Patreon is just his name. You can subscribe. His YouTube is Office Hours with the Mad Professor. So this live will be uploaded by this weekend up there. So make sure to follow him there. And his past TikTok lives are on his Tube of the U. Yeah, Nat.
Cool. What's up, Jules? I know you on my other account. I got banana.
What's Oh, that sucks.
No, yeah, it's all good. Yeah, what
This
questions?
live is very informative. I just want to say that.
I know, right?
I've been unlearning my Zionism very slowly. I've gotten to the point where I can't support a two-state solution at all. It just doesn't seem plausible, so I just want to continue learning. I feel like everything I've been taught is just bullshit. It's like a lie. And I don't like repeating history. I'm just upset. Been very, very upset recently that this is being done in our name.
Yeah, it sucks. I can 1000% agree with you. I grew up the same way. I never really subscribed to it, but I never really combated it in a way I feel like I should have. You live and you learn. It is what it is, and we're here now. And the present is what makes the future. So we're here to learn from the past. Do you have I don't know, when did you come in? Did you have questions about the last segment?
I think my main question was the idea was created by Theodore Herzl, correct? Of
No,
Zionism.
so basically he actually has a YouTube page where these lives get recorded, and I highly recommend. We're not even on Herzl yet. We've been here for 3 or 4
hours. Prior.
Yeah, we're
The
so.
thing is that everyone's oh, well, it was a response to the H cost. Clearly not.
No. Yeah.
This idea
no.
was embedded for a while.
Yeah. So this is a deconstruction of the history behind all aspects. So stemming from just early Judaism, culturally, Christianity, just everything. It's an expansion of the whole topic. So right now we are currently at the end of the 19th century. We're heading into the 1900s right now, but we'll start to talk about Herzl. He is a part of it, obviously, but are there what I would recommend, if you have any questions about the prior, if you do know the history, which to be honest, I've learned so much today. But if there are questions prior to Herzl, you can always think about them, jot them down. But when he comes back, he's gonna go into the next the 1900s. So we'll kind of get into Herzl and stuff now. And
but the thing is that it's Jewish people, I feel were so oppressed that the secular ones that were not very religious maybe had adapted this idea that we need our own homeland, which is you can understand that idea after being slaughtered throughout centuries, discriminated against, and then obviously what happened, and the H cost. But it's I'm just so mad that it's repeating itself.
Yeah, it's I'm
genuinely done.
Yeah.
I don't even know, because I can't talk to my family without getting shut down.
Trust me, I have my mom's a Zionist. We have arguments daily. I get it. We've come to the middle ground of it's collective punishment, and that's the most I can get out of it. And even then, she'll send me arguments, and they're frustrating. I get it. But at the end of the day, I think what I'm learning more and more is, as a Jewish person, and I've heard this like I've been talking to people a lot, and I think we have a moral obligation to stand up and say never again. And I think one of the ways to do that is listening to lives like this. Liam is one of the most just plethora of knowledge on
He's
all of
Jewish,
these.
right?
Yes, he is.
See, clearly I'm
And
not the
yeah,
only Jewish person that thinks this is wrong, because there's a lot of people that I've talked to that are
dude, I'm
Jewish,
here too. Like, we're all
and they're
here.
all agreeing that this is wrong. Like,
Yeah.
eh,
I know it's frustrating, but I think like the best thing to do is what you're doing right now. And you're like, I see you going from live to live
mhm,
and educating yourself, and like that's sincerely the best thing to do. Just ask questions, listen, learn, and gain the knowledge you need to like be the person you're meant to be, which is a human being who stands up against G-side. I don't know.
mhm.
That there's
I
a lot of
I decided
sorry.
to get comfortable. Hope nobody minds the costume change.
Fantastic. I'll just say this one sentence for Jules, and I know that you'll relate to Liam and some other people in the room, is that, like, a lot of us are losing very close friends and family, and that this has a way of really changing relationships and family systems. So you're not alone, Jules. I just wanted to say that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to get her in a minute, but she wants to go outside, so I'm gonna let her out. I'm gonna let her outside.
Yeah,
Your
that's
dog
fine.
is so cute.
And Jules, like I have to tell you, like I think this was like at the beginning of like when I found Liam, like on this app. Since like all of this happened, like with October 7th, where the world actually knows about it, like I've been like talking about like this stuff for a while, but I've been shouting into a void.
Mhm.
But like I've never felt as alone as a Jewish person
That's what I'm
until I
saying.
found
I
this
feel
kind of
so
community.
alone.
And I know, and that's what I mean, is like you found a community. And that's awesome. Like I've seen you on Mel's lives, like you come to Lily's, like we're a community. Like this is, and like this won't stop. Like this is here to stay. This is a movement. This is a just taking back of history to not repeat itself. So you're doing the right things, and like I know it sucks and it can get emotional. Trust me, I think I've cried on this live before. And
That's okay.
it
See, this
sucks,
is how
man.
you process your trauma. Okay,
Exactly, dude.
people? Like,
It's okay.
I'm talking.
We got you. Don't worry about it. We'll share it out. What happened? You
I don't
got the
know.
hat though. Yay.
They just killed it. It died. I don't know why.
It didn't do the timeout thing. It just.
It just said your life ended. Or no, it said your life has been discontinued. But it let me start another one, so I have no idea what the fuck was the issue. But I was only away from it for a minute. Maybe it's now watching to see if you can see somebody, and if you're out of the room for too long, I don't know. But no violation listed. It just said your life is discontinued. So,
Oh,
no.
you got
Yeah, let's just share it back out to everyone, y'all.
Yeah.
Oh well,
I'm
sorry.
gonna start sharing.
Oh wow, look at. I don't know if that's correct. It looks like it's jumped to. It says 303 at the top. People have people found it that fast?
Yep, because I think we all panicked, looked for you. We actually
Wow.
probably all ran looking.
Well, I mean, I'm glad. Thank you.
We're like
You're
golden
very
retrievers.
entertaining. You're
We're awesome,
literally
but
iconic.
We're like golden
so,
retrievers.
hello,
It
welcome
ended.
back.
We're all like,
And you came back with a hat. This is a good
Oh, somebody
comeback.
said you should wear the hat, but they didn't tell me which one, so I
That one.
grabbed a bowler.
That was me,
So,
and I love it. I
grabbed a
love
bowler.
when we put the hats on.
I have
The hats are my favorite.
I have like pegs high up all down the hallway with like hats all on the. I have a ton of like classic hats. So
You do, and that's why I was excited. I'm like, yo, you should put the hat on. You definitely have to put the hat on.
Some Friday, just for shits and giggles, I should actually dress up. I have a whole closet full of Victorian clothing. I used to often go to classes that way. Just a little white waistcoat, and my puff tie, and my pocket watch, and just like it was a lot of fun.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
It's like
Absolutely love it.
it's like my idea of dressing. Somebody says wear a suit, I show up looking like I walked out of 1890. I do not own a modern suit. Sorry. If you invite me to your wedding, I will dress like I walked out of 1890. Sorry, that's my dress up clothes. So anyway. Not yet. I have to go get the dog.
All right, well, you take, I don't, yeah, because everybody tap, tap, tap.
You stay here.
Start sharing it
Keep this live. Stay here. I'm gonna go get the dog.
Wait, I heard that if you are on the panel and you're tapping, it's not good for the algorithm. Was that a
Yeah,
lie?
if you're on the panel, don't tap.
Okay,
Everybody
got
else.
it.
But also share it out. Oh no, I see you. I'm gonna actually, I'm gonna drop the. I'm so sorry. I think it's Katrina. I'm gonna replace you really quick. I see you in the comments. 1920s. Please be request, okay?
If someone can just answer me though, when he does come back, before we move on, because we're on like 1905. Can I ask how? I know that there's nationalism, but there's also eugenics, which is a little bit different from nationalism, in my opinion, because eugenics is more of a psychological kind of aspect that came in around about 1890. And I wanted to ask how, because that came from America, and I know we've talked about the Russian side. I wanted to ask how that side also came in, and if I can ask, because you had this time in history where you suddenly might have had like Jewish people from other areas all suddenly getting together. I would like to ask how did that interaction go with such people who might be different from each other? Like America, I feel has quite a nationalist background, but there is a deep eugenics also. So how did that also, because we were at the time of 1905, how did that intertwine, and did it ever go? Obviously where it is, but then also if we can add on to how that affected Zionism also, if you don't mind me answering that
Eugenic
question.
thinking?
Yeah.
It largely didn't. The thing about eugenics, and like really to do, I mean, while a lot of it is implemented in legal terms in the U.S. early on, it doesn't start here. I mean, it's largely developing in Britain and then exports from there to the U.S. and the Germans and whatnot. But people like Francis Galton writing about this shit, and honestly, the response to the Irish potato blight was largely driven by eugenic thinking, by Malthusian thinking that, they're unfit, they should just unalive off, let them go. It will all be better off for it. It's an idea that's definitely developing in the UK that takes on a mature form in the US. But it's tied more to notions of racism and racist forms of nationalism that are looking for a kind of, I guess, genetic fitness. And that's not something that the Zionist movement really concerned itself with beyond one key aspect. They did disdain traditional Jews. And this is kind of relevant for like one of the later segments in this run through, because a lot of the people being affected by the Yahtzee Shoah, a lot of the Zionists just didn't give a shit, because they were people who were unfit old school Jews who didn't adopt nationalism, and therefore they're a problem, and losing them doesn't really hurt anything. That's kind of eugenic in its thinking. Those kind of very callous statements that you saw from some Zionists at the time, that's I think the best framing for that. But beyond that attitude, eugenic thinking in general doesn't really appear in Zionist literature. It's not racist in the same way. It doesn't have this sense of an obsession with genetic fitness that you see in the UK or US versions and later the German one. I don't know if that helps enough, but that's the best way I can connect it to it. Oh, since I walked past it, I figured I'm gonna show you my favorite hat. I don't get to wear this one very often, but this one I really like a lot. This is me when I'm dressed nicely. I mean, obviously not like I'm. It's later in the night. I decided to put on like kind of like lounging around the house kind of clothes. So I'm just hanging out in a little t-shirt and sweats. But this is my kind of hat. It's a little bit like the one in some of the Clint Eastwood spaghetti westerns. The man with no name kind of hat. But it's a nice leather one. Problem with a lot of my my hats is that are you okay? Poor old dog. I gotta blame my mother or whatever from this. My skull's way too fucking big. It's really hard to get hats big enough.
I love that.
When I put them on, I have to use a hat stretcher to wear them for a while. Otherwise, they're digging into my head, and they're all like the biggest sizes I could get. So it's a pain in the ass.
Is it leather? I love
This one's leather, yeah. So it
love it.
shrinks back down in size. And same with like the ones here, like the beaver ones, like a lot of my good Western hats are beaver. You can stretch them, but then they shrink back down and then they're tight as hell. So I have to, before, when I'm dressing regularly, I always have a hat I'm stretching the night before so I can wear it the next day. So this is actually kind of uncomfortable to put on right now, but this is this is my favorite hat. I like this one.
We need to get hat emotes. That's what we need to get, like little.
If you want like stupid Liam emojis, I could like put on different outfits and put on different hats, and you can like different cowboy Liams.
I would love that. I think that's like fun. I mean, come on, we have to have. This is like a kid's dance app, so we have to have fun with it.
It's completely absurd.
Let's have fun. But
I definitely have leaned into at points in my life the fact that I'm from the Southwest, and I kind of like that Southwest, frontier aesthetic. I like the old buildings. If I could afford it, like my sheds would all be like they would look like old ghost town buildings, and stuff like that.
Oh my gosh, I completely see you buying like a ghost town.
I lived in one for a while.
Did
most
you
of the
really?
buildings were gone, but the house I had before I took over my grandfather's cabin and started rebuilding it, the previous house I had, the territory was later annexed to a city, but it actually was a late 19th century ghost town that was originally there for mining and then had been abandoned. And then the land was sucked into the city, and I was in one of these old houses that's still kind of like present in that area. So I got to walk these old roads that used to be roads in a town, but they weren't anymore. There's just like piles of bricks here and there where the buildings used to be.
So fun. So fun because especially around California and like Nevada, they have a lot of those ghost towns. A lot. And
There's
I've
a lot
seen
of cool ones now here to go and see for sure.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna let you move on to other things, but I could totally see you in one of those. I would definitely hang out with you there. Actually, that's gonna be our long-term plan. We're gonna buy a ghost town together. You'll be the mayor.
We can use like an old ghost town as the basis for our intentional community.
There you go. Exactly. This is perfect.
Actually, that'd be a really weird aesthetic because I honestly have always been fascinated with the idea of, I don't know, resurrecting the style of like those Hellenistic schools of philosophy that people go and study and whatnot. So it's sort of like a free open university and people walk around and they talk and they exchange ideas and things like that.
Fantastic.
But combine the idea of like dudes walking around in togas discussing philosophy in a fucking ghost town. And that's just like, that's me right there. That's my weird aesthetic.
And you could have like, my husband would be like the farmer, the Italian farmer. It'll be a very strange area, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Yeah, we'll have fig trees, we'll have Italian food. It'll be good.
Any Star Trek fans? What's this?
Oh my God.
This stuff's illegal and we have to smuggle it across the neutral zone, right?
Yes, we do. So another reason, every single week I fall in love with you a little more. That's it. That's another reason. Chalk it up on the list.
It's all the cat. It's not me. It's her. She's magnetic.
I'm obsessed. No,
I have
that's
an
us.
important question before we move on.
Yeah, I'm gonna be quiet
Not
for a little
Synth
bit.
Hall. Yes, Danny, definitely not Synth Hall. Definitely. Because that's fuck that. Fuck that replicated shit. This is like straight across the neutral zone, real shit.
This is pure gasoline.
Synth Hall. Fucking Federation.
I'm in love. That's it. I'm moving. My husband to be like, "What's up?" I'm gonna be like, "I gotta go."
All right, I did want to before we move on because you mentioned like Star Trek. I've been noticing like a lot of like pro-Israeli and like pro just like Zios in general. They will like have Star Wars like pictures as their backgrounds, and I'm just like, how do you not see how idiotic you are that the plot of Star Wars went over your head and resistance fighting went over your head?
So not the Empire. Like
No,
rebels?
no, yeah, like Jedis and like just like who, like what? I don't understand.
Oh, that's weird.
It's so
Yeah,
weird.
honestly, I one thing I really have fun with in like the fandoms is like right wing Star Trek and Star Wars fans because I just can't.
Oh
even.
my god, it's
Fucking
so
like,
funny.
Like Star Wars is explicitly an anti-fascist parable.
Literally.
He calls them stormtroopers. That's literally the SA.
Yeah, he literally, first of all, George Lucas doesn't have much creativity, so he steals from a lot of things. I love the dude, but like he had to steal from history.
I mean, it's the stormtroopers. The stormtroopers are the
Literally, yeah,
it's
exactly.
literally what the fuck? How do you not see that you are the fucking Empire?
Yeah, like you're and some of them do have like their pictures as like Darth Lords, and I'm like, do you not see that you're not right?
I'm fine with that. As long as they're going to embrace the Empire and, okay, as long as you understand you're the bad guys and we can overthrow your ass.
That's the
like,
problem.
The rebels are literally Teists. They're like, that's... Hello?
Yeah, it's so funny.
Think about all those workers on the Death Star. Oh, man. They're Teists.
One other
Come
thing
on.
that I thought was really funny was like when Hanukkah was going on, like I went around just like commenting on like all the like pro-Israel lives, just like happy Hanukkah ceasefire, and they were like, excuse me, and it was like, they were resistance fighters, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, the Maccabees, against the Seleucids. Hello. I mean, honestly, the war against the Seleucids is probably the first war for religious freedom in human history.
Yeah.
That we know of. But it was explicitly about persecution of their cultic identity, like what they were doing. I mean, the Seleucids took over the temple in Jerusalem, consecrated it to Zeus, and sacrificed a pig on the altar in the Holy of Holies. Yeah. That is the biggest fuck you imaginable to the Jews at the time.
Yeah.
So, hello? Yeah, obviously, so yeah, the Maccabees, that's the rebel fucking alliance. And they want to topple the state.
Yes. But sorry, like I can go on about Star Wars all day. I'm gonna grab my cat Chewbacca in a second. I'll put him on screen. But if you want to continue,
yeah, we should. Yeah, we can easily get sidetracked into a lot of pop culture shit. So we probably should. What are we talking about today again? There's a theme.
So
we lost some people too, but but there's a theme for the night. Yeah, where were we?
Yeah, Lucas stole Israel's theme, so we're on Zionist.
So where did we leave off?
In the
early 20th century?
Yes, earliest. Yes.
All right. Second Aliyah.
We did not get to 1920 yet.
Thank you, Christos. Perfect. And Moon Babes and everybody else is reminding. Thank you. Again, I would have no idea what day it was if I couldn't look down and see. I'm that kind of person. I can quote from shit I read 20 years ago, but I have no idea what the fuck I was doing 5 minutes ago. Okay.
Liam, I have a quick question before you go to second Aliyah about the first Aliyah.
Okay.
So you were kind of going back and forth, describing it from the Jewish perspective or the immigrant perspective and then the Palestinian perspective. When you say they were charging them rent, where are the Palestinians that existed on the land at that point? Some people were buying land and letting them live on it, and then they started asking them for rent, and some people didn't, and they built right next to them. But like Palestine proper, the Palestinians, I imagine at that time they didn't have deeds or things like that. They knew they were of the land, but did they have like legal things that were legal like that back then?
Yeah, it's a new thing, and this gets complicated. So I don't want to take us too far off, but I'll briefly note out that starting in 1858, the Ottoman Empire adopted the European understanding of land ownership, which historically wasn't a thing. Military patronage states the land all belongs to the Sultan or the Shah or the Khan or whatever. It's not you can't own land. The ruler owns the land, but you can own your house. So you would have usufruct rights. No one else had been grazing their goats here. I'm going to start grazing my goats here. I now have a right to do it. You can't do it. No one else has a house here. I'm going to build a house here. That's now my house. I can sell my house, but I don't own the land under it. That changed in the middle of the 19th century. And a lot of Palestinians got fucked in that. Some of them did pretty well. There's a handful of like super rich dudes that made plenty of money, and a lot of them later left, right? So, fuck that. There were some Palestinian elites who definitely cashed in. But a lot of the land was actually snapped up by speculators from outside because the Fellaheen did not understand what they were getting themselves into. Governments historically have only taxed you and drafted you into the army. They've not really provided services. So the idea of the government coming around and asking you questions, how many in your family, how much money do you make, how long have you lived, like taking down statistical data to give you a deed, it seems like a scam. It seems like a way to draft my kids into the army or some shit. It doesn't seem like it's going to help me. And you don't understand how you can leverage the ownership of the land to make money. So speculators came in out of Damascus and Istanbul and whatever, and they're like, don't sign that shit. Give it to me. Give it to me. I'll sign it and I'll pay the taxes. And that seems like a great deal because life would go on as normal. No one had to pay rent before. Rent wasn't a thing because land couldn't be owned. But suddenly these speculators own land and they started charging the Palestinians rent. And that massively increased poverty. And it's really sad. Like it takes us a little bit out of our topic. But if we want on a different day to spend a lot of time talking about the Palestinians in the 19th century and 18th century, like the situation gets so much worse for them at the same time the Zionists were coming in. Like they are declining in wealth and suffering while Zionists are walking in and buying shit. It's terrible timing. It fucks the situation all up for them. So it's not just Zionists buying land, it's a whole bunch of Muslims and others like land speculators purchasing things, and ultimately it fucks people over.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you answering that because just I remember stories of like my great grandfather trickling down into the family where he was very upset, and this would have been like maybe in the early 30s, because he was a farmer and a landowner, and he was seeing a lot of his neighbors sign papers when they were illiterate. And he felt it was fishy, so he never did it, and a lot of people never did it. But those who did, we don't know what happened to them. But yes, we can talk about this another day.
Just imagine what that's like even further back. Imagine what that's like in the 1860s. Yeah, these people didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. Somebody just walked in, some smooth talker out of Istanbul comes in and just gives them like some bullshit story, like nothing will change for you, you'll be just like before, I'll pay the taxes, your information doesn't have to go down on their government records, so they won't know about you. And again, historically, governments don't do shit for people. They only exploit them for tax revenue. The idea of governments providing services and infrastructure and building things, that's a modern concept. So people didn't get it, and they got screwed for it. And that continued for quite some time. So it would have gotten up to the point of your grandfather. People still would have been fucked. But it's really bad in the 1860s and 70s when this idea is spreading across the empire. A lot of people got fucked out of it. So Zionists took advantage of it, but still, even there, it's a small share of it. All the way up until 1948, so before the war, or the fight for whatever, independence, whatever you want to call it, and before the 47-48 conflict, Zionists owned 6% of Palestine. That's not much. They conquered a lot of it, but they didn't own much of it. A lot of it was still owned by Muslim absentee landowners, people in Istanbul and Damascus that just snapped up a lot of that land and were exploiting the fellahin. So your family's been living on this land for 300 years. You've been farming this land, working this land. You've lived on it, and then suddenly somebody shows you owe me $100 a month in rent. You owe me $1,000 in rent. Well, it just builds up. Like suddenly you have to pay somebody every month just to live exactly the way you were before. It adds nothing. You just have to pay people to live. Rent is a stupid idea if you guys really think about it. We're used to it because we grow up in it. But rent is a really stupid fucking idea. It hurts all of us. But it's the environment we grow up in. But people, they're adapting to it. It's a whole new world. And they got screwed. So their economy goes into a tailspin just as the Zionists start moving in. If you guys want to understand how the Israel-Palestine conflict got the way it is, that's important to understand. That the situation is getting worse for Palestinians while people are showing up and taking land.
Agreed. So then when they arrived to what they call a land without a people, could that have been an honest depiction from their end? Because everything's relative. So they come to Palestine at the time from maybe more bustling, busier cities, and therefore that looks...
That's part of it. Most of the population was pretty rural at the time. Right. It's not really until the land reforms and the Zionist land purchases that a lot of Palestinians started moving into towns. The town population was pretty small. There were no big cities. There were a handful of decent-sized towns, and then it was mostly villages and small-scale rural life. So it would look different to a lot of Zionists. But again, a lot of them are coming from Eastern Europe, so it wouldn't be hugely different, but it would be different. The bigger issue is that for many of the earliest Zionists, they honestly had no fucking clue. So there is some truth to that idea that they had about a land without people, because that's what they were told, and they didn't know what to expect, because you didn't have anybody doing like scouting or whatever. You didn't have you couldn't fucking go to Wikipedia. You couldn't look it up on Google Earth. You had no idea. You just bought a ticket and moved to the Ottoman Empire. And someone told you, yeah, the Jews all left. There's not many people there. It's fine. And the population was still relatively small for what the land could support. It was relatively small. It's now today way past what the land could support, but it was still relatively small in the 19th century. But it wasn't what they were told, and they didn't know better. The difference is when we get into this next section, which I'm losing track of the number. Hopefully Erica knows or somebody knows. The fifth, maybe? Like when we get into it's the fifth section. It's those they knew. They knew that it was not a land without people for a people without land. Once the WZO exists, they know. But the people in the first Aliyah, they are sincerely ignorant, and we can acknowledge that and say, yeah, they didn't really know what they were getting themselves into. The people moving in the 1870s, 1880s, 1890s, they have no fucking idea. And
the Palestinians
for discounting the Palestinians and not knowing they were there.
And would it be fair to also then say the Palestinians also didn't know what was happening? Maybe some of them thought, this is kind of weird, but in general, they were just going about their day.
Yeah, there's a lot of confusion there, which again, it's why the responses are so variable. There are some people who respond very aggressively from the start, like, why the fuck are you here? This is some weird imperialist shit. And there are also people that are like, whatever. People have always passed through this land. People have always moved in. Whatever, it's no big deal. You're just a new person. Cool. I don't care. I'll sell you your cement. No big deal.
Okay.
It's really variable, and they don't know what's happening either. They are also adapting to the modern world at the same time. Again, I don't want to sidetrack us, but there's a lot of interesting shit happening in the late 19th century in Palestine. They are actually entering into global commerce. They're coming up with products they can sell on international markets, and they're struggling to deal with a lot of the Ottoman reforms that disadvantage some of their manufacturers, and they're trying to find things that they can do. Because a lot of the traditional manufacturing things are gonna fail in competition with foreign imports, but they find some things that they can do really well, like citrus cultivation. I mean, the land around Jaffa explodes in citrus orchards. Today it's all like built up Israeli shit, but there was just huge numbers of orange groves all over the place because they could sell it internationally. and they could make money, and money could flow in. There's a lot of interesting things that are happening. It's a long topic, so we can't get into it here, but they are also trying to adapt to a modern world, and when the Zionists show up, a lot of that's just like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's just, maybe it's just some new people are going to show up, okay, cool, whatever, it's no big deal. They don't know how bad it's going to get.
Okay, makes sense. I'm excited for part 5.
This one, there's a fun technical issue I want to deal with, all right, that I think will help a lot to understand the long-term process of Zionism. But yeah, if there's any last thoughts, any questions, anything to go into there, otherwise me and my Romulan ale will move into section 5. Are you good there?
I'm a little shocked, but continue. A little angry, but
There's
continue.
plenty of reason to be angry about this whole thing. Again, while I can be sympathetic to why they're doing it and what they're doing, there's a lot of fucked up shit that happens. And sorry, Jules, it's gonna get worse.
Okay, I'm waiting.
So, maybe you, if you can, I will suggest perhaps fortifying yourself against it. I hear Romulan ale is really good. You can, it'll help.
I'm just happy. I mean, when I came here and I seen her in the requests, I'm like, yes, because I seen you first on Smitty's live, Jewel. And then when I saw you here, and I seen you on a couple of different lives, and I'm like, oh, when I seen you, we're not following each other, so I couldn't send it to you. But I was like,
Yeah, they all said that they would hate me for, like, I'm wearing my Hebrew name. I put it on, my stepmom goes, Juliet, they're gonna hate you. Like, why are you, like, aren't your Palestinian friends gonna just hate you?
oh, absolutely not. No, that's
Okay.
not at all. But I wasn't following you, so I was like, oh, I don't know, yeah, because you did, right, originally? Oh, I don't remember. But I'm like, I seen you on a few lives, and I'm like, I just wanted to get you here because I know this is gonna be off topic for a second. There are plenty of you that have crossed over this app during lives, like Nat. Nat. I don't know if I think she was always. I don't know if she was against Zionism from the beginning, but there's Empathy is another person. There's a lot of people that have like just recently in the last couple of weeks, and they're slowly realizing everything. And this is a very safe space. So I'm happy you're here, Jules.
I'm realizing a lot of things, so
I don't know the context. So is Jules, are you of a Jewish background, or like you're just
I'm
newly figuring
fully
out how fucked up this is?
Jewish.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
I'm fully Jewish,
yeah. So I will empathize with the struggles in community and friendships and whatnot that you can run into, because
I know.
a lot
I
of Jewish friends
know.
don't want to talk to me about this shit.
I know. My entire family would disagree with this right now and won't even listen to the opinions. Just like I feel like we have dehumanized them so much in the news, by the way, that it's just really painful. Ugh.
Yeah, it's like like for me, I can't get past knowing what shit happened,
Yeah.
And you can't change the fucking past. Like,
You
this
can't.
shit happened, and we should do something about it to make
We
it
should
better.
learn instead of repeating this.
Yeah, so yeah.
If
Okay.
Israel was given the chance, I guarantee you, they're all gone. They already are.
In
They
47,
are being
48,
given a chance.
they absolutely intended to expel everybody. And the goal that Ben Gurion outlined in the 40s was 100% of Palestine with,
But they literally
in Arabim.
they go on Fox and CNN and MSNBC and they're like, "Oh, we're just protecting ourselves." Like, I don't know. Like, from what? You're the occupying force. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yep. Just had somebody today, ranting at me on different, because, I'm on all
And
these
people
social apps,
believe
and people
it
will jump on there and
because
attack me like they're just defending themselves. How are you supporting the teists or whatever? Like, I'm not. I mean, what the
no,
fuck are
like
you
my
talking about? I'm
cousin
just
was
saying, like,
telling me, my cousin was
this is a
telling me the
colonized
Jews,
population. They're
I know
going to. It's
literally,
cause and effect.
it's, oh my God.
If you want,
So,
if you want Jews and Israelis to be safe, give Palestinians rights. Give them a political
right.
license. Don't treat them like shit. It's not
And why
rocket
can't
science.
we coexist?
Right. But for many people, they can't bridge the divide because of the way the Zionist movement developed. So the section we're going into now is actually going to be kind of critical in that because it fundamentally alters the way people understand Zionism. And a lot of the earlier possibilities for what it could have been will become minority voices. And they'll still be around through the 40s. But after the 40s, they're slowly going to fade away because the dominant mode is going to be the ethnic cleansing ethnocracy understanding of Zionism. And that has caused so much damage to the world. So, yeah. It's kind of like this is we're at an important turning point where it could have gone a different direction and it didn't. So, anyway, let me know when you guys are ready to dive into that.
Ready?
Something to deal with question-wise?
No, we're ready whenever you
Okay,
are.
cool. And it looks like I mean, yeah, it's definitely below before, but enough people are back in, so cool. All right, so we've got the first wave of settlers on the ground, and they're adapting. They're finding different ways to do this, but at the same time, there are changes happening in Central Europe. So again, the early Zionist movement is all Eastern Europe, with the exception of weirdos like Moses Hess writing in Central Europe that nobody read him, like nobody gave a shit. It was only read in the East. So it's entirely an Eastern European movement. Now, in the West, things are going to start changing, and this is where Herzl shows up. So I'm sure y'all have heard of Theodor Herzl. Incidentally, tiny pet peeve because I care about languages. His name isn't Theodore. It's Theodor. He's German. Theodor Herzl is a Viennese journalist. So he thinks of himself as German, like he speaks German. He lives in Vienna, a very cosmopolitan city, and he's fully assimilated. He doesn't keep kosher. He doesn't think of himself religiously as Jewish. He doesn't go to shul. He's just German, but of Jewish origin. And for him, assimilation is the way to go. So again, in that modernizing branch, during the Haskalah, you go back to our earlier sections there, he is on the assimilationist side. He has a moment of awakening during the Dreyfus Affair. The Dreyfus Affair is an interesting moment in French history because I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the Franco-Prussian War. Prussia is a historically poor Eastern European state, along the Baltic. And while they had a professional, disciplined army, they had shitty land. They weren't a major power, but they were slowly gobbling up territory and becoming bigger. But everyone still remembered, oh, it's just Prussia. Who cares about Prussia, And France was the dominant land power in Europe for centuries. Like the French army was primo number one. And in 1870, Prussia kicked France's ass and occupied Paris. They literally got all the way to fucking Paris, which they couldn't do in World War I. They did it in 1870. And this shocked the hell out of the French. Now, the reason the Prussians were doing this was they were trying to bully the remaining German states into joining a larger confederation, creating an empire. So they engineered wars with the Danes, the Austrians, and then the French in order to bully the remaining powers into joining the German Empire. So we're creating the Second Reich. Now set that aside, don't need it anymore. But France is scandalized by this because they lost and they're pissed. And of course, they want a scapegoat. And who are the best people to scapegoat? The Jews. So they turn on Alfred Dreyfus. Now Alfred Dreyfus is a fully assimilated, like no beard like me. He's like clean, no beard at all. He's he's a French artillery captain, like speaks only French, totally assimilated Jew. He is a Frenchman of the Mosaic persuasion in the parlance of the time. So he's French, but he's also a social undesirable because he's a Jew. Now, when they lost the war, they looked for somebody to finger. Now, in military courts, this is actually true to some degree up to the present. Military courts don't follow the same evidentiary standards as civilian courts. And French military courts are notorious. If anyone wants to see this, honestly, I use this in one of my classes too, like when I deal with some history through film. Has anyone seen the 1957 Stanley Kubrick film Paths of Glory? Because if you haven't seen it, download that fucking movie and watch it. It holds up really well. For 1957, it's fucking awesome. But there's a trial in it. And there's a trial of people who didn't do a goddamn thing wrong, but no evidence is necessary. Yeah, Paths, with an S. Paths of Glory. And it's and it shows you that they don't care about evidence. That's true. It's factually accurate. Military courts don't care about that. Alfred Dreyfus was convicted with zero evidence beyond the fact that he was a Jew. And he was sent to Devil's Island prison in French Guiana. Because they said, well, he sold secrets to the Prussians. If he hadn't sold us out, there's no way the Prussians could have beaten us. Of course we wouldn't lose. We're France, bro. We're the dominant land power in Europe. So they scapegoated him to cover up their own fuck up. Now, Theodor Herzl is watching this. He's a journalist. His job is a journalist, and he's watching this shit, and he's seeing, holy fuck, bro, France is racist as fuck. Like, it didn't make sense to him because he drank the assimilationist Kool-Aid. He thought that if we just shave our beards and move into the cities and blah blah blah, learn the language, people will accept us and we'll be part of the nation. We'll be accepted in the different countries we live in. No, not going to happen. So it shocked him to his core because, again, France, and this is why I mentioned Napoleon earlier, France was the first country to emancipate the Jews, to give them citizenship. That's 1803. We're looking like almost 80 years later, and people are like hating the Jews far more than they used to because Jews are now moving to their neighborhoods. So it's like, oh, there goes the neighborhood. Like, you know, all that kind of like pearl clutching bullshit. And there's a ton of anti-Semitism, and he's shocked by this. And the first thing he does is he starts looking for non-Zionist solutions because, again, it's not his background. At one point, he's like trying to appeal to the Catholic Church. Hey, bro, if you like finance me, I'll convince the Jews to all become Catholics and we'll solve the Jewish question that way. And the Pope is like, bro, we tried that. We totally tried that. Shit don't work. Jews don't want to be Catholic. Like, you're insane. He's like, okay, cool. I'm insane. So he's thinking, and he happens upon the Zionist idea. And it's really kind of independent in a way. If we can take him at his word, he didn't read Leo Pinsker's Auto-Emancipation until after he finished Der Judenstaat, the Jewish state. I don't know that that's true. I think he probably read it beforehand, but he says he read it afterwards. But either way, his solution is astonishingly similar. Although he, in that and his later works, he kind of dresses it up in a lot of like really, he's a journalist, he's a good writer. So he makes it kind of literary. He draws people into a narrative. It makes people feel like this is a thing we can do. We can be like pioneers in the American West. We can like like do some awesome shit. And that's the genius. It's the first major thing that we need to introduce Herzl for, is that he's a good writer. And he introduces this idea in his book. Like, Der Judenstaat is translated into a dozen languages and like spreads like wildfire. Where the Eastern European earlier Zionist movements, it didn't spread. It stayed in the Pale of Settlement. No one in Western Europe gave a shit. But the Dreyfus affair gives people a reason to care. And then this guy, boom, here's a book. You know, a nice, short, pithy story that explains how Jews can solve their problem and solve the Jewish question and get out of this terrible shit. And they're like, okay, cool. So it builds up what we can call, again, I make a distinction in my class between practical Zionism and political Zionism. Political Zionism is this idea of organizing, creating organizations, you know, the Jewish Colonization Association, the World Zionist Organization, things like that, you know, the Jewish National Fund, things that can work to to organize stuff, to raise money, to raise awareness, to lobby the capitals, to petition the foreign governments, to get people thinking about this shit, and not actually move. Because people like Herzl, they're not leaving. They're comfortable in Europe. They're Europeans. Like, fuck that pioneer shit. I'm going to convince somebody else to do that. I'm like, those cowboys can go do that shit. I'm going to stay here in Vienna, bro. So it's a different type of Zionism, and in a sense, that's where your Biden is a Zionist kind of shit. Like, people can say that shit now, but they're not going to leave. There's tons of Jews in the U.S. who are Zionists. They're not going anywhere. They're political Zionists. That's Herzl's contribution. The movements in the 1870s and 80s in Eastern Europe, they're people who are trying to learn the practical skills to move to Palestine. Now we have a whole different branch of Zionism developing, of people who are going to support the movement, raise money for the movement, lobby governments for the movement, but they're going nowhere. And it's a nationalist movement for Jews. So it has that in common, but it's not going anywhere. It's going to stay and lobby those governments. That'll be important in the long run if you think about it, because it's going to continue to affect the politics in a whole lot of democracies today. Okay, so that's Herzl's first major contribution. The second is looking at the actual organizations themselves. So looking at the creation of the WZO. When you start having big conferences and you get, all these, Max Nordhau, all kinds of like European intellectuals, tons of people who themselves, again, they're not going to give up their professional lives. They're not going to stop being physicists and physicians. They're not moving to Palestine, but they'll go to a conference and they'll talk about it and they'll raise money for it and they'll support it. And that gives us the second Aliyah. And in the second Aliyah, you're raising money to support the movement of dirt poor Eastern European Jews to Palestine. So, again, keep in mind, the people organizing this shit, they're staying in Europe. We're not yet to the Yazidis. Things aren't that bad yet. They're not great, but they're not that bad yet. They're still there. But they're going to raise money. They're going to... Did somebody just say what is Ewokism? Like, I'm back in Star Wars in a sec. I just got stuck in Star Wars. Like, what is the Ewok religion? I want to know. Like, convert me, bro. Like,
No,
what does
Ewok
Wicket do?
picture.
Like, what are his rituals? I want like. I want to know what Ewokism. Okay, whatever. So you're raising money, and organizing things and putting together organizations, and you're helping the people in the Pale of Settlement move to Palestine. The second Aliyah, therefore, comes with a significant ideological shift. And this is critical to what's going to happen in all the crap afterwards, because the way they think about things is going to change a bit. So I'm going to be rude and give you two Hebrew concepts here, right? Kibush Havodah, right? The conquest of labor. The conquest of labor is fundamental to where this is going to go. Because first, it's complicated as a term because it has like multiple meanings. Like it has the sense of becoming good Jewish proletarians. We're a good working class. We can work the land and be authentic. New Hebrews, right? There's that. And then there's also the class conflict socialist element, like, fighting for, better things against the bosses, solidarity, all that kind of shit. So those are both part of Kibush Avodah. But there's a third really dangerous part of that ideology. And that's the economic nationalism. So this is the one I spend a lot of time talking about, because we can get sidetracked and we can talk a lot about Zionist socialism, and I'll make a couple of comments about Zionist socialism in a moment, so we can come back to that, because it is a factor. But the scary shit that comes with the second Aliyah, under the WZO, is that third part of Kibush Avodah. It's the argument that you should create an exclusively Jewish economy, that you should cut the Palestinians out of it. So you're ultimately going to create parallel societies. So one neat way I'll do this is I'll show people some of the rhetoric, some of the posters, some of the arguments they're making among the community. There's a great one I like showing that says, like, buy Hebrew cement. This is the best way to strengthen our home. Because it's a great, like, double meaning. If anybody doesn't know, Palestine has a lot of rocks, but you don't want to cut down the trees because they take a long time to grow, so you build a lot of shit out of cement. You build with concrete. Makes sense, right? Use what you've got. So it's, if you're going to build a house, if you're a new Zionist pioneer and you're settling in the land, the cheapest thing you can do is go to the local Arab merchant and buy your cement from him, because they've been making it for centuries. They know how the shit works. They've got a whole lot of it. It's going to be nice and cheap. But instead it says, go to the Jewish merchant selling cement. He's going to be more expensive because he's a newer business, but you're strengthening the Hebrew economy. You're keeping the money inside the community. You're not giving it to Palestinians. And that as an idea really takes off. And what it does is it creates completely separate societies. One neat way of seeing the long-term consequence of this, I'll sometimes use anecdotes to help people. So I'll tell you guys a quick story. Like, give me a minute here to flash forward into the future, right? So one year I'm living in Haifa, and I'm based at the University of Haifa in the north. And while I'm there, I'm going to meet a lot of people who work there, right? So I get to know the local Arabic language instructor. Now, her job is to teach Arabic at the university. And I accidentally one day, while we're kind of out and about and we're just talking, found out that she doesn't actually understand Eastern Arabic. She can't understand the Palestinians. She knows modern standard only. So the shit that's on radio broadcasts, the propaganda, she can translate that for the army. But she doesn't understand Palestinians. And I'm like, you're in Haifa. Haifa is like a quarter Palestinian. You can walk down to Wadi Nisnas and you can talk to people and they're right fucking there. And you can learn this. It's not that different. You can pick it up pretty fast if you put the time into it. And she looks at me and her eyes bug out and she's like, but I'm a Jew! Because I dared to suggest she talk to Palestinians. That's the long-term consequence a century later of what's happening at the beginning of the 20th century. Because you can create completely parallel societies where Palestinians can live there and the Jews will live there and they're not going to interact. They have a completely closed economy. That's going to be important when we get into the teens and 20s, because people noticed already in the 20s when things were going wrong. The British government was doing studies of this. They commissioned government white papers, like, research what's going on, what is happening in the fucking Palestine Mandate, why is this shit going to hell? And the studies came back saying it's a parallel economy. You're kicking Palestinians off the land because you're buying the land, and then they go into the towns. And then they go into the towns and they find that the economy can't grow fast enough to give them jobs because all the money is staying in the Jewish economy. So you've got a lot of like angry, unemployed young Palestinian men. What are they going to do? Of course they're going to riot and attack the Jews, right? And fight back. And then the Jews are going to complain about that and use that to support their cause, right? So it's creating a vicious cycle that's just going to make the situation worse and worse and worse. But the core of it was the economic separation. Had that not happened in the second Aliyah, because it wasn't the case in the first one, the economies were completely intermeshed. They were buying from each other, selling to each other, living next to each other. In the second Aliyah, the goal from that point on is to create completely parallel societies. And in the long run, if they can, get rid of the fucking Palestinians. But even if you can't, let them be poor, let them be marginalized, let them be irrelevant. Build a Jewish economy on top of that. There's a few other elements I want to throw into here about that development. But time-wise, I'm getting past the creation of the mandate, so I probably should back up a second and talk about how Britain ends up in the picture. Does that make sense? And I don't know if I should break again, like do another division here at the second Aliyah and that shift with Kibush Avodah, and go into that and break there, and then we'll talk about the mandate afterwards. We're talking about the mandate now. One other quick one. While you guys are thinking about whether I should stop here for a minute and then talk about the mandate or go right into the mandate, let me know in a second. There's a second one. Kibush HaKarka, the conquest of land. And in this, the goal was don't concentrate the Jewish population, spread it out. Settle wherever you can in the land. Because the goal is that if it later turns to a fight and you're fighting for control of the land, a Jewish presence somewhere gives you the ability to claim that land. So that's the other half of that, was trying to get people to move out and create new development towns in the middle of nowhere so they could expand the ambit of what they could claim when it goes to creating a homeland. So both of those points, Kibush Havodah, Kibush Charcha, those come with the Second Aliyah and the WZO. And so there's a massive, massive change in direction for the Zionist movement. And all of that is kind of like post-Herzl. Herzl sets a lot of this in motion, and he's racist as fuck about this shit too. He doesn't care about the Palestinians at all. But he dies very quickly. He's what is it, 1898, 99, something? He's dead pretty quickly after the first Basel conference. So then it's like, it falls to people like Chaim Weizmann and other successors. But he does start the ball rolling for political Zionism and this ideological shift. And I think that's the main thing I want to hit on in our this segment, if that makes sense.
No, that's like perfect. And just before you do move on, like some people like have had like questions pertaining kind of to like pogroms and how they've kind of shaped Zionism. So again, I just wanted to remind you of the one every time, I hate saying it even, the Elders of Zion.
Oh shit! I have to talk about that then.
So like that, and then I did see another question that pertains to this era of just the Tsar. Like before we get into like the Arch Ferdinand. Oh my god, my dyslexia will never let me say his name. The Duke Arch Ferdinand? Yes?
Arch Ferdinand?
Oh my. Yes, yeah, my dyslexia. I can't say it, dude.
What does he have to do with this, per se?
No, like not this, like just like time-wise, like just like in the, because I saw like another question, like saying to like talk about him. So before we get into like that era, just I think the start of like that era, I think like, yeah.
Honestly, I'm not sure how to tie Sarajevo into this.
I think like I see insert like,
because we do have to deal with like, I don't know, Balfour and all that kind of crap, and that takes place in the context of World War One. But if you guys want me to talk about World War One, we're going to be here until like 2 a.m. if we keep adding topics.
Dude, I know.
I like talking about this shit, so
we should have probably made this like a 3-parter.
I think it takes us away from Zionism because there's no direct relationship.
I do think there's validity in talking about the Elders of Zion, and I do think there's validity,
as well as the response to what is it like?
The Tsar in Russia.
I think the
what's it?
There was a Jewish anarchist that unalived a Tsar.
Yes,
and
exactly. Like I do think there's relevancy in that.
Hey, let's blame the Jews for that. So there's a lot of it all contributes to this like anti-Semitism that's growing in Europe. And again, anti-Semitism is the main force driving the creation of Zionism and pushing people out. So as it gets worse, it's obviously going to push more and more people out. We'll get to that when we get further into the 1930s, because there's a massive fucking exodus that's going to come out of there as anti-Semitism gets much worse. So, but as it's building at the beginning of the 20th century, it does kind of matter. The situation in the Pale is going to get considerably worse because, well, okay, so let me take a step back. There's a feature of Judaism that if you think about it, so going back to our very first segment, about there's a distinct Jewish cultural identity, but they still move around and live among other people and partially blend in different areas. But because they have a distinct identity and they only partially assimilate, there's always a kind of hybridity in Jewish identity, right? Where you're sort of German and sort of Jewish at the same time. So Jews naturally gravitate toward more cosmopolitan philosophies, which means that Jews disproportionately were interested in shit like socialism, where you're thinking more in broader transnational terms. It made more sense. There's a shitload of Jewish socialists, anarchists, communists, all developing in the 19th century because it just kind of fits a diaspora culture that has never quite fit in. And you want to say, well, hey, bro, it doesn't matter if I'm a Jew and you're a German. We're both proletarians and we're both getting fucked by the bourgeoisie. So let's work together, bro. Like that just makes sense. So the fact that a lot of Jews did end up in those movements, they were never a majority. There's a lot of people who like to oh God, the far-right conspiracies on this. You know the Bolshevik Revolution was all Jews, right? They were a small share of it. But compared to their share in the total population, they were overrepresented. That's true. But they were also overrepresented in the educated class. So, of course, they're going to play a part in these movements. And there are, again, some cultural reasons that push them in those directions. So, quite honestly, when anarchists and socialists acted out in different areas and pissed off reactionaries, instead of dealing with the ideology, they blamed it on the Jews, and it became a racist thing. And that's the context for the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's a czarist forgery. It's completely bullshit. They made it all up, but it's trying to say that the Jews secretly control the governments and the banks and everything else and get people fighting each other so they can control the world. Like it's this big plot. And people kind of bought into it because, go figure, a bunch of Jews were also revolutionaries, and they knew that because, hello, some Jews you knew were like, communists or something. So you could kind of like wonder maybe if they're doing the secret society, like fighting to overthrow things, maybe there is something to this like crazy conspiracy shit. What's hilarious about a lot of it is how it doesn't matter how incoherent an idea it is, people can still believe it. Because Jews were communists, but also uber capitalists at the same fucking time. They control all the banks and manipulate everyone for profit, and yet they want to overthrow the banks and overthrow profit. It's like, and it really didn't matter that they contradicted each other. All that mattered to people was, you said Jews. And again, that long-term anti-Jewish bias is the problem. Most of the people participating in pogroms, just like decades later, most of the people participating in the Shoah didn't do it for anti-Semitic reasons. They did it for anti-Jewish reasons, anti-Judaic reasons, like the historical, like, I'm a good Lutheran, so of course Jews suck. I'm a good Catholic, so of course Jews suck. Because that's part of my theology, part of my religious upbringing. You know, it's just in the air. It's normal to hate the Jews. So of course everyone did. So it was very easy to believe these conspiracies, and it really didn't matter just how stupid they were.
Yeah. No, like I
So he said, "There's a hat." Like, yes, sorry, sorry. Should I take it off?
No, the
Someone
hat's
said
good.
hat earlier, so I just grabbed a hat.
Keep the hat. But
It
there
doesn't
is
match
someone
my
who's
clothes,
been
but I
patiently
still like
waiting for a very long time to ask their question, and we're like right in that kind of like time era. So Nadim, like I know you've been waiting to ask your question. If you want to ask now.
Okay, thank you. When I look at the map, there is a part of history we did not study in Syria. That was when French divide Syria for small pieces. We just study that they divide Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Jordan. That's what we study. But when I read,
they left out the Jabal Duruz and the Alawite
yeah,
section
yeah,
and Damascus,
yeah,
Aleppo. Oh,
yeah. That's what. Yeah,
Why is that not part of normal curriculum?
yeah, because they want us to think that we are one, blah blah blah. Well, my question is, does French try to divide Syria like, as you say, Jabal Duruz? Because Duruz, it's it's micro state. It's one city. I think it was 30,000 people or
No,
something.
not one city, but like still a region. But it's a small area and it's not very well populated. The population is
Yeah,
kind of
but
spread out.
right now it's only one city. It's Suwaida. It don't have Daraa. It don't have Damascus.
They've struggled to, because of larger population growth. They've overall struggled to maintain, like, the population used to be a bit more like broken up. It's mixed a bit more than it used to be. So
Yeah.
those things.
Okay, my question is, did France try to divide these small cities, state like Alawiyin, Lebanon as majority Christian? It was 1% more Christian than Muslims. And Druze, that way we have more than one state based on religion that will help later for Israel. On the other hand.
I mean, it's a different topic, but the short answer is yes. Divide and rule was a very important function of the French approach to empire,
Based on religion.
The Britain and France had slightly different approaches to this. France was determined to maintain more direct control of its territories during the high imperialist era, and it tried to do that by consciously cultivating separate nationalisms so people fought each other. So if I can get the Alawites and the Druze and the Sunni and the Orthodox to all hate each other, then they won't. Then they'll need me to stay in charge, and I can keep ruling forever. That was the goal. So instead of a single unified, like if you'd left them alone, the entire Eastern Mediterranean, the Levant, would have developed its own greater Syrian national identity. But instead, you're consciously telling people your Alawite identity comes first, and your Syrian identity comes second. Your Druze identity comes first, and your Syrian identity comes second.
It worked with Lebanon.
People fighting each other so they could stay in power.
Yeah. And what is the final border for Israel? Because when I see someone that...
What is the what? The
border. Because when I see someone who drove from the river to the river, I think,
that's horseshit.
Yeah, but they can't control it.
Please, in Palestinian and Arab spaces, please police this, folks. The argument that it should stretch from the Euphrates to the Nile is literally horseshit, and the Zionists know that. It's used to say, look, we can claim this absurd border based in the Bible, so you should just give us Palestine. It's never been serious. No one has ever seriously considered it.
No, I didn't see...
idea, and this goes back to the late 19th century, so the actual goal was what we can today look at as like the entire Israel-Palestine region, but also add the east bank of the Jordan, so not all the way to Amman, but like where like Erbil is, and like the western edge of Jordan.
Yeah.
So just barely the east bank of the Jordan River, and then a section of southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. So it would include like the ancient cities of Tyre and Sidon.
Yeah.
And then up to the Litani. So it's like 10-15% of Lebanon.
Yeah, and Golan Heights, because as I see,
Golan was not originally part of it. No, that's more recent. That's because of the conflict. If you look at what the Zionists themselves actually argued from the 19th century onward, it never included the Golan.
Okay.
That was only added later because of strategic reasons, and it kind of like fit. So it got sucked into it, but it was never historically a part of Palestine, and was just kind of like left out of this whole argument. But up to the Litani, down through the Negev. The east, the just barely the east bank of the Jordan, but not all the way to Amman.
Yeah,
that's the ideal borders for the Zionist movement from the start.
Okay, thank you.
Is somebody showing the? Somebody's got a picture of that douchebag who I will not name holding up that map. Yeah, that shit's not serious. No one was ever actually saying that. The Greater Israel movement uses that as a way of saying, look, we can claim this, so please just give us Palestine and leave us and let us oppress the Palestinians or get them out.
Yeah, I know, because as I say, they can't control all this area and stay majority. If they expand,
no. I mean,
they
most of the Egyptian population lives on the east bank of the fucking Nile. That would be like they would inherit like 50 million Egyptians. What the fuck are they going to do with that?
Yeah, they don't want that. Yeah,
no, they don't want. No, it's
impossible to remove all these people.
But it was ludicrous at the time too. Anybody saying that in 1890, I mean, it's still a joke. But it's also technically it's a misreading of the text. In the Torah text, it does say river of Egypt to river of Mesopotamia, but realistically, it's thinking much more like I think it's the El Arish. Like it's mostly dry these days, but like it's in the Sinai.
Yeah.
So it's a very small stream there, and then it's going north. So if you go straight north in the Levant, you eventually hit tributaries, elements of the Euphrates, but they're still in the Eastern Mediterranean. So they were claiming that coastline, the Phoenician coastline.
Yeah.
That biblically, you could say Lebanon is part of the Holy Land, but no way it includes fucking Mesopotamia. That's never what the Bible meant. It was never about that at all. What's in that picture that that BBS holds
No,
holding up
that's
is a complete modern lie. That has
no, that
nothing to do with
picture.
the
I
biblical
think
truth.
it's about something economic or something like that. It's not the border of Israel.
Well, it's ideological. It's a way of saying, like, look, if we say river of Egypt or river of Mesopotamia, let's take the major rivers. The Euphrates is the big one. The Nile's the big one. The Bible can give us all of this shit. So you should be okay with us expelling the Palestinians and just having this. That's the only reason they ever advanced that idea.
So they don't want Damascus.
Never, ever suggested. No.
There's one of them that said they did.
Amman is never even included. It's always to the west of Damascus and Amman.
Okay.
But technically, part of Lebanon is in most Zionist plans, and biblically, it would include all of Lebanon.
Saba, thank you. You can give my spot, and I will stay listening for a little bit because it's 6 morning right now.
Sorry.
No problem. Thank you very much.
I do these do get recorded actually because they've kicked us off twice. I'm gonna have to edit it all together, but I will put this up on YouTube later, so all the different pieces will still be there.
For real? Yes, I know.
Liam, before I forget, I don't know if I'm gonna get my other account back. So if you want to mod me on this one,
I haven't. Oh crap! I never know about this.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Let me do that right now. I'm gonna do that right now, and then I'm gonna take a 60-second break, and then I'll be back.
Yeah, you're fine, dude. Yeah, I can see if anyone has questions, and
okay.
Yeah, take your time.
Done. Okay, so yeah, check for questions. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem.
Hang out here.
Yeah, so Jay, I know you just came on the panel, so the way we usually do it, just so those who've been here, if they've had questions, I'm gonna go to them first, and then I'll ask you before we move on to the next segment. So Soul Speak, you've been here, and Moon, Soul Speak, do you have anything?
I'm sorry.
No, I'm good. And if you need to drop me, please feel free.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I think there's only one other person in request, so I think you're totally fine. And then yeah, you're fine to chill. You're good. And then Moon, was there anything?
So my question is kind of for later in the timeline.
Which
and
is
I
fine, yeah.
honestly don't know if he'll get to it. My question is, so I have actually been engaging with a couple of Israelis over the last couple of weeks, and the one thing that I have a question about is when and how did the perception of Palestinians become to where they are actual Yahtzees? That does not make any sense to me. So I'm
you mean that Israelis think that Palestinians are, or do you mean vice versa?
Yes,
Never
we
heard that.
literally use that word, and I'm I was just gonna ask if he knew, especially because he lived there, and so
I
think that's later on. So yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that, but I'm not gonna lie, I've never heard that before. But yeah, we're trying to stick to
now.
we're trying to stick to the decade we're on, just because there's so much stuff.
Yes, I don't know if that came around that time of World War II or later on or what, just yeah. So.
Honest, if I'm gonna be frankly honest, that sounds like really dumb people you're talking to.
Okay, now I'm curious. I missed it.
And I just try not to judge people. I just try to hear them out or just pay attention to things and stuff. But I will say this, actually, something that you talked about when you were talking about your teacher friend and when you were at the University of Haifa, is I visited Israel in 2004 and I stayed there for 6 months. And as an American looking at it, I could see the separation, what you're talking about. And so
I noticed it. I wish more people did. I've tailed birthright groups and trying to hear their bullshit, and I'd try to catch people and tell, you should go here, you should see this too. They're not showing you how bad this gets.
And it was like I wasn't even on a birthright trip per se, but that is the reason why I went is because I converted, so I was like considering making Aliyah at the time. But when I kind of experienced it, I was like, I live in Cleveland, Ohio, which is very segregated and like redlined area, and I'm like, this is the same thing. Like Arabs go on this bus, Israelis go on this bus, like they're terrified of each other. Like,
Yep.
that's how I related to it. So I just completely lost interest. Although
Even
I had
if we're on the same
beautiful
bus,
trip.
like
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
I've seen
I had
Palestinians
beautiful
hop on a
trips.
bus in Haifa and they recognize each other, they greet each other, they kiss the cheeks, yeah. And all their Israeli Jews are like looking the other way. And they don't notice. They it's like a whole different reality. It's astonishing. I feel you actually, because honestly, if the binational version of Zionism had taken root, I could have made Aliyah. I could live there because I think it's a beautiful country, and I like Palestinian culture. I love Palestinian food. I could imagine living there. But Zionists are fucking insane. Like the way that they approach things is so alien to me. Like seeing that segregation firsthand was just like, holy fuck, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like it shocked me to my core. And the deeper I looked, the worse it got.
And I didn't look that, to be honest, I didn't look that deeply into it. I kind of just came back home and just kind of changed my plans, and stuff. So that was 20 years ago. So, so now I'm here learning more about it. And like, so I got into that because thanks. I got into that because I was explaining that my question is probably like later on in the timeline, and I don't know if you'll get to that. So that's how we got into that. But yeah.
I don't know what time are you thinking?
World War II era.
Yeah, World War II.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to, again, if you guys are willing to keep going with me here for a bit, I want to take us at least into the religious Zionist period, because it's really important to understand how this current government got to the way it is. So we have to create the state and see how that works, but we also have to get to like the post-1967 reality, because it does change Zionism. There are whole new branches of Zionism that become important only after 67. That before that point they were just fringe idiots, and now they're like a major faction.
Okay.
I do want to get way past World War II.
Yeah.
Can we say that they're religious?
What was that?
Can we say that they're religious?
Well, it depends on the religious Zionists definitely are. I mean,
how?
Again, Judaism isn't like a religion in the same sense, but their faith is dominant. Their biblical interpretation is dominant in the way that they look at it. So it's their interpretations of their own tradition that drive their politics. Mm-hmm. So the religious Zionists it's like a form of fundamentalism.
Well, how do they reconcile Isaiah chapter 4, Jeremiah chapter 7, Ezekiel chapter 1 through 32? I mean, how do they 90% of the Bible?
When you want to talk about fundamentalist movements of any stripe, of any religion, none of them make any fucking sense.
Have you seen
how the fuck does the H group call all of Palestine a waqf? Like, none of this shit ever makes sense. Like, hardcore religious movements are always going to come up with weird, unique interpretations, and they're going to selectively ignore the parts that don't fit.
I think I figured out why. Have you seen this? You probably can't see it. You might have to blow up the screen. But I found this about 8 months ago online.
See if I can do. How about that? Okay.
Do you know what that is?
I think so. Looking at one of the old altars.
Well, it actually wasn't there before February, so I can't say that it's old.
What? That's somebody
erected.
added that?
It was recently erected, yes.
What the fuck?
That is in the city of Bethsaida, north of the Sea of Galilee. It's the city where Jesus fed the 5,000 in the New Testament with the fish and the bread.
Put something that looks monolithic architecture there.
That's Baal. That's Moloch Baal, the child sacrifice god.
Yeah.
It's I found a reference to Baal and or an altar similar to this at almost all the Christian pilgrimage sites in Israeli occupied Palestine. And that's like on Wikipedia. That's the top picture on Google if you Google
Liam,
Bethsaida. There's
Jay,
pictures of people taking pictures with it.
Jay, if I may for a second,
Yeah.
nice to see you again.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing, bro? Do you, Liam, I know we haven't had a conversation. I was here with Goth once before. It's an honor to speak to you again after so long. Do you view H as a religious extremist group?
Technically, yes, although their political faction has moderated a lot of that stuff over time. Like they're officially like, yeah, two-state solution, no big deal. We'll work with all that sort of stuff. We want democracy, but there are elements of the guiding philosophy of them that does connect them to some of those strains. So yes and no. It's more nuanced.
That's
But
fair enough.
but I mean, just like today again, they've revised a lot of the old racist shit. Like the original covenant was quoting the protocols of the elders of Zion, and the one from 2017 does not. It explicitly says, yeah, my problem is only with Zionism, not with Jews, blah blah blah. They've changed a lot and things like that.
Yeah,
But
they've
today
amended many
there are
things.
still like actual people in positions of authority in the H group who talk about Jews as being the most pernicious people on the earth that cannot be trusted.
I take that as lack of education, to be
Yes,
honest.
exactly. But there are still some fucked up people in it. So the problem here overall with a lot of fundamentalist type movements, because over time, and this is something that it's the same that happened with the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. Over time, it went more and more middle class, got more and more educated, and a lot of the extremist interpretations disappeared. The same dynamic is happening today with the H group, because they're a successor to that kind of like semi-Salafist ideology.
All due respect, I think for me or for you to try to judge any member of H or any group of H in our privileged ideas and to simply say they're fucked up, I can't. I simply can't. You know, I feel like that's not appropriate. I feel like for Israel, sure,
I have a
or
hard time with
Lebanon,
any extremist ideology.
or Lebanon.
Zadi Habibi, what if some of
I
those
know,
in
but
the H
all
group
due
are
respect, Jay,
Zadi,
all due respect,
brother.
Jay, real
Insert.
quick,
Listen, man.
Jay,
Listen.
Habibi,
Hold on.
Kika.
Let
Listen to
me
me, I'm talking
say
right now
one
to
thing.
someone
It may
else.
change your mind. It may change your
Jay,
mind, insert, brother.
I need you to give me 1 second, then you can explain to me. All due respect, Liam, it depends on under what circumstances that extremism was created. Is that right or no? I mean,
Well, again, yes and no. What I can do is I understand, and I do this again with students. I can tell you, it makes sense that this would happen. That doesn't mean that the ideas are good. Like, there's cause and effect stuff. There's reasons you can see, and we can understand why the ideologies are developed the way that they are. But it doesn't change with the potential harm in the long term of them. And
that's
for
fair
me,
enough.
again, on H group specifically, I mean, I have 8 books on them alone, right? I mean, I follow I have whole shows on Islamist movements. I mean, it is a very nuanced issue, and you can understand why they develop and what they're in reaction to, what they're in response to. They are responding to some really fucked up imperialist racist bullshit. So I'm very critical of all those Euro-American ideologies. But
All
that
right,
doesn't
well,
mean I automatically accept all reactions to it as good.
okay, that's fair enough. But I just want to make myself clear and my stance clear. I am a member. I come as a Christian from the West Bank. I many Christians like me, even throughout the occupied territory, which you guys call proper, is not real. And many of us, I'm a member of the PFLP. Many of us personally agree with many members of H, and we even have
Again,
many members that are
I
struggling
understand.
throughout the conflict.
Honestly, I'm still shocked that the international media has not pointed to the Popular Front and the Democratic Front being present on the 7th.
Honestly, it's a little
Because of the history of
insulting,
like
man.
anti-communism, like why are we not saying, look, there's commies there? Like,
Listen here. We've been persecuted ever since the 40s and the 50s. We've been hunted mostly by the PA dogs and the Zionist entity and America. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man.
It's honestly amazing that they haven't made more. That they're so determined to pin all of this on H group that they leave out the other 4 groups, and they leave out because right-wing Americans would eat that shit up. They're hardcore anti-communists. If you said, "Look, there's fucking Marxists," ooh,
I know,
but no one
exactly.
talks about it.
Exactly.
It's funny.
I think it's because there's French backing. There's a little French backing. I think it's because there's other bigger players, like Iran, like
Yeah, I mean,
H.
there's bigger. Yeah, exactly, and they're always like the Iran-backed whatever. Like there's always it's the current geopolitics are less Cold War inflected, and part of that's just like I'm getting old, bro, and I'm a Cold War kid, so I kind of remember how that could have worked then, and I know that a lot of the current right in the U.S. is still hardcore anti-socialist, but still, it's not the current issues that they can play on. They want to play on like the war on tea issues.
I mean, in my mind, everyone when the war first began breaking out between Russia and Ukraine, everyone wanted to say this is the second Cold War. No.
I do love your passion and everything, but there was this is the type.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, yeah.
The theme thing. Yeah.
We do that. We do a theme here. Like basically, when you came on, Moon was just starting to speak. Nat was finishing up. Moon was picking up, and I believe they were talking about the monument. Right? I believe I just walked in and out really quick. Whatever that Stonehenge thing was. I think we were talking about that. I don't even know what that is, but yeah, so I don't know, but when it comes down to how H is or anything, this is not the live. This is honestly not the live where we discuss how the resistance is. This is basically historian live.
Well,
I mean, we're talking
today
about
we're talking more
Zionism. All
the
due
lens of
respect,
Zionism.
Zax. We're
No,
talking
no,
about
no. We could
Zionism
talk.
in
I
Palestine,
understand.
right?
There
Yeah.
could be, if somebody wants to file away a week to talk about the history of different Palestinian resistance movements and like the changes and interactions between them, like how do you get to the point where the Popular Front and the H group like each other, like the massive changes in the last 70 years. That'd be fun for a week too.
Exactly.
Oh, that would be amazing.
So set that aside. Like I quite enjoy talking about that kind of shit too.
No,
So.
absolutely, because I mean we are commie anarchists over here, so we absolutely do love this stuff. But the thing is that,
but it is a different topic.
Yeah,
Fair
it's
enough,
it's
fair
not it's yeah, like not like because we're talking about Zion, we went from the time frame like we were in the 1800s and now we're moving into
We're
1930.
we had just gotten into the
Yeah, we're on
teens or
our
20s, and now we're like
quick
100 years later.
Quick disclaimer: I have ADHD, dyslexia, so
like
I kind of
we
like
kind of all we're all neurodivergent.
And you guys may have noticed I'm a little hyperactive. I mean, I'm on the like autistic / ADHD. I'm like
we all are neurodivergent.
I'm like
got a bunch of
squirrel.
That's
like, I'm easily distracted.
It's the product of a high IQ. It's nothing bad.
Yeah, we're all squirrels here. But basically,
to be honest, though, can I just say this is the most on topic I have ever seen you, Liam. Like, this is the most we've stayed on topic.
Yeah, because it's very
it's a theme week.
You know what it is? It's easy because when you have a whole bunch of neurodivergents that can actually smell when things are going the wrong way, you're like, oh, I got to get that nut back. You know what I mean? Hold on a second. So no, it's not that insert. Like we're saying, do not talk about it. It's just that we do pick a topic, like, and we basically plan around it. And this is like hour 5.
Yeah, I'm sorry again. I didn't mean it.
So it's no offense. I don't mean it like in an offensive way. It's just when you're jumping on, I just wanted to let you know. Usually there's like an entire rhythmic going. So we're like I think we're like in 1930 right now. So we're not even near. Yeah. So
I do have an answer to that question about the 1930 thing. And what she was referencing was why were they calling the Palestinians Schnazis? And I would say that that is because that them being as the Schnazis in their actions, they tend to blame what they are doing on the Palestinians. Like they say that what the Palestinians are doing, what they're doing. It's been a typical I don't know if I call it propaganda mechanism, or it's almost like they use it like a weapon of war to try to, like, they call them T groupers. They call them.
It's just rhetoric. It's you can't take any of that shit seriously.
Well, you can.
Okay, because that was my question, and I was thinking it was like later on in the timeline, like when they kind of got folded into this of like, they were rejected in Europe, and then all of a sudden, like Arabs and Palestinians became surrogate
anti-Semites,
right? So it's like, and that rhetoric is still alive today. Like I just saw someone's Instagram posts from like earlier last year, like saying these things, and I'm like, how?
This is one of the saddest
I
elements
don't
of this
get it.
whole conflict for me is the degree to which those accusations have taken on elements of reality. And this is where I keep wanting to reach out to my Palestinian brothers and say, please don't fall for this shit. Because I have personally met, not just read about, Palestinians who worship Mustache Man and recite anti-Semitic tropes from Europe. Because the stuff is in circulation, and it wasn't before. You go back to the 19th century, this shit didn't exist. It was not an Arab thing. The Arabs didn't give a shit about that. These are like Christian tropes from the Middle Ages. But they're in circulation in the Arab world now. Like Syrian state television used to do a version of a kind of like blood libel. They had a TV special they ran every year where instead of a Christian boy being used for the Passover matzah, it was a good Arab boy, and they used his blood. It's like they've taken in a lot of the horrific European shit and put it into circulation there. And I don't want people to fall for it, because all that does is it gives the Zios ammunition. It just plays into their rhetoric. And it's not helpful.
Could you propose that perhaps they are one and the same and came from the Nazi party of Europe?
But Arabs were doing that stuff today?
Not Arabs, no. I'm sorry. The Zionists.
Now that's a different issue. We will get okay. So we have to talk a little bit about the Mandate and Balfour and whatnot. But when we get into the 20s and 30s, I do want to talk about a distinct fascist strain of Zionism. It's not like the Yazis in that sense, because obviously targets are different. But there is a fascistic element in Zionism.
Can we say the targets are different, however? Because, I mean, honestly, it appears to me that the German Aryan race was the target. There was over 20 million that were unalived up until 1945, and then, 60 million until 1960, 1970?
Are you saying the Germans are the victims of World War II?
It would make sense, right? Let's just say hypothetically, right? Let's just say the same people were to advance into Israel that were the same people that were in Germany, and their tactic would be to blame the other person for what they're doing.
Oh no!
So they,
you don't think so? No, there's nothing to actually the fascist strain of Zionism. It all predates this stuff. It's literally drawn from the same influences and inspirations. It's literally a 1920s fascist movement.
I would even go back.
It's not the same. It's not the same
the
people
Holy
at all.
Roman Empire, right? I would go back to the beginning of fascism itself and agree with you.
That the beginning of fascism is World War I.
Well,
it's not Roman. That's mythology.
No,
that's
not Roman, Holy Roman. They
German
made
Empire. That shit up. There's no connection whatsoever. The Holy Roman state. Yeah. They weren't even close to nation states. Nations in the modern sense didn't exist in that.
I have carticularies from the in reference to the 6th century, but they're from the 11th century from my ancestors that fought these people in Poland, the empire they called them. So I would disagree. They're from the same place.
There's nothing fascistic about that.
No, they were fascists. These people, they were fascists.
Liam, could you tell your mod to chill out a little bit? She keeps muting my mic for some reason.
She keeps what?
Someone keeps muting my mic.
Well,
That's
we
usually
probably don't want people talking over each other and doing things
No,
like
I
that.
wasn't.
But
I
I'll just
wasn't
say,
gonna
like,
talk over them.
we can talk about fascism on another day. This. I mean, I have an entire wall of nationalist and fascist studies. It's a distinctly modern ideal. It draws inspiration for its symbolism from earlier movements, but they are not the same at all. Their ideological core is fundamentally different. The sources that fascism builds on are 19th century at earliest. There's nothing close to that beforehand.
What about Theodore Herzl in the late 18th century?
Theodor Herzl is not fascistic, but he's a nationalist. But that's also end of the 19th century, which we talked about Herzl a little bit ago.
I wasn't here,
That's
sorry.
that's older at all. That's literally in the period of European nationalism that's going to contribute later to the development of fascism.
But it was strange. They were anti-nationalist, the Nazis.
No, the Yazidis are hardcore nationalists.
Why? They unalived a lot of their own people. How could we say so? Right?
That has nothing to do with it at all.
Jay.
Because they're people that they don't fit their definition of it. If somebody is mentally unfit, then they don't belong. They're not part of the nation. They're harmful to it. It's their eugenic philosophy. Being a nationalist doesn't mean you love everyone who lives inside a country, because nationalism and patriotism are completely different fucking things. Nationalists often hate governments. Nationalists are often opposed to their own governments.
Okay, so when Benjamin Meckinum...
Again, we're off topic here too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
That
this was
can
the
come
same topic.
I do these every Friday, and a lot of Fridays we just bounce from topic to topic based upon questions. And I will happily talk about nationalist movements till the cows come home. But this week we're trying to talk specifically about the evolution of Zionism.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know the original topic. I was
like,
just going off of her
some
question.
weeks we pick a theme. Right?
I
And
got you.
the theme for this week is to kind of like walk through different phases in the development of Zionism and see how it ended up the way it is, what else could it have been, what we can do about it now.
If you tell me what you want me to do, I will walk down your road. I wasn't aware. I apologize.
yeah. I'm just like
we're
in like the fifth or
basically I was explaining that to insert. I'm sorry that Liam. I was explaining it to insert is that we were, I don't know if you heard me or not, that we were talking about Zionism and we started in the 1800s and then we worked our way up to 1920. So we were, I think I explained that a little bit ago. But I'll really explain it again. When you and I think even Nat explained it because I think I heard her because I had to jump down really quick. That everybody, asks questions and goes back. And obviously, if you don't know the topic, please always ask.
No, I was answering her question. Sorry, I thought that was the topic. Moonbaby.
Yeah, it's easy to sidetrack me too. So
all right.
I just interject real quick, and then I'm going to drop down. Number one, this has been one of the best lives I've been on in a long time. Also, insert cat as well. All the cats are cool. I'm gonna go chill with my cat and drop down, but Liam, as always, you're an amazing wealth of knowledge. I sincerely appreciate you.
Thank you, and I'm
gonna rewatch this 500 times. Thank you.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you guys. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah.
So we're going to evolutions. I apologize for the backtracking, but just a quick recap of where it started, in your opinion?
Well, they had. We're on different steps, and he has a YouTube channel that he uploads everything to.
No. I don't need it in depth. Just we're starting Theodore Herzl. Now we're 1920.
We've gone through different sections, and I'm not sure I can remember them all, but maybe Jax or Eric can help. We started with the traditional Zionism that comes from the 2nd century and the initial expulsions and whatnot, and this cultural yearning to go home, and a little bit about the character of Judaism and its ethnic origins. Then we looked at the development of Christian Zionism from the time of the Protestant Reformation on, and how restorationism is different from the apocalyptic notions in the 19th century. Then we looked at precursors to Zionism in the Haskalah, like the Jewish Enlightenment in the early 19th century, and how some of the elements that could lead to Zionism were being laid down as you were creating a modernist branch of Judaism. Then we looked at the earliest Zionists, so like your Moses Hess and Leo Pinsker and like the Chovevit Zion movements and like the stuff like laying down foundations in the 60s and 70s. And then in the last one we looked at the late 19th century transformations under Herzl that gave us political Zionism and the second Aliyah, right? So the movement with the second Aliyah's ideological shift to things like kibush havodah and trying to like expel the Palestinians from the economy.
Liam, can you correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Herzl like an Italian who was French in French-controlled island?
He's Viennese. He's German.
Huh?
He's from Vienna. So he's Austrian.
Oh.
And he was a fully assimilated, he thought of himself as German-speaking, he was an Austrian. Until the Dreyfus affair, and it finally dawned on him that people didn't want Jews in Europe. So he converted to Zionism. But initially he was an assimilated, German-speaking Jew.
Ashkenazi, yeah. Ashkenazi.
Well, I mean, yeah, Ashkenazi origin, yeah, but specifically Austrian. Oh, somebody popped off.
Yep, we're cycling out some, so getting back on.
Hey, is that
Thank you
Dharma?
so much for joining. Yeah.
Welcome back, sister in South Africa.
Yeah, she fell asleep. She fell asleep on the panel. I'm sorry, Dharma, that I threw you off before. I knew you fell
I
asleep.
answered everything, but I just wanted to say this is really wonderful, and thank you for answering my questions. And this has been really informative. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Moon. And I just want to say to Jay, you didn't get kicked. Thank you so much for coming. I was tagging you. I'm saying we're cycling people out. So thank you so much. And we're getting back on to our lesson.
Right. Which if I'm remembering these right, I think we're in the 6th section of this.
Yes.
So
yes.
And I think in this one, what we have to do is put it into the mandate. So we have to put the Brits into the scene. How does the British Empire affect this? And then I think I'll run from that into the revisionist Zionist movement. I think I'll do those in the same section. So yeah, let's talk about the mandate and then the Zionist hard right for a 6th section. So cuckoo. So are we ready? Ready to go? Charge.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so the connection with Britain is complicated because it's a lot of their own domestic politics that affect this, not what the Jews wanted. And it's what is going to be better for the empire, how the empire will be benefited by all this kind of shit, as well as, obviously, at this point, there's a shitload of Christian Zionists in Britain, and they're increasingly gaining influence. That's going to continue for some time. You get to David Lloyd George, your prime minister during World War I, he's a Zionist. There's a reason that he's going to support the production of the Balfour Letter, because for him, the idea of Jews going back fits his Christian vision. So it harks back to our second topic today. And that's going to play a big part in this whole process. But they also, and so this is why Britain's motives are really complicated. On the one hand, you've got a bunch of Christian Zionists who support the movement of Jews. On the other hand, you have a bunch of pro-empire people who don't really care who's involved as long as they're in control and can make money off of it. So it's the imperial aspect. And then you also have a faction that is sincerely looking and saying, you know what? There's a shitload of Arabs here. There should be an Arab country. So in many ways, from the time the British take control, they're heading in multiple directions. It's a very schizophrenic approach to this whole process. So it's very difficult for me when people take very reductive views. Britain wanted this, Britain wanted that. Honestly, Britain didn't know what the fuck it wanted, because different elements of the government wanted different things. And it creates a really confused policy that is constantly contradicting itself. I'll give you one really fun anecdote. So this, because I said we were not going to talk about World War I, but I'll give you one fun thing about the war itself. So there's an invasion launched into the Levant from Egypt, because Egypt had been sucked into the British Empire in the 1880s, and they they used it as a staging ground, and they moved into Levant, and they fought there. And honestly, a lot of the fighting in World War I in Palestine is really destructive. We always forget that too. Oh, fun one, because it plays with a little Zionist propaganda. The Israelis love saying Israel is the only country in the world to end the 20th century with more trees than it had at the beginning of the 20th century. That is technically true, but not by much. There was actually a shitload of forestation in Palestine before World War I, and it was cut down during the war because they couldn't get supplies. And you got to keep the trains running, so you got to cut down the trees to use fuel to keep the trains fucking going. There's a lot of damage that happens. There's a lot of fighting. Tens of thousands of Palestinians are unalived during World War I in fighting in Palestine, and that shit's never in the movies. I have so many pet peeves about World War I movies. Like, why can't we get a World War I movie that shows the French trenches packed full of Senegalese and the British trenches packed full of Gurkhas and South Asians?
Gurkhas.
Like, why the fuck? Because tons of colonial troops were fighting, but it's always a bunch of old white boys. You know, it's like, what the fuck? This is not World War I. Like, well, anyway, side point. There was fighting there. The Ottomans were fighting on 5 different fronts, and Palestine was one of them. And it's difficult. But when Britain does take control, like when they get to Jerusalem, there's a neat little anecdote, like the British commander, Allenby, on entering the old city, he turns to like his adjutant, his aide, and he turns to him and says, "The Crusades are over. We've won." Because they took Jerusalem finally. And they hadn't been able to since the first fucking crusade. So some of the ideas, some of the supremacist ideas have never disappeared. They're part of the British imperial culture. And Britain is thinking about taking control here, but Britain's approach to colonization is a little bit different from France's. What Britain likes to do is find pliant local authorities to work as proxies and set up puppet regimes. And oftentimes they'll pick the most culturally conservative people they've got. That's how we end up with like assholes like the Grand Mufti al-Husseini, like, you know, like, I don't want to get into like a discussion of him because again, we're trying to focus on Zionism, but that's how you end up with fuckwits like that in power, is Britain put him there. They want the most culturally conservative people because they'll fight about how people dress and ignore that the empire is fucking you over. But the goal in structuring the mandate afterwards will matter. And that's where Balfour comes in. And I don't know if Athena is still around because she dropped down off the panel a long time ago. But there were a lot of complex reactions to the Balfour letter. And it gets used in a lot of very dishonest ways, mostly on the Zionist side, occasionally the Palestinian side. People make really weird use of this. So I want to make a couple of quick points on the Balfour letter. And you'll notice I'm not calling it the Balfour Declaration because it wasn't. It was a fucking letter, and the Zionists read it out loud. So it's like it's written from the government to the World Zionist Organization. But they go through multiple drafts of this, and they're thinking about it. And the goal for the British Empire is, how can we manipulate the Zionist movement and Zionists in Europe to fight for the British Empire? How can we get them in our camp and use them and manipulate the situation? And how can we possibly create stronger colonial control in the region? Well, if I can get some Jews to move there who are Europeanized, who will then, you know, help us to control the native population. That's the goal. Britain is not there to help the Jews. They're there to use the Zionists for their own purposes. And what this does is it creates up a completely untenable situation because they end up playing to all sides and creating a completely
clusterfuck
territory. But the Balfour letter, the initial arguments for it, and one of the earliest drafts, made no mention of a Jewish national home. What it did was it said that Britain will ensure that Jews have equal rights in Palestine and will facilitate their migration to it, you know, their settlement in the area. And on that point, it's like, okay, who cares? Like, countries all over the world take immigrants. Palestine taking some Jewish immigrants wouldn't wouldn't make it not Palestine. It would still be Palestine, and there'd be some Jewish immigrants who move there because they want to live in Palestine. And all you're doing, you're just saying, we're going to guarantee that they're equal citizens in Palestine and aren't discriminated against the way they are in Europe. And they're thinking, okay, cool, Jews will like this. They had a Jew write this, the earlier drafts. Like, cool, this will work. But the version they actually got into print included a line about the British government will, help them to create a Jewish national home in the territory. It doesn't say state, it says national home. But national home kind of points people in that direction, because a national identity is still a political identity, even if it isn't quite a nationalism. It still says there's a potential of a political structure here. So a national home, while it could mean some kind of sub-state protections for them, it also could ultimately mean a nation state. It's very ambiguous, and it's deliberately ambiguous. The text still says, and Zionists hate quoting the whole fucking thing, because it says His Majesty's government will, use their best efforts to facilitate achievement of this object, blah, 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 as long as the existing civil and religious rights of non-Jewish minorities are not affected. So it's like, we'll support Jews moving here as long as you don't fuck the Palestinians. That's why when Zionists quote this shit, they're not reading the same fucking letter. They're like adding a period. They're stopping the paragraph halfway through. Because it says, yes, we will help you build a national home as long as you don't fuck the Palestinians. So it's not as cool as it could have been. Because the initial letter, again, no national home mentioned. It just says, we will help Jews to live there if they want to live there, and we'll give them equal rights. Cool. I'm all over that. As soon as they say a national home, they open the door to nationalist movements to seize control of this. And that's ultimately what happens, is their interpretation of national home means it should be a nation state. And they leave off the second half of that sentence and fuck the Palestinians. But the Brits, when they set it up, they do, because of their own internal schizophrenia, and the fact that some of the British administration were themselves Christian Zionists. I mean, at the dawn of the mandate, so Britain takes control in about 1916. By that point, they've gotten through Jerusalem. So yeah, they're through Palestine by the end of 1916. But the mandate itself isn't fully in control until the early 20s. So like 1921, 1922, we got the League of Nations mandates in place. When they put the formal government together, they recognize a Jewish agency for it, and they make Hebrew one of the official languages of the mandate, but there were 25,000 Zionists in the country at the time. The funny thing about this, if anybody who's been here the entire time, in the first Aliyah, a total of 25,000 people moved. And the second Aliyah, more people came in, but by the end of the second Aliyah, there are still only 25,000 Zionists. A lot of people left. A lot of Zionists got there and said, what the fuck? This is not what was on the package deal. This is not what the tourist agency told me. I'm out of here. I'm going to Brooklyn instead. And they left because it was difficult. So there's still a very small number of Zionists and a whole bunch of people in the old Yeshuv, the traditional communities, the non-Zionist Jewish communities who lived in Palestine. Some of those were long-term Mizrahim. They're Arab Jews who lived there, so they were essentially Palestinians who were Jewish. But a lot of them also were descended from the Sephardic migrants that came after 1492. And they're in a bunch of major cities too. So you got a bunch of Sephards as well, and their reaction to the whole Balfour stuff is mixed. Some people are enthusiastic about it. They like the idea. Others are like, no, dude, we're Arabs. We live among Arabs. Arabs should have equal rights here. And what they wanted was a Balfour letter that explicitly acknowledged the Palestinian national claims as well. And that's one of those places where we've got a road not taken, like a missed opportunity. Because there was arguments from within the Jewish community, among Zionists, among the old Yeshuv, and in Britain. There were, again, multiple drafts of the Balfour letter that could have said, we want to support Palestinian national rights as well as protecting Jews on the land and letting them live there. And I think that probably would have been, more acceptable in the long run to everybody. Jews could have had a vibrant national life there. They could have spoken Hebrew and have their communities, but still lived in Palestine. But instead, all you get is, we'll support a Jewish national home as long as you don't fuck over the Palestinians, which kind of sets up the stage for a Jewish nation state with a Palestinian minority. And that's what they're going to run with. So the mandate does create problems in the long run. It's not as clear cut. It's not as simplistic as some people make it, like Britain is totally on the side of the Zionists. They're not. Honestly, Britain looked at this and they said, this is an Arab country, and we will create an Arab state here. The mandate was for Palestine, not Israel. And they were intending to create a Palestinian majority country that had a significant Jewish minority. But because of the language they used to appeal to Zionists, they created the potential for two conflicting nationalisms in the same territory. And they consciously helped both of them in different ways and created a completely ungovernable clusterfuck. Again, it takes me weeks to get through this kind of material in classes. I'm not going to talk about all the fighting in the 20s and 30s, the May Day riots, the Western Wall riots, the Arab Revolt of 36 to 39. There's a lot of shit that's happening here. A lot going on because the mandate is like double dealing the whole time. And it creates a system that cannot survive. But ultimately, out of that chaos, it allows the Zionists to be able to declare independence and create a governing institution. And that's the other thing I want to point to in this section. It is that while the British looked at the Palestinians and they treated them essentially as kind of like subjects of high imperialism. They're governed in a colonial sense, but the Yeshuv, the Zionist community, was left alone. They taxed themselves, they organized themselves, they weren't actually controlled by the British in the same way. They're a tiny share of the population, but they were kind of left alone. And that allowed them to build all of the governing institutions they would need for a state. One of the things that comes up a lot in discussions about this, and a lot of people who've never looked at it at all, they think, well, Israel was created because of World War II and the Yazis and the Shoah and all that shit and blah, blah. Honestly, the creation of the state of Israel was inevitable by the early 1930s. And realistically, there was nothing Palestinians could have done to stop it, which is sad. But it's a simple reality. They were better organized, they were better funded, and they were ready to do it. By the time the state declared independence, all they had to do was change the names, and they had all the ministries for a formal government all in place, ready to go. And that's a significant factor in this whole process, is that the Palestinians were consciously hamstrung. They were prevented from developing institutions, while the Zionists were allowed to develop institutions. And that comes around and bites people in the ass. But again, we're trying to stick with Zionism itself, not this history of Israel-Palestine. It's a much bigger topic. So let's get back to like the ideological shifts. One big one in the 1920s I want to hit before I close this section is the revisionist movement. And it's worth noting that most of the Zionists that are already on the ground, most of their organization, they're kind of, they're nationalists, but they're leftist nationalists. They're still largely socialistic in their organization. But there's a faction of them that's hardcore right-wing. And it's rooted in the Betar, which is like a para-fascist paramilitary in Eastern Europe. Kind of like a preemptive anti-Semite militia. Oh, you don't like Jews? We come at you with our baseball bats. They're fighting wars there. And what they do is that philosophy ends up leading to a small faction, a small minority in the Zionist movement at the time. They eventually, because of their economic differences, they split from the WZO, and they create the revisionist Zionists, or a whole separate organization for themselves, because they liked the hardcore nationalism, but they didn't like all the socialist economics. They wanted a more like capitalistic type economy, like more like the fascist states themselves. They wanted capitalism that served the nation, so they wanted a more like fasci type economy. So this movement on the right is literally classic era 1920s, 1930s fascists, and that's Jabotinsky's faction. One point I want to make for the time period, so it fits the 1920s. Is there's a pair of essays, like a part 1 and part 2 in like 1922 or so, by Zev Jabotinsky, originally Vladimir, but Zev Jabotinsky, called The Iron Wall.
Yeah.
What the Iron Wall says, it's not about a physical wall. It's not like the current apartheid separation, whatever you want to call that, fencing. It's like a metaphor. And what it argues is the Zionists have to be super powerful to crush any possible opposition, so that what they'll do is they'll it's kind of like okay, one of the reasons I use this too to help people understand this in classes is that while the revisionists were a small minority at the time, their philosophy actually really well explains how the labor Zionist movement created Israel, because the goal here is keep the boot on the neck of the Palestinians until they finally say, we give up and we will not fight for a separate country, and we'll just beg for some basic rights. And at that point, you can give them autonomy, give them some basic civil liberties, let them do their own thing, let them go about their business, as long as they accept that they're second-class citizens in a Jewish state. That's Jabotinsky's goal. It's not the sole goal for Zionists at a time. It's not the dominant labor Zionist movement, but it is the revisionist Zionist movement. And in the long run, this argument from 1922 actually reflects post-1948 Israel pretty well. So it comes back up in later parts of this. Like, you can see its long-term effects. One thing that's fascinating about the right at the time, I'll give them a little bit of credit here, because the Zionist right at least acknowledged that Palestinians existed. They said the Palestinians are a living people, they have their own identity, they have their own culture, and they will never submit to rule by alien settlers. Jabotinsky's own words, alien settlers, because they understood that they were colonizing the land. And they said that these people are never going to tolerate us being here. The labor movement at the time in the 1920s was obsessively lying to itself and saying, we're going to bring economic progress and railroads and blah, 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 all this cool shit, and they're going to like love us, and they're going to be willing to accept, you know, their second-class status because their living standards will go up. And people, yeah, while improving living standards is good, dignity also kind of matters. And the right at least recognizes that the Palestinians know that they're getting fucked by this, and that they will never truly accept it. So the argument is maximum force until a faction will agree to compromise. The funny part about this, and I'm flashing way ahead here, that's kind of the PA in a nutshell. What the PLO does is they surrender, and they'll take whatever scraps they can get. And H group are the extremists who say no, no, never. It's like, so if you look back and read, I would encourage people to go back and read the Iron Wall essay from 1922. You can see a lot of the next century of the conflict in Israel-Palestine laid out right there. The right was at least pretty honest in what it wanted, and was pretty honest in recognizing the opposition, but also really fucking cruel about what they wanted. Very blunt, where the labor movement lied their asses off the whole time about it. Okay, so the last thing I'll do in this section is I want to at least introduce a point of nuance or confusion on the labor side. Because while Mapai as a whole, while the labor movement as a whole is going to end up being pretty nationalistic and in many ways hard to distinguish from the revisionists in their view of the Palestinians, there is a significant communist and anarchist element of the Zionist movement. And the communists wanted to organize the Palestinians. They wanted to include the Palestinians. They wanted them to link their unions together. Let's build a single railroad union of Jewish and Palestinian workers, and together we'll fight the bosses for better wages and blah, blah, blah. All that class consciousness shit. That element was there from the beginning. And it was part of the Zionist movement, and there was honestly a sincere left. And I'd encourage people to remember that today in Israel, there's a shit ton of leftists who are pro-Palestine in Israel because they're descendants of that ideological trend. They're Zionist in the sense of wanting to live in the land, but they also want to live in harmony with Palestinians with equal rights. That faction is there and fighting in the teens and 20s. And ultimately they'll lose. And there's two main reasons for this. One is the ethno-national component of Zionism was being pushed by the political faction in Europe, by the international institutions, by the JNF and the WZO and all these big groups, and the people funding it. They're pushing a lot of this stuff to be much more ethno-national in their component and to create that parallel economy and separate the Palestinians. So again, remember the kibush havodah from our last section. That's there as part of it. And that's affecting both the Zionist right and left. This idea of creating a separate Jewish state and not really thinking about the Palestinians. So it kind of makes the actual socialist and communist Zionists kind of a minority at this point. What hurt them, what finally destroyed them, and this is where you got to say, sometimes there are miscalculations along the way. It's not as simple as the way the Zionists always like to say, oh, the Palestinians can never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. Like, oh, that's bullshit. Like, they're never really offered autonomy. But there are places where Palestinians fuck up. They're not perfect, right? And there are Palestinian labor unions in the 1920s who directly refused to work with the socialist Zionist unions because they're Zionists. At the end of the day, they look at them and say, hey, you're still a Zionist, and Zionism is a colonial project, and Zionism wants to displace us. So I don't care that you're the nice kind of Zionist. You're still Zionist, bro, and I'm not going to work with you. And what that does is it decreased the significance and voice of the socialist factions in the labor movement and helped the ethno-nationalists to completely steamroll them. So by the time you get into the 1930s, the communist factions are irrelevant. They're there, they exist. They still exist into the 40s and 50s. But the people calling for true binationalism, class consciousness, link the Palestinians and Jews together into a single polity, they lose out. And they lose out because their own faction is trying to crush them and the Palestinians are ignoring them. So their voice just disappears. So to me, that's one of those missed opportunities. Like a chance to say, hey,
Liam,
some Jews
I might
want to
have
live
missed.
there, but
I
they
might have
don't
missed.
necessarily want to oppress Palestinians.
I might have missed how they ignored the communist factions or the other factions that were thinking of of them being together. What was it like? How was it that they were ignored? As in they were
By Palestinians, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, so it's more like conscious. So if you want to look, really get into the weeds with this, like look up
Just like what was it like?
look
They
up
were
like
approached or
FAWS,
with plans
like the Palestinian Arab Workers Society, like their labor union, and then the Zionist labor unions. The PAWS refused to work with them. They consciously rejected offers to blend their unions together in like joint strikes. So we're like, hey, Histadrut wants to strike on this day. We'd like PAWS to join us, and Palestinians march together as brothers in solidarity together. And they say no. It's like little moments like that where they look at them and say, bro, you're at the end of the day, you're a Zionist and fuck you. So we won't link together in solidarity on these issues. So again, it's not as simple as the Zionist narrative about Palestinians, but there are places where Palestinians did miss some opportunities to help the less dangerous elements of Zionism to be more significant than they were. That's all I'm
Liam, if you'll allow me to speak a little bit on what you said. I feel like what Britain did to Palestine is what it did to the rest of its empire, to be honest.
Well, yeah. And again, talking about British imperialism, that can be a whole day. We could talk about British imperialism as much as fuck the British Empire.
Actually, I'd love to.
At the end of the day, my father's family, my lineage, we're pro-IRA. We were Fenians. So, like...
I got some
come out, you black and stands.
I'm with you 1,000%, but it's a separate topic from this.
And again, On separate topics, I hope you bring up the first Intifada also as a topic
Yeah,
too.
again, different days. Today the theme I was asked a few weeks ago, and we got to we wanted today to talk specifically about the evolution of Zionism that showed how it got to where it is, as well as the roads not taken. Because at the end of the day, today in 2024, we got to figure out what to do with this shit now. And if we say Zionism has to go away completely, we've already lost. If we instead let's transform Zionism into something else that can work with Palestine, then we can go somewhere. So that's
Which is why I was wondering if you could bring up some groups, leftist groups like Oben Beitzan, or Standing Together, or the Young Communist Movement within Israel, or maybe some more groups.
Again, there's a lot of people that I'm trying to big picture stuff walk us through different phases, but there's a ton of things still active on the ground and things that have been active across the last century. I have rallied directly with solidarity in Israel. March with Israelis and Palestinians against the settlers and Sheikh Jarrah and shit like that. I'm all for the anarchist Zionist movement, the ones that let's tear the state down and make something different out of it. There are good groups that we can still work with today, but I want to at least help people understand the structure of the belief system and how you can find a way to then, I don't know, subvert Zionism. Point back, hey, bro, cool, I get that you're a Zionist, but it doesn't have to mean what you think it means. It could also mean this. And that can point us toward a better future. So that's the goal as a whole.
I agree with you full-heartedly.
Thank you so much, Zadie. Thank you so much. We really want to stay on topic. We really love you being here.
Yeah, no, it's great.
And this is a little bit different since we're going through. I don't know if you've been here the whole night. We're going through chronologically.
Yes, I have been here the whole night.
Hold on, Zadie. Oh, hold on.
So and a lot of the we're in today.
Erica,
we're laying down threads that we can pick up on different days too. So there's different elements that we can run with later.
Liam, if there's something I read in the book where none.
Control your emotions, please.
I'm getting confused. Who's talking?
I'm sorry. It's me, Meg. Meg. I don't want to say it called the Trash Panda. I love it. I love her username. She wanted to ask you a quick question regarding exactly what's going on right now. Meg the Trash Panda.
Meg has a question, and then I know and I know that Dama had something to add with South Africa and the mandate that was totally on topic and right on there. So both of those would be great, and everybody else.
I want to my question. So my question is, my great grandmother actually fled Hungary during World War II. And it's interesting because my grandmother, discussed her, right? And this is, I guess, a little bit for my personal gain. So she never discussed Zionism. I don't know if it's because it was just starting. But the Europeans that fled, the Jewish Europeans that fled, for example, like my great grandmother from Hungary, went through Ellis Island, all that jazz. Were they aware of the movement, do you think? Or because it was just beginning, it was kind of one of those developing things at the time that maybe wasn't on the radar? Again,
so you're asking if during World War II people were aware of Zionism?
Right, especially if they were fleeing, if they were displaced.
But most people didn't like it.
Okay, so that must have been where she fell at, because it was
one
never
of the one of the problems that you have in the period, and honestly too. I kind of get, and I don't want to Eric and Jax, you guys do great work there. I want to stay on topic, but I don't want to alienate people, because I want to continue what some of Zadi's bringing up in future too. So keep the order, but still I don't want I want to have those conversations later. But you're right about the themes today and trying to stay on topic. So I just want to kind of again balance this a little bit, so we're not
I don't
chasing
know.
people away that we really could have great conversations with in future,
I don't know
but
what
still
happened.
keep the
Totally.
themes.
I
Totally.
don't know
I
what
agree.
happened.
It was some of the over talking and then
Yeah,
when
yeah,
there was
no,
an
yeah,
insult. I'm sorry.
so yeah,
If
I
you
hope that,
insult me,
yeah, again. So like, sorry, yeah, I mean, again, I hope you
but
saw
yes.
my frowny face when I saw that to the control freak. I'm like, what the fuck? You're like, come on, people do have to keep order. We do have to stay on topic because I could sit here for the next 48 hours and forget to eat. Like you gotta cut me a little slack here. I'm ADHD. I'm gonna lose track of what we're doing. Let's go through our topic, and get our day done. But there are other days we're going to come back and we're going to have other conversations in future and we can build on all this shit and like, brother, let's talk about the Popular Front and everything else. Just not today. Let's kind of get through the topic. So, but yeah, please be nice because Erica's a queen. Jax is a queen. Like, come on, give them some respect too. So let's all be brothers. Tadamun, come on. Okay.
No, thank you, Liam. I didn't know exact. The only reason why I only jumped in is because Meg was trying. And I love her username. I didn't know exactly what happened. I stepped away, but Meg the Trash Panda. I just had to say her username. I mean, Meg the Trash Panda.
Come on, like
that's the best
raccoons
name.
are fucking gods, man. Are you kidding me?
I
They're
love
amazing.
raccoons, but
I love raccoons.
They're the best, but the best name in the world is Trash Panda. Like, that's the best name in the world. So I had to shout it out. I'm so sorry. And Fama just happened to step in, but I but I'm sorry about that. But Fama knows.
Okay, so anyway, I'm
Not a
thoroughly
problem.
where were we? We were so something that Megan brought up. What we were on a minute ago. I lost my
Jump back.
So yeah, the question was like, were people aware?
Oh yeah. Okay,
yeah.
so the key there is
like there's always been like a block of history for me that was absent because again, it was not discussed. And that would make perfect sense if they were just very strongly against it. The reason as to why it wasn't discussed, but I was like filling in the blanks, like maybe they were just in survival mode and they didn't, like, and unfortunately, like my family was displaced and unalived and, like all that jazz. And then like essentially just fell apart. And so, it was that hereditary trauma and all that. And like, there's a lot of questions surrounding it and specifically Zionism that is a part of the past, but it was not like, it was definitely just not discussed. And that really fills in that blank. And I really appreciate that response because it really just kind of helps me.
I want to add a couple of pieces to it. So people are aware of this, and Zionism has been around for a while, but a lot of the people who were attracted to it had already left or were planning to leave. It was a pretty small share of the total population. Most of the population of Eastern and Central Europe were either A, traditional Jews, or B, assimilated Jews. They were comfortable where they were, and they wanted that kind of life. And hey, if it can't be in Budapest, why not in Brooklyn? They're not interested in being pioneers in some colonial project. That was always a minority view. A lot of the people who ended up coming into Israel after World War II didn't do it because they wanted to. Many of the people who came after the war, they went there because no other country wanted them. There were people in DP camps all the way through 1949. They're just sitting there year after year in Europe, still in the same fucking concentration camps, just run by different governments because no country wanted them. Because in the 1920s, the U.S. tightened its immigration laws, and a whole bunch of other countries followed suit. And no one wanted to change that to take in more Jews. So they're just stuck there. So some of them ended up in Israel. Not because of choice, but it was like, how the fuck do I get out of this fucking refugee camp in fucking Germany? Well, at least Israel will take me. But for most people, they weren't really attracted to that pioneer, Zionist, blah, 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 colonial shit. They wanted to keep the same kind of lifestyle they had. And if you were a comfortable dentist in Budapest, then going to Buenos Aires or Brooklyn makes a fuck a lot more sense than going to a development town in Palestine. So, but people were aware. So that's
Thank you
the
so
short
much for answering that question. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. And it's pretty close chronologically, at least to where we are, just slightly ahead, but it fits still.
Actually, Liam, before you go too far ahead, I just want to address one thing about the Elia, the first two waves of Elia that were coming in. This I read in a book, and forgive me, this was a while ago, and I don't remember which book, but also I don't remember the book having primary sources. So I can't remember if this was true. I just wanted to confirm this with you. The first two waves that came, they saw the settlements that were already there that were employing Arab labor, and there was some friction in when the first two waves came and saw that happening, and that they were opposed to that, and there was a campaign of employing only Jewish workers uh, by Jewish employees. Is there any was there any truth to that? Does that actually happen, or is that something? Is there a reason that that book did not have primary sources? Because that's not true.
Okay, so you're asking, did people look at the intermingling in the first aliyah and say that's a problem and we don't want to do that anymore?
No, of the wait, what date are we talking about when we say first Elia?
Because the first aliyah is like 1882 to 1903.
Okay, so I think after the first two, I think the people that came after this saw them using Arab labor, and they were not happy
Yeah.
that it should be Jewish laborers,
No, that's
laborers that should be
very true.
employed by. But was there divisions regarding that dynamic within the three factions that we were describing before about the right is Zionist, and the, let's say, the, if we can, for simplicity's sake, if we divide them into three camps, is there any, or was that later on that it doesn't
I would
affect what I'm
say
talking
that
about?
the mainstream of Mapai, the mainstream of the labor movement, and the revisionists were honestly aligned on not wanting Palestinian labor.
Right.
It's the socialists and communists, like the hardcore communists that wanted Palestinian labor still involved. But there is that tension, and people got there and they were upset that people were trying to organize Palestinians and include them. So there really is, and it gets back to earlier in our evening when we talked about kibush havodah. The conquest of labor that includes an economic nationalist element that says Palestinians should be excluded from our economy. And honestly, I won't dwell too much on it in the context of what we're looking at today, but in the 1930s, Palestine is one of the few economies in the world that's actively growing. The Soviet economy and the Palestinian economy are two of the best economies during the Great Depression. Everyone else is fucked. They're growing massively.
But isn't that because of the weird circumstances of the immigration?
Yes, exactly. So set aside the Soviet one, because they're growing for a different reason, slave labor and everything else, whatever. Yeah. Set that aside. But the Palestine one is that the Yazidis wanted to get rid of Jews. And these were assimilated middle-class Jews who were professionals. And they cut deals and said, you can leave and take your shit with you. So dentists and lawyers and physicians, they left their practices and they moved to Palestine. And they brought their money with them, which meant that they could afford to actually bring in more and more people and build. Like the white city of Tel Aviv, the central downtown core of Tel Aviv, is a UNESCO World Heritage Site because it is the largest concentration of Bauhaus modernist architecture, because so much shit was built in the 1930s to accommodate the massively growing population, because the Germans wanted Jews out of Europe and they had to have somewhere to go. So
I just wanted to know, like, where can I find that? Like, I can't find. I read that somewhere, and I'm paranoid that I can't find that anywhere about the Jewish.
For the. It's like,
Sorry to distract you.
Yeah, no worries, and then we'll get back into the next section. What would be the best for that? For the pieces earlier than that, to get to it, I'll point to two things here. Let me flip this thing around. Okay, so Gershon is great. This is a fantastic book. This documents in astonishing detail the way those ideological shifts happened in the second Aliyah. So if you want to know how the fuck Kibush HaAvodah fucked the entire situation up in Palestine, this is the book to start with.
Thank you, Liam.
And then the fights in the 20s and whatnot are well documented here, where you're seeing like the socialist faction trying to hold on and slowly losing out to the nationalists. So like this is a great study of like the economic conflict that builds up in the immediate aftermath of that. But for to actually get to the period afterward, it's in too many places. Like the final stage of that conflict. I'd have to think what to point to, because
I could get started with those two.
Yeah, start with those, but let's
But I just
bring
want
it up another one.
fact.
Let's talk about it, and let's bring up the other question. Let me think about it on another day, and we can talk, because
Thank you.
I'll get too distracted right now if we're trying to figure out like for the heading into the 40s or whatever, and all the rest of that shit. But the start of the fights, like Shafir is the one to start with. Like, you know, Gershon's book is great, right? Go here, because this lays out the essence of that fight over labor. And if you want to understand why people coming in the 30s later showing up, why there's this tension, why the parallel, because the parallel economies already exist. They're there. The Jewish economy and the Palestinian economy are completely distinct by the 1930s. So all that money pouring in from all those German refugees coming in, all that money went entirely into the Zionist economy, and none of it trickled down to the Palestinians because the damage had already been done. So
thanks, Liam.
for the period you're on, start 20 years earlier, and you'll see why it happened that way.
Real quick, you said kibush kavoda is the belief that Palestinians should be excluded from the Israeli or Jewish economy.
It's one part of it. Kibush ha'avodah is the conquest of labor. It includes making Jews good proletarians, good working class people, class consciousness and fighting against the bosses, but also economic nationalism. So it's that dangerous third element of it that says exclude the Palestinians. In the long run, that aspect of the conquest of labor created parallel economies, completely distinct economies where the Jews simply didn't buy shit from Palestinians. So the Palestinian economy suffered. So all these migrants, because generally speaking, and this is a truism in world history, this is a fun one for the far right too, immigrants are always a benefit in countries. People come in, they bring their skills, their labor, their talent, their money, they throw it into it, and everyone can benefit from that. Everyone can grow from that. But when people come in and they refuse to participate with your economy, if they walk in and say, fuck your economy, I'm going to do my own thing, that's a whole different issue. That's what we've got here. This is a very distinct kind of immigration. It's not migrating into Palestine. It's walking into land and making it something entirely different.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. And speaking of Jabotinsky, do you think his racism was also just influenced by the era itself, or was it a particularly fringe thing?
No, it really wasn't. It's all of these figures are people of their time. So the racism of Pinsker and Herzl and everybody else, it's just because that was normal.
Like, yeah,
that was
his iron, because when I came across his Iron Wall, it is striking. Like it comes across really racist piece. At least I read it that way. I don't know.
Yeah. One weird thing about it is there are parts of it that that are less racist than some labor statements at the same time, because he does at least acknowledge Palestinians, national identity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like they're a living people.
He struggles with it. He keeps struggling with it. Yeah.
Yeah, where like all the way through the 1970s, the labor movement refused to accept that Palestinians even existed. So like they're more racist in the sense that they just don't give a fuck and they will trample the Palestinians, but they at least acknowledge they exist. The labor movement pretended it wasn't trampling them because it pretended they didn't exist. It's a weirder kind of racism.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're both racist as fuck.
Thank you, Liam.
Yeah, no worries.
Really
okay, so I think that takes us through into the so we're well into the mandate period. I don't want to get caught up into things like the Arab Revolt, shit like that. I think that the next thing we had to do is just create the state and see that type of Zionism. I think will be the key thing there, and why the most fucked up element of it is the one that ends up being dominant. Now just so you guys know, there's a shit ton of people I'm not talking about here. I didn't talk about Max Nordau. I didn't talk about Ben Yehuda. I didn't talk about Ahad Ha'am. So apologies to any Zionists who got their, knickers in a twist because I didn't talk about their favorite Zionist. There's a lot of other people involved in this story. But we're trying to cover the big themes and the major transformations in the ideology today. So if that's cool there. But is everybody kind of cool at least about the 20s and 30s?
Could I get that last
Yeah.
name real quick? Ben Yehuda, Max Nordau, and
Ahad Ha'am.
Ahad
So
Ha'am.
like HA, like I don't know, dash or apostrophe or AM. There's a lot of like really significant figures here. If you think about the socialist ones, so like Sirkin is important, or like Gordon is important. There's a lot of like socialist Zionists at the time that are also interesting figures. There's a lot of people contributing to this. Okay. This gets back to our very first topic, and gosh, if Nat is still around, Jews, 2 Jews, 3 opinions. Like nobody agrees. Like every Zionist has their own interpretation. They all have their own way of doing this, and none of them agree with anybody else. So there's so many factions. At the end of the day, you can boil it down to a handful of themes, like major approaches, but there is actually a lot of subtle variation in them.
We have another Jewish person on the panel now. So Empathy is another Jewish woman. It's the same story. You've met Empathy before, right, Dr. Liam? Okay. Because I was like, yeah, I'm like, I get it now. 2, 3, forget it. Duh. I'm a little slow.
And I think Empathy was your question right around this time period too. Did I see it down in the chat?
Oh, there was somebody had something about around the 20s or whatever.
Yeah, so so you talked about 20s and 30s, and I feel like there was 2 different people who came, because there might have been pogroms in Europe at the time, but Hitler wasn't on the rise yet, and those people were the pioneers. What country were they from? And is it a good assumption to think that the 30s, at least up to 37, was mostly German Jews?
Okay, I think I missed something, and I think I missed a part of the question.
So my question is, if the first, or whatever wave you want to call it, came in the 20s, right? They were the pioneers.
So we're into like the third Aliyah or whatever for the 20s.
Right. Okay. I'll agree with you there. They were like the pioneers because they were living in the tents. They were, you know what I mean? What country were they from in the 20s? I'm asking, because there wasn't the rise of Hitler, or Hitler hadn't come yet. Sorry.
In the period just before.
Yeah,
so,
where were they from?
So for the third Aliyah, as opposed to the fourth, like the fourth and fifth, a lot of them are going to be like Yahtzee refugees. People trying to escape Europe because the Yahtzees are getting more and more powerful. The third Aliyah are still mostly Eastern European socialists. In fact, a lot of fucking communists. A whole shitload of like the actual communists who end up in Palestine migrate in the late teens, early 20s, at the beginning of the Mandate. It's actually why the May Day riots happened in 1922, because commies and May Day. Like, come on. And we have like this big May Day parade, and the Palestinians are like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, this isn't our culture. What the fuck is this? Bunch of like weird Polish commies walking around. So like people get fighting and there's a brawl. So yeah. It was I'm sure this would have been very shockingly new for a lot of Palestinians in 1922. But yeah, it was still a shitload of Eastern European communists, but it was being paid for largely by those Central and Western Europeans. So they're raising the money for it, but they're helping mostly dirt poor Eastern Europeans move.
In my mind, they just didn't want them. They just wanted to get rid of them. That's my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of it is like this. It still looks like a colonial project. You're still connecting it to high imperialism. Exactly. There's a lot of that shit there, but some of it too. I mean, in hindsight, yes, a significant socialist and communist movement develops among Palestinians, but in 1922, it's kind of a brand new thing. So there's a lot of like, what going on? So. Yeah, but
in all fairness, the Palestinians caught up real fast politically. They
did adapt. They had a harder time building effective institutions, but they learned fast and picked up a lot of things. So yeah, but for Empathy's question, yeah, in the 20s, it's mostly Eastern European still. The first 3 Aliyot are almost exclusively Eastern European. So Russians, Poles, Romanians, those are the people moving.
That tracks with what, because my grandparents who had come to America, they came from Eastern European, but then they had friends who later came to America actually. And I don't, it was not like, again, the other woman said, it was just really not discussed very much. But their passports or pass tickets, I think they called them back then, said Palestine on them.
If they have a Palestine passport, they must have passed through there first.
That's what, I think that they were probably people who were there in the 20s and 30s when like my grandparents' families came here. They probably went there and then moved to the United States, maybe due to the colonial project, due to the rise of the right and moving away from that. I don't know. It
But
wasn't talked
honestly, a
about.
lot of people who got there didn't like it. People in the first three Aliyot in particular, a lot of people didn't stick around. They had a hard time adapting to it. The ones who came in the 30s and 40s, they stayed because they were bringing their money with them. There was massive development, economic growth, very rapid. But in the first three Aliyot, it was actually very complicated. You're moving into a wildly different environment. And if some people are just like, what the fuck am I doing here? And they ended
So
up...
do you think in the 30s, sorry to interrupt you, but do you think like in the 30s they were more of like German Jews, Austrian Jews, like because they're the ones who are going to have the education. They mostly are the secular ones. They are, for Germany alone, like much greater than 50% had intermarried. They were completely living normal lives. You know what I mean? Not
The
religious
1930s and
lives.
40s, it's almost entirely like Central and Western European Jews, people under German control or being threatened by the Germans. So not necessarily German and Austrian, but in neighboring countries as well, because you can see the writing on the wall. But a lot of German and Austrian Jews got the fuck out of Dodge in the 30s and 40s, yeah. And a lot of those, that's why the economy was growing so fast, or at least the Jewish economy was growing so fast in Palestine in that period, because it was mostly educated professionals who moved, not dirt poor Eastern European commies. It was people who were like, successful dentists, and they got to bring their money with them.
Do you think that there was, in my experience, they see themselves as very different brands of Jewish, if you know what I'm saying? I'm wondering if maybe
There's
lot
a
of like
class difference for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even before
100%.
you get into like all the different national origins and the way they look down on the Yemenites and whatnot here, just the class difference between the assimilated Austrian Jews showing up and looking at a bunch of fucking Polish commies. Oh yeah. Yeah, they look down on them for sure.
Right. So I'm wondering if they were like part of the reason that they then moved on to other places.
It
Just
could be,
curious.
yeah. Because if you're going to move on to like other majors, if you're going to move to New York City, there's already a shitload of Jews who live there, and they're also assimilated Jews. So you could have that Jewish cultural life, and I can go and have like, I can go and have my matzo ball soup or whatever. Like you can do your thing in a Jewish, but still like be completely assimilated in a modern environment and not have this whole pioneer bullshit.
Dude, did you just make fun of our only
yeah.
good food?
What was that?
Did you just make fun of our only good food?
If matzo ball soup is your good food,
there are so many better things.
I'm well aware, but it's my
if you really want me to
right
make fun of something, ask me what I think of gefilte fish.
I respect anybody who does not like gefilte fish, but my chicken soup, it can cure the flu. Come on.
What does it actually taste like? What does it taste like? Is it salty?
I will eat latkes for the next month straight if you feed me.
Chicken soup needs to be cooked for days. Gefilte fish? Gefilte fish is disgusting. Like Google it. It's disgusting.
If you want to throw up, you can find it in most grocery stores. But
but my mom has thrown up at dim sum, so I don't know what the threshold is. So,
no. Gefilte fish is shaved fish patched together.
Like whitefish.
No, I know what it is. I'm just asking what it tastes.
It's like pickled, basically.
It doesn't really taste like much. Sometimes it never really tastes like much.
Abdullah called it poison. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
It's an acquired taste.
Definitely an acquired. Now, it's not as bad as some of the shit the Danes and Norwegians eat. If you want rotten fish, go to fucking Denmark.
Been
But
there.
still,
I'm aware.
gefilte fish is trash.
They make that fish extra rotten, like especially like it's their mission to make it rotten.
Yeah. Yeah.
What
The
is it? It's poor
Scandinavians,
people.
they
So
they leave that shit out to rot for hell.
I can't speak of Danish fish, but like gefilte
But I
fish is
guess
like it's poor
if you
people
grow up
food.
with, I
That's
mean,
all.
like anything else, if you grow up with a particular type of food, you've got the taste for it. So yeah, some people grow up on gefilte fish. I think it's trash. But anyway, if you wanted that environment, you could go and you can live in Brooklyn and you can get some gefilte fish and bagels and lox and whatever, but you could also like, get a job at a newspaper, open up a new private practice as a physician. It's already there. Like all the infrastructure is in place. Whereas if you're moving to Haifa, Tel Aviv, whatever, you're still building it. It's actively being created. So it's definitely a harder life. So if you're more assimilated and more middle class, you might not want to stick around. Okay, so where are we?
Oh, 1920s, almost. I believe. Oh, we passed. We're not gonna talk about the Arab riots. You said.
Yeah, again, so there's not a lot of change in the 1930s beyond the economic one. So like the growing economy does polarize things. One thing at least you can note that is that a lot of the Zionist paramilitaries cozy up to the British in this period. Where before, because governments don't like paramilitaries, they're dangerous. But when you're hunting Palestinians, they decide, hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and Haganah and the British start working together. And in the long run, that hurts because Haganah starts stealing guns. So you end up with people who are, by the time you get to the 47 conflict, you've got people who they're World War I veterans, they're World War II veterans, and they're veterans of all the paramilitary actions, some of them joint policing actions with the British. It was the British Empire who taught the Israelis to demolish houses. That's not something the Zionists made up for themselves. Demolishing the houses of stone throwers is a British military tactic. So there's a lot of shit learned in the 1930s that in the long run does play a part, but it doesn't really change the ideology. So it's not a huge part of our overall topic. The next significant movements really are in the 1940s, and the key there is that the ethno-national elements on the labor side are now dominant, and the commies are marginalized, which means that you've got people arguing for a socialist economy that's also hardcore nationalist. The funny thing about this, the thing that makes it really difficult, and it's not quite like it, but it's more like it than I would prefer, because you're talking about hardcore ethno-nationalism. It does kind of take even the labor movement a little bit closer to fascism than I would like. It's not explicitly fascist because it's not third way economics. It's explicitly socialist economics. They wanted like the kibbutzim and the moshavot, tons of collective industries and farms and things like that. And fascists don't like that shit. Fascists are perfectly fine with private enterprise and competition. And socialists want cooperation. But they wanted cooperation among Jews, not Palestinians. So it departs from the pure class consciousness basis of real socialism, where all workers of the world unite. And it's like Jewish workers of the world unite and fuck everybody else. So it's a very distinct kind of socialism. It's still more socialist than fascist, but it's more problematically nationalist than I would like, so if that makes some sense. And that's the dominant faction at this point. The true socialist elements that are still calling for class consciousness and solidarity and all that shit, they're losing out already. And in the early 1940s, the Mapai literally starts making arguments. You have like the Biltmore Conference in New York. There's one in Paris. There's like public statements where they're saying, we want 100% of Palestine and fuck the Palestinians. So all that stuff people give you about the Peel Commission partitions and like, oh, the Palestinians turned down a state and blah, the Jews would have taken a really tiny one. All that is wrong. We don't need to get into that because it's not part of this conversation, but just know that the movement by that point was dominated by territorial maximalists who wanted all of it. And the goal in accepting even a small Jewish state is that you could have unlimited migration, purchase foreign arms, and conquer the rest by force. That was always the plan. And we have letters from Ben Gurion to Chaim Weizmann talking about this shit and planning and thinking about it. They were never going to settle for a tiny state. That's the faction that's dominant by the 1940s. So the only point here is that to note that there were other ways to go. So in the 1930s, you still had people like, philosopher Martin Buber. You had a bunch of people that were still talking about, hey, we should create some kind of binationalism with the Palestinians. We're here, they're here, let's build something together. But they are an isolated minority voice that no one gives a shit about anymore. So they exist, but they're going to get steamrolled by the dominant Zionist orthodoxy of the time. And in the 1940s, that's the ethno-nationalism. And that's the one that creates the State of Israel. And all the rest of the shit we have. And again, it's something like this. You guys don't want me to go through an entire semester of classes on Israeli-Palestinian history. All the shit that follows afterwards largely flows from that decision, the ethno-national decision. So, Plan Gimel and Dalet, like the desire to like ethnically cleanse, the seizure of total control over it, the expulsions in 47, 48, the expulsions in 67, all of that flow from the ethno-national component of Zionism that was dominant in the 40s. If a different faction from the 30s or the 20s or the teens had been the one to take control, Palestine would exist today. It would be Palestine with a large Jewish population. That could have happened. And, I wish that had happened. If that shit had happened, fuck, I'd live there. It's cool. I love Palestine. It's a beautiful country. I love the food. I love Palestinians. It's great. But I don't want a fucking ethnocracy, and that's what tipped power, because it was not just the right. Jabotinsky's faction becomes important after 77 for sure. They grow in strength steadily over decades, and they have been dominant ever since. The current Likud party, its direct DNA is Eastern European fascist. They are a direct continuation of literal classic era fascists, and it's never gone away. That's the Israeli right. But even the labor left was a lot closer to that than not. It still had the ethno-national component, because that's what rose in Mapai in the 40s. So it's the internal fighting in the 20s and 30s that's decisive. And when the left loses that, well, the left, or the far left, like when the commies lose that, and the nationalist left gains control of Histadrut becomes, Histadrut is the Federation of Labor, kind of like your, Zionist AFL-CIO kind of thing, like a union of unions, right? Histadrut becomes a racist fucking union. It didn't start that way. Like the early Zionist labor unions were generally open to Palestinians and were willing to work with them and mobilize Palestinian labor. But by the time you get to 1940, Histadrut is racist as fuck. And it stays that way. The whole Mapai movement ends up endorsing the ethno-national component, and they create an ethnocracy in Israel. So we'll condense the rest of this stuff. We'll leave that part out, because again, different topics, different days. You guys, we can talk. Again, I teach this shit for a living. So let's set aside all the rest of this history. I want to look at one last change. So I'm going to stop here and see if anybody has any questions. The last thing I really want to talk about in terms of the transformations of Zionism is what happens because of 67. Because there is a massive sea change in the development of Zionist thought that helps to give us the shitheads like... Okay, you guys by this point are familiar with a lot of Netanyahu's cabinet, right? You've seen Smotrich and shit, people like that. Okay, if you want to know where those fuckers come from, that's our last segment of the night. I'll talk about the origins of that movement. So, but let's pause here for a minute and, at the creation of the state, and then we'll go on from there.
Yeah.
So does anybody have any thoughts?
Welcome French and Cactus. I don't know what time periods their questions were. And then Zadie and Fatma, we can go ahead and move on to the next chapter. So, French. You there? Okay.
No one has ever peacocked this way.
Sorry, like the way somebody just spelt his name out. That's great.
Soldridge.
He's a dumpster fire. It's great. It's like the perfect name for a fucking living dumpster fire.
Yeah.
Sorry, all you gotta change is like one letter and like I'm happy. I'll shut up.
Yeah, so any questions on this particular topic before we move on? Oh, go ahead, Anthony.
So my question is that when the Mizrahi or when the Sephardic Jews came in the 50s, how did they play into this? Sorry, let me go in the other room. I'm just being quiet. Hold on. My question is, when the Iraqi Jewish people and the other Middle Eastern Jewish people came there, how did they file into this whole racism? Because they look just like the Palestinians. So how they mix into the soup.
That's good. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so it's something I should have included here. So you're right. It's a good piece. Let's throw in there. How does the right gain power in 1977 in the first place? It's manipulating those voters. So when you've got a bunch of Mizrahim moving in the 1950s, they're treated like shit. Because, fucking Arabs, man. Oh, you're Jews, but... I mean, people would come in from Baghdad, and they're like dentists and doctors and lawyers and whatnot, and like, cool, I've had a private practice, I'm a podiatrist or whatever. Like, cool, here's a shovel, you're a farmer now, bro, and off you go. They treated them like shit. One of the ways that you can see the way a lot of the Mizrahim became hardcore right-wingers is A, the Labour Party was the one in power at the time, and they treated them like shit. So the right manipulated them and said, hey, vote for us, and we'll change the situation. In the long run, they didn't. There's no difference because, I mean, at the end of the day, Menachem Begin's party was still Ashkenazi. It's still, like, European. It's still racist as fuck. But a lot of the Mizrahim turned on the Palestinians because if... Okay, I'm remembering a fun anecdote specifically from Shafir and Pellet's. This is a great work of sociology, being Israeli, looking at the different factions in the population. And there's a great story in there about a voter for the right, and he's saying, like, I'm going to support these hard right-wingers because, and we're going to keep oppressing the Palestinians because fuck them, because if we don't have the Palestinians to kick around anymore, then my daughter won't be able to she won't be a bank teller anymore. She'll have to go back to cleaning houses. We'll be an underclass. It's like the Palestinians have to become the underclass so that the Mizrahim can become real Jews, in a sense, like accepted into Ashkenazi society. In the first few decades of the state, they didn't mix. Today, Ashkenazim and Mizrahim marry. They link together. And a lot of like the Arab Jewish elements, and I've actually been happy about this, because in the first decades they suppressed their identity, they forgot the Arabic language, they didn't pass on things, but today a bunch of traditional Arab music is Israeli music, a bunch of traditional Arab foods are like Israeli foods, like their culture is becoming part of the Israeli mainstream. But it was suppressed for decades because they had to conform to Ashkenazi standards because of Ashkenazi racism. Anyway, they end up to I think empathy's question. They become like hardcore Zionists against Palestinians as a way of elevating their own status in Israeli society.
I hear you. It sounds like very similar to if you think about the waves of immigrants that came into this country in the 80s, how they turned their back on the immigrants that are coming in or to other minorities just for the same reason, for similar, like, one step closer,
If you want a good one from part of my own family's cultural background, I mean, my family fortunately avoided some of this shit, but a lot of Irish who came to the U.S. who were treated like shit, like they weren't considered white people, they were an underclass. No Irish need apply. I mean, my family literally had to change its name to survive. There was a lot of problems for that. So a lot of Irish became white supremacists. And because they were hardcore against other minorities, they were eventually accepted as white people. It's the same basic dynamic for the Mizrahim. They became, honorary Ashkenazim. They got sucked into that Israeli society that the Zionists created by being shitheels to the Palestinians. So it's one of those places where, again, nationalism and racism are bad, yo. They're not good ideas. Like, perpetuating these and passing them into other, it never works out well. Nationalism is always a trap.
Real quick, to the Yemenite, there's actually a very famous Yemenite musician and a religious man that spreads his religious beliefs through songs. That he has a very close voice to how they recite Quran. He's actually very big on YouTube. And
again, a lot of Mizrahi Jews, they're Arabs or Iranians or whatever. They had those cultural elements. Yeah. But for decades, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, heavily suppressed in Israel. It only starts to change in the 80s. And it took a few decades. Today, a lot of that stuff's mainstream. A lot of Arab melodies are completely normal on Israeli radio today. But that was not the case in the 70s.
Yeah. So, real quick, you talked about the Haganah. Could you mention the Irgun and other groups by chance?
So the other paramilitaries?
Yes.
Yeah, again, it kind of diverges from the overall topic, but the short here is that there are a whole bunch of them. The Haganah is the largest of the of Mapai's military, the one associated with the labor movement. And it has its separate factions. So like Palmach is like their special forces. So there's a large labor Zionist paramilitary. But there's also a smaller hard right paramilitary, Irgun, that's tied to the revisionist Zionist movement, which means the Jabotinsky descended, the literally fascist paramilitary. Haganah perpetrated a lot of atrocities in the 47-48 conflict. Irgun did more. Like, they're smaller share of the total population. Like there's far fewer of their fighters, but they were terrible to people. So some of the worst atrocities, some of the worst graping and massacring that happened in 47-48 were Irgun fighters. And in the 30s before, they were already setting off bombs in souks, attacking civilians. And during World War II, at least Irgun declared a kind of ceasefire with Britain. They weren't going to attack the British anymore because the British are fighting the Yazidis. So, enemy of my enemy. But then they splintered, and Lehi broke off from it. People probably know Lehi better by Stern Gang. So if you want to look up Stern Gang, you'll find them. But the Hebrew acronym Lehi is more common for their name overall. And they refused to do that. Throughout World War II, they were lynching British soldiers. Because from their perspective, they were waging an anti-colonial fight. If they could get the British Empire out, then they could declare a state and take over the Palestinians. Britain was the only thing stopping them from hurting the Palestinians. And that's, I think, one key lesson to take out of this whole period. By the beginning of the 1930s, Israel was inevitable. They already had the organizational force in place. They had the military experience with a bunch of World War I veterans. They were ready for it. They were motivated. They knew what the fuck they were doing. World War II did not create Israel. The Zionist movement was well prepared already. And from their perspective, the empire was the only thing protecting Palestinians. If Britain was gone, and honestly, the way that World War II plays out and how Britain had screwed up in many ways and blah, 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 there's a lot of things that Britain did wrong in the lead up to World War II and during the war. So they abstained from everything and they basically sat on their hands after the war. And a lot of the ethnic cleansing of the 47-48 conflicts, the last 6 months of the mandate, while British troops are still in the motherfucking country, 200,000 Palestinians were pushed over the borders. And Britain just sat there watching. Just watching. Because they knew if they intervened, if they stopped the paramilitaries, they'd be involved in a war. It'd be another, and they would be fighting Jews after World War II. So think about, like, it's a press issue. It's like a public relations disaster. After the Jews have just been wiped out by Yazis, they're going to attack Jews? No, fuck no. They sat on their hands and watched as 200,000 Palestinians were pushed over the border, and then they ended the mandate and walked away, so another 500,000 were pushed out. It's horrifying the way this plays out. Britain screwed the pooch badly. Their actions all through the 20s and 30s made this inevitable because they played both sides and they had no idea what the fuck they were doing. They literally set the stage for a lot of this, but people often misread it and make them directly complicit, like they tried to do it, like they tried to create Israel. They didn't.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna derail it one last time, the last time I promise. But I like to compare it a lot to how America dealt with Afghanistan and its allies.
Yeah, honestly, imperialism can be another fun, weak topic, because there's tons of great, comparative imperialism. And there's interesting parallels you can make between the way the Germans, British, French, and Americans have all treated people, for the matter, even throw the Soviets into it, the way major powers have treated other peoples. There's a lot of interesting parallels you can make, because at the end of the day, it's all about power politics. But yeah, it does take us away from this topic. But I would enjoy that. Foreign policy's fun. So let's by all means talk about Afghanistan and shit like that later.
Liam, there was a lot of talk in the intelligentsia in Israel about how there was a lot of comparisons being made to like the two-nation theory in India, and I think they wanted some sort of legitimacy to be able to say that since that's a two-nation theory for two different or not two different religions or two different peoples of different cultures, we can have the same thing over here. And I want to know if you remember, like initially, like right after the birth of the state, like if there, because I know like there was intelligence in Pakistan that was trying to counter that, and they were trying. But I wanted to ask you if there was any work in the West or any scholarly work in the West that talks about this or tries to or is there a critique of this about how the Israelis tried to compare themselves to that two-nation theory?
Two nation. You're talking about like the division of South Asia?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's come up, but
because they did that in the 50s. They kept comparing themselves.
Yeah, the it's a faction. It's not it's an element of the total picture. And what they often did was they were explicitly thinking of Jordan. It was never really about Palestinians and a separate Palestinian state, but using Jordan to control some portions of it so they didn't have to deal with that population and a division along that way. If you go back to the mid-40s, Ben Gurion wanted 100% of Palestine. By the time you get to just before the actual conflict, he said, well, maybe 80 or 90%. We don't need all of it. Because the demographic issue was always worrisome to them. And that ultimately is one of the problems with the way Zionism develops when the Israeli state comes into place. Because if you think in ethnocratic terms, then the demography matters. Because it's only a Jewish state if it's a Jewish majority. And they wanted a democracy, but they wanted to be a Jewish democracy, not a country for all of its people. So partition, like happened in South Asia, ends up being the rule of the day. And one of the reasons it comes up as a parallel is that, the whole world sat by and watched as a couple million people were unalived.
4 million.
And millions more were lost and lost their homes, lost everything. Tons of refugees. It's horrifying because it made no fucking sense to divide that territory up. Because Bengalis are Bengalis, whether they're Muslim or Hindu.
Punjab is Punjab.
Punjabis, whether they're Muslim or Hindu. Why the fuck are you making two different countries out of this shit? But that was the idea was that people set aside and ignored all of that and let that happen and were perfectly okay with Pakistan and India being things. So why not divide territory up that way and push the Palestinians into one smaller territory and have a, in Aravim, move them out.
Right. My question was there any critique of this? Is there any critique of this this comparison that the Israelis were making?
For sure. I mean, because again, there are a lot of people had problems with the whole idea. there's not only tons of Zionists who objected to the idea of expelling Palestinians, but there was some international pressure on this, less than I would like, because the world at the time was still kind of okay with shit like this. If you're looking at, oh God, in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, there are so many ethnic cleansings in the world. I mean, oh God, you guys think today is depressing. You want to go back a century and like, what the fuck were humans thinking? Like, we did some fucked up shit, but there's less criticism than there should have been. But there was discussion of it, and there are even newspaper articles in the United States talking about how nonsensical it was to divide this territory up, because people, like Jewish village, Palestinian village, blah, 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 they're all intermingled. How do you do this shit?
People tend to forget how small Palestine is. They think when they hear
the physical
Palestine,
territory is relatively small, but for a lot of the movement, and especially when you're thinking about like what Fama's pointing to, they're always including Jordan in it. And the goal there is Jordan at least is an allied state. It's friendly. It's a part of the British Empire in a way. So if you push them there, then you never have to worry about a real Palestinian nationalism. They'll be okay over there. But you're still talking about ethnically cleansing people out of the Galil or whatever. So there was criticism, but the idea of partition wasn't problematic. And honestly, it still isn't, and it still bothers me. The two-state solution is a descendant of the South Asian division shit. It makes no fucking sense.
So that itself, what I want to talk about is, so that's about separating the peoples itself, but I'm asking about the intelligentsia using that as to, I remember how they used to say, oh, they're both God's republics. You got the Muslim nation of Pakistan, and you got the Jewish state of Israel. That the two-state theory in Palestine and the two-nation theory in India is what was work, and this is why. I mean, they were trying to make it sound more legitimate. What I was asking is if there's any effective critique of just that. That I don't think my question is going anywhere now. I guess I'm losing my own point. I've rambled myself and closed my own head.
Let's take a step
I think
back.
What I was trying to ask was if there's any critique that I'm trying to look at attacking the argument of legitimacy. That we are also legitimate because
whether or not
nation theory happening in India is Pakistan is legitimate, which is why we are also legitimate.
Yeah. So criticism of the ideological position of separation into separate religious states.
Yes, if there's any about about Palestine itself that I would like to read, or you can tell us about.
I mean, yeah, but again, it's kind of muted in the same way that it was pretty muted in the South Asian context. There is criticism, and there's criticism even from Zionist intellectuals about the ideal, but it's not significant. So I guess my answer is yes, but no. Like there is, but it's not the dominant factions. No one cares. You can kind of steamroll it. You can ignore it. In the same way that you could the situation in South Asia. People were like, well, if we don't do that, blah, 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 we'll be stuck here forever, blah, blah. What do we do? So people just went along with this stupid shit.
Thanks, Liam.
But yeah, there's the parallel being made. It did show, and there are elements of that continue for decades after the 50s too. People still talking about that. Honestly, the Jordanian option doesn't disappear until the 1990s. It was still official U.S. policy. We preferred that. We never wanted a Palestinian state. The U.S. government's position was Jordan gets that land back, and fuck the Palestinians. That didn't change until 1994, when the Israelis worked out their peace deal with Jordan, and Jordan gave up that land. At that point, we're like, fuck. Okay, I guess we gotta start talking about this two-state delusion bullshit now, because, like, what are you gonna do, And the problem here is, and our State Department knew this, our government knew in 1967, the Israeli government said, we will never tolerate a sovereign Palestinian state. Never. Like, they're never leaving. They're never giving that sovereignty up. So if Jordan isn't an option, if turning the territory over to the friendly country of Jordan isn't an option, what the fuck political horizon is left for Palestinians? Either A, permanent second-class status inside Israel, or B, what? You just lie about it forever? Because that's where we are now. All we're doing is we're lying. Talking about the two-state solution is just inevitably lying about this shit decade after decade while Israel does whatever the hell it wants. Our government got fucked by that peace deal because it made it difficult for us to advance a position, because we want to say we care about Palestinian lives. They're people too. We want to acknowledge their pain, but at the same time we want to acknowledge Israel's right to do whatever the fuck it wants in that territory. And you can't have both. You just can't. And we're trying to play both sides of that, which is why American policy for decades has been completely rudderless and nonsensical. As soon as the Jordanian option disappeared and the idea of partition in that way, in something more similar to the South Asian context, where you could kind of control both sides of it, as soon as that was off the table, it kind of fucked us. But yeah, there's been arguments about this the entire time. It's never been the majority position, so it's never been really significant.
Thank you so much, Liam.
Yeah, no worries.
Can I check in on you? How are you doing?
I would like some more Romulan ale.
Yeah.
And then I think we have one more.
Not some Andorian.
Yep. Oh, hold on, Fatma.
Sorry.
Yeah, the color is also Andorian. Yeah.
Oh, Andorian. And I wanted to check with your time check for tonight. I didn't check with you before we started this, what time. And we have one more section, right? So I think if we want to get to modern day, just wanted to check.
Well, if it's okay, real quick. Sorry, I want to apologize for the way I conducted myself when I first came in towards you, Erica.
Thank you.
I do apologize. I sometimes do come in heated.
Thank you. I was hoping for that, because come on, at the end of the day, we're all comrades. Let's work together, right? So.
Yeah, the main thing here is just respect, respect to Liam, respect to this space. And this space is modded differently. There is, especially in debate spaces where you just immediately come and open your mouth. This is not an immediate come and open your mouth. This is a come and listen and learn. And there's ways that we can have disagreements in this room, but this room is not a place for and I know that you weren't debating, but for the people that come and really just trying to keep this, an educational life and meet the goal, which is, making sure that Liam gets the sleep that he needs and that we enjoy and have this time together. And I didn't check in with Cactus where his question and Abdullah and all that.
Okay, I want to tack something on to what you said first, and then, but because I want to also, for the 250 people around here, so you guys know how this can work overall. One of the reasons I don't want this to be a antagonistic debate space, and one of the reasons I'm kind of happy, even though sometimes it can look trigger happy or whatever, that I'm happy that people like Jax and Erica do what they do. I don't want to get bananaed. I want to keep the Leo moment of the Force so it's consistent with all my social media and make this a nice professional space where we can talk about shit instead of being because there's a bazillion and one places where you can go and fight Zionists. We can have those arguments in different places. I don't really want it here.
Oh, trust me, I do all of the above. Yeah. I also collect funds for Gazans. I translate for them. Also, I know many Gazan reporters. So if you wanted to speak to any of them or get to know them,
keep in touch. Let's keep talking. But this as a space, I'm kind of happy. Even if occasionally somebody jumps the gun too much on somebody, I would rather they do that than not. I would rather occasionally you suppress a voice that could be on our side than let some bad shit show up here and then we got people mass reporting and then this thing will all get shut down. I don't want to lose that. I want to have our nice weekly conversations. So overall, I am always going to back up Erica and everybody else who does shit. But we'll find a way to work things out.
Totally. And
Comrade Erica.
I'll say, I love your hair. Yeah, I'll say too that, especially with the professional livelihoods that are on the line, that this is a calculated risk to be having these conversations on a public platform for Liam. And like my background is I have biochem undergrad, but I have a master's in religious studies. And so I'm a former hospice hospital chaplain, interfaith chaplain. So there's a lot of people in this room and people in the chat that this is like, it's a calculated risk for us to be talking out here. So this live is very different and want to protect Liam at all costs. So thank you for that. And
there's actually it comes up rarely. In 16 years of courses on the Israel-Palestine conflict, only 3 times have I ever had a student complain. And unfortunately, it's always been some hardcore Zionist that's done it.
What was the complaint?
Well, it's like, you didn't respect my Zionist like narrative, whatever. It's like you feel like it's being unfair.
Victim
I mean, the evaluations over and over again from students are like, this is like super fucking fair. Like, because I'll shit talk everybody. Like I will give it to you as straight as I can. But there's only been 3 times in 16 years that somebody has complained, and one of them is current, like right now. So shit does come up, and something like this that's public with me constantly talking about this stuff. I want to make sure it's my professional position, and I know how I like talking about this stuff, and my universities are always going to back me up on this shit because they know how I do this and that it's fine, right? But if these turn into like really partisan debate spaces and really toxic environments that way, then it reflects badly on me professionally, and then so it can actually stop me from doing the work that I'm trying to do. So
I respect to you, bros. I just to let you know, I'm a chef. That's about it.
yeah, the only reason that
unfortunately, I do have something more on the line here in having these conversations, and a lot of people.
I'm sorry.
Thank you
to
Eric and Jackson, people looking out for me. So yeah,
I understand. Y'all have way higher,
Yeah, the only reason that I can come out to is because I stepped out of healthcare. Like if I was working for hospice, I stepped out of that career in 2021. But there's a lot of things in my previous career that I wouldn't be able to talk about this. So, Liam, why don't you take a moment and do what you need to do?
I'm just gonna do this.
Are you like another? How long for the last?
Okay, so overall, like as a holistically, I don't have a set thing. Don't stretch this on for another like 5 hours, but I mean, like it doesn't have to wind down very soon. Because it's weekend, I don't have to get up super early, so I'm fine. But I do want to at least start closing this topic down. I want to talk about religious Zionism, and then I want to open it up to discussion on what the fuck do we do now? Like, how can we, I don't know, maybe see if people can workshop like how you can unfuck Zionism. Because if we go back to the very first section and we understand that Zionism has been there since the 2nd fucking century on some level, that connection to the land has always been there, but it doesn't have to look like it currently does. How do we get there? How do we get to where Palestine can be a thing without, so that, I want to at least get people thinking about that. But I want one more section at least about that last significant shift that can give us the most fucked up aspect of it, like the religious aspect where it culturalizes this conflict. Because early on, it's just nationalist struggles. It's at the end of the day, it's a real estate fight. Once you bring religion into it, this gets fucked up on a whole nother level.
Can I answer before we move forward? I'm so sorry. It'll be quick, I swear.
Yeah.
I just want to know how you had mentioned 67, so just stopped there for a second. I had asked in the comments, and I kind of got an answer, but I thought maybe you could give a better one. As a person who grew up in the secular political Zionism. So this is my perspective where I'm coming from. I was always taught that after the 67 war, the Sinai was given back to Egypt for peace, and that we tried to give the West Bank back to Jordan, and they didn't want it. Is there any truth to that? No.
No.
Okay.
Like, I mean, you're during the 67 fight, when they took that territory, they decided they were never going to leave. Like, we have cabinet discussions, the minutes from cabinet meetings in 1967, and they're like, no, this is sovereign Israeli territory and we'll never leave. But how you're going to manage it and what you're going to do with Palestinians, that's different. And there were attempts to discuss turning over control of small isolated pockets of Palestinians, giving some control there, involving the Jordanians was there, but returning the West Bank as a whole was never on the table for anybody. It was just like the whole area was never going back. The Golan and the Sinai were always in play because they're not Palestine. They're not part of what the Zionists originally wanted. They don't care. Right. I mean, honestly, they care more about southern Lebanon than they care about that shit.
Well, I thought that we wouldn't, or they wouldn't, because I'm American, give back the Golan Heights because it was a military strategic.
Yeah.
The line went like this: if we gave it back to them, they could just drop boom booms on us all day.
Even there, I mean, it's a lot of that, and especially coming out of the whole like liberal Zionist, like the stories that are told there, and I've heard a lot of that same shit in synagogues from people. It's all horse shit. The fight from the start, from the creation of the state, was over control of Lake Kinneret, and Israel refused to share the waters with Syria. And refusing to share the waters with Syria, that's what made the Golan strategic. It was only a military objective because they refused to equitably share the water.
Could you repeat the lake name by chance?
Oh, Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee. Lake Kinneret.
Right, I always say that I came from the scare you into loving Israel part of the Zionist movement, and so that the scare you, that they all want to unalive us.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And so we needed the Golan Heights.
Right. Yeah. In 1949, Syria offered a peace deal with Israel. If they shared the waters, they would resettle 200,000 Palestinians permanently and make them Syrians and have a full peace deal. Now, it probably wouldn't have worked because that dictator was unalived the next year, but it was an offer, and Ben Gurion said this because they wanted the water for themselves. That's what made the Golan strategic, because the Syrians at that point, well, if you're not going to give us the fucking lake, then they started trying to divert the water, the headwater, the streams that feed it. And they're like, well, we can't tolerate that, so they conquered that territory. So it is strategic, but it was never because the Syrians wanted to unalive the Israelis. It was always about strategic control of water.
Thank you.
It's not historic Palestine. It's a very mercenary. It's practical. It's like controlling a natural resource in a difficult area.
Okay, go take care, Liam.
Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna get a drink because I'm thirsty. Hey, I have to get up. I have to get up now.
And maybe we can I don't know, chat and panel
What are you getting? Endorian
can
ale?
aim.
Endorian ale? What are you getting?
No. Well, I don't think I can mention what I'm putting into it.
Yeah, no.
No, you cannot. You cannot.
Yeah, but I'm adding two things to a base, and those two things I'm added are things I'm not allowed to mention here.
Star Wars milk juice.
But it will end up looking like Romulan ale, and I'll be happy.
Please get
Fama, what is happening to your hair, brother? By the minute, what?
Have you seen The Simpsons? You remember Sideshow Bob?
Oh, look at that! Yeah. I was wondering why that was sticking up. That's
now
great.
this is a Texan hat right here.
All right, we're bringing hats. I'm gonna bring my hat.
Yeah, let's make sure to like the live, share it.
Oh man, I'm gonna bring
And what do
all
you guys
my
think?
hats.
Do you
all my
guys
head.
think like because it always goes over, so if we like aim for 45 minutes, it will really most likely be like 75. So maybe we can try to like keep it going through this last section so that there can be a couple questions at the end. And I know that like it can be really nice at the end when Liam starts going and grabbing books from his bookshelf, so that that can kind of all be the book recommendations at the end too. Does that sound agreeable? And I'm gonna get some water.
Yeah,
So
sounds good.
don't
But we're doing a hat off right now. I don't. Can we do a hat off? What are we doing?
No, man, the
Erica,
Afghani hat.
Erica? Where's your hat? Where's your hat, Erica?
No, real quick. The Orthodox Jews take the cake, bro, with their
Oh yeah.
hats. Man, that thing is on a different level, bro.
They're
Get a hat.
stuck in
Get a
they're
hat,
stuck
Erica.
in they're
Please
stuck
get
in
a hat,
17th
Erica.
century Poland.
Come on now. Okay. Well, okay. The, w- w- there's
Yeah.
there's a lot of confliction between like really religious Muslims and Orthodox Jews. I'd say you can conflate them with like extremist Christian. Well, not extremist Christians. That's a whole different story. You can conflate it with like extremely religious Christians. And just like in any. Damn
Um,
it!
there are definitely different types, even with Orthodox. Even within
Well,
Orthodox, there are
I'm supposed to
different.
be.
Erica!
My God.
Sorry. I was voted the loudest person in my high school class. I'm sorry. I'm working on it. Therapy is helpful. I'm working. I promise.
I
Do you?
don't doubt that.
Hey, I stopped biting people. I'm improving. I promise.
This is like sometimes out on TikTok, it really does feel like because like as a single mom, like having like important conversations and working and then having to like juggle and parent at the same time. That's why this is totally what this feels like, with like
I'm sorry.
the trolls that just come in and like you're just like, okay, we're just in a university class, gonna come in, scream everywhere.
I'll tell you what, this app helps you distract yourself from this world, that's for sure. It makes you forget sometimes where you are in your space. That's for sure.
Oh, I got this from Machu Picchu.
What are you doing?
There you go. I subscribed.
I'm not sure
Oh,
who we
hey,
are
this is
letting
important.
up.
Look at that.
So I want to check in with the new people on the panel because I don't know you. Morgan.
Good morning.
Let's start with Morgan. Morgan, do you have, hi, welcome to the panel. Do you have a question? Or
Uncle Morgan is one of the Palestinian members here. Uncle Morgan, this isn't a debate panel at all whatsoever. Mish, you know how it is, cuz.
Erica, someone else is waiting in the queue. I can draw if you want.
He's a very respected older man that in our community that is very knowledgeable to many people.
oh, wonderful. Welcome, Morgan. Yeah, this is an educational space and we're going over. So for people coming into the room, we have been here for how long, Liam? We've been here for like 6 hours?
He can't hear anything. So if you can drop him, he has to close the app and it's a bug.
Got it. For those coming in, we're going over the historical Zionism. I think we've been here for like 5 or 6 hours. We started in the 5 hours? That's about right. Started in the 1700s and now we are getting into modern day. If you want to put
8
questions
hours.
in the chat.
This is 8.
And then Abdullah, welcome too. And then the last. So let's just see. I want to see where their questions fit in to where we're going. And then Liam, maybe we'll aim for like 45 minutes, knowing that that's going to go over 45 minutes to an hour for this last chapter. Does that sound?
Yeah, the last segment shouldn't. Yeah. and then like if anybody has any last questions, thoughts, whatever, because I'm not tired yet, but at least I want to start winding this topic up and be done with this. It just because I can't say what's what in another life. I'm dating myself here. About 30 years ago, yeah. If you want to know how I make shit, I make shit. Like I studied this at some point, so these are all mine. So
I mean, if that isn't Andorian, I don't know what is.
oh, yeah, it's a nice shade, isn't it?
All right. So, Morgan, are you connected now?
Yeah, I can hear now. Thanks.
Hey, Uncle Morgan.
How are you guys? How you doing?
Howdy.
Good. Yeah, welcome. Have you been in this space before? You know, this is an educational space, and we're going over chronologically the history of Zionism. So we're just now kind of entering kind of more modern day political Zionism, and we're going to kind of go into that last chapter. So seeing, yeah, welcome. And if you have questions too, let me know.
Yeah, I've been here in this life before. We have a good discussion with him before, and it was the topic was Israel Palestine. I don't know if he's still talking about the same thing, but I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. We'll just kind of go into the modern day. Let me know if you have a question. Abdullah, what's your question? And I don't know this person on the bottom too, and then we can go into the next.
So I joined right about right around so I didn't know you guys were on for 4 hours, and I was curious what the actual topic was, but you actually answered it right before you brought me up. That was going to be my actual question at first, was what is the whole of the topic? And it's how political Zionism is evolving from the 1700s on.
Yeah, it's some weeks we pick themes.
Yeah.
In many weeks it's like kind of the theme or conceit, the way that this works for me as a live is I try to make it kind of like my office hours at work. So students can come in, ask questions, we have a conversation, we bounce things around. So it bounces from topic to topic and goes all over the fucking place. So we're talking about like, I don't know, like Eastern European politics, and then we're in Latin America and blah, blah, blah. It goes all over the place.
So this is a Zoom class.
Today was Zionism, and I looked at like the traditional form of it, so the religious forms from the 2nd century on, and then looked at how it's evolved and become the modern secular ideologies. Okay. And the last section here, I want to add a kind of like modern religious twist to it. But it's how it's evolved over the last 1900 years was the theme overall for today.
Okay, I guess my question on that topic, because I want to know the topic before I ask a question. So on that topic, I'm kind of curious, and you probably already went over this hours ago before I was here, but I've only recently started doing research on Zionism, like on what Zionist history of Zionism, things like that. And I found your live, and I've been coming to as much as I possibly can to learn more and more about it. And I wish I was here earlier so I could have learned. Now the Aliyah, is it called Aliyah? Aliyah. I was listening to just the other day. I work in a lumber mill, and I was listening to Judenstadt, the Jewish state. Yeah. I was listening to that audiobook, and it was interesting because he seemed like he was pioneering the idea of Aliyah. Did it exist before him? It did. Okay. Because he mentioned, the only time I remember him mentioning Islam in that whole book was, he says the Mohammedans have a Hajj, and we need to have something like that to bring people into whatever, if it's going to be Palestine. He was also talking about
the terminology is shifting. They're adopting. Okay, so Aliyah means to go up to the hill country. So it's like you're going up to Jerusalem, because Jerusalem's up in the hills, right?
Yeah.
And you're going on a pilgrimage. So it is like Hajj in that sense, but that's the religious understanding of Aliyah. What they're doing is they're giving a secular understanding of it and making it like migration to to Israel.
Okay.
So the Olim are like
So he was part of the
conscience.
transformation of it already. He was just trying to transform a thought that was already happening.
What Herzl does, and the significance of Herzl is that he mainstreams the idea for a lot of Western European thinkers that had ignored it. But Zionists had actively been moving to Palestine for decades before Herzl even heard of Zionism.
Yeah.
So he's a late convert to it. So he shows up late on the scene, makes a few interesting contributions, but takes a lot more credit than he deserves, because all the basic elements were already in place long before he shows up.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and it's good to know. Yeah, I'm only recently researching this. I've been deep diving into Islam for 14 years straight, nonstop, without break, because I love it. But on this, it's something I dislike, so I didn't deep dive.
Well, it's a fun one, and I'm gonna have to edit this one together because there was a couple of breaks that TikTok inserted into it. We didn't plan, but I always take these lives and I put them on my YouTube.
That was what I was gonna say. Do you edit them and like put them into like pieces that are more profound?
I don't usually have the time to cut them out, because it would be nice to cut distinct topics. And for this one, it'd be neat, because one of the reasons that I decided to structure it this way, we've been talking about a specific period and then having questions, and then going into the next period and then questions. And so those could be chopped into separate videos later, and that would make it easier. But the last, I don't know, 23, 24 of these that have gone up, they're 8-hour stretches of whatever, and then I just throw them up on YouTube. Okay, so this will go up the same way this weekend. This weekend I'm going to put this whole thing up, but if I find time or somebody wants to help me and do it, they can chop this up and we can do things with it.
Can I ask a question completely off topic that I'm curious about, that I just heard about, and I have no idea who to ask?
It probably depends on how long it is, but I'm probably going to leave the final decision to Erica.
I don't want a long answer.
Can I field a question?
It's up to you, boss.
I'm not in charge here. You're the moderator. I'm just like this. I'm just the weirdo with a hat.
I think we're forming a matriarchy around you, Liam, just so that you know this panel is, I'm guessing that this is a guy at the end, which I'm still curious who this is underneath Zaddy, if anyone knows. But I think we're forming a matriarchy around you.
So it's just a fact or fiction question, kind of.
Okay.
I ran across someone making some videos, and they mentioned that Philistine, or it was used as an insult in Germany. And it originated in a city called, or a town, or a house, or I don't know what it is. It's Jena City, and I'm wondering what this Jena City is. They had a picture of a house that literally was like houses on top of houses on top of houses on top of houses, and they said that you could live there and never leave. They use Latin, the dead language, as their deal, and it originated in a city called Jena City in Germany. That made no sense to me. I have not had the chance. I think I saw it yesterday, and they said this was being used as an insult in Jena City, and then it says this is the founder of Jena City, and this is a picture of Jena City, and it got destroyed in the late 1800s, around 1890s. Yeah, over my head. I'm like, I don't know anything about it.
Jena is a place, so Jena.
Yeah,
but it doesn't match the description you've got at all.
Yeah,
I have no idea how it connects to any of the rest of this stuff.
No, it doesn't.
Philistine as a word is an insult in a lot of European languages, including English.
Really? How so? How did that originate?
It's because of the way that Europeans inherited the Bible from the Hebrews. And in the biblical stories, there's fights between the Israelites and the Philistines.
Yeah, Samson takes down the temple with them all on top and then inside.
Yeah, the whole Samson and Delilah and all that kind of shit. Yeah, there's David and Goliath. There's a whole bunch of stories between the Israelites and the Philistines. So Philistine became an insult in a lot of European languages just from reading the Bible. It's how they took it in.
Okay.
In many ways, there's a ton of words in English that don't have anything to do with the ancient world, but it's just the way we use them. Like Epicurean means somebody who just lives for pleasure, like you only live once kind of attitude. That is not what the Epicureans believed. Or like Stoics are like, I don't feel any pain, man. I can take anything. That is not what the Stoics believed. Like, we use the words in ways very different from the ancients because they were taken in as insults based on the way that certain peoples viewed them at the time. And then they just become generalized words. Or like, cynics is a good one too. Like, you're very cynical. The cynics in the ancient Greek and Roman cynics, they weren't cynical, but they were cynics. Like, so we use cynical in a very different way. So like that the use of Philistine has nothing to do with the Philistines and everything to do with the way that people inherited the stories later. But what you're talking about with Yena or whatever, I have no idea what the fuck that is.
I'm going to look into it a little bit because I'm really curious about it because I literally saw it just the other day.
If you can find something like to explain it, like, I don't know, bring it up later, send me a DM, something like that, we can chat about it. But I don't know what you're
and you answered the question I didn't have already. Fantastic. I was wondering what the cynics were because I saw it in a list of I have a list of genocides, worst genocides to the least in the past 2,000 years. It was a PDF made up. I downloaded it anyways, and cynic was in there. I'm sorry. Cynic was in there, and Christian, and I'm like, cynic. Who are cynic?
I wonder if that means something entirely different. Because the Cynics are Hellenistic school of philosophy.
Oh, really?
So if anybody's heard of Diogenes of Sinope, the guy who lived in a bathtub, like, hey, move your ass, Alexander.
I'm a lumber worker. I
am the OG Oscar the Grouch.
Yeah, or honestly, the Roman Emperor Julian was a trained Cynic philosopher.
Oh, really?
He was only emperor for 3 years, but kind of a badass in some ways. But Cynicism was an interesting school of philosophy. And actually one of the precursors of Stoicism. So it's a school of thought, not a group of people.
Do you ever go into detail on the Kingdom of Rome, then the Republic of Rome, then the Empire of Rome? Is that some of your specialty?
I literally teach the ancient Mediterranean. Like this semester, I'm right now. I'm only in the Neolithic because the semester just started, but I'm literally teaching the ancient Mediterranean world right fucking now. I've got a whole fucking wall of Greek and Roman history. Like all this shit over here is Greek and Roman history. So you guys want to talk about it another day? Pick a theme, talk to the mods, plan a day.
I'm sorry. It's out of topic,
Rome,
but
sure.
Can you answer to me? Where did America take its laws from? The East or the West? The Mid East or the West?
Neither. That's an interesting question. It's actually different from any of these topics, but that's a fun one too. There are elements of classical influence for America's founders. There are elements of English common law in it, and they pulled a lot of shit out of their asses. It's a big mix, but that's a whole different topic. We can talk about early America. We can talk about Rome. I read a lot, so pick a day, and we'll do it. Either in one of the general kind of like next Friday is probably going to be an open one because I don't think anyone's picked a theme yet. So just we can bounce around whatever. Because I'm on every Friday somewhere around 3 p.m. Pacific time, and I'll go until I'm too tired or you guys are too tired.
I want to propose.
When I want to fall asleep or the mods want to go to sleep, that's when we shut down.
Yeah, I thought, but is it quick or I want to?
I just wanted to propose. If we talked about it earlier, I would love to have a day we could just talk about not European imperialism but British imperialism specifically. Starting from their East, the British East India, East Indian, British East India Company, and leading on to Victorian.
Sure.
I would love to.
It's fine, yeah. Again, it can come up on a general day, or
I'll try to organize one.
Pick a day for it, but yeah, I'm perfectly happy bouncing around. I mean, there's several shelves of British history over there. It was actually one of the first things I wrote on professionally. I did a project on Pitt the Elder at one point, how he was understood and during the 7 Years' War and all that shit. So British Empire, it's a thing. I can talk about it.
We can go into Marxism, Maoism, socialism, communism.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Actually, that's been proposed as a topic for a week anyway, too. Because there's a whole bookcase on socialist philosophy here. So, I mean, so for your PFLP, you want to talk Marxism, socialism, and anarchism.
Zeddy, he's an anarchist.
Yeah, I'm an anarchist. I'm not a Marxist, but I have two shelves on Marxism. I mean,
He is
I
an
know
anarchist.
my way around
Paula
Marxist
is
shit,
an anarchist.
Yeah,
but
this is a
an anarchist.
friendly,
You got
friendly
I love your
anarchist
you got
views.
you a
I love your
communist. You
views
got
on it.
me a communist, and you got anarchist Liam over here.
I love his views on Marxist socialists. I love his views on
I'm a
anarchy because I've
fundamental.
never gotten a straight answer from
I'm
anyone.
an
I don't think I've
Islamic
ever gotten.
fundamentalist.
Anyway, so
No
that's
shit.
that can either come up next week or we could pick a themed day where we talk about it. It's been proposed to do like a week on socialism, but it's never really materialized. But I'm always happy to chat about things. It's fine, you know. Chatting about philosophy is fun. You know, I mean, there's a lot of like really underrated, you know, socialist and Marxist philosophers that we really can draw a lot of like useful stuff from. I mean, he's kind of a dick, but why don't more people read Adorno? I mean, there's a lot of great shit we can still pull out of this stuff. I mean, everyone wants to talk about hegemony from Gramsci, but there's a shitload of good stuff in there. Like, why don't we talk more about this? So, yeah, if we want to make a day out of that, cool. Why not?
May I
talk too?
Yeah, let's get Samson in this, and then we'll start on to the last section here. Hi, Samson.
Thank you, bottom, right?
Thank
Oh,
you,
there you go.
friends. It looks like you are very educated and interesting people and good people, and that's why I decided to drop in. I want to introduce myself so you will know me. My name in English is Samson. In Hebrew we say it Shimshon, Shimshon Sadeh, and I love almost everything. Except I don't, I can't stand evil. Only this, only cruelty. I respect women. Women are very important for me to respect them.
Okay.
And because I was born to a mother, okay, like most of us. Some of us don't respect it. I do. I try not to go over the head of people. I respect people, so that's why I was waiting, and my interest is that I'm. It's the word scared is not describing it precisely. My English is not perfect, but I am. I have a wish to make sure the survival of life, first of all, then survival of the human race, then it's important to me that my country will survive, my family, and me. So life is something important for me. I will be happy to talk about how to maximize the chances that life will survive in general and more privately. And I will be very, very happy to learn from you on how can we minimize the dangers for it. And I also want to spread love in all its forms, because my belief personally is that love is the only thing worth living this on this earth in this life, which are anyway short, not too long, and I enjoy life. I enjoy learning and people. So this is my introduction to know about myself, and I will be happy to talk about all those subjects. Of course, I'm also nationality. I'm Israeli. I'm Jewish, and I love very much science and science fiction. So when you said about the Romulan, that makes me happy and laughing. You don't know how much I
I
love
have
science fiction.
so much science fiction in the other room. Like the bedroom, like the wall of books in the bedroom is all fantasy and science fiction. It's yeah,
Wow.
that's
Wow, you are a source for a lot of knowledge on how to search for good books and movies. Thank you.
cool. Yeah, we
So,
something we could definitely talk about in future. And I'll give you one point. Like one of the reasons that I got into teaching the Israel-Palestine conflict, one of the reasons that I enjoy doing these kind of lives is at the end of the day, I my sympathy is for human beings in general. Whether they're Palestinians, Israelis, whatever, I want people to be able to live in peace and dignity and security and be happy. And the thing that bothers me the most about the Israeli governing approach is that it's suicidal. It's harming Israelis. It's putting them in danger, and it is actively destroying their state. If we want it to survive, then it has to transform. If it doesn't change the way it's going to collapse completely. And my doomsday scenario is something like what happened in Algeria, because that conflict was so bloody, it like hurt so many people that at the end of it, 1 million fucking people left their country, the place that they'd only ever known Algeria. They were born in Algeria, they were Algerians, but they spoke French, they were culturally French. They left because they were worried about how it would play out. In the long run, Israel cannot survive as it currently exists. And I think there's a lot of beauty in the Hebrew culture that's built up there. And what I would like to see is that Hebrew culture combining with the Palestinian Arabic culture and creating something more beautiful and interesting together, rather than completely falling apart and being lost forever. So that's at least my approach to it. I as far as I'm concerned, as much as I consider myself to be pro-Palestinian, at the same time, I'm also pro-Israeli, not pro-Israel. I want the people to survive. I want the culture to survive. I think a vibrant Hebrew culture is beautiful in the world, but an ethno-state is fucking disastrous, and it cannot survive. It is a reflection of 19th century thinking that is going to hurt everybody, and it's making life worse for Jews around the world. So I think that bringing people together and talking about this, there's the possibility of finding some other way forward, some other way where we can love each other and move forward and build something beautiful together. Otherwise, all of this shit is going to come apart. It's going to be bad for everybody. It's going to hurt Palestinians. It's going to hurt Israelis. It's going to be shit. I don't want that. So that's where I kind of stand on it. So I've lived in your country. It's beautiful. I like a lot of the people. I like the culture. The government is fucking shit. It has to go. But the people are beautiful. So
sorry, may I say something about the government is shit or not shit? Look, the governments are elected bodies from the population. So if the government is shit, the population is shit also, because we choose them.
to some extent,
Okay?
yeah. But democracy is funny in that it doesn't reflect everybody, which means that
No.
okay. So the way I tend to approach this with people,
Right.
and please don't take offense at this, right? I think about half the Israeli population are barking mad. I think they're way too far gone. But there's a lot of great Israelis that really do want a better life. I mean, I have marched in solidarity with tons of Israelis who want to make a better life and have real peace with Palestinians. Them I love. The lunatics, I don't. But there's crazy people in every country. We elect people too. But you know, when we put Trump in the White House, that doesn't mean I put him there. You know, and I'm still American at the end of the day. So I don't blame all Israelis for the assholes who end up in power, because especially in a proportional democracy, you guys can get a prime minister with 20% of the vote because they're coalitions. It's a really complex system that way. So yeah, the government is shit, but it doesn't. But most people there didn't choose it. They didn't write it. They didn't develop that country. They were born there. They just happened to live there. So all the problems that we can talk about, all the shit we've talked about so far today in this live, all the stuff in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, a lot of the people in Israel were not alive for that, so they have nothing to do with it. I don't blame them, and I want a better future for them. But the people who want that shit, the people who want to oppress Palestinians, the people who want an apartheid state, I have no kind words for. So I will be very blunt about things like that. I will tell you, on the one hand, I love Israelis, and I still fucking hate some Israelis. So you're always going to get a mix of that.
Liam, if you allow me, I've made many brothers and sisters, and I count you as a mentor. I don't know if you've met them, Geek and Bella and Savannah.
Bella's great. Savannah's great. Yeah.
I view you as another example of what the world should be, and how the Israeli Palestinians should come together and try to unite. I do mean that.
I hope I live long enough to see it, because I've seen examples of it on the ground. I have seen Israelis and Palestinians working together in solidarity for a better future. I've seen it. I know it's possible, but there are obstacles, and if we can find a way around them, if we can find a way to change a few things, I mean, there's so much better that
first identify them? Can we identify the problems?
Yeah, look, we can. But again, it's a big topic, because again, I've been
Israelis are afraid
for 20 years. So we today we had a distinct theme. We're walking through, for people who tuned into this, we're walking through like the history and evolution of Zionism as an idea, as a distinct theme. But in a lot of normal weekly things, we talk about aspects of the Israel-Palestine conflict, and there's always, when people request it, we can choose a distinct theme for a week. This one was requested. It took a few weeks, but people talked about it. Let's pick a week where we just talk about Zionism. So I do want to get back to that. But in general,
chapter.
I like those conversations. I want to build more of those. I want to build bridges. I want bridges.
Let me ask you a question. May I?
Samson, we'll do this one. Samson, we'll do this one question, and then I'm going to rotate a little bit.
Okay, thank you. My question is, in Israel, all the time, a lot of tea. Is it okay to say tea? Do you understand the meaning of it in TikTok language? Yes.
Yeah.
No. In TikTok language, the beginning of a word which I don't want to express, it won't harm your life.
Tea.
Okay.
It's fine.
So in Israel, we have too much tea, and people lost the trust. Do you understand? It's normal. It's human. Yes. If you are all the time attacked by tea groups and which are unaliving people, then you lose the trust. So Israelis don't have.
If you come back on normal weeks, we can get further into that, because I talk a lot about the shared generational trauma, because Palestinians have experienced a lot of tea as well. And they don't trust. They won't trust Israelis for the same reason a lot of Israelis won't. And I understand both. People have both experienced shit. There's a cause and effect issue. Yeah, we can go back and talk about, okay, where this all started. But at the end of the day, what do we do now in 2024? And the ordinary people on all sides have experienced some fucked up shit, and we have to find ways to build those bridges. So on normal weeks, we can dive much more into that, because this is a safe space for talking about those shared traumas. And if you're willing to stand alongside Palestinians as well and talk about how everyone has experienced this stuff and what we can do to go forward, then I would love it, Shimshon, if you would come back and we could talk about things like this. It just doesn't fit this week, and I know my moderator's staring at me like, let's get back to this last theme and carry on the night so she can go to sleep. So for tonight, we probably shouldn't, but in general, I'm with you. I understand it. I understand why Israelis who have seen cafes explode might be scared, but I also understand why Palestinians are scared for exactly the same fucking reasons. And I think that we can find ways to move forward, but it's difficult. So please come back on later weeks and let's talk about things like this. So, toda raba,
I hope to. Yes, and thank you. And wish for all of you all the good blessings and may we will find wisdom within ourselves to take care, to minimize dangers, and to help the entire world prosper and find answers to the most important questions of human life.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samson. I'm gonna rotate out. And Liam, just a quick thing. I
can be dropped. I can be dropped now.
Thank you.
So you will have more place. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Athena has requested, but I can't see it because only you can see it on your side.
You should get super mod on this.
Well, I think it has to do with a private account. So if you see
okay.
her.
So there's checking for you. There we go.
Yeah.
Done.
There we go. And we might do a mod switch on you. You might have to super mod Athena, and then I might.
I have so many accounts that you need to mod every time. But I came up here to say I don't know if I.
Okay.
Wait, is this Covey?
It's Covey, exactly.
How many accounts do you have, Covey?
I came up here to say I kind of don't know if I agree with what was just said, but I don't know if I should ruffle some feathers to say that. But anyways, I don't know. I don't think that Israeli and Palestinian trust is on the same level, because Israelis are not being starved. Israelis are not being restricted. Israelis are not being oppressed.
Things are the same level.
Israelis are not being occupied.
That's different.
I understand, but
a whole different issue.
No, I understand, but I mean, like, this idea that Israelis and Palestinians fear each other on like a similar level is something I don't necessarily agree with, because I feel like there is a cycle of violence 100%, but there is also an occupier and an occupiee, or an occupied, and that cycle of violence is rooted in Israeli aggression, apartheid regime, and oppression. And so I think the Palestinians have more of a right to fear or mistrust Israelis, because it's the Palestinians who are literally actively being eradicated, and not the Israelis.
I'm with you. I'm with you most of that. There's cause and effect here. We have a definitive start to this. We know who has the power and who has caused most of the problem here. But ordinary people are still scared. And they're scared by different things. Not only the individual actions, so not only maybe a bus exploding, but also all the horse shit their government has fed them. The fear, the lies. I have taken Israelis into the West Bank who've been told their whole lives that Palestinians will unalive them just for coming into their towns. And I've taken them in to meet people.
Uncle Liam, have you ever heard of
they're fed lies. So the fear is real. What's underlying it, why it's there, that the why is a whole different thing. Athena, what you're raising is the why and the causal chains that get you there. But at the end of the day, human beings still experience emotions, and that's what I'm saying. That's a place where we can meet in the middle and say we all experience these feelings and we're afraid. But yes, in cause and effect terms. Yes, there is a distinct chain to this.
Yeah, I feel like there is logical fear and illogical fear. It's the same thing like with, like, I'm a black woman. A lot of white people are going to have fears towards black people, and black people are going to have fears towards white people. But our fears are logical, whereas a white person's fear is illogical, right? Because it's not rooted in any factual evidence. There is no history of black people oppressing white people systematically as well, right? Whereas there is a history of white people oppressing.
But a lot of
oppressing
white
Black
people
people
are,
systematically. Therefore, our
yeah,
fear is rooted in our experiences,
yeah.
and it's like a survival mechanism for us, whereas white people don't have a need for a survival mechanism. The same thing with Palestinians and Israelis. I understand that Israelis might have these preconceived notions because of propaganda, but Palestinians are having these sentiments because of real life experiences of them actually experiencing a bulldozer or an
But
IDF soldier.
the only thing I'll add on to that is that for most Israelis, it's only the propaganda, but for a lot of people, they do know. I mean, buses have been blown up, cafes have been blown up. There has been. I mean, most of the violence is on the Israeli side. There's a massive disparity in power, but there have been attacks inside, and people do have memories of those, and those spread through a community. It's like this person knows somebody who died, and or whatever, and then their friends they share that. So it's still, there is a way in which the emotions circulate, and at the same level too. For the Israeli side, it's not just what Palestinians have done, it's the way that it plays on past generational traumas. So it's amplified. So on an emotional level, it's actually kind of similar, even though Palestinians have not caused anything close to the damage the Israelis have. I mean, I can talk about what the Israelis have
Okay,
done
but
at
there's no
great length,
past trauma.
but we're talking about like how people perceive it, and that's different. And whether we want to say it's justified, that's kind of different. And yes, it can be irrational, but it doesn't change the reality. And if we want to actually move forward, we have to at least acknowledge the reality exists. And by acknowledging it, you can defuse it and move forward. But if you tell somebody your fear is unimportant and irrational, then they shut down and they never hear you, and you don't take a step forward.
So it's not me saying, it's not me saying that your fear is not real. It's me choosing to prioritize which fears are legitimate right
and
now.
that's fine.
When
And that's
we are
fine.
seeing, we are seeing, let's say, Palestinian people being actively unalive, being actively restricted, like Palestinian people cannot even collect rainwater, right? So they have absolutely no freedom. And then I see, let's say, for example, an Israeli person from Tel Aviv, for example, who comes up and says, oh, I'm just terrified of Palestinians. I am going to prioritize whose life is literally getting lost because of their experience and because of their fears. And that's why I don't like this whole, both sides are like have fear or both sides are experiencing this, because it's not a symmetry.
I feel you. I, especially when you're talking about media narratives and political narratives that try to do the both sidesing shit. We want a ceasefire on both sides. No, bullshit. You need the oppressor to stop bombing people, because the Palestinian stuff is always a response. So again, I'm with you there. When we're talking about the long term, how can we build collaborative environment and go forward, then we have to acknowledge the emotional traumas, and those do exist on equal levels on both sides, even though the power dynamics are massively imbalanced. There's a reason I call myself pro-Palestinian. There's a reason that I identify there, because I know where most of the harm is coming from. But at the same time, I want Israelis and Palestinians to both find peace and security in life and be happy. So we need to find some way to acknowledge that. And at the end of the day, if you deny the other's pain, so when on the pro-Palestinian side we deny that Israelis do feel something, it works the same way as when Israelis do that to Palestinians. They deny their own traumas, and it stops the conversation. It makes it impossible to move forward. And that's the goal for me, is to find a way to open up dialogues and let people feel each other's pain and empathize. If you can see what somebody sees from the other perspective, if you can see the other side of something and feel their pain and really empathize, then the hatreds have to go away. When Israelis can empathize with Palestinians, And when Palestinians can empathize with Israelis, then we can actually really move forward. It doesn't change the fact that there's a causal chain, that Israel started this shit, and that they are the power and the oppressor. That's a separate issue from what I'm talking about, but I know how they bleed together, so I'm
but the thing is,
sympathetic.
I know people are saying that we need to get back to the lecture. I don't know what happened because I was gone for a while as well. I came back and I heard y'all talking, and I just wanted to chime in. I just wanted to say, like, again, I feel like a lot of times, though, from the Israeli side, there's a weaponization of traumas to justify what they're doing to Palestinians. And we see it actively when they G-side Palestinians, when they restrict more rights for Palestinians. They always tend to weaponize and tokenize trauma, and not necessarily actively use it to garner more empathy or to garner more understanding.
Absolutely.
And that's why I think, in my opinion, we should be prioritizing Palestinian trauma for now until they stop being eradicated and until they're liberated, and then we can start talking about Israeli traumas as well, because I feel like for now there's a clear power dynamic, and Palestinians are not harming Israelis, like,
not anything close to the same level.
Exactly.
But when you think about until they're liberated, that's where we run into a problem, because they will not be liberated until people can talk to each other, because all the power is on Israel's side, and they know that. And they, at the end of the day, if the U.S. cut them off completely, they would continue oppressing Palestinians for another century. There's nothing that's going to change that. Palestinians on their own cannot change this situation. We have to actually change. We have to find a way to mobilize the diaspora, reach out and talk to more people. There has to be a way of changing things, because
I know, but this is like,
otherwise Palestinians lose too.
I know, but like, when we are sitting here, like, I watched a video the other day, and I bring this up in almost every live that I'm in because this video has literally scarred me and kept me up at night. When we are watching cats eating Palestinian babies under the rubble, that is the type of urgency that we have. I do not think we should be sitting here talking and coddling Israelis, because that's what it feels like when we are coddling your average Israeli citizen, while on the other side of the fence, a Palestinian baby is being eaten by a cat under the rubble. I feel like there is a sense of urgency at this point, and that urgency is to stop the unaliving of Palestinian people, to stop the oppression of Palestinian people, and then we can start talking about understanding each other, about Israeli traumas, to come to a solution, which, again, I will never ever dismiss completely the traumas of Israeli citizens, or especially of Jewish people living in Israel. I will never do that, right? But I feel like we need to prioritize the traumas and the pain of Palestinian people, because for the longest time, for the past 75 years, their traumas and their pain have been put on the back burner, and they have been expected to be understanding and empathetic of Israeli fears, potential traumas, but the Israeli side has always been very, very apathetic towards Palestinians. And I think when we are witnessing videos of 11,500 Palestinian children being unalived, I don't think we need to be coddling Israeli potential fears of what could possibly happen. And I don't think that we should be actively focusing on, like, the civil rights of Israelis when they're denying Palestinians their civil rights.
Again, on all of that, you have no disagreement with me. But it's more a matter of where we are and what I can do. Because one of the strengths that I can bring to this, one of the things that I can offer you as a movement or anything else, is a dispassionate space to discuss things. We have lots of places to kvetch about, what's happening to Palestinians, and all of those are great. And yes, that is where we need to prioritize. That's where we need to care about things. And there's a lot of great spaces for that. By my nature as a human being, I think over the long durée. I don't think like what's happening right now. I'm not going to talk about what can we do tomorrow. It's just not me. I'm a historian. I think over long stretches of time. I want to talk about where we can be 50 years from now and how we get there and the strategy. That's what I'm good at. I'm good at strategy. I can be somewhat sympathetic and help people as much as I can, but if somebody needs a shoulder to cry on, I'm probably not the best person. I mean, I'll do the best I can, but I'm the first person to say there's somebody else who can do a better job at this than me. Because at the end of the day, I'm much more analytical than not. And I understand my weaknesses and I know where I come from. So what I can try to contribute to this as a movement and trying to help Palestinians and whatnot is to plan for how the fuck we can end this situation and actually free Palestinians. And that does involve some of this, the shit that you're talking about, unfortunately. It sucks. I get it. I know why it sucks. I'm totally with you there. I'm honestly not the best space for that kind of, I don't know how to help. I wish I did.
No,
but
I know.
I don't have the capability.
No, I'm not expecting that of you, of course. I know that this is more of an educational live, which is why I stick to. I know that a lot of the people here are probably hating me because I'm bringing up this conversation when it's an educational live. So I'm pretty sure people are kind of getting tired of me bringing it up. But I think like it's just I heard that comment. It's just it rubbed me the wrong way when I heard it, because I see time and time again the Nakba being denied, the Naksa being denied, Palestinian trauma being denied, and people being apathetic, and then expecting Palestinians to take the high road all the time. And it's just very, very reminiscent of the power dynamics that exists between black and white people, and that white people do whatever they want, and then they expect us to be empathetic, to be the adult in the conversation. And it's unfair to ask that of marginalized communities, especially marginalized communities who are actively being unalived.
It really is. And it really is. You have no argument with me. I completely agree with you. And I'm not saying that Palestinians have all the responsibility here, because at the end of the day, Israelis have to fix their shit. And one of the biggest issues for me is I honestly don't believe Israelis will. There are good Israelis, but I don't believe most of them will really change, because I think the nature of this conflict is going to make shit worse for them. What I want to do is mobilize the Jewish diaspora and change their perspectives. And where the empathy can come in, if I can change American Jews' perspectives, I can fucking change the situation in Israel. We're the 100%. Problem. We are the problem. And if we can't be empathetic to the Jewish generational trauma here, then I can't change Jewish Americans' perspectives. At the end of the day, honestly, Athena, fuck the Israeli situation here. Like, it's not the problem. That's not really what I'm talking about. It's like, to fix the long-term situation, there is some way we got to play with this a little bit. And I'm not trying to put all the responsibility on Palestinians to take the high road against the Israelis. At the end of the day, fuck that. I'm trying to talk about how we can deal with the diaspora and change Christian and Jewish views on this. And get them involved in the fight and get them some skin in the game, because that will change the fucking situation. Mm-hmm. And for me, I can contribute in some way in that way. But I'm just, while I feel you, I don't know how to help. I mean, it breaks my heart to know that it bothers you, and I wish I knew the right things to say, and I don't.
No. You're saying the right things, genuinely. I think I just don't like coddling. Especially, I do not like when people who are trying to justify the genocide of Palestinian people, when they're being coddled, I just do not like the victim mentality. I'm not gonna lie, and I feel like a lot of people do have like a victim complex. They like to victimize themselves with their crocodile tears while they're unaliving Palestinian children on the side.
Sure.
And that is one thing that I do not like to tolerate.
And
that's what I
am
just addressed. But
1,000% with you
I
there.
agree with you there with focusing on the Jewish diaspora globally.
Right. I'm 1,000% with you there. And if it brings some Israelis along, great. I want them in the conversation too. But I spent a long time hoping and praying that Israelis would change. And I spent a lot of time interacting with people there. Shit don't work. The structural features of the conflict are going to make it worse because their government is being a complete shitheel to Palestinians, and occasionally Palestinians, boop. So like, bam, 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 boop. And then, that's a justification for more of this. And it just keeps it going. And it's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It will not change. The good voices inside Israel are marginalized. They're pushed out of the picture. They're there, but they have no relevance. So while I sympathize with them, they are irrelevant to this overall conversation. But if we change the dynamics internationally, then they will be elevated. It's similar to what I was trying to talk about earlier. So to kind of like steer this back toward our topic, when we think about the roads not taken with Zionism, there were good voices that could have made this entirely different, that could have actually turned this in a different direction, and instead they got marginalized and the assholes won. And the situation we're on right now, as long as the diaspora is in lockstep with Israel, then the assholes will keep winning for another fucking 100 years and Palestinians lose. And I want to change that. And the way to change that is to change out here. And that will elevate those voices inside Israel that are actually good people and help drown out the assholes that are currently in charge. But right now, everything puts them in charge. And that's not going to change. I desperately want to change that, but the change cannot happen inside Israel anymore. It cannot.
No, it can't. I agree with you.
We can make a difference. There are more Jews outside Israel than inside it, and we can make a goddamn difference. And the fucking Christians can make a huge fucking difference. We can put pressure on this and alter the dynamics of this entire conflict that will elevate the voices for peace. I want B'Tselem to dominate, not the fucking Likud.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now because some people in the comments are really mad.
Oh, ignore them. They've been going after me all day.
Yeah, just ignore them.
I love you, Athena, but I am.
This was an amazing intellectual challenge. This was an amazing intellectual challenge, Cubby. Ignore the chat.
No, all due respect, as a Palestinian, I'm glad Chekin brought it up, but I know we're saving it for another day, in another discussion. So I know Eric is gonna bring it up, but I'd love if we come back into.
There's all kinds of good stuff here. Like over and over again, we lay down interesting threads.
I love you. You're the best.
No, this was really spirited debate. I liked it.
This is great. Like let's
ignore the chat. Like I don't know who down there needs whoever. I don't know. I might like clock out with Athena here. I'm a fading stock.
Right. I think it's not criticism of Athena's position. It's that we had a plan and we're all going to fall asleep before we get to it. So there's only one piece left.
I didn't know about that because I had left briefly and then I came back and y'all were talking about it with that Israeli man. So I'm sorry, I didn't know about the specific plan that was going to.
Yeah, no worries. It's just like we're 9 hours in and I think people are falling asleep. So
so I'll just like tap out here. But Athena,
Take
Mohammed
over.
hasn't asked a question yet, but we're going chronologically through Zionism. So where are we? Are we still at 1930s? Is that where we left off?
The last significant thing I want to point to is the transformations from 67. So introduce religious Zionism, the cult. Because if you want to understand where the fuck people like Smotrich come from, we have to like know that shift, and then we have at least, and if people are too tired for the longer conversation, like the like, what do we do now? We can continue that another day, but like we can at least finish our story of the major steps along the way to the current ideology. And then from there, we can start unpacking how to change it. And if you guys want, if mods are already getting tired, we can do that in a whole nother night. But at least we should finish the one last piece. And it's
I
the post
am
67.
Yeah, I can take over for Erica. It's okay, and I'm very energized right now, so I can mod if you want me to mod, Liam.
I mean, whoever, it looks like Erica's gonna fall asleep, so.
Yeah, Erica is gonna leave. I'm gonna take over for her, and I can
Thank
mod.
you, Erica.
Thank you very much, Erica.
Bye, Erica. Also, Cubby, if there's a long line, I can drop too. I just have a few questions. I can come back
I
up.
don't think it.
No, there's only
there's
one
only
more
one person
person.
that even looking like to try to come up. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine.
So I think-
And really, again, there's only one last main topic, and then we can. I'll defer it to you guys if you want to start talking a little bit about the where do we go from here. But that can be something we build on, because honestly, one of the reasons that this was suggested and I thought it was a good idea was if we can understand a little bit about what the hell it is, like what is Zionism, where does it come from, and the different variations of it, then maybe we can get past a lot of the very reductionist stuff, where like, because at the end of the day, and I mean this with the greatest of respect to my Palestinian brothers, when you're looking at this stuff, when we say all Zionism is evil and Yahtzee-ish, then you're kind of saying all Jews are, because there's an element of Zionism that's always been present in it, but there are certain forms of it that are toxic as fuck, and that has to go away. So if we can get past that simple binary and get to where we say that it can change into something that isn't shit, that gives us a way of moving forward, then I will be happy. The goal here was to at least walk through how it got to be as fucked up as it is. And that's this last section is like the worst of it. Like, we've been building to the worst. But, if you go back to the core understanding of it, like as a part of like Jewish cultural identity, Zionism itself cannot go away. But Zionism as it exists in the state of Israel must go away. So if anybody understands what I just said the last couple of seconds, that Zionism must exist because Jews exist, but Israeli Zionism is fucking evil. They're two different things. And we have to get past this very simplistic notion if we're going to have any possibility of dialogue.
If you can correct me, Albert Einstein had a different form of Zionism. Can you remind me what type of Zionism? Like soft Zionism or something?
Well, kind of like Einstein didn't accept the ethno-state, the national nation state. Einstein was a socialist. And for Einstein, people unite and all peoples are good. So yeah, Jews give a shit about this land and Jews want to live on this land. Cool. But that doesn't mean you deserve total control over it, motherfucker. And that's the goal here, is when an individual group of people decide that they have exclusive right to something, that is evil. But people wanting to say, like, hey, this is where we're from, this is our homeland, this is a part of our history, great, I got no fucking problem with that. It's the assertion of control that's a problem. And again, at the end of the day, Einstein's a socialist. The idea of exclusive nationalist control would make no more sense to him than it would to me. And you think of your background there. It should make no more sense. And honestly, this is one of the things. So again, to like the finer points that Athena kind of raises, the moral issues here. While I completely understand why Palestinian nationalism is a thing, at the end of the day, nationalism is evil no matter who has it. Because nationalism orients people toward exclusive control. And while it might seem beneficial in the context of an anti-colonial struggle, in the long run, anti-colonial nationalisms have always perpetuated the same evil shit the Europeans did, over and over and over. We said it all over Asia and Africa. Because European nationalism is fucking stupid, and it has to go away. So, while, again, I'm all for Palestinian liberation and all the rest of it, I don't want a Palestinian ethno-state any more than I want a Jewish one.
Do you view my group as nationalist or secular?
Well, again, the Popular Front the Popular Front has elements of like, you know, socialist and nationalist elements. It's like the original Zionist socialist movements in a way. It's hybridized. So within PFLP rhetoric, there's a lot of ethno-nationalism that shouldn't be there, and a lot of really good socialist rhetoric.
It's now Marxist, Maoist, but it didn't start off as that.
Yeah, but again, it's got elements of both. So the goal here for PFLP's approach is the same as my approach to like labor Zionism. Unfuck it by taking the nationalist element out and focusing on the socialist one. Because at the end of the day, Jewish and Palestinian workers are both getting fucked by the bourgeoisie. So, you know, that's where I am. So, but, you know, in the long run, while again I'm absolutely sympathetic to Palestinian nationalism in the same way I was to like Irish nationalism, it still is problematic when you're dealing with a multi-ethnic state. And at the end of the day, Palestine is always going to be multi-ethnic. Even if you get past Palestinians and Jews, Samaritans and Circassians and Armenians and Bedouin and
Druze
and Druzi and do we have to keep going on? Like we could like Palestine is not mono-ethnic.
We're the original America.
So nationalism is a problem.
We're the original America, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's a crossroads. And honestly, it's one of the two major crossroads out of Africa 50,000 years ago. People have been passing through Palestine for ages. So it's always going to be complicated. So for a solution, we have to kind of get past it. And that's ultimately my goal. And it's why I try to be sympathetic to human beings in general. And I know that's hard for people to hear on all sides of this, so I'm sorry for everybody, and I apologize for any offense to Athena or everybody else. My goal is always, how do we unfuck ourselves and live in peace somehow? And that's difficult. So, yeah. Anyway, do we want to go on to the last section here, or does anybody else have anything that we missed, like that we left out?
No, I'm pretty sure we can go to the last chapter. If unless Muhammad, is your question about this previous chapter, or because I think
I was gonna say I was in the same boat. I was coming in to listen in. I had a question, but I was thinking it's going to be in the last section, so I could wait it out. I'm back.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Then I'll chat a little bit about the post 67 change culturally, and then we can decide whether you guys want to like call it a night there or not. But
hi everyone. Hey, I'm from Belgium.
Oh, hello.
Hey, the reason that I want to jump in is that I want to tell this nice person, you with the beard, that I don't think there is an issue with Jewism. I don't think that. And you were talking about how do you gonna get a solution to live in peace. Me personal, I don't think there will be any peace. I don't think. Because there is too much damage. There is too much pain on both sides. But as checking for you was telling, the level of the pain is different, so you cannot compare. That is true. But because of the pain and damage, many of years, I spoke to a lot of civilian Palestinian who live in Europe, refugees actually, who don't want to live here, who don't want to be actually in Belgium or in Germany or in France, who just want to be in Palestine, in the West Bank, Gaza. Maybe they even want to see Tel Aviv once in life, but they're not welcome. So it starts there. It starts there. If you kick out the civilian from their own land to countries that they are, first of all, not welcome because they have another color, you know what I mean? In Europe, I don't know how it is in America or in Canada, but in Europe, if you have a different color than white, then you are a thief or you are stealing their money because you you profit from the free healthcare or free money, but actually they have a place to go, but they are also not welcome in it. So they're civilian to each other, let's say the Zionist Jew and the Muslims or the Arabs, no matter Catholics or atheists or Muslim, they already have an issue with each other. In another country what is peaceful, or a country that is safe, let's say, like Belgium, France, Germany, the neighborhoods, Arab neighborhoods, if you come in as a normal Jew, even if you are a peaceful Jew, or even if you are a good Jew, they will look at you and charge you with everything what's going on in their homeland. And the opposite is the same. People as Arab or Muslim or Palestinian goes to a Jewish neighborhood in Antwerp or in Brussels or in the Netherlands. The Jew there, they will look at you like, what are you doing here? This is our neighborhood. So guys, it all started there. We as 20 or 30% of healthy brain civilian can open up our mind, speak up for how can we solve it. But I think if there is a damage which are generation long holding on, there will be no peace. And the only solution is, I think how they speak also, and what I think out of experience. Because if someone destroy my history, destroy my family, destroy everything, I will not have peace with them. And I speak about one individuality, only one person.
Yeah, Samuel, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. I think we have to understand that the present is never stagnant. 2 years or a couple of days prior to the Berlin Wall crumbling, people also never thought that the Berlin Wall would ever crumble. So I think that we need to understand that the present is never stagnant, that peace is inevitable, liberation is inevitable, because the colonized always ends up liberating itself and becoming free, regardless of how long it took. So I think we need to be hopeful. We need to be optimistic, regardless of if it might
I
seem
am
very
hopeful,
cynical
yes.
and nihilistic. But
I am
I think
hopeful.
yes.
I'm
So
sorry.
I
I'm sorry.
think no problem. Liam goes live every Friday evening.
Nice.
And we would love to hear your opinions on this every Friday when we
I
do
will
have the
add him. I
Q&A
will follow
sessions.
him.
But yeah, we would, I think Liam was not done with his lecture yet.
I will just say
So
one
if
thing,
you,
one thing, and I will skip. Yeah.
I want to add something on to what you were saying earlier, though, if you don't mind,
Just one thing, and then you will understand what I mean. Yeah. And I will also answer check-in for you. You're right. We are searching for peace and solution to how this problem that caused by the wrong government, the bad people who have the power, and behind them the power. Okay, to Liam, I live in Europe. Okay, I live in Europe, not far from Germany, not far. I can tell you now, 99% of the Orthodox Jew, if you say the word Germany, they can spit on your face. Okay? It's not 1948. We speak about 1940 until 1945. They will never forget what happened. And they will never live in peace with Germans. They have their own life, their own Germany, their own neighborhood, their own shop, their own structure, their own schools. They want nothing. They want nothing to deal with Germans. They hate the Germans.
All due respect, that's a heretic.
I have a thought for you on this one. Okay, so before the bigger one that I want to throw in, I want to add one thing just on that last piece. Because today, right now, the fastest growing Jewish population in Europe is in Berlin. Jews are consciously choosing to move to Germany. There are people who can get past things. Now, it's difficult. A lot of people don't. It's problematic. But if you're thinking about hope and change, I do want to amplify what Athena was saying, because not only do we need hope to live, not only is it necessary in that sense, but there's reason for it. And if you think about the traumas right now of Palestinians and Jews in this kind of conflict here, for fuck's sake, look at the Welsh who've been fighting the English for 1,000 fucking years and are still not happy, or the Basque for 3,000 fucking years surrounded by Indo-European speakers and still do not feel respected. It can be much worse. And at the end of the day, I have to believe that the Basque can learn to live in peace with the French and Spanish. That there's a way forward. But it's the situation right now, it looks terrible because, holy shit, so much bad has gone wrong since, in the last century, but it can get worse. And I will still have the same hope. I have the same hope and faith in the situation between the English and the Welsh, or the Basque and the Spanish, that we can honestly find a way to move forward. And that's the goal. So
I think we thank you very much for your perspective. I just wanted to give one tip to all the non-Jewish people here. Let us say Jewish people and not Jews, please. Because the Jews can come off as derogatory sometimes. Therefore, say Jewish people if you are a non-Jewish person, please. So let us use that term instead, but let us move on to the chapter, because I feel like if we keep skipping the chapter, it's going to be the 13th reason for a lot of people in this life. So let us go to the segment. If I'm not mistaken, before you wanted to go to the solution, didn't you want to go to Zionism in the 30s, I think?
no,
or
religious Zionism, post-67.
Post 67. Okay.
The last major transformation, because honestly, Zionism that created the state, the Zionism that was placed in place in the late 30s, is the same one that was in place through 1967. There's not much change there. There's a lot of structural things in the conflict. That's a whole different subject. But Zionism itself, that form of dominant secular ethno-national Zionism, doesn't change much. After 67, there's a significant shift. So that's the last piece I want to throw into the puzzle.
Yes, we would love to hear about that, Dr. Liam. Thank you very much for even investing so much time and effort doing all of this educational and emotional labor. And to everybody here as well who has been listening, I appreciate y'all for waiting, but we would love to hear about that.
Real quick, if we could take 1 minute, one quick minute, guys, to help this live out and help Dr. Liam out. If you can click on that heart button, it is worth 30 team member points. Can you even click on it or no?
Yes,
I can't.
You can.
Anybody else can? I don't have the gifts thing on for today, but the heart thing works.
Okay, awesome. If you guys send it, it's worth 30 points. Commenting is worth 30 points. These are all things that help with the algorithm. They help spread the message, right? The message that we want spread is a message of a solution. It might not be a message of peace sometimes. We got to talk about adult things, and these are adult topics to be had. I especially like that these are topics that we are having at night. So I request that we please help the people out that platform these topics, and I ask that we try to protect them. And Fama, we gotta get your haircut, brother. It's something. We gotta do something with that.
It's never happening. I'm gonna get Bart
you.
until I get Bart Simpson. It's not happening.
Thank you very much, Insert, for doing like the mod duties as well. Like the live, share the live. Dr. Liam also has a Twitter page. Follow his Twitter with the same name. Follow his YouTube page with the same name. All the lives and the videos get uploaded to YouTube as well, if you want to learn. And also his Patreon, if you want to
Real
subscribe
quick,
to his
check in.
Patreon.
I tried to use the heart thing too, and a lot of people are trying to use it now, but they can't. No one can.
Really? Oh,
Yes.
that's weird.
I see a
I
bunch of
tried.
them floating by. I've got a steady stream of hearts floating up the right side here.
Oh, then
Someone's
maybe
doing it.
it is working.
No, it's called the heart me. It's the thing right next to your name on the top. It's how they join your team. It's right under subscription. Right on top, right where it says Liam O'Mara.
Okay,
And there's a
maybe
little
that's
heart thing.
connected to the gifting thing. I don't know, but whatever people are tapping,
is.
somebody's tapping something because I've got red hearts floating up the side.
Oh yeah, that's everyone tapping. That's all your
So that's good.
all your team members and
But
everything.
the top one,
But,
I don't know. Maybe that's tied to their. I turned off the gifting because of the
Yeah.
the boycott. Maybe it's tied to that. I don't know.
I suggest you maybe not boycott because we even pro-Palestinians and Palestinians we are still doing transactions and giving out. We're trying to spread the message. You know, we do backings through.
Yeah, people are saying at the top the heart there, the sex of my name, it is worth a coin, so it is tied to the coining thing. So they can't do that. But the regular like red heart tapping thing, just do that instead.
But if I'm not mistaken, you do have your Patreon in your bio, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and the little subscription thing works too, because that's separate from CoinCot.
The little subscription thing, your Patreon, like, please, finance the Dr. Liam's educational labor, because he shouldn't be doing this for free.
Can you help us understand what the boycott is? I'm sorry to cut you off, Chuck.
I think
Athena.
Honestly, I think Annie and Eric and a bunch of other people are probably going to like riot if we don't move on, because people are going to fall. People are like they want to go to sleep.
Later,
so
I can explain it to you later. Yeah, let's continue.
Yeah, let's. I mean, yeah, CoinCot was mentioned a few times earlier. Let's talk about it a little later, and let's go along. So, cool. Okay, so last little bit, and I'll try to do this as quick as I can. So first step is there are some theological innovations developing inside the Palestine Mandate. So again, within the British period, like building up for a while there. And they're percolating in the background. So I'm not going to talk about the earlier steps and Avraham Kook and all that crap. Leave that up. But it's building up a little bit of time, but no one gives a shit. But after 67, a new idea is going to take root. And that's the key one I want to leave you guys with here as a how do we make this worse? I'm going to show you how we can make it worse. And it gives us a significant obstacle to overcome, because the ideology that's coming out of places like Merkaz Harav in Jerusalem, the seminary there, that Avraham Kook was part of, that Tzvi Yehuda Kook was still running in the 60s, is what we call religious Zionism. And what it does is it takes the secular, racist, nationalist Zionism of the Ashkenazim who came in the first place, and it marries it to elements of traditional Orthodox Judaism and blends it much more to the religion, because most of the founders of Zionism, as we talked about in the earlier chapters before we got like massively sidetracked here, they were super secular and or outright atheists. Like Herzl was an atheist. A lot of Jews in that period really were. That wasn't their thing. It's not like the religious aspects that mattered to them. It was their Jewish identity, and that's what was driving them. But what you've got is a ton of religious Jews in Israel, Palestine, and it's a mix of two populations. Some descending from the old Yishuv, so traditional Jews who already lived in the area, but also a shitload of newer migrants from other parts of the Muslim world. And honestly, a lot of the Jews that came from the Muslim world were more traditionally religious because the Muslim world was more religious than Europe was. So a lot more European Jews have become like secular and socialist, and a whole lot more like Moroccan Jews were still traditionally religious Jews. And when they moved to Israel after 67, they're like, wow, shit, look, Israel just kicked everyone's asses and took all that land. It must be the Messianic age. Now, every single military analyst knew Israel would mop the floor with the Arab countries. Like, the U.S. State Department told them, you will crush them in 5 to 7 days. Dude, they did it in 6. They got it right. Like, everyone knew how this would play out, but outside of the spheres of power, outside of the people who really understood this, the technical details of this, it looked like a miracle. Because a relatively young country kicked the asses of 3 other countries at once, took territory from all 3 of them, just like within a few days. So people are like, holy shit, the Messianic Age is here. And a whole bunch of religious Jews moved from the Muslim world to Israel. And it changed the basic demography of Zionism inside Israel. It changed some of the internal characteristics. A whole lot more of these Jews, you throw them into this situation, and it percolates, and it elevated what used to be a fringe ideology to a significant player. It's still a minority. What I'm going to talk about right now in this last section, please understand, is a small minority of beliefs among Jews in Israel. Most Jews in Israel are less religious than American Jews. Most Jews in Israel have never set foot in a goddamn synagogue in their lives. It's just not their thing. But there's a significant chunk, a small minority, that are hardcore. And that's what I want to talk about here. Because what they do is they combine their Orthodox Jewish life with that secular Zionism, and they create an entirely new concoction. And what religious Zionism does is it argues that Jews are not stealing land from Palestinians, they're sanctifying it. They're returning it to what God really wanted, because God promised it. So chasing off the Palestinians, that's not a problem. That's not a sin. That's not a bad thing. That's sanctifying. It's purifying the land by putting Jews back in control. And if you think about the territory, and again, think about the longer term history of this shit, like the ancient history of this. The biblical heartland is the fucking West Bank, not where Israel is today. Like, most of the important events that are present in the Hebrew Bible are in the West Bank. So the settlers moving in after 67 that care about that shit, to them, they're there because they want to convince the Messiah to come. Now, the key innovation with tghe coming out of Merkaz Harav, the argument is, okay, first, take a step back. Remember the traditional Jewish argument. We have to wait for Hamashiach. We have to wait for the Messiah. When the Messiah comes, then we're redeemed. We can clearly see we've been redeemed. Now we can go home. But what the argument is coming out of Merkaz Harav is that Jews, through their own actions, can convince the Messiah to come. Can basically force God's hand by proving our worthiness. So, if we go to the West Bank and we settle and we put Jews there and we chase out the non-Jews, then God will see we are worthy of redemption, and then he will send Hamashiach, and then the Messianic Age will come. This is a radical innovation. It is not how traditional Judaism works. And most Orthodox Jews are like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, it makes no sense. But it's really important in the context of a settler colony. And Israel is a settler colony. And their lived reality is that dynamic. And it influences the way people fucking think. So when people are passing around, like, quotes from Talmud that are really fucked up, that are passed around by these extremist rabbis, please understand most Jews think they're fucking insane. That's not how this text is supposed to work. That's not how Talmud works. They are pulling the worst fucking shit out, the worst possible interpretations, twisting them into modern racist settler colonial context, and then aiming them at Palestinians and saying, yes, you can grape those people, whatever you need to do. God says it's okay. Most Jews are like, what the fuck? But in that context of occupation after 67 and occupying the biblical fucking heartland, that's the key to this whole thing. Because it changes the character for some people of the way they think about it. And this is where you end up with a real problem. People talk a lot about Muslim extremism in the world. Cool, let's talk about that. But Jewish extremism and Christian extremism and Hindu extremism and Buddhist extremism, they all exist. They're all problems, right? And there are Jewish fucking fundamentalists who have committed massacres in the West Bank over decades. I mean, you want a really good one? Look up Baruch Goldstein. Like, we exported this motherfucker from America. He was an American, but he went there as a physician in the IDF.
The Hebron Massacre.
And he should have been cited repeatedly because it was noted in his file he repeatedly refused to treat Palestinians, which is a violation of their own laws, and he was never punished for it. But he got away with it. And the dude later carried out a massacre inside the Cave of the Patriarchs. Meir Chachan is another one that came from the U.S. The U.S. has been exporting morons and like radicals to Israel for a long time. So sorry, apologies for making the situation worse, but whatever. The problem here is the core ideology. And honestly, Chachan is an interesting one to bring in. Ibrahimi Mosque is the Cave of the Machpelah. It's the same place location. The Chachanism is still a secular ideology, and it's based in fears of another Holocaust. The Jews will never be able to assimilate, that America will have another Holocaust if they don't create a powerful Jewish state. So he wanted to move there. But Chachanism blended with religious Zionism and created a potent clusterfuck of fundamentalism in the West Bank today that has literal shrines to murderers like Baruch Goldstein, where people are like honoring him like a martyr in the same way that like the H group honors their martyrs. It's the same fucking dynamic. And the thing that's complicated about this is that if we're going to look toward peace, once an idea like this exists and has been allowed to take root for decades, people like this, if the government were to pull them out of the West Bank, there'd be a civil war. There's no way they're letting go, because to them to give up 1 inch of that territory is tantamount to saying, sorry, God, we don't want the Messiah after all. Please don't redeem the Jewish people. We've been waiting 2,000 years, but fuck it, we don't want it after all. You can't do that. From their perspective, it doesn't shift. Now, in the long run, an ideology like that can die out. Religions always change. One truism in human history, and this is true for every religion that has ever existed, they change over time. So this belief existed because of a specific confluence of events. It developed at a specific time and place because of those circumstances. And it can change if the circumstances change. But as it stands today, they are a problem, and there are hundreds of thousands of them, and they have pew-pews. So we have to deal with their existence, and they don't want to leave that territory or those illegal settlements or anything else. They're there because they are sanctifying that land to bring the Messiah. And if they give that land up, they're rejecting the Messiah. So for them, it becomes a part of that, the very first section which we talked about with the whole traditional Jewish Zionism. Because again, the sense of return and redemption. Redemption is a key component of Judaism, just like it is in Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism. Redemption, Hinduism too. Like, redemption is an important concept in many major religions today. You're looking for some kind of salvation, respect by, the God or gods, right? And for the Jews, it's like forgiveness for what they did wrong and being allowed to restore the whole Torah, which means obviously a temple and a monarchy. So they want to be there. But their being there, and the longer this concept goes on, if this is not stopped, if we do not fix this situation soon, the state of Israel has actually foiled multiple attempts to blow up the Dome of the Rock. Do you have any idea how fucked up that will be if that happens? It is the finest surviving example of Umayyad-era architecture. It is a fucking monument. You don't want to lose this shit, and it would cause so much fucking pain, but they want to do it. They actively want to do it. And that will keep getting worse year after year after year if we don't find an overall solution. And the solution has to involve Jews at least being able to live there, because they can adapt to that. Judaism is nothing if not flexible. We've changed constantly over time. And if you allow people to live there, there's at least always the hope that things will change and the Messiah will come. But if you push that out entirely, they're going to fight back. And they have a lot of sympathizers in 1948 Israel. And yeah, somebody mentioned the N-word in there. They can press that fucking button. There's dangerous shit that can happen here. This can get really, really bad, because you have religious fucking fundamentalists who have their fingers on the levers of power. And a lot of the settler parties that are active in Israel today are tied to the religious Zionist movement that wants actively to bring Hamashiach now. And that's a problem for us. So again, this is the worst element of this whole process because it squishes together multiple elements of it and creates a toxic brew that you can't easily back down from. They cannot compromise over this. They cannot compromise over Jewish rights to live there. But you can find a way out of Jewish rights to exclusive control over it. And that's different. That's a whole different problem there. We can find some path forward there that can defuse it, and over time that ideology will fade. Just like how many people today are still talking about tons of the past messiahs that have come up in Jewish history. We've had a buttload of messiahs over time, and all these movements tend to fade away over time and become, less significant, and we forget about them. The current struggle, the current ideology in the West Bank does not have to stay as an element of Judaism. But today, because of the structural features of the conflict, it is going to stay important, and we have to get rid of it. So the key here, I guess, is to just try to understand the way that they're blending the shittiness that already existed with the ethno-nationalism and racism, and they're adding a religious fundamentalist component to that. How the fuck do you change that? That's hard, right? We have, by allowing this conflict to go on for 150 years, you and I and everyone else have created a giant clusterfuck that has no end in sight. So I feel the pain of the person before that was on there saying, I'm cynical. I don't think there's a path to peace. Yeah, I get you. I know why. Because this has gone on and it's going to keep getting worse. But if we don't recognize where we are and how we can change this, that's where the real danger lies. And if we can understand why they believe what they do, we have a way of getting around it, of circumventing it. You cannot face them head on. If you go to them and say, this shit doesn't work, you're wrong, you're using the wrong views of Judaism, you can't tell people shit like that. Don't argue with fundamentalists. I don't care if they're Muslim, Buddhist, whatever. Don't waste your fucking time. But change the circumstances that actually empowered them. Because I have seen the most racist shit from religious Zionist rabbis. Palestinian blood is subhuman. If a Palestinian is injured on Shabbat, let him die in the streets. Just horrifying shit. The only reason they have a decent human lifespan is so we can work them like donkeys, and we'll sit back like effendis and eat grapes, and they will do all the work for us. There's some horrifying shit coming out of them. That is not normative Judaism. That is not the Judaism of the last 2,000 years. That's driven by the specific structural factors of this conflict, and it will not stop until we change the situation. It will keep getting worse as long as this fight drags on. But if we can change the game on them, then Judaism can fix that shit, can reorient the ship, and those crazy minority voices will lose their significance over time. But right now, because of the structural circumstances, they are the dominant voices in the Israeli cabinet. They're the reason this is going so bad in Gaza. And I talked about this for 20 fucking years, warning people this is going to get worse. Solve this shit. And we were just like, no, two-state solution, blah, 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 peace process. It drags on and on and on. And next thing you know, you got fucking religious fundamentalists with their fingers on the goddamn red button. This was coming all along. And it can get worse if we don't turn this shit around. Because the direction is clear. Why this is working out this way is clear. You can see how the ideology has evolved based upon the circumstances that it's in. Why it is played out. To change what they believe, you have to change the circumstances they live in. And that means finding some other path to real peace that at least leaves them on the land, but takes away their power to hurt other people. So they can, pray and just stay there, but they can't oppress anybody. And over time, their kids would be like, dude, father, why the fuck do you believe that? I'm gonna adopt mainstream Judaism and walk away from this shit, and it will go away. The Kook's philosophy coming out of Merkaz Harav, no one took this shit seriously in the 30s. They thought they were fucking insane. But after 1967, everything changed. Right? That's the key we want to look at here. How the circumstances helped that particular movement. And if we change that, it can switch back around. So that's, I guess, about the shortest I can get. I could rant on this for fucking hours and throw tons more detail in, but I don't think everybody wants that. I think people want to start going to sleep. So let's start winding down here and see who has questions, thoughts, whatever we can do. But that's the worst that we built up here and why we built it up.
I think Muhammad has been waiting for a while. Insert, if that's okay with you. So we can go to Muhammad and then we can go to you, Insert, with the questions.
Thank you.
Muhammad
If we can go to Jordan and then Empathy and then Nasser, then I'll go after you.
Okay. No, I don't
I feel
have any
bad,
questions.
honestly.
Yeah.
I think Empathy was added before me too, though I feel bad to take her spot.
Okay, Empathy, do you have any questions? Your mic is off. I hope Empathy hasn't fallen asleep.
She may have.
I'm good sleeping.
I'm driving everyone into bed. This has gone on a long time.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well,
I'm full awake. I'm ready to go for another couple of hours if you want.
No, literally.
Honestly, I'm wide awake, but the mods are falling asleep, and they'll ultimately call it. So
I'm wide awake as well. So, but
it's 4 a.m. and I can't sleep either. But my question was, because of post 67 and winning those 3 territories, do you think that's why they had such a flock of the chosen people complex after? And follow-up question to that, when they had that complex, do you think that's why they have such an animosity and, lack of a better word, hatred for Palestinians, because they thought that they owned that land so much that no one else should tread on it, kind of mindset?
Yeah, I mean, okay, to the latter, during the 67 conflict, so I don't know, before the bodies are cold, they actually got the younger Kook, so the son, Zvi Yehuda Kook, who's running Merkaz Harav, was taken in a military jeep to the Western Wall in the Old City. And while he was standing there, he told the assembled audience, "This is a Jewish land we will never fucking leave." There's a sense of triumphalism that comes in because of 67. And it changes for some people the concept of chosenness. Now, you ask people like me or like Nat, who was on here earlier tonight. Lots of other people lots of other Jews. What does chosenness mean? It has nothing to do with what these fuckers are saying, but it gives them a different definition for it based upon the triumphalism and the nationalism that they've imbibed. So it twists it a bit. It kind of it does build on elements that do exist in Judaism, but were tiny minority irrelevant elements that suddenly become dominant because it merged with that secular nationalism. And it gives them a sense that yeah, God put us here, man. This is the Messianic age. We're destined to kick ass and we're never going away. And they're going to keep believing that shit because, they didn't create it, but, they inherited a nuclear power. I mean, for better or worse, small country or not, Israel could kick the ass of any country in the region. And they kind of know it. As much as I don't want that to be the case, it kind of is. So
I disagree. With Iran, I disagree.
No. In a long-term conventional war, a larger country will always win. But it wouldn't be a conventional war. Israel has nuclear submarines.
I think about Hezbollah. No.
Also, again, anybody who's putting their faith in those kind of militant movements in a situation like that, that's Fatah's strategy from the 1950s. Hey, it worked in Algeria, it'll work here.
Don't match me with those scumbags. That's not fair.
They're it's like at the end of the day, the economy is too well developed and too rich. Even if the U.S. pulled out, they could last 100 years with no U.S. support and be fine. It's not like South Africa where they were a lot more fragile. South Africa was considerably more fragile than Israel.
I
It's
disagree. I mean, the supposed largest, one of the largest militias in the world is having a hard time going against like people in ship, like in flip-flops. Like they're literally having a hard time after over
not
100 days
they're
of dealing
they're
with
literally
people
not.
in flip-flops going after tanks. Like
But again, they're literally not, because none of the people in flip-flops threaten Israel in any way, shape, or form. Now, going into their neighborhood and being ambushed by them, that's a whole different issue. No, so think of it this way. Could the U.S. defeat the Viet Cong? No. But could the Viet Cong conquer the U.S.? Fuck no. So that's the situation we're talking about here. Israel is not threatened by anything the Palestinians do. But Israel also cannot push the Palestinians around without taking casualties.
I feel like that's a false. I feel like that's a false comparison because, America was so far away from Vietnam, but, Israel and Palestine
Okay,
are
but
right
just
next to
this
each
If I
way.
make
other.
one
At the
more
end of
point,
okay, so I don't know. Substitute Mexico. We've invaded Mexico on multiple occasions, or Cuba on multiple occasions. I mean, if we tried to conquer and hold all of Mexico, we would fail.
Then again, Cuba did fight
But there's
off.
no chance Mexico conquers the U.S. either. So it's like it's not a it's just in basic mathematical terms, it's not really a threat. In economic and military terms, it's not. But will it be costly? The fight here, what Israel is doing in the territory, there's no way in hell they don't take casualties. There's no way. Israel cannot win. That's it. So I think what you're kind of getting at is, when I'm talking about Israel's power, I don't mean they can beat the Palestinians, because it is literally impossible. There's no way they will ever defeat Palestinian resistance. There's no way they will ever stop people. They will never not be threatened by Palestinians. They will always be unalived by them. But Palestinians are not a threat to Israel any more than Hezbollah is. They will not topple the state. They will not make Israel cease to exist. And that's, if we're talking about an end game, we're talking about a solution to the problem, that's where I want to get us to. Militarily, there's no solution. Israel cannot win this, but neither can the Palestinians. So
I
think
feel like
just
where it's
mention one more
most.
thing because I'm going to drop. I do want to
yeah,
drop
I'm
real quick.
so
I
sorry,
just want to.
insert, because Muhammad wasn't done yet, I think. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
You can go
it's going to be a
after him.
2-second thing. It's actually on this topic. I agree that the military might isn't afraid, but there is this whole new development of what media had been so on the side of Israel, but recently people aren't falling for that.
yes,
And because of that, I think Palestine does have that upper advantage now. Not only do they have the resistance that are keeping them at bay as long as they did, it's the media that's on their side as well, because we're seeing this upsurgence of Palestinian support.
absolutely, starting to be. It's not where I want it to be, but honestly, it's so much better than it was 20 years ago. Things are changing rapidly, and it's a lot more balanced, and support for Israel is falling massively. So there's a lot of ways in which the Palestinian narrative is winning. That support for them is going to grow. And in the long run, that can give us something like what we did to South Africa. We can slowly cut them off, isolate their economy, and hurt them. The problem here is that the Israeli economy will last longer than the South African economy goes, because the South African economy depended upon African labor. They were their workforce. They were 15% of the population. Israel is mostly Jews. Israel will survive. If you cut off all foreign aid, if all American money disappeared tomorrow, Israel would have no fucking problem for a century, because Israel is not fragile the way South Africa was. It doesn't depend upon an 85% black workforce. The Palestinians make up 22% at best of the Israeli workforce, and they're not the most economically significant part of it. So they would hold out a lot longer, and I don't want that. I don't want us in that kind of situation where this drags on, and our great-great-grandkids are talking about the same fucking thing. But that's where we're kind of going if we let this drag on. Israel can't outlast it, and we don't want to put it in a situation where it can do that. We want to find a better way to solve this situation is all I'm trying to say.
Why
Right?
did they receive so much
The
aid?
military and economic aspects, it's not a matter of saying like they're not going to lose, because I get the changing media narratives, everything else, everything. We have the momentum, but if we put them in a corner in the right in just the wrong way, honestly, a lot of the Israeli intelligentsia has been saying for a long time, this is not new. This is over many, many years. They've been saying, I don't care for a pariah. I don't care if every single country cuts us off. We'll be fine. And you know what? They're kind of right. They'll do
Mohammed,
okay.
were you? Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I just wanted to say
Were
thank
you
you for
done,
having me.
Mohammed?
You answered,
Okay.
yeah, thank you for answering all my questions. It's always a pleasure talking to you and being in a insert. Sorry for jumping ahead of you. Thank you so much, everybody.
No,
You guys
Hui.
have a good night.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you
thank you
very
very
much,
much
Mohammed, for your
for your
question.
contributions. Yeah.
Now it's Insert's turn. Thank you. It's Insert's turn, and then Jordan, I know that you were added before, but your internet glitched, so that's why you were dropped.
I kept
So
saying
it would be
Zadi, and then
Insert.
but like, what the fuck is an insert? Like, oh yeah, that's part of the name.
Zaddy Insert, exactly. Zaddy Insert. But it will be Insert first, and then Jordan, and then Nasser, if that's okay with you. So Insert.
I forgot what I was gonna mention before this, but I wrote down this. What is the Hamasha Hamashiach? Hamashiach?
Oh,
Is it like
Messiah.
the Amalek
Messiah.
or Messiah?
Mashiach is Messiah. So
Hamashiach,
Hamashiach is the Messiah.
the Messiah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. That's my bad. I'm just used to the term. So yeah, it's again, Orthodox Jews as well as religious Zionists are waiting for the Messiah to come. That's just my bad falling into Hebrew.
Oh, can I ask, what is your religious view, or do you not have any religious view, or do you not want to share?
I'm a philosopher. So at the end of the day, I'm not religious per se. I'm Jewish. I was Jewish in my first marriage, but I'm not religiously Jewish in the sense of believing in that kind of monotheistic God. My God is more like Spinoza's God. Deus sive natura, God or nature is the cosmos is my God. I have a very abstract understanding of divinity. When I'm looking at the stars and thinking about all the galaxies out there, that's God for me. Like, holy shit, that's impressive. I don't want to reduce it to a single like religion or a single like, personality. To me, like it's much big. 400 billion galaxies, for fuck's sake, come on. Like, that's, to me, that's wow. I don't want
You
to
said
reduce God.
you said Deus in natura?
Oh, sorry. Then now I dropped into Latin. Sorry. God or nature.
It's
Deus
Deus
sive natura. So God or nature is the English.
Deus
It's
in natura?
Deus is God. Sive, like Sive, with how you write it, because the V
Kind of
is a
like
W sound in
Spanish.
Latin.
Kind of like Spanish.
Yeah, but the V is a W sound in Latin, so Sive is it's spelled with a V, and then natura, Natura, and yeah, natura comes into Spanish. Yeah, it's from Latin, but it's like the idea here is to hold on a sense of the sacred or divine, but to transmit it to all of existence. So this hat is God, and this hairband is God, and this phone, like I am and you are, and we're all, the universe, the stars, all of matter is God. Everything in existence. It's like it's a monist philosophy. We're all one. We're all of one substance.
It's a
That's
Latin
the closest
philosophy?
I come to religion, for me personally.
It's a Latin philosophy? Or
No,
historically?
the monism is a more general term. I tend to like reference at least Spinoza, who was a 17th century Dutch Jewish philosopher, because of his formulation of it. But pantheism and monism have been around since the ancient world. I mean, there's a lot of ancient pantheists. So you can think of it, if you've ever heard of pantheism, like all is God, there you go. That's monism and pantheism are very similar. Monism is like all of nature is one substance, and pantheism makes that God. So there you go. But it's just a way of sacralizing nature. To me, trees, animals, stars, everything is beautiful. All is nature. All is one. Why can't we all fucking live in harmony and peace? Like that's me. So my religious view is a spiritual view that sacralizes all the world. So in a sense, I'm a monotheist. So when I wanted to get in to see like the Dome of the Rock, I'm like, dude, I'm Hanafi. I'm a monotheist. Let me in. I'm still playing like because Spinoza, monism is still technically kind of monotheistic.
If you Liam, if you want, I'll
Oh, you muted.
If you want, I'll help you. I'll help you learn the Fatiha to get in.
I've been in. I got my way in. It was fun. Because I wanted to see. Like again, I'm a historian. I want to see the text on the walls, and I want to see the rock. And it was beautiful. Like I love seeing sights, but technically it's only for Muslims, so I had to con my way into it. It was fun.
Christians go in there. Christians go.
Yeah, I mean you can, but I mean technically speaking, it's supposed to be for Muslims. So there's ways to do it. But either way, I found my way into it even without being totally part of a normative monotheistic faith. But either way, yeah, that's for like the answer. That's the best I can give. I'm not conventionally religious, but there is a spiritual component to me that loves all of nature. So,
Insert, are you done with your questions or do you have more questions? Okay, thank you very much for those questions. Jordan, you've been waiting a while now.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
have any questions for Dr. Liam? And thank you very much for your patience as well.
Actually, I just wanted to come in with just little ideas, if you may allow me. I was listening to the lady that called in from Belgium. She said the amount of hurt is a lot on both sides. I kind of agree with that. There's a lot of hurt on both sides, but I see there's more hurt on the Palestinian side. Now that's one. And then I was listening to Lime that you were saying that if we can change the mindset within the Israelis to, have a dialogue and change them a little bit to have a little bit more acceptance toward the Palestinians.
just to be clear, I think the focus should be on the diaspora, and the diaspora will change Israelis. I don't think we can have any. I think we have no ability to change Israeli minds at this point. The minds that can be changed already are doing that, but we can change diaspora Jewish and Christian minds. So just to clarify.
Right. That's actually what I wanted to stress on.
Mm-hmm.
That it's very hard to change the mind of the Israelis, especially on the government side, because
Absolutely.
it was in the educational system right from the get-go. Like, let's treat them as such that we're not equal. Do not ever look at the Palestinian as equal. You're better, you're the best, so keep it that way. So I see it. I see that attitude. I've been there, a few times, and I've seen how when you interact with the average Israelis. I dealt with a lot of Israelis that they were really pleasant, nice to deal with, but the majority that I had an experience with, they always had their nose up in the air that I'm better than you. And this is the problem that they've been, facing for the longest. And so if you're trying to, win that part to change the minds, no. But I would come and say this: if it is not up to the Americans that come and say, "Listen, Israel, you got to do this," Israel will never change.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think we're completely in agreement there. And it can come from states. It can come from direct political pressure. But I think the better solution is the soft power of the diaspora and its money. So you're talking about Christian Zionists and Jewish Zionists out of Israel. if you can change the minds of people outside there, it will undermine the way the state works without having to apply things like, because what are the weapons that states have? States can invade, or they can apply sanctions. Both of these will actually harm Israelis and Palestinians. It'll make the situation worse in a way. Honestly, as much as I'm happy the sanctions took down the apartheid regime in South Africa, the way the sanctions regime played out, it hurt the economy in a way that made it hard to actually provide jobs for all the black Africans as you changed the system. And they left so much wealth in the power of the old Afrikaner elite that the situation is still, I mean, you got a 40% unemployment rate. South Africa's still fucked, right? It's not, it didn't work in the best way. It's better than it was, but we can do better. And I want to learn lessons from that. I want to learn lessons from the mistakes we made in that and think, how can we better change the situation in Israel and Palestine? And rather than depending upon state tools, like the state force, like economic sanctions or military force, instead, what would happen? Do you know what would happen to Israel if like 7 million Jews outside of it said, dude, you got to fucking change, or we're check it out? Because right now, a lot of Jews, they support Israel. They're fine with it. If they change their views, that'll hurt a lot. And how about the tens of millions of Christian Zionists in the U.S. and Europe who are happy to dump tons of money in? We are building those settlements. They're not paying for them. American money is. American money from Christian Zionists are building settlements in the West Bank. If you change the views in Christian fucking churches in the U.S., that undermines Israel. And that can change things in a way that doesn't use the heavier instruments of economic sanctions from governments. And I would rather we did it that way, because I think it would be more effective, because not only does it avoid some of the harsher aspects of state sanctions, it also directly empowers the good people in those countries. It raises the profile of your B'Tselems and Peace Nows and your anarchists who want peace in Israel by letting them align with the diaspora and say, look, those Jews and Christians out there, they're on my side. And then the right loses the next election and things can start to change that way. Direct pressure on Israel is not going to work. Pressure outside can fundamentally change it. So that's at least my belief on it.
I have another question. If you were saying that Israel can continue to go on, go for the war on their own, if that's the case, why did the U.S. send 2 airplane carriers right after the October the 7th?
That's the U.S. government reflexively supporting Israel and bullying all the powers in the region. We put aircraft carriers in the area to make sure that other powers don't step in. And they weren't going to anyway. It's performative. It's for show. Because there's no way in fuck any of the powers in there were going to risk a head-to-head military confrontation, but you're trying to, it's a show of force. And it plays to domestic politics. It makes a lot of Americans happy. Those aircraft carriers, they make a lot of evangelical Christians jizz themselves. That's the reason they're there. I know it's fucked up. I'm sorry. I'm going to say that in a very crude way because at the end of the day, I'm an old truck driver. But yeah, they were there because it made a bunch of fucking, evangelicals come in their jeans, right? Because it Israel's safe. Oh, I'm happy, right? But it does nothing. It changes. It's saber rattling, as somebody said in the comments there. That's all it is. It really doesn't change anything because none of those powers were going to do it, but it's a show of force for the side that Americans mostly support. And that's where I'm saying, if you want to change the situation in Israel, change the minds of Americans. Because most of my fellow countrymen are fucking insane on this issue. They do not know. They don't understand. They can't empathize. They have no idea what it's like to be Palestinian. They don't know why this happened. They believe all the myths that their church told them and the Israelis told them. And we have to change that. And if you can change that, that will change our politics. If you change the views of ordinary Americans, then we won't send aircraft carriers. Because there's no reason. Those aircraft carriers there are for Americans. They're for show for us. They're not really for anybody else in the area. We're not going to get in a
Now
land war in that area.
I have another question. Now, those evangelicals,
Mm-hmm.
do you think they're doing this from the bottom of their hearts, or they are fooled?
A bit of both. I think that it's sort of like a truism in general that most people actually do believe the shit that we tell ourselves. Human beings have an astonishing capacity to rationalize anything, and we are evolved to accept the beliefs and reality of our particular social unit, not what's actually factually true. Like, the facts don't really matter to us at the end of the day psychologically. We're capable of dealing with them, but that's not what drives us emotionally. It's our social units. So all the church having a single view, that matters. And if you reach one person in church, they're going to hear from 10 of their people who go to sit with them, and it's going to keep them from changing their perspective on it, because they don't want to be kicked out of church. They don't want to lose their friends. It has to be a much broader offensive to change that. So part of it really is a sincere belief, but it's a sincere belief that's rooted in our social reality, in the way that we interact with other human beings, because that informs what's real for us, what's truly real, what's scientifically real. We can talk about how great science is, but that's not what drives how we act on a day-to-day basis. What matters most is the ideas we take in from the people around us. And I think that for some people, though, it is kind of cynical, especially in a lot of leadership positions. There are people who are definitely full of shit and saying whatever they want. But a lot of people, they do it because they were told this was true, and their friends all think this is true, and whether anybody's saying it or whether anybody really believes it doesn't matter. If they're all saying it, then it creates a self-reinforcing thing. Oh yeah, no, I totally believe what pastor said. Oh yeah, I believe it too. And the people saying that might face doubts on their own. They might be questioning it themselves. But in the group, because of the way peer pressure works, they're all going to reinforce each other, and they're going to keep believing it. But I think at the end of the day, there are ways to shake that loose, to change it, and to reach groups of people as a whole that way. And that's where, for me, the hope really lies. But I do think the beliefs are sincere. One thing to add, and I kind of mentioned this hours back when we were talking about Christian Zionism. A lot of the things that the pastors say, a lot of things or that they believe, like the theology, the reasons for it, that's not why ordinary people do it. Ordinary Christians are doing it only because their social group said, Israel good, here's some money. But they don't understand the theological reasons that the pastors told them that Israel good. Does that make sense? So there's a sincere belief, but it's not really based on much. It's just based on a few words and the social environment. The deeper theology, if you actually explain, if you told most evangelical Christians why they're supporting Israel, I think most would be appalled by it, because it's genocidal. It's horrifying. It actually expects most Jews to be unalived. And I think most people really wouldn't be able to tolerate that. But they don't think about it because it's not why they believe it. So their belief is sincere, but it's incomplete, if that makes sense. I'm rambling a little bit, but
Yeah, no, you did. Thank you very much, Jordan. Did it answer your questions?
Yes, absolutely. I thank you all, and I enjoyed listening to you all.
I appreciate you for coming up here, and I appreciate you for your patience as well, Jordan. Thank you very much. Before Nasser continues, because I have 3 questions from the chat. The first question is, what do you think of Ilan Pape's works, Professor Liam?
generally speaking, as a historian, he's quite good. He does do a lot of work with oral histories, and there's controversies around that. Some of that is really, really good stuff, but some places it's like a little less certain, and I would put a bit more nuance on it, but I generally agree with him in all of his positions. And Ilan and a whole bunch of Noam Chomsky, lots of other people, we're all in general agreement on how a lot of this shit works. I have no serious objections to any of. I have all of Ilan's works. I mean, I have no serious problems with his research and what he's doing. There are a couple of places I would add nuance to, and that's really it.
So you wouldn't
overall
deem
very
him
good.
like because there are some Israeli, like Zionists specifically, who come up here and when they hear his name, they say that he's a lousy historian and he doesn't do his job very well, and what he says is just misinformation. And I
The
think they
people
do that
saying that
because he's,
generally aren't historians.
yeah, I think he's
So
very critical of the Israeli government. I think maybe that's why they
right,
say
and
that about
because
him.
it's the same problem I run into when I talk about American foreign policy to Americans, because it contradicts our national myths.
Mm-hmm.
America good, land of free, home of brave. Ugh. Like you don't know what all shit we get up to, and if you don't know, then you don't know. Like honestly, most Israelis are sincerely ignorant. So again, avoid some of the reductionism. Most Israelis don't really understand how fucking evil their governments are. Because they never see it. They never go into the West Bank. They just don't, and they're legally not allowed to go into Gaza. But they never go to the West Bank. Even they don't see it. They don't really understand the architecture of occupation. The activists from B'Tselem go in there. Most Israelis choose not to because their government tells them not to do it, and they just don't know. So when you can get a lot of reflexive denials from that, because everything they've heard in their entire life from their friends and their family and the government and the media, their entire social circle says this is reality, and you're telling them that the earth is flat. That's like, to think about how this works, that's kind of what it looks like. Because again, our reality is social. If everyone in your circle says that this is true and someone else says it's wrong, it doesn't matter if the facts are on that side. The facts are generally on Elon's side. Like 99% of the time, he's absolutely correct. Like I said, there's very few places where I would add a little bit of gray area, a little nuance. He does really good work empirically, but they don't know that shit. What they know is their social circle. And that's their reality. That's where the comes from.
Okay, thank you very much.
But people in my profession, most and I could, tons of my colleagues, we all read his shit. We're fine with it. We know how he's doing it and why he's doing it. And I've been to a lot of the same archives he's been to. I've seen this shit. I mean, the material's there. It's literally fucking state archives.
Thank you very much. The second question that was in the chat was, why should Israelis only change their mindset and not also Palestinians?
Well, I wouldn't say that, so I can't really answer it. I think at the end of the day, nationalism, for example, is stupid. So a purely Palestinian nationalism is just as bad as Israeli's nationalism to me. It's understandable. I'm more sympathetic to it because it's an anti-colonial nationalism, but nationalism is dumb. So at the end of the day, people all have to get over that shit. And I have had conversations. I have literally sat down and had conversations in the West Bank, in refugee camps, with people saying the Jews should go back to Europe. Like, bro, 85% of them were born here. This is the only home they've ever known. This is where they're from. They're not from Europe. Their grandparents are from Europe. They're not. But so that idea has to change, right? So there is change that has to happen. More change has to happen on the Israeli side because, again, they're the oppressor, blah, blah, blah. They're, all that stuff. More change has to happen there. But there are things that have to change on the Palestinian side. So I can't answer a question like, because I don't completely share that view. Just only partially. Like, again, it's lopsided, but still, Palestinians do have to do some changing as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think there was a question from Empathy, if I'm not mistaken. I lost the question, but it was something along the lines of, do you think that Christian Zionists are harder to convince? Would you agree that Christian Zionism is more difficult to change?
Yeah. I mean, you're the single best target, if you want to think strategically about this, change the minds of diaspora Jews. Because the vast majority of us are secular as fuck. And if you can reach us on reason and change our views, it'll be a lot harder for the churches to maintain their perspective. So it'll complicate their position, and that opens up a space, a little wedge that you can push in and start changing the Christian views. But because of the nature of the religions, because Christianity is an orthodoxic and dogmatic faith, it is harder. But Judaism is orthopraxic, and it's much more flexible. And again, 2 Jews, 3 opinions. We fight with each other all the time anyway. So new ideas, not a shock to us. For Christians, oftentimes it is. Start with the diaspora Jews, use them as a wedge to start changing Christians.
Okay, thank you very much. Nasser, you've been waiting for a while now. Thank you very much for your patience. It is now your turn to ask Dr. Liam questions.
Hey, thank you so much. Hey, Professor. Hope you're
Good
doing
evening, sir.
great. I wanted to I want to ask you about the current solution that I think your idea on, and then I want to ask you also about the Palestinian Communist Party and the change it had in the 40s. Want to ask you a bit about it because it doesn't make sense to me.
Hold on a second.
So the first thing.
I lost something. The first part. So something about the comment. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I got confused. It's getting late for me.
No worries. It's 2 parts, but it's 2 questions if possible. I'll start with the first one. If that's
Yeah,
okay.
let's start with one. That's easier because as soon as I start hearing a second one, I can my ADHD kicks in.
I'm sorry. So right now, to be honest, when you mentioned that the Israel can stand on its own for 100 years, but we need to mostly focus on the let's say the pro-Israelis on the outside. But I think we need right now to focus on also building a bridge with Zionists inside the historical Palestine. To me, at the moment, I can't really see an organization that we can work with. In the, let's say, the 40s and the 30s, when
Inside
they
or
had
out?
actual. Now I'm talking inside.
Okay, so organization inside Israel. Okay.
Yeah, but I cannot really see an organization that I can start to work with. In the 40s and the 30s, that was possible. Some organizations, some real left existed in Israel, in Palestine. For me now, there is no left.
I can hear you.
The
I'm gonna
left
grab
is
something. Keep talking.
right now the left that exists is what's called the left. Let's say it's actually liberals, and I would to mention an imaginary conversation that was had between a religious Zionist and liberal Zionist. The religious Zionist tells them when they get to meet each other and find out their ideas, he tells them "Oh, you're just like me. You think just like me. You just say it nicely." For me, I cannot really see who we can work with. Organizations, for example, we refuse to work with Brit Shalom. We refuse to work with Ehud in the 40s, and which justifiably we refuse to work with them. I mean,
Stop talking to liberals. Don't talk to liberals, man. That's your problem. There are tons of commies and anarchists in Israel. Work with them. If you can't get yourself to work with Peace Now and B'Tselem, okay, I get that. You're a Marxist. Cool. I'm sympathetic. But come on, man. We're there. There are fucking commies that you can talk to that are still present in there. I mean, yeah. So I hear you on the one hand. I totally understand not wanting to work with liberal groups because yeah, they're not the left. Cool. But there are tons of socialist groups inside Israel. It's not like it's just the 40s. And yeah, sure there are, and some of the parties too. There are okay. I mean, I don't know. Meretz is not perfect, and Hadash is not perfect, but they're not awful. But still, there's literal fucking anarchists that are spray painting shit and burning things in the country. I mean, we got in fucking fights with settlers in Sheikh Jarrah. You know, like literal fucking fist fights. So come on, I have anarchist comrades in Israel who will work with you. Maybe, you know,
I
I
just
don't
want
know.
to bring.
Again,
I'm
if you could, Nasser, we've had these conversations. If your Marxism can admit working with anarchists, you know,
I can.
we exist.
I can. No,
I
I can. I can.
I just
Okay,
take a
cool.
moment, real
Then there you
quick,
go. That's
real
that's
quick.
that's the thing. The Marxist movement, the Marxist socialist forms in Israel, they've gone into massive decline. You're right there. But the anarchists have never gone away. You know, we're not huge numbers, but there's a lot of them in Israel, and I know plenty of these guys, and they care, and they do want to change shit. So it's a
To
start.
be honest, I think in like Israel, I would prefer actually to work with anarchists more than Israeli Marxists. Actually, like in this only particular situation, like I would work with anarchists everywhere, but I think in this particular situation, they're better. But I wanted
For this, sure, yeah,
to
especially for your interests. For your interests, I think that, especially if you're talking about more direct action, then yeah, talk to the anarchists. They're already doing shit, and they do care. So if
Uh,
and honestly, if I will tell you guys one clear thing here. There are anarchists in Israel who want to tear down the fucking wall, but there's too few of them in Israel. If you can find Palestinian groups to work with them and build up their larger numbers, and especially Israeli Arab Palestinians, and build those numbers up, they will start tearing that fucking shit down. You'll get some direct action in Israel.
way ahead
I
of you.
swear to God that shit'll happen.
Way ahead of you, man. We're working on it.
But
Anyway,
right
that's
now
not the
they're
point.
terrified because there's not on their own. There's not enough of them. You gotta build them up.
Real quick, I just want to bring
Professor.
to attention Sarit Johnson. She's an Israeli that is a pro-Palestinian activist that has been facing harassment in real life and online. And she has constantly been on this platform defending the Palestinian people. I feel like it is the job of any pro-Palestinian or Palestinian to back up our Jewish sisters and brothers, especially a woman as Sarit. She is a former soldier that has come out in support of the Palestinians, and she is one of the most blunt and honest people on this platform. And she has faced so much hate and unbelievable disgust from her own people and from Palestinians and from people around the world. I view her as a model, to be honest, of who a person should be, and I feel like you guys should back her up and give her a little help.
Yeah, for sure. Just as a general point, overall, there's a lot of individuals, a lot of groups. There's people you can work with. It's a start. It's small, but it's a German you can build on it. So that would be
Mm-hmm.
to the first part, to the first half of your question, Nasser. That's all I would say. Like, yes, I get why the liberal organizations bother you. Cool. Set them aside. Talk to anarchists against the wall. Talk to Solidarity Sheikh Jarrah. They're there. There are groups.
Professor, I want to ask also your opinion on this. This will be also maybe shocking to you, but where I side like with Trotz's solution on like what were they called? I think they were called the Revolutionary Communist Alliance, the Trots movement in Israel in the 40s. I think, Professor, like, to be honest, right now, I think their analysis still holds. I think what they foresaw Israel having to be a military country that isolated and relying on imperialism to survive still. But I think like the solution, like it's the only solution that I could actually like stand by 100%, which is like I really think the entire like core of the current situation is imperialism. I think the Palestinian Zionist issue can never be resolved without it including a full solution for the Arab world. So what they said, like the suggestion is, I think the Zionist as a state needs to collapse, the Arab regressive regimes needs to collapse, and to unify under a United Arab States. I know, like you might be against the Arab unity as an idea, but not on national basis. But I think under a United Arab States, where, like, for example, the Kurds, Amazigh, the Jewish people will have like autonomy under
Oh,
a
don't say
united.
autonomy, not autonomy, because that brings up like dhimmi status for us. Like think about equality within the system. Because if it's a pan-Arab state that's distinctly Arab, then yeah, you're going to leave out Kurds and Jews, and we're all going to be pissed off. But if you're talking about unifying people, hey, dude, I want my Star Trek future. I want United Earth. I want the fucking Federation. I want real Romulan ale. Come on. Like, eventually we all have to get our shit together and unify. And if it takes little steps to get there, cool. Like, I'm on the way to that. But as soon as you start talking about autonomy for minorities, you're still talking about an ethno-state. A bigger one, but it's still an ethno-state.
Yeah, maybe I got like, let's say that's what I meant. Like exactly full right to all people. Where, like, for example, each other language is an official language, and all have equal rights, fully equal. I mean, the only basis we'll have, hopefully, is the class struggle. We will just eat
Don't
our
worry, class
rich,
war.
all of us. Yeah, eat our rich, all of us. Because to be honest, I really cannot see a solution for the Palestinian Zionist issue, and because the Arab world and the Middle East in general, let's say, they are all interconnected. Like, I think solving this one needs to solve this one. Like, I don't think we can, if we left with this one out, we will not be able to solve the other one. They need to go hand in hand. That's, to be honest, that's why like the Trots made the most sense to me. That
I'm with you. I understand that. I'll add a slight tweak to it. From my perspective, I think that we can't truly solve this problem without solving the problem of nationalism as a whole, which means aiming more toward a cosmopolitanism. I think as long as we're clinging to these, narrow national sectarian identities, we're always going to be fucked in the long run. And because the Israel-Palestine conflict is so intractable, because it's so deep, because it has so much of people's identity on the line, this is a perfect fucking workshop to change the whole fucking world. If you can get the situation to change in Israel-Palestine and get Jews and Muslims and Christians and, the Circassians and the Armenians, everyone's all happy, then fuck, we've solved the entire fucking world and we can head towards Star Trek. Like, that's for me, it's part of that larger anti-nationalist struggle. So I get where you're going and connecting it to the broader like Arab liberation struggle, and that's great. And it's beautiful for the time too. I would take it a step further and say we need to talk about, liberating humanity as a whole and breaking down these power structures. And I think that Israel-Palestine's a good place to do it. It's a good start.
Yeah, to be honest, I agree. Yeah, I agree fully with you, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, on the long run, yeah, I think that should be the goal, 100%. Possible, Professor, I want to ask you about the Palestinian Communist Party, because how did the Palestinian Communist Party, who was like in the 20s and 30s, almost all of it was practically like European Jewish people, go from asking their cadres to fight violently with the Arabs against their expulsion from the land, and replacing it with Jewish labor, asking their cadres from basically planting bees in Zionist facilities, Zionist organization facilities, to go like to what they did after like 1943. I mean, I understand like the change in the Soviet position, and like the unifying against like fighting fascism in the 30s.
Mm-hmm.
And when the Soviets like lost hope in a binational or an Arab state, they actually called for an Arab state. They didn't even at first they didn't even call for like for a binational state. And like, how do they go from calling Magnus, if he's a Zionist, he's regressive. If he's if he's Zionist, he's regressive. If he's not regressive, he's not Zionist. To what they go through, like, to me, it doesn't make any sense. How could we like let the Trots actually stay on like the correct line and us divert? Like, I really don't understand. Like, it doesn't make sense to me to think that.
There's something about the question as a whole, and again, just because you've made some digs at Trots in the past, I think is really kind of that there's something cute about that, you know. But the problem with communist parties in general in the Cold War era is that they were political institutions largely tied to a larger geopolitical framework, which means a lot of them consistently took positions against their own interests as well as against broader socialist interests because whoever was pulling the strings of that party said so. Because that's where the money and support and how all their organizational heft came from. A lot of this happened to like shit. You saw some of this with like the Popular Front, and the Democratic Front too. Like there are places where Moscow's line changed their positions, like, and they would cave because they know where their broader institutional support comes from. There was a broad ecosystem of support for different socialist movements during the Cold War that just doesn't exist anymore. And because of the power realities at the time, it did change the positions many parties would take. And I think that's the simplest way of looking at the dynamic you're talking about. Where Trots might be right on a particular issue, it's largely because they're irrelevant. They had no power. They had no money. They were cut off by everybody. So they had the privilege of being principled. It's sort of like me. I have the privilege of being principled because I'm a fucking anarchist professor and I can say whatever the fuck I want. I'm not part of a political party aiming for a particular revolution somewhere dependent upon foreign money and weapons. When you're in those positions, you compromise and you shift your positions wherever you have to.
I'm
It's
with you
power
like
politics.
100%. Yeah, I'm with you. But how did no, I'm not like talking about the Palestinians here. I'm talking about the Soviet Union. How did you go from like fighting Zionism for it, calling it a base for imperialism, to thinking that it might actually lead to a social revolution,
Well,
a
they
socialist
didn't.
revolution?
They never really thought that. What they were trying to do was be hopeful, at least, because Mapai was technically a socialist party, and in the first 30 years of Israel's existence, the kibbutzim and moshavot were quite significant in their growth. Honestly, one of the main reasons that Israel's a fully developed country is the socialist economics, and everyone likes to pretend that's not the case. Israel's growth rates have fallen since the 1980s. When they had a socialist economy, they did a hell of a lot better. The Soviets accommodated themselves to the nationalist elements of it and swallowed that pill because they were hoping at least to maintain some influence in the area. Because otherwise, the danger is that Israel aligns with Europe and the US, and then they lose that. So, having lost what they could get from it, and obviously the more principled position that Zionism is a settler colonialism, and colonialism bad, they're like, well, at least they're socialists, and we can align with their socialism, and we can hope that we can maintain close relations, and it can improve, the Soviets were desperate to improve their access to the Middle East. They wanted friends. It's why they undercut the U.S.
Yeah.
The U.S. was trying to sell weapons to all these countries, but they were always like, we'll give you these cool weapons, but you got to sign on the dotted line and become our friend in the Cold War. And the Soviets are like, bro, we just want to be your friend, man. You don't have to sign on the dotted line. Here's some cheap weapons. Oh, you don't have to pay for us now. Pay us in 20 years. It's totally cool. Here's some free guns. Because they wanted influence. And again, they're the underdog in the Cold War. They had an economy a tenth the size of the American economy. They needed to get in and influence. And they were desperately hoping that Israel could be another one of those beachheads. So that's, I think, what you're looking at. Why did they change their position? Hoping to find some commonality with the socialist parties there and gain some influence in the Middle East. It's at the end of the day, it's power politics and money. As much as we would love it to be about principle and socialism and the rest of that, power still drives a lot of the world.
Yeah, to be honest, makes sense because at that time they didn't have Egypt or Syria also, like at the time of the creation of the state.
Right, exactly. They got them later, but even there, only partially. They got access to Syria, Iraq, Egypt, places like this by offering really sweetheart deals that didn't put any conditions on them, the way the American system did. And that opened the door. They were desperate for allies in the region. So,
Yeah, we were stupid. Yeah, sorry,
well,
we
yeah,
were stupid.
it's. But again, it's power politics, and it's one of the reasons I'm an anarchist, not a Marxist. Like I think that
Yeah, but
states end up being because the states ultimately corrupt the principles. Because when you start dealing with power, it ultimately forces compromise, and those compromises lead to shit like you're talking.
Yeah, Dr. Liam, do you want to wind down the live, or do you have a room for one more guest? How are you feeling?
I
Probably
have
should
a
be
question.
soon-ish, but one more's fine. But
One
we
more
should probably
guest
slow down
is
after
fine.
that. Like
Okay.
we should start winding it down. So
So
I'm
I
cool with you
am
there.
exactly. So I am going to add one more guest. We're not going to be accepting any more requests after this because we're ending the live after this. Dr. Liam has been on here for more than 10 hours now, and so he's very tired. So we are winding down the live. Nasser, were you finished with your questions?
yes, yes, yes. I
Okay.
was. Thank you so much, Professor, for the insights. It's been amazing as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I have a quick question.
It's Jordan and Insert. I think you had a very quick question. If there are really quick questions, that would be good. And then after Jordan and Insert, we can go to Pally and then end the live. Yes, Jordan.
Allah?
Professor, where are we going with the current situation in Gaza?
um, it's too hard to predict, honestly. It's the same thing I said the last time this came up. Like last week or whatever. And it's always there's a lot to watch in the internal politics inside Israel as well as the outside pressures. Right now, there's still not enough outside pressure to really change the situation. But there's at least the beginnings of that. You can see a few places where they're starting to open up a little space, but it's more the internal politics. And honestly, backing down right now, you've already seen people in the cabinet saying, we'll just quit. And if they quit, Netanyahu falls and go back a fifth election, and they're right back where they started. They don't want that. Netanyahu is desperate to hold on to power, and unfortunately, that means continuing to fuck over Palestinians. So as much as that's fucked up, that's where I currently see it going, and I want it to change. But I don't know. I do think that the a lot of the stuff about like the settlement stuff, like a lot of that is still like wishful thinking. But a security corridor inside there and seizing control of Rafah is on the table. But I don't think that full expulsion or settlements are currently there. I think that's more like a matter of like that's masturbatory politics inside of Israel. It's not going anywhere yet. But I think that we still have more suffering to watch, and I think the end game currently is if they can corral people in enough, build their little buffer zone around there that gobbles up a little bit more land of the strip, and if they can get Egypt to hand over the crossing permanently, I think they might start winding it down. But that's the best I can guess at current, and it's still not. It's again, this is all guesswork, but that's where my current thinking goes.
Thank you.
Okay, Insert, your turn.
Okay. Real quick, I know I might be butchering this. My Latin isn't that good, but Veniga de Vici, if you can catch my drift. Real quick, I love Jewish Virtual Library. I use that all the time, but I feel like you're my new virtual library for every Friday.
So both of those are funny. Yeah, Jewish Virtual Library is a weird source.
Is it now?
They have
Why?
some good stuff on there, but yeah, there's some weird shit too.
Is there?
But yeah, that's neat. So yeah, I'll be your virtual library too. Sure, I'll help out.
My second statement is about I've been following some people like Nader Sadak, Ibn Islam, and others. Their works, their articles,
Did you say
their
Abi Shlaim?
yeah.
Oh yeah, he's yeah. Yeah, he's great.
Also, Rabbi Shlomo. I'm also a fan of. He's on TikTok. He speaks a little bit about it. I feel like he's a bit too emotional, a bit. I love your books. I'm definitely going to be taking a lot of notes on those, but I question if you've read either the Zionist Bible or The General's Son by Miko Pered.
The Zionist Bible? I don't know what the Zionist Bible means. So definitely not. And what was the other one you mentioned?
The General's Son by Miko Pered. It's a son of a famous general who turned pro-Palestinian. He writes about his I think his father was a famous general of Sabra and Shatila, or I
His
can't remember.
father, no, his, so Meko Palet's grandfather is Avraham Katznelson, who was one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, and his father was Matityahu Palet, who was a general in the 1967 war and a soldier in the 1948 war. But his father was highly critical of the Israeli government after the 67 war because he accused it of being very expansionist and not necessarily caring about Jewish people. So, and Miko Peled was in the IDF, but then when he saw the invasion of Lebanon in 1982, he became disgusted with it, and ever since then, he has left Israel. He left the IDF, and he's very, very hypercritical. He actually refers to the IDF as the world's most well-funded, well-fed tea organization. So
Yeah,
he's
the
a
name sounds familiar now. The name of the
Nico
book
Peled,
you
yeah.
were like.
Miko
It doesn't
Pered.
sound familiar, but I know I've heard of the figure at least.
Do you know
Yeah.
about the Zionist Bible by chance, sister?
Oh, me? No, I don't know about the Zionist Bible.
Okay.
I'll look that up though.
Yeah, no, I've never heard of that. I've got a lot of collections of like Zionist literature and histories of Zionism and whatnot, but Zionist Bible doesn't sound familiar at all.
Miko Peled is kind of like Norman Finkelstein when it comes to how outspoken he is. He does not sugarcoat anything. He's very, very outspoken. And I think he was one
Extremely
of...
knowledgeable.
He's extremely knowledgeable. And I think because he comes from a deeply Zionist family that had a lot to do with the establishment of Israel, with also had a lot to play in the Israeli society and Israeli government as well. I think that is why he is probably vehemently and radically anti-Israel now, because he grew up within that family. So he lives in America now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
He also has
Tehran.
the American citizenship. He doesn't live in Israel anymore. I don't think he's even allowed back in Israel.
No.
Kind of like Norman Finkelstein, because of how
Honestly,
outspoken he is.
a lot of the new historians too were chased out. A lot of critics don't end up staying.
Yeah, exactly. But Miko Peled, I mean, you might like some of his
I'm pretty sure you
interviews as
know him
well.
if you see him.
Exactly. Yeah.
I know the name, so I've run
Yeah,
into him in
yeah.
some context, but
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
a book.
So insert, were you done? So we can go to Pally. Okay, Pally, you
Hey,
have
thank you. Yeah, I didn't know I was gonna come up. I was like, whoa, I'm up here.
I tried to get you up, but I was
Thank you.
also wary of Dr. Liam, because we protect him in this household. We want him also to be healthy
Yeah, of
and take
course.
care of himself. But you have the blessing of having the last word.
Oh, wow, that's an honor. I don't know if I'm
Yes.
gonna live up to the spotlight. Put me on the spot here. I just wanted to say, Liam, I've spoken to you before. I don't know if you recognize my name or anything, but it's been a month or so. But I enjoy, I learn a lot from you. You got a lot of information that you share with us. I appreciate you for that. But I kind of came on because when you brought up that there are a lot of people who are anti the current government right now. So my question is, what's stopping them from doing the things they are? If you because I always hear this a lot. Like there's a lot that are not with the government, or who are not with like BB or with Smotrich. So I'm not really too familiar with the names. If you could share with us, like what was that shirt you had up, and like, and what stops them from like being more active? You know,
Okay. So if you're thinking about the Israeli left in general,
the left. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with their names. Yeah.
numbers like there's the left has been in decline for a long time. Honestly, I know a lot more Israelis in the United States and Australia and whatnot than I should. A lot of leftists just pick up and leave because they're depressed about the way this thing is going. But there are plenty of people left. Anarchists Against the Wall is one group you could look up.
Okay. Okay. Yeah,
And
I
then
wasn't too sure.
Solidarity, like there's a Solidarity International, and then the specific one that I've been with a number of times is Solidarity Sheikh Jarrah against the settlements in East Jerusalem area. So like the shirt is like, yeah, this the Solidarity logo is like the little peace thing with like the anarchist colors, but it's like, Solidaritat and Tadamun, like let's get this shit together, So look up Solidarity and Anarchists Against the Wall, or at least two leftist organizations that I know are still active in the country. Beyond that, you have a lot of, like partly left but partly liberal parties and organizations that are like they're good in
Yeah.
some areas but not perfect.
Well, actually, I was glad that Insert brought up Miko Pilet because he's actually one of the guys who he's from California. I mean, not from, but he resides here now, and that's kind of where I'm at. So I'm familiar with him, and he actually survived an attack on his life. So what my thing is, like, if somebody or that organization is like loud, aren't they like kind of silenced? You know what I mean? Like they're not allowed to like
Yes
have
and
any
no.
activity.
The inside the country, one of the things that's put a real damper on a lot of organization in terms of like growing the groups is that it's hard to organize internationally now. And leftist groups depend upon supporting each other, mutual
Yeah.
aid, But Israel has actually restricted any kind of outside funding to groups it doesn't like.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So it does harm that. It makes it harder for me, for example, to still participate with Brothers in Solidarity because I'm here. And they put serious walls separating that. So there are things like that. Whether or not they start unaliving or anything like that, I mean, there's governments don't usually turn straight to things like that. It's not normal. I mean, and the way around it with groups like this is to be decentralized. This is one of the reasons that a lot of the anarchist groups actually do pretty damn well is that they maintain a kind of like cell structure, like classic resistance movements. They don't talk about leadership, that no one's really in charge. They do their own fucking thing. And how the hell can you stop them? How can you find them really? Like, if you arrest one dude, does it stop the movement? Fuck no. So the more decentralized you are, the more it helps in those sense. If you organize in a traditional party structure, if you organize a traditional like leftist organizations trying to mobilize a bunch of people, yeah, they would shut it down pretty fast. But yeah, the more you can break it up, the more decentralized. Yeah, somebody's mentioning IRA, yeah, FLN, tons of groups have used like, broken down cell structures there. And a lot of it is just completely autonomous. This is one of the mistakes a lot of American planners made in going after a lot of more recent T groups. Like, Bin Laden didn't plan shit. Like, he was, like it's a whole bunch of individual groups. They're doing all their own fucking thing, but they use the label, they use the aesthetic overall, they do their own fucking thing. It's decentralized. And the more you do that, the harder it is to find people or stop a movement. And leftists can build on that. We can, grow a larger movement without necessarily painting a target on our backs. but it has been harder because the society has been pushed so far to the right that it honestly it's discouraging. I've had a lot of like teary conversations over beers with leftist friends there who are like,
Yeah.
"Fuck, I want to emigrate. I want to get the fuck out of here."
You know, I could talk with you about this subject for hours. Nasser, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you for answering, William. That's pretty much what I wanted to know. Go ahead, Father Nasser.
Well, brother, I can wait. I just wanted to. I have a selfish question about this. You can go really. If you
I
have
think
anything else,
I
I can
think
wait.
I think I think Pally said he's done, so
Oh,
تفضل يا ناصر.
thank you, Professor. To be honest, this came at a critical point. I'm traveling. I'm going to debate some comrades in in like 2 weeks. My idea is centralized democracy is killing me right now, and it's like torturing me. And it's right now what I'm going ahead is I'm going to go there. I'm gonna start calling the leadership traitors, people who cannot go to the next slide. And I want to suggest a split. But the thing is, if I want to do that, a split, this will I think it will lead us to lose some of our supporters who will split with us. So I was wondering, how can I reach these people? How can I a critique towards centralized democracy that could help me out? If you could lead my way, I need it in 12 days, in 10 days
Yeah,
actually.
that's tough, especially if you're dealing with like Marxist comrades. Their centralization is kind of in the DNA, you know. It's hard, and all they end up doing is like they split into separate factions and break up, but then they want to re-centralize in different new groups and still have a tight centralized control. The much more ad hoc organization that anarchists do is just not normal for a lot of those groups, and it's harder to adopt. One thing you can kind of do, and I guess this is a long way around, is maybe you can find a way to introduce some of the do you know James C. Scott at all?
I'm not
The
familiar.
anthropologist. So like Weapons of the Weak, and like, you know, he studied like a lot of decentralized anarchist movements in Southeast Asia, like, and showed how they were effectively able to resist things and effect change in their own area without centralizing in a way that actually drew a target on their back. There's a lot of like practical examples in the world of organization that you can at least point to, like, hey, people have done shit like this that's made a difference. So, I mean, that might be at least one way, is to just think of the practicalities of it. If you really wanted, because okay, I'm gonna be very honest, and I'm critiquing my own peeps here, so sorry. A lot of leftists love the circle jerk. We love getting involved in talking about our own shit and our principles, and like, this is the one right way to do it. You don't agree with me, so fuck you. I'm gonna, splinter, and you go off and do your own thing. But then we don't do a goddamn thing. If you want to see people who actually do shit, that I think might be an argument for any kind of groups like this. If you want to talk about, oh, you want to like actually accomplish something, cool, then look at this, because they'll get shit done. Or if you want, keep organizing your centralized democratic thing there and do nothing at all. That's at least where I would come from. Because for me, in the long run, the more we talk about things, the more we can change perspectives, the more we can bring people more to the left. Great, we can build larger and larger, I don't know, not organizations, but like spread the consciousness, get people thinking about things, get paradigm shifts going. That's important. But when it comes to practical action in the contemporary world, all the power structures are against you. All of them. Not one country, 196 countries want you unalived. So what are you going to do? Decentralize radically and engage in direct action and organize people on a direct local level to do mutual aid and organize their own shit, so you eventually make the states irrelevant. Like, organize your own lives. Start taking control of your own neighborhoods. People who do that, it makes sense. You can actually have positive, practical accomplishments from it. And if you have real accomplishments, people will stay with the movement. I mean, look how long some leftist organizations in Asia have been at it, Like fucking the Maoists in Nepal, they've gotten their asses kicked for decades. They're still there. Like, they're not going anywhere because they actually have some practical accomplishments in organization. Look at Chiapas in fucking Mexico, right? They're not, the Zapatistas are not going anywhere because they actually have provided services to real people in their own environment. And that creates loyalty. Oh, you're doing shit for me, therefore I don't need the state. So that would, for me, it's like focus on the local environment. The more you try to build larger and larger democratic centralized organizations, you're not doing anything. It's performative. It's a lot of leftist masturbation for me.
Thank you very much, everybody. I think I might end it. Insert, okay? One more question and then we will.
Not a question,
Okay.
just the one last statement, real quick, 10 seconds.
Okay.
If I could get the big screen. I'm sorry, host.
Oh, you want to show something?
Yeah.
I make you the
okay,
big screen.
I'd like everyone to do the research on this. I think this is the biggest example of how capitalism is a failure to the whole world and a joke to all of humanity. It says right here how U.S. companies get away with fueling Russia's military. It goes into detail on how Russia has been able to, in 2023, make more pew-pews than in any year prior or ever since. All funded by U.S. companies and middlemen through the power of capitalism, all through chips from U.S. companies, from Swedish companies, from German companies, all from NATO companies, and Hong Kong and China and so on.
Yo, shameless Hassana plug.
Hassan, yeah,
Hassanabi.
I love Hassanabi. Thank you very much for.
In the same way that capital is transnational, so is solidarity and mutual aid. If we organize, that's our way around that. But as long as we're caught up in all this sectarian fighting and cutting each other out, like getting ordinary people to empathize with each other and see each other's common struggles and work together toward common goals. Work in your local communities. Change is local, but talk to comrades all around the world and build that ecosystem. Because capital's already doing it. That's why they're winning the class war. Because they already have fucking solidarity and we don't.
Yeah. So, okay, I will officially be ending this live. We could talk for hours upon hours, but it has already been 11 hours, Dr. Liam.
Really?
So yes, it has been 11 hours because you started 12 a.m. my time, midnight, and now it's 11 a.m. So 11 hours has passed. So thank you very much for all of this educational and emotional labor. Thank you to everybody who participated and listened and who was here and asked the questions and was patient as well. But you, Dr. Liam, please, everybody, like, share Dr. Liam's profiles. Click on the little heart after CoinCot ends. Subscribe to his Patreon. Support him as much as possible if you want to support him, because he is doing all of this educational labor and we are not paying tuition money for it. So thank you very much, Dr. Liam. Now it's time for you to rest, hydrate
On
so
behalf
that
of
you don't dehydrate.
on behalf of the streets, thank you for this hustle, brother.
Not the streets help. Not the streets help.
Peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up. As per always, we love and appreciate you for all the work that you do, Dr. Liam. I will be dropping everyone from the panel for now. Thank you very much, and hydrate so you don't dehydrate, Dr. Liam. Everybody else as well. But bye. Have a nice evening.
Good night, folks. Catch y'all next time in a week.